Chapter 81 I will repay your kindness in my next life. With a crisp daddy. The tranquility of Ling Yuan was broken. A 3 or 4-year-old child pushed open the door and looked around with big round eyes. The moment he saw Tang Shi, he grinned and rushed into his arms. The wound on his body was hit by the child, and it hurt so much. But Tang Shi smiled and hugged him and kissed him. Do you miss Daddy? Yu nodded seriously, yes. Seeing that he was full of tears, Yu raised her chubby hands to wipe his eyes, and wiped the fine sweat on his forehead with her sleeves. Daddy, don't cry. Yu will be obedient. Tang Shi kept saying and there were more tears in his eyes. Finally, he couldn't hold it anymore and put him down. Yu, this is the 15th prince. If it weren't for him, Daddy wouldn't be able to see Yu. Kneel down and thank him. The little kid knelt down and said in a baby voice, thank you. The 15th prince. Gu Yunjin smiled slightly, stepped forward and touched his little head. You're welcome. Xin Xiaojun and Shen Qingshu stood outside the door, waiting for Jiang Ji and his son to arrive, and then went into the study together. I pay my respects to the 15th prince. Gu Yunjin nodded. Sit down. Jiang Ji thanked him, and sat next to Qin Xiaojun. Jiang Haobai didn't dare to sit, and stood aside with Shen Qingshu. Jiang Ji was uneasy, not knowing why Gu Yunjin wanted to see them. Glancing at his indifferent and distant eyes, he didn't dare to ask. Gu Yunjin pointed at Tang Shi. Marquis. He wants to see you. Jiang Ji looked along his hand, and saw a young man with red eyes, holding a little kid in his hand. The man's face gave him a strange feeling, and he couldn't help but glance at Jiang Haobai. But he looked flustered and sweaty on his forehead. Jiang Ji cleared his throat and glared at him. Jiang Haobai quickly put his hands behind his back to hide his nervousness. Tang Shi walked up to Jiang Ji and smiled at him. The pale smile made Jiang Ji inexplicably sad, and asked, Who are you? Tang Shi knelt down directly and called Dad. He whispered to the little kid next to him, This is Grandpa. Yu knelt down obediently and called Grandpa softly. Jiang Ji stood up directly and pointed at him tremblingly. You are... Jiang Haobai was also shocked, and thought of someone in his mind. Tang Shi took out a jade rabbit pendant from his collar, and Jiang Ji burst into tears when he saw it. Sheer. You are Sheer. Good boy. Dad thought he would never see you again. Back then, he ordered people to make 2 identical jade rabbit pendants for his 2 sons. But unfortunately, the youngest son disappeared after going out to play. He was only 4 years old at that time, about the same age as the little kid in front of him. It has been 15 years in a blink of an eye. The father and son hugged each other and cried bitterly, while Jiang Haobai stood aside blankly. He finally understood why he would stare at the jade rabbit on his neck after accidentally saving Tang Shi 2 years ago, and asked about its origin as if nothing had happened. Even this time, he only mentioned it briefly, and he knew that the consequences of assassinating Shen Qingshuang were serious. But he still did it without hesitation. It turned out that he was his biological brother from the same mother. Sheer. Why didn't you tell your elder brother earlier? Jiang Haobai regretted it so much. If he had known earlier, he would not let him do that. He wanted to make Shen Qingyan suffer, but he didn't expect to hurt his own brother. Tang Shi raised his head, held his hand and smiled. Brother. It's not too late to know now. Turned his head and said, He is my uncle. You are called uncle. Jiang Haobai couldn't help but hug him and kiss him again and again. Tang Shi wiped his eyes, but his tears were like a river that burst its banks and could not be wiped dry. After a long pause, he slowly said, Dad, I was stranded in Chu State and was rescued by a family named Hu Tang. They heard me call myself Sheer, so they named me Tang Shi. My adoptive parents passed away a few years ago, and my wife also passed away last year. I only have Yu as a son. Please raise him well. Dad, I will repay your kindness in the next life. The unfinished filial piety can only be fulfilled by Yu. Hearing about the next life, Jiang Ji shook his head repeatedly, and his hands kept shaking. The original wife never closed her eyes before she died. Just thinking about this missing son. How could he watch him die? No. Sierra. Don't say that. Dad just found you. Dad doesn't want the afterlife. Dad wants you to live well. He knelt directly in front of Gu Yunjin, 15th prince. I beg you to spare Sierra. I know that Sierra assassinated the 4th prince, assassinated Miss Shen, and injured the prince. His sins are serious. As long as you spare his life, I am willing to pay any price. 15th Prince, I beg you. Jiang Haobai knelt down and kowtowed with his father. Gu Yunjin watched quietly without saying a word. He has been indifferent to worldly affairs for a long time. This time, he only took action because it involved Shen Qingxuang. Qin Shaojun was unwilling to let it go. Otherwise, he would not get what he wanted. At that time, not only could he not fight back, but he would also fall into a passive position. Tang Shi, where is the thing you promised me? Seeing his eager look, Tang Shi smiled coldly. He helped Jiang Ji and Jiang Haobai up and knelt down again. Dad, big brother, I have been seriously injured and will not live long. If it were not for the 15th Prince, I would not have seen you and you at all. Don't make things difficult for him. In fact, even if the prince spared me, my master would not let me go. I will also become an indelible stain on the Chummy Marquis' mansion, which is what I least want to see. He picked up Yer and kissed his face. Smiling, Yer, remember to listen to grandpa and uncle, and be filial to them when you grow up. What dad didn't do, it depends on you. Do you hear it? I heard it. Dad. The little baby also kissed him, and the soft voice went straight to his heart. He covered Yer's eyes and stuffed him into Jiang Ji's arms. Then he quickly pulled out a knife and stabbed it into his heart. Everyone except Gu Yunjin was shocked, especially Qin Shaojun, whose pupils widened instantly. He shook him hard. Tang Shi, where are the things? Where are the things I want? Jiang Ji looked at the blood on his son's chest and his eyes gradually closing, and his body shook, and he almost fell down. He hugged Yer tightly and covered his ears. After a long time, he saluted to Gu Yunjin. The moment he turned around, he couldn't stop crying. His head was hanging and his back was bent, like the dead tree in the yard. Jiang Haobai's eyes were red, and he pushed Qin Shaojun to the ground. He squatted down, carried the dead Tang Shi on his back, and murmured, Shi, big brother will take you home. Let's go home. Qin Shaojun left Ling Yuan in a daze. He never expected that Tang Shi would actually trick him before he died. Gu Yunjin stared at Tang Shi's confession in token, and sighed. Uncle Wu said with regret, if Tang Shi had not been living outside, he would not have taken this path. Although the little kid has returned to his ancestral home, his biological parents are gone, and I don't know how he will live. Gu Yunjin nodded and smiled at him. Fortunately, I have Uncle Wu. The old man was stunned, and his eyes were wet. Fortunately, the prince is with me. Shen Qingshu went to Shoan Palace and explained the case to Gu Jinhao in detail. Gu Jinhao obviously didn't expect that Tang Shi had this connection with the Chummy Marquis' mansion. When he met the emperor with him, the emperor was also surprised. Jinhao, what do you think? Gu Jinhao said, although Tang Shi is the lost son of Marquis Chummy, he was a guard of Qin Shaojun when he committed the crime, so she cannot escape responsibility. In my opinion, let Qi see 2 border cities as compensation. 2 cities. That's great. The emperor commended Shen Qingshu for his meritorious service in solving the case, and rewarded him with 5,000 taels of silver. Shen Qingshu was flattered and a little ashamed, so much so that his hands were shaking as he held the reward. In the end, Qin Shaojun got angry when he heard the news. What? 2 cities? Is Gu Jinhao crazy? Only Gu Yunjin injured his hand. I am more seriously injured than him. Why? Qin Yuan said indifferently, brother, you can't count it like this. If Tang Shi succeeds, the 2 most honorable princes of Daqi and Qingchuan will die. After all, we provoke first. So 2 cities are 2 cities. If Shen Nanfang and Shen Qingling attack, who can fight us? The country has no good generals, so it can only compromise. Qin Shaojun grabbed the cup and threw it to the ground, saying bitterly, Tang Shi was clearly ordered by Qin Shaoyuan. Why should I bear this crime? Because he is dead. There is no evidence. You should think about how to explain to your father. Chapter 82. When did the young uncle become so frugal? Ling Yuan, waiting from sunrise to sunset. Gu Yunjin still didn't wait for the person he wanted to see. He, who was always calm, was no longer calm. As soon as he closed his eyes, his mind was full of scenes from the day when Yinhui Garden was assassinated. Her panic in his arms, her concern for his healing, and her red eyes. Seeing her eyes full of tears, he was both happy and sad. He wanted to wipe her tears at that time, but he didn't dare. If it was Jinhao, he probably wouldn't have to worry about it. He never concealed in front of her, and always did what he wanted. But he couldn't do that. Always afraid of offending her. Gu Yunjian slowly walked to the river. Still the same bamboo chair as before. He closed his eyes, and smelled the faint lotus fragrance brought by the wind. He hoped that there would be a trace of her in this lotus fragrance. When the little girl left that day, she clearly promised to come to see him in 2 days. Now it has been 3 days. Did she forget? Or was she delayed by something? Gu Yunjian suddenly opened his eyes, and stood up again. He had the urge to go to the Shen mansion to see her. So he told her directly that he missed her. He turned back after walking only 2 steps. Scratching his head. But still couldn't do it. Will she think he is crazy? He confessed his love after only knowing each other for a month. If he is not crazy, he is too frivolous. He sat down slowly again, holding his forehead with his hand. And he was at a loss. Wu Bo watched him stand, sit, walk, and return from a distance, and his heart was aching. He is so cruel to suffer this kind of suffering at such an old age. Hey, sorry for the child. The old man will risk his old face. He made up his mind and strode out. As soon as he opened the door, he bumped into someone. After seeing who was coming, he was excited. Mr. Shen-san, you are here. Come in. Come in. Shen Qingyan had never seen Uncle Wu welcome him so warmly, which made him quite flattered. Okay, Uncle Wu. He flicked his fan and walked in with high spirits. But he was stopped by the old man. Uncle Wu looked behind him, confused. Where is Miss Qingxuang? She's not here. Then what are you doing here? Uncle Wu, who was smiling like a peony, immediately pulled down his old face, and was happy in vain. Shen Qingyan was unhappy. It is said that women are fickle. And this old man is the same. Putting his arm around his neck, he said with a smile, Uncle Wu, don't be so realistic. This young master is here to give your prince some advice. Where is he? By the river? Uncle Wu said him. And he didn't go over, so that the children would not be afraid to speak. Yunjian, Shen Qingyan shouted from a distance, and the young man in white was shocked and turned around in surprise. The moment the two looked at each other, the surprise in Gu Yunjian's eyes disappeared, replaced by disappointment. Deep disappointment. Sullenly said, Qingyan, why are you here? Shen Qingyan was speechless, and tapped his forehead with a fan. The old and the young were surprisingly consistent. You can pretend to be happy a little. He sighed, and jumped in front of him in a chic way. Pretend? If you want to watch the show, stay in your Inwi garden. You will be treated coldly in Lingyuan. Gu Yunjian raised his eyebrows, put his hands behind his back, and still looked at the river center intently, as if a certain young man did not exist. After Qingxuang left Lingyuan that day, she was taken to Shoan Palace by concubine Xian. She said that she was not feeling well, and asked the maid to stay with her for a few days. Gu Yunjian turned around suddenly, and he knew that she was busy. Otherwise she would never break the appointment. When will you be back? Shen Qingyan rolled his eyes at him, and pointed at the tea. Gu Yunjian shook his head helplessly, and poured him a cup himself. Mr. Shen-san, please have tea. Shen Qingyan laughed and drank slowly on purpose, looking at him while drinking. He should be more careful in the future, so that his sister will not be wronged. Have you finished drinking? Another cup? Gu Yunjian knew that he liked to play around, so he just cooperated with him. No more. He was not a cow. 1 cup was for tasting, and 2 cups were for drinking. Then he said, I didn't say when I'll be back, but I think I'll be back when the concubine dowager gets better. Gu Yunjian nodded and sighed. I'm afraid I won't be back for 3 or 5 days. When the concubine dowager gets better is up to her. Shen Qingyan patted his shoulder. So, let's go visit the patient. It's so late. Is it appropriate? Gu Yunjian pointed to the horizon. The sunset was about to fall. Shen Qingyan said, and said faintly, I heard from the second brother that the 4th prince has been living in Shoan Palace these days. This single man and woman. And the concubine dowager has a helper. Why don't we go? Shen Qingyan. Shoan Palace. The concubine dowager Xian, Gu Jinhao, and Shen Qingxuang are having dinner. Shen Qingxuang wants to go home after dinner. After all, this is the imperial palace, which is a bit dangerous for her, especially with Gu Jinhao. She feels oppressed. The virtuous concubine did not want her to leave, and insisted on keeping her for a few more days. When the situation was at a stalemate, the little palace maid came to report, My lady concubine, Your Highness, the 15th prince and the 3rd Master Shen are here. Hearing this, Shin Shuang was excited and ran to the door of the palace to see that it was indeed true. She waved her hand quickly. Third brother. Brother Yunjian. Shin Qingyan walked up, rubbed her hair, and pulled her into the palace. After greeting each other, Gu Yunjin said, I heard that the concubine was unwell, and I was very worried. So I came to visit. The virtuous concubine glanced at the dark sky. It was clear that she was really worried. She smiled and said, Don't worry. Old 15. I am fine now. Thanks to. The smile was reluctantly withdrew. Was old 15 worried about her health, or his sweetheart? The look in his eyes was full of smiles. And it was clearly directed at the little girl. Too lazy to pay attention to him. She looked at Shin Qingyan gracefully. Third master. Are you also worried about my health? Shin Qingyan smiled. The concubine dowager is blessed by heaven. I am not worried. I am afraid that my sister will be naughty. So I came to see her. Not naughty. Very considerate. The concubine dowager looked at the little girl lovingly. That's good. Shin Qingyan smiled. Turning to Gu Yunjian, she suddenly exclaimed, 15th prince, why is your hand bleeding again? Qingshuang, quickly rewrap it. Shin Qingshuang ran over when she heard it. And it really bled. She felt bad when she thought of Gu Yunjian sacrificing his life to save her that day. Fortunately, there were all kinds of medicines in Shoan Palace. And she quickly found medicine and white cloth. She gently took off the handkerchief in his hand. And just as she was about to throw it, he stopped her. Give it to me. It can be used after washing. His face was slightly red. And although it was difficult, he still said it. Gu Jinhao came over and jokingly said, You have to keep the dirty handkerchief. When did the little uncle become so frugal? Shin Qingyan came forward to take a look. The bloodstains on the handkerchief overlapped old and new. And it was not necessarily clean. He did not understand why Gu Yunjian kept it. He took it, and saw that it was his sister's handkerchief. He smiled and said, Qingshuang, give me a handkerchief. Shin Qingshuang did not doubt it, and directly handed him a handkerchief, and then concentrated on applying medicine to Gu Yunjian. Shin Qingyan said, The 15th prince was worried about the concubine. So he was in a hurry to go out, and forgot to bring a handkerchief. This one is for him. The concubine was almost choked. She was involved in asking for a handkerchief? I thought I was a good actor. But I didn't expect that this third son was not much worse. He deserved to be the owner of a theater. She glanced at her son with sympathy. With such an opponent, the dead boy's road would be more difficult. The little girl looked at her brother, as if he was a fool. Third brother. It's just a handkerchief. Not silver. Just give it to me. Gu Jinhao snorted, knowing that his purpose was not pure. And the wound. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that it was squeezed deliberately just now. This self-torture trick is getting more and more sophisticated. Only this stupid girl can't see it. She believes everything her brother says. Qingshuang. He shook the little girl's arm. What for? Shin Qingshuang didn't even raise her head, still focusing on the movements of her hands. I didn't bring a hand towel either. Give me one. Yuping happened to come in and heard it, and took it directly. Your Highness. Do you think 5 is enough? Gu Jinhao. Not only did he not assist, but he also hindered him. He really couldn't live like this. Chapter 83. My brother is not determined, so it is not appropriate to arrange a marriage. After bandaging, Shin Qingshuang gave him a bottle of medicine and told him, Don't get hurt again after you go back. And don't touch water. Change the medicine every 2 days. Shin Qingyan glanced at Gu Yunjian, who was smiling all the time, and sighed silently. This kid has good looks, money, style and status, but he just doesn't have the talent to coax girls. Shouldn't you act like a spoiled child to win sympathy at this time? You still have to help him with his brothers. It's so tiring to be his brother. I have a sister, and I still have to help him chase her. Clearing his throat, he smiled and said, Sister, it's too complicated. I don't understand it. Why don't you go to Ling Yuan to change it for him in 2 days? You also know that old man Wu Bo is old and clumsy. Don't affect his recovery. After all, he was injured to save you. Right? Is it complicated? Shin Qingshuang looked at her brother in confusion, but saw that he nodded solemnly. Looking at Gu Yunjian again, he hesitated for a moment and nodded seriously. Okay then. She smiled. Anyway, the queen concubine is well. I'll go to Ling Yuan when it's time to change the dressing. Hearing that the concubine Xian was fine, Shin Qingyan said happily, That's perfect. Go home with my brother now. Concubine Xian couldn't sit still. She's leaving after just a few days? She hasn't had enough fun yet. After much persuasion, she asked them to stay until tomorrow. And on the pretext that she was not feeling well again, she quickly drove the two boys away and asked Yuping to close the door of the hall, and no one would open it. When she turned around and saw the dead boy covering his arm with a lonely look, she suddenly felt very sympathetic to him. It was just sympathy. Shin Qingxuang lay in front of the window, looking at the moon in the sky. People today cannot see the moon of the past, but the moon today once shone on the ancients. Is the moon in this book the same as the moon outside the book? Is it the moon she had seen outside before? The moonlight was cold, and she tightened her clothes. Just as she was about to close the window, she accidentally saw the roof opposite. Gu Jinhao was lying there with his head on his arm. He was also looking at the moon, not moving. People who look at the moon at night without saying a word are usually lonely. She just stepped out of the door and stopped again. The note on the girl's pursuit said to pretend to be melancholy, especially at night. This guy has not given up yet, and he is using the same trick again. Thinking of this, she curled her lips and retreated. Qingxuang. Gu Jinhao found her and flew from the roof to the yard with a handsome look. His eyes were as lonely and desolate as this night. Do you like looking at the moon? He smiled slightly, but saw the defensiveness in her eyes. Your Highness is too absorbed in the role. Into the role? Gu Jinhao understood that she thought he was still lying to her. That note was my fault, he whispered, his hands trembling behind his back. I really don't know how to please you. So, I asked Qin Yun. Shin Qingxuang was very upset. He really knows how to find someone. Then he said, Qin Yun didn't know either. So, I asked Bing He. They promised that if you follow their instructions, you will definitely like me. But I didn't expect you found out in less than half a day. He covered his face, as if he was too embarrassed to see anyone. Shin Qingxuang had never seen him look so embarrassed before. When she thought of his domineering and fierce appearance when she first saw him in the small dark room of the palace, she couldn't help laughing. You are His Highness. You really don't need to worry about this. The little uncle is still an elder. Can't he hold back? The little girl was speechless. So you are fighting with Brother Yunjian? Gu Jinhao realized the ambiguity and shook his head repeatedly. Your Highness, this kind of thing is not fun. Playing too much will hurt others and yourself. Go to bed early. She closed the door gently and was about to turn off the lights when she heard a sigh outside the door. I'm not playing. I've never been so serious. Why don't you believe me? When the footsteps outside the door became farther and farther away, until she could no longer hear them, she lay on the couch. But she couldn't fall asleep. At breakfast the next day, Concubine Xian kept staring at her dark circles, so she could only keep her head down and quickly eat a few mouthfuls of rice. Qingxuang, what did you do last night? Didn't you sleep well? Yeah. I found a mosquito, yes. A mosquito. And I swatted it all night. She made up a random excuse. Concubine Xian said, there are mosquitoes. She looked at her son again. Jinhao. Did you swat mosquitoes too? Gu Jinhao said him. He hadn't slept all night, and his dark circles were heavier than the girl opposite him. The rest was silent, and breakfast ended in silence. Lunch also ended in silence, until Yuping came to report, the emperor is outside the palace. Concubine Xian was slightly stunned. The emperor almost never set foot here. Why did he suddenly become interested? Just thinking about it, the emperor arrived. I just arrived at Xiangning Palace. I heard from my mother that the concubine was not feeling well, so I came to see her. How is the concubine now? Concubine Xian smiled and said, thank you for your concern. Your Majesty, I am much better now. Yuping, serve tea to the emperor. The emperor saw that Gu Jinhao and Shin Qingxuang were also there, and smiled thoughtfully. The concubine likes Miss Shin very much. The concubine Xian smiled and said, Shin Nanfang's daughter is lively and cute. I like her very much. Looking at her makes me feel better. The emperor smiled and drank a sip of tea. I heard that they loved each other a month ago and wanted to grant them a marriage. But Miss Shin's mourning period had not yet passed, so I had to give up. Jinhao, if you are interested, I can arrange this marriage for you first, and then get married after the mourning period is over. What do you think? Shin Qingxuang was shocked and subconsciously looked at Gu Jinhao, seeing the joy in his eyes. Her heart was in her throat. If he dared to agree, She would dare to run away from the marriage. Gu Jinhao's joy froze when she saw the girl's expression. She didn't want to. She didn't want to marry him. Although it was expected. I don't know why. I just felt an unspeakable pain in my heart. Queen. You see, Jinhao didn't speak for a long time. Is he too excited? Or has he fallen in love with someone else? I heard that people who admire Miss Shen. There are many. If Jinhao doesn't seize the opportunity, it will be too late to regret. The emperor's smile was full of inquiry. He never thought that the tea party in Shoan Palace would be so fragrant. Which made Yuping add more. Concubine Xian smiled. He thought he could hide his little thoughts from her. It was nothing more than another conspiracy with his conspiracy-theorizing mother. He used a marriage to provoke a fight between his son and the 15th son. And then, they would reap the benefits. It's a beautiful idea. She sighed long and helplessly. To be honest with the emperor, these two children make a small fuss for 3 days, and a big fuss for 5 days. They were still angry before you came. If I accept the marriage now, there will be no peace in my family. The first one who can't bear it is me. Then he said seriously, Jinhao, why is Jingshuang angry with you? Reflect on yourself, and don't act recklessly because of your status. The girl has several brothers, and any of them will be enough for you. Gu Jinhao saw his mother winking at him, and understood her intention. Even if he didn't consider those, he didn't want to be the person she hated. Although he was unwilling, he still said in a deep voice, thank you for your kindness. My brother. As my mother said, my brother's heart is not yet determined. So it is not appropriate to set a marriage. Or, wait a while. Oh! The emperor snorted. You don't regret it? How could Gu Jinhao not regret it? But what can he do if he regretted it? She didn't like him. So did she marry him, and let her wither slowly? My brother doesn't regret it. The hall was silent. And Gu Jinhao heard the sound of his own heartbreak. Chapter 84. Could this dry well be her burial place? A little later, Shen Qingshuang said goodbye to concubine Xian. Before leaving, she found Gu Jinhao drinking alone in the courtyard. He drank one cup after another, and she could smell the strong smell of alcohol before she came to him. Your Highness. She walked over with her head held high and took something out for him. Gu Jinhao took a look and found it was the IOU. The IOU was worth 120,000 taels. He stuffed it back to her and continued drinking, saying indifferently, are you afraid that I can't pay it back? Shen Qingshuang shook her head and didn't dare to look at him. She stammered, no. Thank you for not agreeing to that marriage. Thank him? He hated himself. No. Hearing the stiff tone, she really didn't know what to say. She scratched her head, and her clear eyes drooped instantly when she met his hurt eyes. Like a child who made a mistake, he drank the wine in the bottle, threw it against the wall, and stood up shakily. You don't have to feel guilty, because it's not my intention to refuse marriage. If you didn't hate me so much, even if I was a passerby in your eyes, I would agree without hesitation. There was a bitterness on the corner of his mouth. He sat down again, opened another bottle of new wine, and drank it like drinking water. She thought about it, sat next to him, and took his wine. Gu Jinhao's heart moved, and he looked at her in a daze. I can't repay your kindness of not marrying me, so I'll drink a glass with you. The kindness of not marrying me? It has risen to the level of kindness. And Gu Jinhao has a kind of infatuation. The sorrow of being wronged. Without waiting for him to speak, Shen Qingshuang poured a glass and drank it like he did just now. The spiciness of the wine stimulated her to cough violently, and she almost died. Gu Jinhao was petrified instantly. This wasn't cider. So why was it so strong? Or was his favor of not marrying her too deep, and she wanted to show her sincerity? He felt deeply insulted again. And this was not an illusion. He shook his head speechlessly, and quickly poured her a cup of tea. The little girl slowly recovered after drinking it. In short, our unhappiness at the beginning is all written off. Shen Qingshuang made a righteous summary speech. Gu Jinhao nodded, and then felt something was wrong. Didn't you write it off when you wrote the IOU? Why do you cross it out again? How many times do you have to cross it out for at the beginning? Shen Qingshuang thought about it, and it seemed to be the case. Is the dog prince drunk? Why is his brain so good? Her muttering was heard clearly by Gu Jinhao, and there was a childish dissatisfaction on his indifferent face. Shen Qingshuang, can you please stop calling me dog prince? Based on what I did today, am I not manly enough? Where is the dog? Apologize to me. Apologize. Apologize. Sorry. Dog Prince. Gu Jinhao. As if he didn't say it. Although Dog Prince? No. Gu Jinhao offered to take her home. But she didn't dare. After all, she was a little dizzy. And this guy's condition was not much better. It's easy to get into trouble after drinking. So she should go find her second brother. On the way, she asked a few guards. And they all said they didn't know where Shin Qingshu was. When she was worried, a little maid came over. Miss Shin, are you looking for Commander Shin? Shin Qingshuang nodded repeatedly. Yes. Do you know where my brother is? The little maid nodded. I know. Miss Shin, please come with me. After walking for a while, Shin Qingshuang felt that they were going further and further away, and subconsciously felt that something was wrong. So she stopped. She looked alert. Where are you taking me? The little maid was not panicked, and said respectfully, the backyard of Huaxin Palace. Concubine Shu died, and there was a renovation there. Commander Shin was ordered by the emperor to command the guards to tidy up there. So that's it. Shin Qingshuang was relieved. And at the same time, she felt some sympathy for Concubine Shu. Not to mention the hasty and simple funeral. The emperor began to renovate and prepare to welcome the new person before the body was cold. Women, you really have to open your eyes when you get married. Otherwise you won't know what you married when you die. After walking for a while, they arrived at a deserted courtyard. The little maid pointed to a stool and said respectfully, Miss Shin, please sit down for a while. I will ask Commander Shin to come over. Shin Qingshuang thanked her and walked towards the stool. Just after taking 2 steps, the little maid suddenly bumped into her, and she subconsciously reached out to grab her. The little maid didn't expect her to react so quickly, so she quickly dodged. As the two pushed and shoved, they heard a shrill sound, and Shin Qingshuang actually pulled the little maid's hair off, and was shocked at the time. The little maid bumped hard in pain, and Shin Qingshuang thought she would fall at most. But who would have thought that she would fall directly to the ground? The stool turned out to be a signpost, just to indicate the dry well next to it. She felt her body falling rapidly. Could this dry well be her burial place? God wants to kill me. This ending is worse than marrying Gu Jinhao in the original book and getting tired of each other. It's better to live a miserable life than to die. She still has a hope in her heart. But when you meet a dry well, you will meet a dry tree. And when you are desperate, you will find life. She actually guessed it right. Although her back and hands were scratched by dead branches and it hurt like hell, she was saved. It's not bad to be alive. People should be content. She stood up with a limp, touched her arms and legs, and they were all there. As long as they were intact, she breathed a sigh of relief and thanked all the gods and Buddhas in the sky. Only then did she realize that she was still holding the hair of her enemy in her hand. She crumpled it into a ball and stuffed it into her purse. It was waiting for her to get out. She must take revenge. She wanted to shout for help, but it was pitch black above, and it must be covered again. And that yard was desolate and remote, and no one should go there. So she shouldn't waste her energy. She closed her eyes to adapt to the darkness at the bottom of the well. And when she opened her eyes again, she actually found a faint light not far away. It turned out that there was another world below. Although the light was very weak, it was light after all. Light represents hope. She kept her mouth shut and moved her legs. My legs couldn't move. I had to crawl over there. It wasn't that my legs were broken, but I hadn't straightened my waist when I hit the top. It turned out to be a tunnel. Shin Qingshuang became cautious. All tunnels were related to unknown secrets. In TV dramas, the reason for people's death was often one sentence. You know too much. Hinting her waist and holding her breath. She crawled forward step by step. It was so frustrating. When she reached the position of the faint light, she could finally stand up. Walking forward a little further, it turned out to be a brightly lit palace. Can a palace be built underground? The wisdom of the ancients was really wise. The strange thing was that this palace was unattended, and it looked mysterious and scary. Shin Qingshuang looked around and listened carefully, step by step, and walked forward carefully, hoping to find a door to get out of this gloomy place. Suddenly, she stopped because she heard a joyful voice. The kind of joy that is not suitable for children. Listening to the sound, it is not far from her. Look, or not. This is a question worth discussing. She quickly made up her mind to look. Although there are rivers and lakes where there are people, there is also a way out where there are people. In the end, It is still the wine that makes the cowardly brave. She tiptoed towards the place where the sound came from and arrived in front of a room. The door was not closed tightly. And it must be said that they are still brave. But it's okay. At least it means that there will be no one else. So it is relatively safe. Shin Qingxuan approached the crack of the door, squinted her eyes and looked inside. And the first thing that caught her eye was a big bed. The bed curtain was pink and swayed, adding to the mystery. Thanks to the original owner's good eyesight, Shin Qingxuan saw it clearly. The woman on the bed was wearing a veil, and only a pair of eyes could be seen. Those seductive eyes were like silk, charming and attractive. Except for this veil, there was nothing on her body. She was smiling happily and flirting with a man next to her. The man's hand was very beautiful, holding her chin, kissing her lips through the thin veil, and was very intoxicated. Pour me a glass of water. The woman smiled coquettishly and tapped the man's lips. The curtain moved, and the man was putting on clothes. When he lifted the curtain with a smile, Shin Qingxuan was like being struck by lightning, and she froze in place for a while. She was wearing a pair of underwear. It's okay for women, but she'd better not look at men, lest she gets sty. Just as she was about to look away, the man turned around, and Shin Qingxuan was stunned as if she was struck by lightning for the second time. This lightning was more powerful than the previous one, because she was too familiar with the man's appearance. Brother Yunjian? She rubbed her eyes vigorously, feeling extremely sad. How could it be him? But that face was clearly his. Chapter 85. Survive from a desperate situation. Shin Qingxuan didn't give up and looked through the crack again. This time, she didn't blink. But the handsome face was clearly Gu Yunjian. In her impression, Gu Yunjian was a gentle and elegant gentleman. In her heart, he had the same status as Shin Qingyan. How could he do such a thing with a woman in such a secret place? He was laughing so deeply that his eyes were blurred. It's not that he couldn't do it. After all, he was already 20 years old and hadn't married a concubine. It was normal. But if he liked her, why didn't he take her back to Lingyuan? But was so sneaky? Or maybe he didn't like her and was just playing with each other? She didn't want to think of him like that. If he was such a person, the third brother wouldn't be his best friend. But friends shouldn't care about private life. And the third brother is sometimes careless. Shin Qingxuan's thoughts were very confused, and she felt empty in her heart. If she hadn't come here, she wouldn't have seen this heartbreaking scene. If it was Gu Jinhao, she would be more accepting. After all, the dog prince has always been unruly. Why him? She felt a little cold, tightened her clothes, and pulled her sleeves down, touching the jade bracelet on her wrist. Crystal clear, with a warm luster. She was almost crippled after falling from the well. But this thing was still intact. You get what you pay for. Looking at the bracelet again at this time, she had mixed feelings. Jade bracelet. You are fine. But your original owner makes me very disappointed. How could he be so indulgent? She sighed silently and didn't think about it anymore. They were not relatives or friends, so she had no right to care. It was more important to get out first. If Gu Yunjian and the woman hadn't done that, she could have asked him for the way out. Now, it's a social death scene. Looking through the crack of the door again, the two people inside have already put on their clothes. The woman was wearing a light green dress, with a graceful figure, but she was still wearing a veil. In general, if she is too ugly or too beautiful, she must be very beautiful if he likes her. Gu Yunjian was wearing a white dress, with his hands behind his back, just like she remembered. Let's go, the woman said softly, and the affection in her eyes could be seen. Gu Yunjian said him, and reached out to help the woman out from another door. From Shin Qingxuan's point of view, they are quite a match. Moreover, Gu Yunjian is quite gentle. He is gentle to everyone. Central air conditioning. Shin Qingxuan curled her lips. Eating melons is a small matter. Saving her life is a big matter. And she followed him on tiptoe. She didn't follow closely. Firstly, because she was afraid of being discovered. And secondly, because she was so sore from the fall that she couldn't walk fast at all. The direct result was that she lost her way, looking at the winding stone road and the uneven stone walls. This empty place made her confused. It was like a maze. How should she get out? She knew that there must be something mysterious here, and there was probably a secret passage. But just knowing this was useless. She had to know the secrets. It was a pity that she didn't know. Then it depended on fate. Fortunately, there was fire on the stone walls on both sides, so she could see the road clearly. She walked along the road and turned at the corners. After about half an hour, she finally reached the end. In layman's terms, it was a dead end. After half an hour of struggling, it turned out to be a dead end. Shin Shuang really wanted to die. What kind of fate was she? Don't play like this. She cursed all the gods and Buddhas, and finally made peace with reality. She chanted, "The world is so beautiful, but I am so irritable. This is not good. Not good." After chanting it 10 times, her mood became much calmer. She was tired from walking, so she sat down slowly against the stone wall and planned to take a rest. As soon as she sat down, she found that there were many stones under her feet, which were shiny and beautiful. Since she couldn't get out anyway, she played with stones. She picked them up one by one, and everything went smoothly. But when she got to a triangular stone, she couldn't pick it up. She refused to believe it, and pulled hard, but the stone didn't come off. But she found that it could rotate. Life or death depends on this one time. Amitabha, Buddha, Lord, God, the heavens and the earth, please show your spirit, and bless me. She closed her eyes, and slowly turned the stone. It would be a matter of 1,000 arrows piercing her heart or a bright future. With a loud bang, followed by a dazzling light, Shin Shuang knew that she had made the right bet. The stone wall in the blind spot rose to a certain height and stopped. Outside was a small courtyard with beautiful scenery. Shin Shuang did not dare to delay and ran out quickly. She did not want to stay there for a moment. She wanted to find a switch to close the stone wall. But it closed again in about 10 seconds, fitting perfectly with the surrounding walls. Shin Shuang began to admire again. The wisdom of the ancients was really, really wise. There were many flowers and fruits planted in this small courtyard, like a paradise. Although she liked it, she did not dare to stay for long. If the secret passage leads here, then the owner here must have a secret connection with someone in the palace. She didn't want to die, so she put aside her curiosity for the time being, and hobbled towards the exit with her skirt lifted up. Strangely, this courtyard was very quiet, and she didn't see anyone along the way. It was just winding and winding, with one courtyard inside another, which made her anxious. What made her even more anxious was that it was raining. At this moment, she found a man carrying a lunch box, dressed like a waiter. Seeing how carelessly he carried the lunch box, he thought he had just delivered the meal. Shin Shuang's eyes lit up, and she followed him quietly without paying attention to the increasingly heavy rain. Facts proved that she was right, and she did find the gate. Inside the gate was a paradise, and outside the gate was a busy street. She was so happy that she could jump up if she wasn't injured. The joy didn't last for 3 seconds, and she heard someone behind her coldly said, "Who are you? How did you get here?" Shin Shuang didn't dare to look back. After all, the world is big and small. She was afraid of being recognized, so she ran away. She was injured, and she felt like she was completely useless after running. But she didn't dare to stop, because the man had already caught up with her. She was almost scared to death, and she ran desperately, shouting for help while running. And one of her shoes was lost. She didn't care about anything else, and didn't think about anything else. Either run or die. The people on the street saw a man and a woman running desperately in the heavy rain. The woman escaped, and the man chased, looking extremely embarrassed. Some enthusiastic people wanted to intervene, but before they could say anything, the two people had already disappeared. Shin Shuang was about to be caught up, and she was anxious. Suddenly, she found a carriage running not far away. She made up her mind and took a gamble. She fell in front of the carriage with a hoarse neigh. The rain was getting heavier, and Shin Shuang could no longer feel it. She wanted to scam someone, but she fainted when the horse raised its hoof. When she woke up again, she was lying in a tidy room, and her clothes were changed. But they were not her clothes. This was not her home either. She felt dizzy and heavy, and when she touched her forehead, it was hot, and she felt cold. She had a fever. She struggled to get up. A pair of clean shoes had been prepared under the bed. She didn't care whose shoes they were, as long as they were hers. When she opened the door, a cool breeze hit her face. It was so cold. The rain was still falling, and it seemed to be getting heavier. She had a bad feeling. Would she be caught by that man and taken back to the small courtyard? Oh my God! She began to panic. What should she do? What should she do? Will he force her to confess next? She didn't dare to stay any longer. So she tightened her clothes and walked under the eaves. There didn't seem to be anyone here, and she was more certain that she had been caught. She bit her lip, looked around, and chose a direction to escape. After walking a few steps, she heard an old man's anxious voice behind her. Miss Qingxuang, you are still sick. Come back and lie down. Shin Qingxuang was happy when she heard this, as if she had been reborn. Looking back, Uncle Wu was waving at her anxiously, holding a bowl of steaming soup in one hand. The little girl felt very wrong, and she didn't care about her heavy body. She staggered towards the old man, tears streaming down her face. Uncle Wu, I almost died. The old man touched her head lovingly and scolded, isn't it? Fortunately, Jueyun knew you, so he stopped the horse in time. I wanted to send you home, but I was afraid that I couldn't explain it clearly, so I took you to Lingyuan. Chapter 86. I didn't mean it. Jueyun? Such a familiar name. I seem to have heard it somewhere. Ignoring Jueyun and Juefeng for now, she returned to the room she had just been in, took the soup from Uncle Wu and drank it quickly. And the old man was immediately distressed. Slow down. Slow down. This is medicine. Little girl. It's bitter. She raised her sleeve to wipe the corner of her mouth and drank the rest of the medicine in one breath. Good medicine tastes bitter. I will die if I don't drink it. It's too uncomfortable. Shin Qingxuan's face was red, and it looked hot, which made the old man even more sad. Why are you always talking about death at such a young age? Bah. 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 It's unlucky. Hurry up and lie down. Uncle Wu will make you something delicious. You can eat it when you wake up. She climbed onto the couch obediently, wrapped herself in the quilt, and smiled sweetly at him. Thank you, Uncle Wu. The old man's heart melted. She was so polite even when she was sick. What a lovely little girl. He closed the door and went to the kitchen. It's just that one of them was sick and the other was sick. It really made him worry. But it also shows that the two are destined to be together. Right? With this thought, Uncle Wu's old face bloomed. Jueyun, who was under the eaves, heard the clanging in the kitchen, and the sound was getting louder and louder. He was very nervous, fearing that the old man would set the kitchen on fire like last time. He quietly poked his head out, and heard a bang. A basin fell to the ground and turned a few times in its place. He picked up the basin, washed it and put it aside, then rolled up his sleeves. Master, how about I help you? Uncle Wu waved his hand in disdain. Go away. What do you know? Little brat? Just protect the prince? If the last incident happens again, I will lose face. He patted his old face, which immediately turned white. He brushed it again, and a lot of flour fell off. Jueyun said with a look of embarrassment, the matter of Inhui Garden was my fault, and I have implicated the master. There will be no next time. In fact, he still felt wronged. With years of experience, he was completely sure that his arrow would hit Tangxi first, and Tangxi's sword could not hurt Shin Qingxuang at all. But who would have thought that the always calm prince would actually use his hand to block the sword, which was really beyond his expectations. He also ushered in the first board in more than 10 years. He was laughed at by Jifeng and Shan Yu for a long time, and his position as the boss was lost. Thinking of this, he tentatively asked, Master, should I report to the prince about Mission's matter in Lingyuan? Wu Bo stopped making noodles, paused, and continued, don't talk about it for now. Anyway, the prince will be back later. He sighed again. Telling him now will only make him anxious. The prince has been weak these 2 days. If he is tossed again, won't it be worse? Jueyun said him, and then said, I heard Lanqiu said that when she changed Mission's clothes, she found many injuries on her body. Do you want to find another doctor to take a look? When Wu Bo heard this, he was angry and pointed at him and scolded. Why didn't you say it earlier? You bastard! Do you want it or not? Of course you want it. Go and find another female doctor. Hurry up. Otherwise, don't blame me for adding insult to injury when the prince finds out. Jueyun, this is his real master? The figure flashed and the person was gone. I have taught you for so many years, and you are good at fighting, but your brain is slow. The old man cursed. He really didn't want this little apprentice anymore. What to do if he doesn't want to? He has already accepted one. If he is expelled from the sect, he will have to accept another one. Otherwise, who will take care of the secret guards? He really doesn't have that patience. I shouldn't have agreed to the old emperor to be responsible for the training of the secret guards. It has been decades since they were trained. And they are like leeks. The young men back then can now be grandfathers. Fortunately, the prince is of a higher generation and calls him Uncle Wu. So he doesn't look so old. When the doctor came, Shen Shuang was sleeping soundly. She was too tired and couldn't open her eyes. She just felt like she was being tossed around like a piece of plasticine. But she didn't seem to feel so painful afterwards. She didn't know how long she slept. But she only knew that her clothes were soaked with sweat. "It's so hot," she muttered, pushing the quilt aside. It was comfortable now. But the wet clothes stuck to her body. And she felt a little cold again. When she reached for the quilt, it was already pulled over by another hand and covered her body. She half opened her eyes and vaguely saw a man in white sitting in front of the couch. She closed her eyes again and called out third brother. Gu Yunjian smiled slightly. Perhaps it was because Shen Qingyan often wore white clothes that she had mistaken him. He took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat off her forehead and tucked the corners of the quilt back in. "Thank you, third brother," the little girl mumbled and put his hand on her face. It was cool and much more comfortable. Gu Yunjian's fingers trembled and his heartbeat was disordered. At this moment, he really hoped that he was Shen Qingyan and could be trusted and relied on by her. He looked outside the door. The rain was still falling, but it was a little lighter. For the first time, he felt that rainy days were cute. He turned around and began to close his eyes to rest. Uncle Wu stood outside the door with hot tea, not knowing whether he should go in. The little girl was sleeping soundly, with a smile on her lips. I wondered if she was dreaming of something happy. A closer look revealed that she was holding his prince's hand against her face. Gu Yunjian was taking a nap with one hand held by the little girl and the other hand on his knee. Uncle Wu rubbed his eyes. Was he already so old that his eyesight was blurry? He then confirmed that he was not. Forget it. Why send tea? He would not do anything to spoil the mood. He was just worried about Gu Yunjian's health. So he came back and covered him with a blanket. Gu Yunjian was not asleep at first, and he opened his eyes when he felt warm. Uncle Wu smiled and said, "Sleep for a while. Don't catch a cold." When he wanted to close the door when he went out, Gu Yunjian whispered, "Uncle Wu, don't close the door." Although it was his own place, he was not sure if there were any outsiders in the garden. It would be bad if a few rumors spread and affected the reputation of the little girl. After more than half an hour, her hand was a little numb. But she didn't pull it out. She used her other hand to touch her forehead. And it was not so hot anymore. So she finally felt relieved. At this time, the little girl turned over and woke up. This sleep was so comfortable. Halfway through the yawn, she suddenly realized that she was holding Gu Yunjian's hand. And the remaining half of the yawn died directly. "Yun, brother Yunjian, I didn't mean it." She quickly let go of his hand and sat up, blushing. But she couldn't remember why she pulled his hand. And it looked like she had been pulling for more than a while, which was really worrying. Gu Yunjian's face was slightly red. "It doesn't matter. You are sick, and you think I am Qingyan. So that's what happened." She seemed to remember something. Looking at Gu Yunjian's handsome face, she suddenly remembered the scene she saw in the dry well. And her face became even redder. She lifted the quilt and quickly put on her shoes. I'm going home." As soon as she took a step, she felt her legs go weak. If it weren't for Gu Yunjian's quick hands, she would have fallen to the ground. He helped her sit on the couch. "Don't worry. I'll send someone to notify Qingyan to pick you up. Take a shower first. Your clothes are soaked with sweat. You have to change quickly." She lowered her head and said him, holding her forehead to hide her embarrassment. What should I do? Not only did she see his private affairs with that woman, she also saw him. This time, I can't blame the original owner. It was really her who saw it. What a sin! Gu Yunjian only felt that the way she looked at him was strange. Curious, puzzled, guilty, and a little contemptuous. He wanted to ask her, but she lowered her head again, making him nervous. Did she blame herself for not pulling her hand away? Did she think he was taking advantage of her? Chapter 87. I think I am more wrong than Dou-yi. Neither of the two guilty people spoke, and they just sat there in silence. The more silent they were, the more guilty they felt. Gu Yunjian could hardly bear it. He decided to apologize. Shuang. That? As soon as he started talking, a pretty little maid respectfully saluted outside the door. Your Majesty, the hot water for bathing is ready. Gu Yunjian felt relieved, and came at the right time. Shuang. Let Lanqiu help you bathe. I'll go out first. He scratched his head, walked out with his legs raised, and said seriously, Miss Shen is injured. Please be careful. Lan Qiu said respectfully, Yes, Your Majesty. Help her apply the medicine after bathing. The medicine is on the table. Lan Qiu said yes respectfully again. Xin Shuang was not used to being served by maids other than Biu. She originally wanted to do it herself, but she couldn't do anything, so she had to thank her. Lan Qiu smiled and shook her head. Miss Shen, you don't have to be polite. You are the prince's guest. We servants will serve you wholeheartedly. Xin Shuang secretly looked at the little maid. She was about 17 or 18 years old, pretty, and spoke in a measured manner. However, she had never seen her before. Not only had she never seen her, she had never seen a woman in Lingyuan at all. Lan Qiu explained, We servants are all in the backyard and rarely come to the front yard. Xin Shuang was surprised. Why is that? Lan Qiu said, The prince likes quietness, and Wu Bo and Zhu Yin serve him on weekdays. If Miss Shen hadn't come, we servants wouldn't be here. She washed her hair while secretly looking at her. Her skin was as white as cream. Her eyebrows and eyes were as beautiful as paintings. And she was indeed a beauty. I just don't know why there are so many wounds on her body. Many of them are bruised. She can't bear to see them. Lan Qiu is not a talkative person. If Xin Shuang doesn't ask, she won't say anything. Just concentrate on doing her own things. After applying medicine to her and changing her clothes, she took the other maids and left. After a while, Shen Qingyang came in a panic. Yunjian said, You are injured. Where are you injured? Let me see. Just arms, legs, back, feet, nothing else. Shen Qingyang's eyes turned red when he heard it, and he wanted to slap her forehead. But he couldn't do it after all. The rest? Isn't the rest just this face? Xin Shuang said in a muffled voice, shaking his arm. Brother, go home first. We'll talk when we get home. She was afraid that he would ask how she was injured. Then she would have to tell him about the dry well bottom. Gu Yunjian was still here. She really couldn't say it. Shen Qingyan disagreed. He must know the whole story. But his sister refused to speak, which almost pissed him off. Why can't you say it? Could it be that the person who bullied you has a powerful background? Don't worry. Even if it's the emperor, I dare to ask for an explanation. Don't worry. Just say it. Xin Shuang hesitated for a long time and couldn't say a word. Gu Yunjian said, Qingyan. Zhu Yin said that he met Shuang on Changjia, and there was a man chasing her at that time. Xin Shuang was completely speechless. Brother, I'm helping you hide your dirty deeds. But you're so calm. Shen Qingyan turned to Gu Yunjian. Where is Changjia? Not far from your Yinhui garden. The name seems to be Tsushui Liushang Garden. Shen Qingyan thought about it after hearing this. I know that place. I planned to open Yinhui Garden there, but someone got there first, so I didn't get the land. Then he asked suspiciously, Qing Shuang, how did you make enemies with the people there? I don't know. Don't ask. Shen Shuang refused to give in, and Shen Qingyan had no choice. You are the ancestor. Although he was angry, he felt more distressed and glared at her angrily. Then go home. What home? The meal is ready. Uncle Wu came with a smile. Miss Qing Shuang, try my cooking. It must be better than last time. Anyway, Gu Yunjian and Shen Qingyan didn't think it was delicious, but Shen Shuang ate a lot, because she was hungry. Uncle Wu liked her even more when he saw her giving him face, and his eyes were smiling into a line. Shen Qingyan originally wanted to discuss his sister's matter with Gu Yunjian again, but Shen Shuang kept urging him to go home, and obviously avoided Gu Yunjian, which made him very puzzled. Gu Yunjian was even more puzzled. He didn't pull his hand back because of a little selfishness, and he didn't do anything else. He couldn't tell the matter in front of Shen Qingyan, lest the girl be embarrassed. It really gave him a headache. What gave him a headache was the next thing. The next day, he went to find the girl, but she also avoided him. After that, he was turned away for several days in a row, which puzzled him and made him feel like he had a grudge. He asked Shen Qingyan to help him find out, but the guy was still angry, saying that his sister was inexplicably irritated when she heard his name, and he was going to settle accounts with him. Moreover, the eldest brother had already informed the whole mansion that no one with the surname Gu was allowed to enter. Anyone who dared to enter would be fasting and facing the wall for 10 days. Gu Yunjian felt that the matter was serious, but he couldn't figure out the reason. Standing by the river for a few days, not saying a word every day. Uncle Wu's hair fell a lot. Prince, if you can't get in, let's make an appointment. He really couldn't bear to see the child's love flower but die before it even sprouted. This was the first girl the child liked. He was originally introverted, and not good at expressing himself. Don't let him die alone like him. That would be too cruel, Gu Yunjian said worriedly, but Qingyan is also angry. Wu Bo said, it doesn't matter whether Mr. Shinsan is angry or not. He has a good psychological quality. You ask him to ask Miss Qingshuang out to clarify the misunderstanding. He loves his sister so much that he won't let Miss Qingshuang be depressed. Gu Yunjian decided to go again. What does face matter? As long as he thought of the little girl ignoring him. He felt heartbroken, which was more unbearable than his cold. On the second floor of Inhui Garden, Shin Qingyan listened to the play expressionlessly. The play was The Injustice of Dou-yi. Qingyan, I think I am more wrong than this Dou-yi. Gu Yunjian's voice suddenly came out, scaring Mr. Shinsan. Shin Qingyan snorted, why are you wronged? I am the one who is wronged. I was helping you to be a matchmaker, and win the heart of my precious sister. You, on the other hand, made her smile all day long. The boss was so distressed that he could blame me for the burnt food in the kitchen. Tell me, what did you do to her? Gu Yunjian put his head in his hands and thought hard for a long time. And then he didn't hide it. That day, Jueyin rescued Qingshuang and returned to Lingyuan. I accompanied her when I came back at night. She thought I was you and took my hand and put it on her face. Shin Qingyan's eyes were straight. Then what? Then I didn't pull it out. And then what? Nothing. Shin Qingyan choked. What's this? Gu Yunjian sighed. There is nothing else. I have been thinking about it for the past few days, and can't figure out a reason. Shin Qingyan began to feel that Gu Yunjian was also quite wronged. Although he was not as good as Dou-yi, he was not much different from himself. Why is there no snow in the sky? It should be flying in front of the boss for him to see. After the two of them discussed it, they decided to ask Shin Qingshuang out for a frank talk. Shin Qingshuang had been staying at home for many days. When Shin Qingyan said that he would take her to Quimingla to try dishes, she had nothing to do and wanted to change her mood. So she went with him. As soon as she got there, she saw the smiling Gu Yunjian, and her first reaction was to run. Gu Yunjian couldn't let her go. After she left, she might never see him again. The usually calm little uncle was anxious and hurried to chase after him. Qingshuang, if you have any questions, I will never hide them from you. If I have offended you, I apologize to you. But don't hide from me. Okay? Chapter 88. Can I ask anything? He was so sincere that Shin Qingshuang was even more embarrassed to speak. Brother Yunjian, I suddenly feel a little uncomfortable. You and the third brother should get together. She made up an excuse and was about to run away when he grabbed her hand. Seeing her blush, he realized that he was abrupt, and quickly let go and took a step back. I'm sorry. He really didn't know what to do. She didn't seem to want to see him. For the first time in her life, she felt so overwhelmed. He was 5 years older than her, but he had no way to deal with her. His calmness, his wisdom, and his experience were just 2 words in front of her, useless. Can't you tell me? Or have I caused you trouble? The bitterness in his eyes made Shin Qingshuang feel very guilty. How could such a handsome and elegant man be tortured by her and become so unconfident? She herself felt cruel. In fact, it was not a big deal. Didn't she just catch him doing that with a woman? What's the big deal? Isn't it normal at this age? She is not his. Why does she care so much? Shin Qingshuang understood this truth. But it was precisely because she was not his that she saw him clearly, causing her to think of that night when she was almost naked when she saw him now. It was really embarrassing. And it was embarrassing to the extreme. To be honest, she really couldn't get over this hurdle in a short time. It was difficult. Too difficult. She cleared her throat. But in the end, she couldn't say a word. Shin Qingyan was almost suffocated to death. Gu Yunjian has always been reserved and low-key. But now he has taken the initiative to chase his sister out and talk to her in a humble manner, which is a great improvement. But his little girl, who usually talks a lot, doesn't say a word at the critical moment. If he were Gu Yunjian, he would have been hurt by the anger. Sister, I see that there is a misunderstanding between you two. To be more precise, you misunderstood Yunjian. He is here. You can speak directly. If it is really his problem, you can beat him or scold him. No hesitation. Yunjian. Right? Gu Yunjian nodded seriously. Yes. Shin Shuang muttered. You are older than me. And you are the emperor's uncle. How dare I beat you and scold you? Gu Yunjian said softly. Shuang, I am your brother Yunjian. You can treat me the same way as you treat Qingyan. This sentence fell into her heart like a small stone, stirring up ripples. She bit her lip and looked at him. He looked at her calmly. Shin Shuang thought. Why not confirm it with him? What if it's not true? It's easier to accept a stranger than a familiar person. She curled her lips, took a deep breath, tilted her head and said, Can you ask anything? Hearing this, Gu Yunjian smiled. Anything is fine. What he was afraid of was that she wouldn't speak. As long as she was willing to pay attention to him, he would answer everything. I thought the taste of love was mutual understanding. But when it came to him, it was hard to let go. But he couldn't turn back. Shin Qingyan's hanging heart finally let go. And he felt more pity for Gu Yunjian. At first, I thought it was his blessing to introduce his precious sister to him. Looking back now, it seems like pushing a brother into a fire pit. If this really happens in the future, how will he live? Thinking about it makes me sweat for him, considering that it was not suitable to talk in such a crowded place. Shin Qingyan took them to his private room. Ask me. Gu Yunjian poured her a cup of tea and sat up straight, not wanting her to feel that he was perfunctory. Shin Shuang looked at her brother, then at him, and lowered her head to drink the tea. Brother Yunjian, do you have twin brothers? I mean twins. Brothers who look exactly like you. The first sentence confused Gu Yunjian, and he said honestly, No. My mother only has me as her son. The rest of my brothers are much older than me. Look very different. And many of them have passed away. Shin Shuang said in disappointment. It seems that it is almost certain that he is the one. Drank another cup of tea, cleared his throat, and said carefully, Are you sure I can ask anything? If I ask you something embarrassing, don't blame me. No. You asked? He was very straightforward. It's embarrassing. It doesn't matter. After getting his confirmation, Shin Shuang began, Do you have a girl you like? Gu Yunjian was stunned. His hands couldn't help but clench the cup. His heart was beating hard. What did the little girl mean by asking this? How should he answer? He couldn't help but look at Shin Qingyan. Mr. Shinsen winked at him. Why are you looking at me? Answer well. And be sure to tell the truth. With his confirmation, Gu Yunjian went all out and nodded. Yes. Shin Shuang said. Does she? Her eyes look beautiful? The woman covered her face. Only her eyes were exposed. So he probably liked her eyes. Gu Yunjian looked at her eyes and nodded again. Yes. Very beautiful. Not only her eyes were beautiful, but everything about her was beautiful in his eyes. Her every move, every frown, and every smile moved his heart. The little girl sighed and swung the cup slowly. The day Zhuoyan saved me. Were you with her? She emphasized the pronunciation of the word together. She guessed that he should understand. Gu Yunjian's heart beat faster. That day, except for treating the cold in the hot spring, he was only with her. Did she know that she liked her? He picked up the pot as if nothing had happened, and poured tea to relieve his nervous mood. But the water spilled all over the table. He caught a glimpse of Shin Qingyan's disgusted eyes, and hurriedly took a towel to wipe it quickly. Is it difficult to answer? The little girl urged. Gu Yunjian blushed, smiled and nodded. Yes. I was with her that day. Shin Shuang thought to herself. You are honest. What does this smile mean? Not ashamed but proud? Pouting, he said in a muffled voice. Did you touch her face? And hold her hand? Shin Qingyan couldn't listen any more. Did his sister ask so many questions? But he liked it. He had never seen Gu Yunjian, who was calm and composed, so embarrassed. It was so refreshing. He used a dry cough to cover up his joy and stared at Gu Yunjian with a gossipy face. The little uncle's face couldn't be redder, and his hands were trembling. This girl's questions were really sharper than the other. He touched her face passively, and she put his hand on her face. As for holding her hand, he helped her because she was weak and almost fell. Why did she sound like he flirted with her? But men, no matter what the reason, have to admit it. After finally steadying her shaking hands, she took a deep breath and nodded. Shin Shuang had no doubts and drank the tea in one gulp. That's right, Brother Yunjian. It's not your fault that I've been avoiding you for some time. I'm just uncomfortable. Why is it uncomfortable? Gu Yunjian asked suspiciously. Is it because he likes you? Shin Shuang felt that she had made it very clear. But why was he still asking questions? Are the customs of Daki so open? You want me to make it clearer? Of course. In that case, she just said it directly. Anyway, her brother was not an outsider. She scratched her head and closed her eyes and said, that day, I was pushed to the bottom of the well by a bad palace maid. And I accidentally walked into a palace. A man and a woman were doing that kind of thing in the palace without clothes. The woman was masked. And I didn't know who she was. But the man looked exactly like you. I saw you naked. How could I not feel uncomfortable? She stopped and didn't say anything more. Carefully opened one eye. Then the other. Her brother was shocked as if struck by lightning. And forgot to blink. Gu Yunjin was not much better. But after being shocked, his face gradually became gloomy. And there was a trace of fierceness. She was startled and quickly hid behind Shin Qingyan. You said you wouldn't blame me. But now you are angry. You don't keep your word. I'm leaving. She took a step back and turned around and ran while he was not paying attention. But he was caught up by Gu Yunjin. His eyes were red. And he slowly reached out to her. She thought he was going to hit her. And shouted for her brother to help. But she didn't expect to be pulled into his arms. It's quite warm. He stroked her long hair. His voice choked. No wonder the doctor said that day that you had a lot of injuries on your body. How painful it must be. Tell me. Who pushed you? Chapter 89. There is a skill in this world called disguise. Shin Shuang looked up at him. Did he miss the point? She looked at him quietly, and saw herself in his worried eyes. She also saw a tear in the corner of his eye. How could there be tears on such a handsome face? She wiped it away for him as if possessed by a ghost. Did you cry? Gu Yunjian's eyes dodged. And he gently pressed her head in his arms and whispered, No. But I saw it. She raised her head again. And there was still tears. So she wiped it away for him again. Her fingertips brushed across his face, making him dazed. And then he realized that he was still holding her. And slowly let go of her. He pulled her to the table and sat down. And said softly, I'm not angry with you. I was worried and scared when I heard you were pushed to the bottom of the well. Isn't your brother the same? Shin Shuang then noticed that Shin Qingyan was also angry. And he crushed a cup. And there was blood between his fingers. He was obviously trying his best to suppress his anger and make his tone sound gentle. You have concealed such a big thing. What if it happens again? She lowered her head and muttered, If I tell you, I will have to tell you what I saw at the bottom of the well. Then, won't Brother Yunjian's matter be hidden? It's not an honorable thing. Gu Yunjian's heart moved. It turned out that she was doing it for him. Turning her head around, he said seriously, Shuang, the man you saw was not me. The last time I entered the palace was to go to Shouan Palace with Qin Yan to see concubine Xian. She didn't believe it. He didn't have a twin brother. And the answers were all right. Really? I looked at it several times. It was you. It's not me. Believe me. It's you. There is a mole on the right shoulder of that person. Not big. There is also a light red birthmark on the lower back. Not big either. And the legs. Her serious look made Shin Qingyan dumbfounded. And he quickly covered her mouth. Be good. Don't say it. Forget it quickly. You are not afraid of getting sty if you look so carefully. I didn't want to look. I just couldn't find the way. There were only voices there. Brother. I am definitely not lying. She was almost swearing. Gu Yunjian covered his forehead. He finally understood why the little girl was avoiding him. If it were him, he might not be able to meet him openly. Alas, if he didn't show some evidence, she would never believe it. And she would think he was a frivolous playboy. That morning, I went to a small manor outside Lingyuan. Because I have a cold disease, which occurs once a month. So I want to take a hot spring bath to relieve the symptoms. Jifeng accompanied me. He can testify. Cold disease? Shin Shuang then remembered that it was recorded in the book that when a cold disease occurs, the whole body is cold and painful. And Gu Yunjian does use the hot spring one day every month. Moreover, it is really difficult to do that thing when suffering from a cold disease. He has a witness again. So there are fewer questions. But what about the person I saw? She was a little lacking in confidence. Shin Qingyan said, Silly sister. There is a skill called disguise in this world. Yes, there is. But how can you disguise yourself to do that kind of thing? Who would be so weird? Shin Qingyan patted his sister's head. Yunjian is a famous handsome man. And it is normal for a woman to admire him. It is possible that the woman is obsessed with him, but has no way to resolve it. So she found a man to disguise herself as him. Then his eyes were dim. He had sent the best man in the world to her. But she didn't know it, and returned empty-handed, not knowing what's good. Although Gu Yunjian didn't like his infatuation, he suspected that someone had disguised himself as him. Looking at the confused girl, he sighed silently, made up his mind, and slowly took off his shirt. Is there no mole or birthmark as you said? Shin Qingxuang heard him ask, and really went to see, and looked very seriously. Then he clapped his hands and laughed. No, brother Yunjian, I'm sure that's not you. You are much whiter than that person. Much whiter. Shin Qingyan hurriedly covered his sister's mouth again. Ancestor, please, say less. Gu Yunjian smiled slightly, turned his back, and put on his clothes. It was also the first time in his life that he changed clothes in front of the girl. Well, as long as I can clear her doubts, it doesn't matter what happens. Shin Qingxuang's eyes fell on his neck. Have you been wearing this peace locket? He smiled again. Yes, she said, and smiled embarrassedly. How could I forget? That person doesn't have a peace locket. After thinking for a while, she took his hand, which had a faint scar on it. The scar left by Yinhui Garden saving her. Looking up, with a guilty look on her face, your hand was still injured at that time, and there would be bandages. But that person didn't. I actually forgot about it, and misunderstood you. Gu Yunjin felt warm in his heart as she held his hand. He was not afraid of misunderstandings, as long as he could clarify them. He never thought that the great uncle of the emperor, respected by all people, would one day be happy or sad because of the joys and sorrows of a little girl. He was willing to lower his posture, just so that she could care about him a little more. Shin Qingyan took a sip of tea and sighed. Now you are smart. You hid in the room and sulked, which made me and Lao Er tremble for so long. Shin Qingxuang glanced at him. How do I know that person is a disguise? I was surprised and sad at the time. How could I think about it carefully? Gu Yunjian's eyes were happy. Are you sad? Did she have me in her heart, so she couldn't bear to see me with other women? Shin Qingxuang nodded. Of course I am sad. We have known each other for a long time, and there is always a brother-sister relationship. My brother secretly had an affair with a woman, like a playboy. How can I not be sad? Gu Yunjian was speechless immediately. His face flushed and white. She said that the brother-sister relationship was enough to hurt him, and she even said having an affair. Shin Qingyan couldn't stop laughing, and tried to smooth things over. Sister, don't worry. Yunjian is not a playboy, and he will not have an affair with a strange woman. After all, he is the emperor's uncle. He can't have an affair. It will affect the image of our Diqi. Yunjian, remember, you can't have an affair. Gu Yunjian regretted meeting Shin Qingyan. This bad friend. Isn't it enough to say it once? He actually repeated it so many times. Having an affair. What an affair. He pulled Shin Qingxuang over and said in a serious tone, Qingxuang, except you, I have never been serious about other women. Shin Qingxuang said, and then thought something was wrong. What about the girl you said you liked just now? Shin Qingyan secretly encouraged Gu Yunjian. Tell me quickly. Tell me quickly. Gu Yunjian took a deep breath and smiled. The girl I like is you. She looked at him for 10 seconds, and came back to her senses, and said, no wonder you kept looking at me when answering questions just now. Gu Yunjian bowed his head and said, I know you don't like me now. Shin Qingxuang shook her head. I like you. You like you? Gu Yunjian was flattered. Why are today's surprises so sudden? He didn't know what expression to use for a moment. The little girl nodded solemnly. I like you. You are beautiful and kind to me. Of course I like you. Brother Yunjian. How about we become sworn brothers? Become sworn brothers? Shin Qingyan widened his eyes. His sister's thinking seemed to be a little off. Gu Yunjian was stunned there, and the surprise turned into shock. Shin Qingyan said earnestly, Sister, didn't I tell you that Yunjian's love is not the love for you, but the love that wants to marry you? Shin Qingxuang didn't believe it at all, and rolled her eyes at her brother. Come on. You asked him to marry me from the first time we met, for fear that I would eat you out of money. Brother Yunjian and I have only known each other for more than a month, and you have been playing matchmaker all day, cheating brothers and sisters. People have said that I treat him the way I treat you. That is the love between brothers and sisters. Shin Qingyan, you will have no friends if you keep making such a fuss. What is the future of thinking about romantic affairs all day long? Have you made enough money? Is it enough for retirement? After she said that, Shin Qingyan shut up and took it one step at a time. Gu Yunjian also regretted saying that. The original intention was to let her not be cautious in front of him. But she understood it as a brother-sister relationship. But he felt some hope again. After all, she said she liked him. Time is not a problem. Although the years are long, it is worth waiting. The two then started the interrogation mode, asking about everything from the day she left Shoan Palace to being rescued by Jueyin. After leaving Suiming Tower, Shin Qingxuang was in a particularly good mood. She was so excited that she bumped into someone. Fang Mingzhu. She was with Fang Ninger and was obviously surprised. The moment they saw Gu Yunjian, the two sisters were slightly startled, and then saluted. The servants paid their respects to the 15th prince. Gu Yunjian raised his hand. Get up. Thank you. The 15th prince. Fang Mingzhu stood up gracefully, turning to Shin Qingxuang. She looked puzzled. Qingxuang, didn't you promise to be with the 4th prince? Why are you with the 15th prince again? Chapter 90, I trust you more than you trust me. Promise yourself? Shin Qingxuang was furious when she saw Fang Mingzhu's smug eyes. It was obviously this woman who planned to get what she wanted from the original owner. Later, she failed and threw all the dirty water on her. The sting of a wasp is the most poisonous woman's heart. This woman is really jealous. Fortunately, she later confirmed with Qin Yun that the original owner did not go out at all. Otherwise she would really be ashamed to live. Before she could say anything, her brother was even angrier than her, pointing at Fang Mingzhu and saying, You apologize to my sister. Fang Mingzhu snorted, brushed her hair, and said slowly, Mr. Shinsan, I'm telling the truth. Why should I apologize? Fang Ninger pulled her arm and advised, Sister, you're in front of the 15th prince. No matter how true it is, you can't say it in public. Girls value their reputation the most. Where will Qingxuang's face be? She whispered to Shin Qingxuang. Qingxuang, don't argue with your sister. She's just quick-witted and sharp-tongued. Shin Qingxuang folded her arms and smiled. Ning, your sister has a sharp tongue and a sharp heart. And you have a soft mouth and a sharp heart. The two sisters sang in unison. Do you want to go to Yingli Garden to perform? Fang Ninger blushed and scolded. Shin Qingxuang, you really don't know what's good for you. I'm speaking for you. Shin Qingxuang waved her hand and said, Thank you. Since you have such a refined taste, this lady will accompany you for a while. Talk here. Or go inside. Fang Mingzhu didn't expect her to be so frank, and secretly scolded her for being shameless. Kunmingla is the best performing restaurant in the capital. If her scandal is exposed here, the Shin family will definitely become the laughing stock of the capital. Not only will Gu Yunjian no longer treat her differently, even Gu Jinhao will distance himself from her. There is nothing that cannot be said to others. Just here. Fang Mingzhu smiled lightly and said to Gu Yunjian, 15th prince, why don't you step aside? I'm afraid it will pollute your ears. Gu Yunjian had been listening calmly, and when he heard her ask this, he turned to Shin Qingxuang. Will it really pollute your ears? The little girl nodded seriously. Really? Do you want to step aside? He frowned and pretended to be in deep thought. I have been staying in Lingyuan for a long time, and I want to hear some stories from the outside world. Can I not leave? Shin Qingxuang didn't care. Anyway, the facts were there. But why would this bright and sunny brother be interested in such a thing? Suspicious. Do you really want to stay here? Gu Yunjian said to him. And jokingly, I trust you more than you trust me. The little girl blushed, raised her hand to hit him, and then curled her lips and took it back. Gu Yunjian saw her little movements and rubbed her hair. It felt so good. No wonder Qingyan always rubbed her hair. Shin Qingyan's eyes were straight. Apart from the three brothers, he had never seen anyone rub her hair without being opened. Fang Mingzhu looked at this warm scene with hatred. She said it so obviously. How could Gu Yunjian still laugh? And he laughed so gently. Shin Qingyan was originally worried that his sister had really done an embarrassing thing. After all, she was obsessed with Gu Jinhao at the beginning. Seeing that her face was quite calm at this time, he was a little relieved. After running the theater for a long time, his intuition told him that there would be an unexpected surprise. So he asked someone to prepare a table and 3 chairs. Feeling that the sun was too bright, she took out an umbrella to block the light. Everything was ready. The three of them sipped tea leisurely, looking at Fang Mingzhu and her sister standing opposite. It seemed as if the Fang sisters had made a mistake and were waiting for interrogation. Fong Mingzhu clenched her fists tightly. She was the daughter of the Prime Minister. And she was asked to stand there? Fong Ninger called the waiter and asked him to prepare according to the specifications of the other side. The waiter shook his head. Sorry, miss. It can't be done. What can't be done? Give you silver. She was a little angry. But a lowly waiter dared to refuse her request. The waiter refused and said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, Miss, it's not about the money. The shopkeeper won't let you. This is really outrageous. Fong Mingzhu couldn't hold back her temper. Let your shopkeeper come out. Shen Qingyan waved his fan and said leisurely, he won't give you a chair. Because this swimming tower is opened by this young master. If you want to say it, just say it. If you don't want to say it, just leave. Fong Mingzhu almost couldn't breathe. She only heard that Shen Qingyan was good at business. But she didn't expect that even swimming tower was his property. She wiped the sweat off her face and brought down some rouge. Shen Qingxuang looked at her face with makeup and subconsciously touched her own. Shen Qingyan took her hand. Don't worry. The rouge I gave you is the best quality. And it won't melt in the sun. It's good to have a rich and generous brother who dotes on his sister. Shen Qingxuang gave him a high verbal praise. There were waves of flattery. And none of them were repeated. Which made Shen Qingyan laugh so hard that he couldn't close his mouth. Some nosy diners shouted. And more people gathered around. Gu Binghe was originally strolling on the street. And suddenly found that the place was crowded with people. So he squeezed in as a curious person. As soon as he showed his head, he saw Gu Yunjian and was immediately shocked. Why did the little uncle come here to watch the fun instead of hiding in the cold garden? This is weird. He still had to follow the rules. So he walked over honestly. Little uncle, why are you here? He smiled, considering that he was outside the palace. He did not salute, seeing that it was him. Gu Yunjian said lightly, listen to the story. Gu Binghe's eyes lit up. Nephew also wants to listen to the story. Stand and listen. Gu Binghe. He walked to Shen Qingyan unwillingly. Third Master Shen. Can you bear to let me stand? Have the heart. Really have the heart? Shen Qingyan couldn't stand the aggrieved look. And signaled to the waiter. And a chair was immediately moved out. Fong Mingzhu and Fong Ninger's faces couldn't be any darker. Now they were riding a tiger and could only stand. After sitting down, Gu Binghe excitedly said, what story? Hey, who can tell me? What story? Shen Qingxuang pointed to the two young ladies of the Xiangfu opposite, who were radiating sunshine and had rosy cheeks, asked them. Gu Binghe looked at Fong Mingzhu. What is the story? Don't keep us in suspense. Fong Mingzhu bowed. Fifth Prince? I am a little embarrassed to tell you. Gu Binghe rolled his eyes at her. Don't pretend. You are embarrassed to tell me what you are doing here? Hurry up. My curiosity can't be contained. Shen Qingxuang didn't expect Gu Binghe to be a tea connoisseur, and she held back her laughter. Fong Mingzhu was embarrassed and wiped her forehead with a handkerchief. The moment she touched it, she quickly took it back, in case her makeup was ruined. Fifth Prince? Although it is difficult to say, Miss Shen is aggressive, and I will not hide it for her. One night last month, she sneaked into the palace while the fourth prince was drunk, and when he was unconscious, she had sex with him. The noisy street suddenly fell silent, and everyone stared at Shen Qingxuang. No one thought that this pretty girl could do such a shameless thing. It was even more unexpected that someone who did such a thing would still smile. Shen Qingyan lost his temper and was about to stand up, but was pushed down by his sister. Calm down. But how could he be calm? Just when he was furious, he heard Gu Binghe slapping his thigh and laughing. And Shen Qingxuang was afraid that he would die from laughing. Finally, he stopped laughing and cleared his throat. Fong Mingzhu, if you say that you or your sister climbed into the fourth brother's bed, this king believes it. You said, Shen Qingxuang. I won't believe it even if you kill me. If she really became the fourth brother's person, why would the blackface god try every means to please her all day long? Chapter 91 Stealing a chicken, but losing the rice. Shen Qingxuang spat out a mouthful of water. This Gu Binghe was really straightforward and cute. A divine assist fell from the sky. And she didn't even need to do anything. If she didn't have to maintain some ladylike demeanor, she would have wanted to applaud him. Gu Yunjin smiled and said nothing when he saw her excited look. Although he always disliked Gu Binghe's frivolity, this could help the little girl. Binghe, this matter involves many people. Don't make trouble. He knew this nephew, and he would definitely produce evidence to prove that what he said was true. Gu Binghe glanced at the blushing faces of Fang Mingzhu and her sister and snorted disdainfully. And smiled at Gu Yunjian. Little uncle. I'm not making trouble. They like to lie. But you know me. Honest. The little devil looked like a good child. And Gu Yunjian couldn't stand it anymore. After all, he grew up in front of the virtuous concubine. And he acted like anything. Then tell me about it. As he spoke, he handed him a cup of tea. Gu Binghe was flattered. This was the first time that the young uncle handed him tea. He immediately took it with both hands and drank it all. Good tea. After straightening her clothes, she put her hands behind her back and walked to Fang Mingzhu with her head held high. Miss Fang. You said something happened between Shinqing Shuang and my fourth brother. Did you see it with your own eyes? This. Fang Mingzhu blushed and forced a smile. Your Highness the fifth prince is joking. How could I be there? How do you know if I wasn't there? This. Shinqing Shuang told me in person. That day, Shinqing Shuang found her in front of Fang's house and told her that the matter was done. She also gave her Gu Jinhao's personal jade pendant. If he hadn't had physical contact with him, how could he have changed so much? But she couldn't say too much, lest she implicate herself. Gu Binghe looked at her like a fool. Will you tell others about your dirty deeds and then have that person tell it in public to ruin your reputation? If you lie, you should find a more reliable reason. If you say your sister told you, you can also make up a testimony. Do you agree? There was a burst of boos from the crowd. And everyone pointed at Fang Mingzhu. The young lady of the Prime Minister's family can even tell such a lie. You can't judge a person by his appearance. It turns out that she is so scheming. Did the young lady of the Shin family offend her? So she came up with such a vicious idea to ruin her reputation? Fang Mingzhu cursed Gu Binghe to death in her heart. Since she was with Gu Jinhao, this kid didn't like her. And now he embarrassed her in public. She suppressed her anger and said solemnly, Fifth Prince, I didn't lie. She knows whether it's true or not. She naturally refers to Shinqing Shuang. The person in question lowered her head and pinched herself secretly. When she raised her head again, her eyes were misty with tears. Fang Mingzhu, I concealed it for you with good intentions. But you actually slandered me. I am really disappointed in you. And it hurts my heart so much. At the end, she buried her head in her brother's arms and cried. Her shoulders shrugged. Shen Qingyan was confused. Wasn't his sister's change too fast? He almost couldn't catch up with this play. But he was a good brother. So he cooperated and comforted her. Everyone's eyes lit up. It turned out that there was a story in the story. And the gossip in their eyes was even worse. What's more, they borrowed a small stool from next door to fight a protracted war. Fang Mingzhu suddenly felt something was wrong. Was Shinqing Shuang going to expose what she had planned? With a stern look in his eyes, he walked up to her and said, Shinqing Shuang, don't change the subject. If you have the ability, prove it to everyone. Shinqing Shuang wiped her eyes and said, Why should I prove your nonsense? You are guilty if you can't produce evidence. Fang Mingzhu, are you sure? Of course. Okay. The little girl's eyes were shining. What if I prove that you are the one who spread rumors and ruined my reputation? Fang Mingzhu was sure that she was no longer a virgin. So she was not afraid at all. What do you say? Gu Yunjin said lightly. Kneel here for an hour as an apology. Fang Mingzhu was stunned. Kneel here? Wouldn't that make her a laughing stock in the whole capital? 15th Prince, this is too much. Fang Ninger's face was pale. Shinqing Shuang was so confident that she was a little worried. Shinqing Shuang said softly, Brother Yunjin, I also think it's a bit too much. How about 2 hours? It's auspicious to be in pairs. Gu Yunjian couldn't help laughing. Okay. Fang Mingzhu felt cheated and regretted it. But it was too late to withdraw. But Shinqing Shuang rolled up her left sleeve lightly. And there was a little cinnabar on it. Are you looking at this? Fang Mingzhu opened her eyes wide as if she saw a ghost. And murmured, How is it possible? Shen Qingyan breathed a sigh of relief. The little girl really didn't do that out of line. Glancing at Gu Yunjian from the corner of his eye, his eyes were calm, as if he had expected it long ago. He couldn't help feeling guilty. In terms of trust, he was not as good as him. Shinqing Shuang put down her sleeves and said with a smile, Miss Fang, isn't it time to look at yours? Your indecisiveness really makes people think about it. Fang Mingzhu couldn't swallow her anger when she heard her pointing the finger at her. She rolled up her sleeves and saw a little red sand. The matter was about to come to an end, and some small stools were put away, But Gu Binghe said faintly, "Who knows if you lit it later?" This sentence immediately caused an uproar, which was exactly what Shen Qingxuan wanted. She pretended to be suspicious. "Really? Let me wipe it and see." Fang Mingju knew that she had not done anything wrong and was not afraid. But after Shen Qingxuan wiped it, the cinnabar was gone. It was gone. She was shocked. Fang Ninger was shocked. Everyone was shocked. Shen Qingxuan looked guilty. "I'm sorry. I wiped it off. Otherwise, can I light it again for you?" The crowd exploded. It turned out that the thief was crying thief, and he was unclean and falsely accused others. The small stool was put back. Fang Mingju wanted to die. What happened? She stared at Shen Qingxuan with hatred, as if she wanted to dig a hole in her body. She was still angry and raised her hand to hit him. But Shen Qingyan grabbed her wrist and threw her out heavily. "Fang Mingju, you have hurt my sister many times, and now you dare to act wild?" Fang Mingju lay on the ground and yelled, "She lied to me, and now she is plotting to bully me." Shen Qingxuan glanced at her with disdain and snorted, "Fang Mingju, who can compare with you in scheming? You are fickle and want to enter the palace as a concubine. So you plotted against me and the fourth prince. You didn't expect that I would tell him your plan. You couldn't enter the palace, and you wanted to go back to your ex. When you didn't get your wish, you took your anger out on me and staged such a drama. It's a pity that you lost more than you gained. You deserve it. And no one else is to blame." Fang Mingju's eyes flashed with resentment. "I didn't." "You lied?" Gu Binghe, who was nosy, stood up again. "This king can prove that she didn't lie." What she said was consistent with what Qin Yun said. Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, "Didn't they say that those who spread rumors will kneel for 2 hours? Fang Mingju was shocked and looked at the crowd, but couldn't find the person who spoke. Gu Yunjian said coldly, "Didn't you hear it? From now on, you are not allowed to get up before 2 hours." Fang Mingju bit her lips until they bled, but she didn't dare to disobey the order and knelt down. Gu Yunjian raised his hand, and 2 young men in plain clothes flew over. "Your Majesty, Jifeng, go find Qin Yun." Hearing this, Fang Mingju's eyes were filled with fear. The onlookers took advantage of this opportunity to borrow benches. When Qin Yun arrived, they had already lined up. Qin Yun's heart trembled at the inquiring eyes. "Your subordinate greets the 15th prince." Chapter 92. Your eldest daughter has touched someone that the young uncle cares about. Stand up. Qin Yun stood aside, covering his face, looking limp, like grass under the scorching sun. Gu Binghe saw this and lifted his head up. "What's wrong with you? Did someone beat you up?" He looked at him. His face was bruised and swollen. He was really beaten up. He laughed so hard that his waist couldn't stand up straight. "I've only seen this kid beating others, but I've never seen him being beaten up by others." Who beat him?" Gu Yunjian looked at Ji Feng, and the young man nodded honestly. "Prince. He insisted on competing with me. Otherwise he would not come. I had no choice but to beat him up." Qin Yun hung his head, looking wilted. With a look of resignation, "I heard from your highness that the guards of the 15th prince were very skilled in martial arts. But I didn't believe it. So I wanted to compete. Who would have thought that he was really that powerful? Although he was not as skilled as others, he was willing to admit defeat." Ji Feng said honestly, "I am not the strongest." He was not being modest. At most, he was the second in command, since the eldest brother was punished with 50 boards for failing to protect the prince in Yinhui Garden. He has not been reused, and he is still his follower now, facing a follower who cannot be beaten, scolded, or used. Ji Feng is really uncomfortable. Shen Qingxuan found it interesting and asked, "Who is the strongest?" Ji Feng knew her and did not avoid her, saying, "Jueyun." Shen Qingxuan was excited when she heard the name. Where? Looking along his hand, a young man who was also not very energetic smiled at her shyly, and called her Miss Shen. Shen Qingxuan ran over quickly, patted his shoulder, and said happily, "Hey, good man. I finally see you. I haven't repaid you for saving my life yet." Hearing the word good man, Qin Yun was shocked. He hadn't heard this title for a long time. Fortunately, someone changed now. However, he felt that Jueyun was more sober. He should not let her repay her for saving his life. I still remember that she said to him, "Great kindness and great virtue must be rewarded." After that, he was beaten by her second brother, and then beaten by the eldest and third brothers. How terrible! Jueyun was also confused by her shouting, and whispered, "Miss Shen, my name is Jueyun." "Okay. Okay. Jueyun, if it weren't for you that time, I would definitely be dead." Shen Qingxuang thanked him sincerely. Before leaving Ling Yuan, she wanted to thank him in person, but she didn't see him. Jueyun shook his head and waved his hands. "It's just a little effort." No. 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 "It's just a little effort for you. But it's a great favor for me." "What do you want?" "I'll give you silver to repay your life-saving grace." In addition to silver, she seemed to have nothing else. Jueyun didn't want the money. After thinking for a while, he said tentatively, "Miss Shen, if you really want to thank me, can you help me plead with the prince? I don't want to be Jifeng's follower. Who wants to be a younger brother after being used to being the eldest brother?" His eyes were full of expectations. He believed that it would work if she asked. It would only work if she asked. She couldn't refuse the request of her savior. Scratching her head, she walked to Gu Yunjian and begged in a low voice, "Brother Yunjian, can you forgive Jueyun?" Gu Yunjian glanced at Jueyun, and he immediately lowered his head with a guilty conscience. What kind of person teaches what kind of apprentice? He learns quickly by controlling him. Gu Yunjian sighed, and Shen Qingxuang thought he was unwilling. So she shook his arm. The little uncle was stunned by her intimate action, and smiled. "I'll think about it. Agree. In exchange, I will help you cure your cold." She believed that this condition was tempting enough. After all, she was the only one in the world who dared to cure it. And she was the only one who could cure it. Gu Yunjian was really surprised. She was so confident. In fact, he had this idea when he first met her. But he didn't want her to see his vulnerable side. So he didn't say anything. He was even more afraid that his cold was incurable. In that case, he would have no hope. He felt relieved and teased her deliberately. "If I don't agree, will you not care about my life or death?" Shen Qingyan couldn't listen anymore and moved his chair closer. When she didn't understand, she was a blockhead. Now that she understood, she was quite good at flirting. The younger sister shook her head very seriously. "I will help you even if you don't agree." Gu Yunjian smiled happily, called Jueyun over, and whispered something. But the young man led Jifeng away happily. And before leaving, he didn't forget to thank Shen Qingxuang. Gu Binghe saw that they left the crowd behind and focused on whispering. But he couldn't hear clearly, so he got anxious. "Qin Yun, come and prove it to me." Qin Yun was confused. Prove what? After being beaten, he realized that no one told him what he was doing. Gu Binghe winked and smiled evilly. "The matter between your prince and Fang Mingzhu," Qin Yun said, and saw Gu Yunjian looking at him. He thought that since it was not a lie, he would not hide it. Fang Mingzhu wanted to enter the palace as a concubine. So she framed your prince. This is what she said to Miss Shen in person. And your prince heard it with his own ears. Your prince has cut off all ties with her, and has no connection with her anymore. But fifth prince, the young ladies in the prime minister's mansion are all opportunists. Why mention these things? It's better not to mention them. Fang Mingzhu's legs were numb from kneeling. Hearing him say this, she felt even more depressed. But she had no words to answer. Qin Yun dared to say this because he was sure that Gu Jinhao would not help her. Fang Ninger heard Qin Yun include her in the story, and said angrily, "Qin Yun, watch your words. What does my sister's doing have to do with me?" This sentence undoubtedly indirectly confirmed Fang Mingzhu's despicable behavior. And there was another round of boos. Fang Mingzhu secretly vowed not to let her sister have an easy time. Fang Ninger also realized that she had spoken out of turn, and moved away from her sister, looking at Qin Yun with hostility. "You'd better speak. Be careful." Qin Yun hugged the sword and said disdainfully, "What are you careful about? Didn't you run to the palace that night under the banner of your sister to offer yourself to his highness? Your father scolded you so many times as an unfilial daughter. Have you forgotten it? Your memory is so bad." Fang Ninger's face flushed red. "And she said you several times in a row." But she couldn't make a complete sentence. Seeing the crowd pointing and mocking, she hurriedly left her sister and ran away with her face covered. A farce. A great victory. Gu Binghe ran to Gu Yunjian like offering a treasure. "Little uncle, am I right?" Gu Yunjian stood up and said lightly, "This is the first time I have done something serious." Gu Binghe. He has always been serious. "Okay." Just as he was about to leave, he was stopped by Gu Yunjian. "Binghe, you can leave after 2 hours. No one can beg for mercy. Fang Mingzhu must kneel for 2 hours. since this incident caused such a sensation. It quickly dominated the gossip market in Beijing. And of course, it soon reached Fan Yinping's ears. He rushed to Suiming Tower, and at first sight saw his daughter kneeling in a mess at the entrance where people were coming and going. Gu Binghe sat leisurely under the umbrella drinking tea and supervising the execution. I pay my respects to the fifth prince. Hearing her father's voice, Fang Mingzhu was ashamed and anxious, and dared not say a word. Fan Yinping slapped her as soon as he stood up, and shouted, "It's only been a few days since you caused trouble again. And you are kneeling here to embarrass yourself. Do you still have any shame?" My daughter knows I was wrong." Fang Mingzhu covered her face and cried bitterly. And Fan Yinping became more and more annoyed as he listened. And the crying stopped abruptly with a roar. Gu Binghe waved his hand. "Prime Minister Fang, if you want to educate your daughter, go home and teach her. What's wrong with you here? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at?" Fang Yinping's chest was choked with a breath. How could he be laughed at after all this? He angrily said to his daughter, "Why don't you go home?" Fang Mingzhu's legs were numb. She finally stood up. Gu Binghe said coldly, "There is still 1 hour. Keep kneeling." Fan Yinping couldn't stand the criticism from the people around him. He covered his forehead and said, "Fifth prince, please give me a face and let my daughter go." Gu Binghe put his finger to his mouth and shook it. He said in embarrassment, "Prime Minister Fang, you know that I am easy to talk to. It's just that this order was given by the little uncle. I dare not disobey it. Do you think I am free? Why don't I go back to rest in this hot day and watch your daughter kneel here?" Fan Yinping was stunned. "Little uncle? Your Highness is talking about the 10th, 15th prince? Why would he care about this?" Gu Binghe looked far away, looking at the cloud in the sky that was blown away by the wind. He sighed and angrily pointed at Fang Mingzhu. Your eldest daughter touched someone that the young uncle cares about." Chapter 93. The prince has been out of touch with worldly affairs for a long time. Why is he willing to help? After entering the Shen mansion again after many days, Gu Yunjian only felt 3 words: not easy. Shen Qingyan also felt that it was not easy. He had been depressed for too long, and had endured the aimless attacks of the eldest brother for too long. He was almost crazy. "Sister, do you think we should tell the eldest brother about that matter?" That matter was naturally a series of thrilling adventures when Shen Qingxuang was pushed into the bottom of the well. If he told, he and the second brother would definitely be involved. The first calamity of the sister was in the palace, which was the second brother's territory. The second calamity was in Xushui Liushang Garden, close to Yinhui Garden, which was his territory. But if he didn't tell, it would be a crime if the eldest brother knew. Shen Qingxuang was also in a dilemma, and finally said, "Third brother, why don't you stop talking? I'm a little scared." Shen Qingyan was surprised. "What are you afraid of? The eldest brother loves you the most. According to convention, she would at most be lightly reprimanded, and he and the second brother would always suffer." That Sigua Hall was a hurdle in his heart that he couldn't get over. It was cold, damp, and empty, and his memory was always of hunger and cold. Shen Qingxuang didn't understand his suffering. She only knew that the eldest brother would not let her out of the house easily. Without freedom, the colorful world had nothing to do with her, and she couldn't spend any money no matter how much money she had. How boring life would be, no matter how ambitious she was. She could only eat and wait for death. The brother and sister sighed at the same time, and this sigh contained too much helplessness and sadness. Gu Yunjian couldn't understand their fear of Shen Qinglang. Just tell the truth. One lie needs more lies to cover it up. If it gets out one day, it will cause a bigger disturbance. After a pause, he continued, "Qingxuang, in my opinion, General Shen is not an unreasonable person. Qingyan also said that he loves you the most. So don't hide it. Otherwise he will be sad." Although it makes sense, Shen Qingxuang still doesn't dare. The eldest brother is like a father, and the eldest brother has grasped the majesty of the old father tightly. Otherwise the 2 overbearing brothers would not be so afraid of him. Qingxuang. Hearing this voice, Shen Qingxuang was startled. When she turned around, Shen Qinglang had already arrived in front of her. She couldn't help but feel guilty and called big brother. Shen Qinglang nodded, touched her hair, and saluted to Gu Yunjian. "Is there something that the 15th prince is visiting?" Gu Yunjian was a little embarrassed. He knew that Shen Qinglang did not welcome anyone with the surname Gu. Shen Qingxuang said with a stiff face, "Big brother, I had a misunderstanding with brother Yunjian before. Now it's clear. We are reconciled. Big brother, don't be hostile. Shen Qinglang glanced at her. Really? She nodded quickly. Really. Brother Yunjian helped me teach Fang Mingju a lesson today, so I'll treat him to a cup of tea to show my gratitude. Shen Qinglang heard about Fang Mingju's punishment of kneeling in Suiming Tower, and knew it was Gu Yunjian's doing. Thinking of his words to persuade his sister just now, his expression eased a lot. If the prince doesn't mind, stay and have dinner with us. Gu Yunjian was happy that drinking tea turned into having dinner. He thanked them and went to the study with him. Brother, I've made you worry during this period. It's my fault. I'll cook for you myself. Okay? The little girl knew that according to the eldest brother's temper, he would be furious if he heard about her experience. So she flattered him first. Sure enough. Shen Qinglang smiled. Why are you so well behaved all of a sudden? The little girl blinked and said, It's always like this. After she left, Shen Qinglang looked at Shen Qingyan and said in a deep voice, Tell me, what are you hiding from me? Big, what are you talking about? Shen Qingyan was born with a fear of the boss, and he panicked when he saw him staring at him expressionlessly. The more panicked he was, the more serious the situation seemed to Shen Qinglang, and the more he couldn't control his desire to beat him. I don't want to lose my temper in front of Qing Shuang. You'd better tell her everything before she comes back. If you lie about anything, come with me to the border. Border? No. He won't go. Shen Qingyan hung his head and told everything. He saw the boss's face getting darker and darker, and he subconsciously moved further away from him, as if he was a scourge. No. It's much scarier than a flood or a beast. Shen Qingyan, you still want to hide such a serious thing from me? Hearing this angry shout, Shen Qingyan knelt down reflexively. Brother, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I shouldn't have the idea of hiding it from you. I should have reported it to you as soon as possible. He was slapped hard on the face, and he dared not move, and endured it. Even in the palace, he dared to kill people, which shows how rampant the murderer is. If he is not caught, what will happen next time? Qing Shuang is simple and doesn't know martial arts. Don't you worry about your sister? Shen Qingyan felt even more guilty. Brother, I was wrong. I didn't think it through. But the 15th prince and I have already started to investigate the maid. Gu Yunjian put down the cup and said, Jueyun and Jifeng have entered the palace, and I think there will be results tonight. Jueyun? Shen Qinglang was slightly stunned. Gu Yunjian nodded. It's my guard. Shen Qinglang knew Jueyun, although young, but he was very good at martial arts. He was ambushed once, and fortunately Jueyun helped him escape. Unexpectedly, he was Gu Yunjian's bodyguard. He told the story, and Gu Yunjian smiled and said, He didn't mention this to me. If the young general doesn't mind, when he and Jifeng catch the palace maid, bring her to the Shen mansion for interrogation? Shen Qinglang was willing to do so. They parted in a hurry and didn't thank him properly. Seeing his brother's listless look, he also knew that he loved his sister. So he snorted, Get up. Shen Qingyan got up tremblingly, and waited until the eldest brother spoke before he dared to sit aside. Shen Qinglang glared at him and said to Gu Yunjian, Your Majesty, I plan to go to the underground palace to investigate. I don't know why, but I always feel uneasy. Tangxi's incident just happened, and I am worried that the Shen family will suffer another disaster. Shen Qingyan hurriedly said, Brother, I sent someone to Tsushui Liushang Garden to find out the details. I will go with you when the results come out. You stay at home and reflect on your mistakes. Don't go anywhere. Oh! Shen Qingxuang prepared the dishes, sorted out her mood, ran to the door of the study, and looked inside carefully. It was actually a harmonious scene. Her eldest brother and Gu Yunjian had a good chat, although the third brother did not participate. He drank tea attentively, and his face turned red. And that cup of tea was especially forbidden to drink, as if he could never finish it. Brother, the dishes are ready. She poked her head out, but did not go in. Shen Qinglang nodded and waved to her, and she slowly moved over. How long do you want to keep this secret from me? She looked at Shen Qingyan, who lost his balance and dropped the cup to the ground. Are you confessing? She covered her eyes and mouthed the words. Shen Qinglang straightened her head. Yes, I confess. Shen Qingxuang was upset and smiled awkwardly. I was going to tell you, but I was so focused on cooking for you that I delayed it. Really? 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 Shen Qinglang sighed and touched her face. And he would say something nice. It's just that there have been too many disasters recently, and she was pushed to the bottom of the well. If he catches the murderer, He must tear her into pieces. Does the wound still hurt? She shook her head. It doesn't hurt anymore. Glancing at Shen Qingyan, who was like a frightened bird, she whispered, brother, don't be angry. And don't punish the two brothers. I really don't blame them this time. Yes. Is it so refreshing? Shen Qingyan didn't dare to believe it. After hearing the eldest brother repeat it, he came back to life immediately. Shen Nafeng was not there, and Shen Qingshu didn't come back. So the three of them had dinner, knowing that her elder brother was going to investigate at the bottom of the well. Shen Qingshuang also wanted to go with him. After all, she had experience, and she had a guess. The original book mentioned that Qin Youyu framed Shen Qingyan to destroy her innocence. Could it be that Shen Qingyan was disguised? Shen Qinglang did not agree with his sister to go at first, fearing that he could not take care of her. Seeing that she was determined to go, Gu Yunjian suggested that Jueyun go with her, and Shen Qinglang agreed. After discussion, the best way was to go from Tsushui Liushang Garden. But there were people living there, so they had to think of a proper way. Gu Yunjian smiled and said, what's the difficulty? A body was found in the garden, and the garden needs to be closed to investigate the case. Shen Qinglang clapped his hands in admiration, and suddenly thought of what his father mentioned. At that time, the old emperor intended to pass the throne to Gu Yunjian, but for some reason, he changed it to the previous emperor. If it was Gu Yunjian, he would definitely be a wise emperor. The prince has not been concerned about worldly affairs for a long time. Why are you willing to help? Shen Qinglang looked at him and said. Gu Yunjian pointed to the high pile of dishes in the bowl and smiled without saying anything. The little girl picked it up for him because she was afraid that he would feel embarrassed. He didn't care about worldly affairs at first because there was nothing in the world that he cared about. Now that he has something he loves, things are naturally different. Chapter 94. Just because I have never killed anyone doesn't mean I won't kill anyone. Just after dinner, a servant came running over with panic in his eyes. Seeing him like this, Shen Qinglang couldn't help but frown and said seriously, what's the matter? The servant said tremblingly, young master. Two people came outside and asked to see the 15th prince. Shen Qingyan said, what kind of person is so scary? Look at you. You are so useless. The servant lowered his head and said, the person is not scary. It's just that one of them is holding a black cloth bag. Like what? Shen Qingyan was impatient. You are hesitant to speak. You should be beaten. The servant cleared his throat with fear in his eyes. The bag has been moving, and there is a humming sound. It seems to be a person inside. Gu Yunjian understood and smiled. Jueyun and Jifeng are here. Shen Qinglang's displeasure turned into joy in a second. Prince, you sit down first. I will go out to greet them. Gu Yunjian smiled. General, there is no need to do this. Let this servant bring them. Although he said so, Shen Qinglang was still waiting in front of the study door. After not seeing each other for several years, he still recognized Jueyun at a glance. The young man was taller. His eyes were more resolute, and he was full of vigor and spirit, which was completely different from the coldness and silence when they first met. Jueyun was anxious to report back, and just glanced at him. Let Jifeng throw the bag on the ground, and the two of them saluted. Your subordinate greets the prince. The maid who framed Mission has been arrested. Gu Yunjian nodded. Get up. Jueyun, do you still recognize the Major General? Major General? It should be the young man who had been looking at him just now. Jueyun looked carefully. Just now, he just thought that this person looked familiar. But now, he recognized him. He stepped forward and saluted. General, how are you? Shen Qinglang helped him up with both hands. The appreciation in his eyes was something Shen Qingyan had never received before, and he pouted sadly. Jueyun, I haven't thanked you properly that time. Finally, I can see you again. Jueyun scratched his head, and there was a young man's shyness on his face. Young General, you are too kind. Our prince once said that the Dingyan General's mansion is a family of loyal heroes. Now that I have met them, I have no choice but to help them. He lowered his voice and said, I made a mistake some time ago and was punished by the prince. Today, Mission interceded for me. We owe each other nothing. No one should thank me anymore. Shen Qinglang laughed and said to Gu Yunjian, Prince, after the trial of this palace maid, can you let Jueyun stay overnight in the Shen mansion? I want to get drunk with him. Jueyun was flattered, but he was responsible for protecting the prince and did not dare to slack off. Shen Qingyan smiled and said, Jueyun, my eldest brother is rarely so happy. And no one has ever stayed overnight in our family. Just agree. He actually wanted to compete with this kid in Kung Fu. After all, this is the first one that the eldest brother can never forget. Gu Yunjian did not express his opinion. So Jueyun did not dare to agree. If he fails to do his duty again, he will never be able to turn over in his life. And the master may even expel him from the sect. Shen Qingyan pushed his sister and winked. Shen Qingshuang said, and ran to beg Gu Yunjian, "Brother Yunjian, please let him stay. Just for one night. If you don't have anything important to do, just stay with us. I'll let Bu clean up the best room for you and play with you. You won't be bored." Looking at her expectant eyes, Gu Yunjian wavered. She said he could stay, and she would play with him. Shen Qingshuang grabbed another handful of pine nut candy and put it in his hand. "I'll take it as your consent when I give you candy." She smiled with curved eyebrows and said to Jueyun, "Your prince agreed." Gu Yunjian looked at the candy in his hand. Did he treat him as a child? He shook his head and smiled. He couldn't bear her disappointment. So he said, "Then stay, and go back to Lingyuan tomorrow morning." Compared with Jueyun's joy, Jifeng felt sour. Why didn't anyone mention him? Is he so inconspicuous? He is obviously also a motivated, hardworking, and martial arts skilled young man. I feel wrong. And the baby feels bitter. Maybe because he was standing a little off. Jifeng moved closer to the black cloth bag, trying to make everyone aware of his existence. Sure enough, Shen Qinglang realized it and smiled at him. Jifeng stood straighter when he was excited, and his expectant eyes were moving. "General Shen, please invite me. Please invite me. I am happy to do it. I will not hesitate like Jueyun. I will agree immediately. Little brother, let this maid out. We will interrogate her now." Ji Feng. He caught the person and carried him here. No one thought of him when he was drinking. But no one forgot him when he was doing hard labor. A handful of bitter tears. He picked up the black cloth bag casually and shook it carelessly. And a young woman with messy hair and dirty clothes was poured out. Her hands and feet were tied, and a large piece of cloth was stuffed in her mouth. Her eyes were panicked. Her face was full of tears, and she struggled to move back. When Shen Qingshuang saw her face, she immediately shook Shen Qinglang's arm. "Brother, it's her. It's her who hurt me." The young maid was washing clothes in the servant's room when she suddenly saw two young men flying into the yard and looking at her expressionlessly. She was frightened at the time. One of the young men grabbed her hand, and the other pulled her hair, and then knocked her unconscious without saying a word. Just like a fishmonger in the fish market. She thought it was a petty thief who broke into the palace. But she didn't expect that it was someone's order. When she saw Shen Qingshuang pointing at her, she was frightened and her face turned pale. Why is she not dead yet? Why is she still alive? She glanced at the others secretly. She didn't know Shen Qinglang and Shen Qingyan, but she recognized the young man with indifferent eyes and noble and handsome appearance. Ji Feng pulled the cloth ball out of her mouth expressionlessly, with blood stains on it. The young maid's face turned pale, and she lay on the ground. Your servant greets the 15th prince." Gu Yunjian's indifferent eyes were like a knife. She didn't dare to look at him, and lowered her head silently. "Which palace are you from? What's your name?" The voice was fainter, but it gave her a strong sense of pressure. The little maid hesitated and said, I am from the chores room. My name is Xiao Ti. Why did you harm Miss Shen? Who ordered you to do it?" Xiao Ti's head hung even lower. She didn't dare to say it, nor did she dare not answer. While she was hesitating, she was hit by a heavy whip. The feeling of her skin and flesh being torn apart made her scream out in pain. The whip was whipped by the wind. "Your Highness asked you a question, and you dare not answer? I'll ask you again. Why did you harm Miss Shen? And who ordered you to do it?" Xiao Ti gritted her teeth and endured the pain, crying and said, "Your Highness, I dare not say it. I have a handle in that person's hand, so I can only do what she says. If you give her up, I will die." Gu Yunjian said coldly, "If you don't tell me, you will die here. This king has never killed anyone, but that doesn't mean he won't kill people. Are you going to be the first one?" Shen Qingshuang had never seen Gu Yunjian so cold before. She was shocked and frightened when she saw the blood on Jifeng's whip. She immediately thought of the small dark room in Gu Jinhao's mansion when she first came here. She was also whipped. However, Xin Yun's whip was nothing compared to Jifeng's, which showed that he didn't use a heavy hand. It seems that she owed him a big favor again. and this great favor must be repaid generously. Qin Yuan, who was accompanying Gu Jinhao out of the palace, sneezed 3 times in a row, one louder than the other, meeting the master's surprised eyes. He smiled awkwardly. This is so weird. Chapter 95. He is the father. Whatever he says is reasonable. Xiao Ti just cried and didn't say anything. And Ji Feng whipped her again. Her hands and feet were tied, and she couldn't move. And after being whipped, she didn't even have the strength to struggle. She curled up like a dead silkworm. Shen Qinglang was furious when he thought that she almost killed her sister, and asked someone to bring some salt to sprinkle on her wounds. And she screamed. Although Shen Qingxuang felt that it was a bit cruel, she knew that her brother was doing it for her own good. If he was soft on the enemy, he would be the victim. If the same thing happened again, it would be her own fault. Shen Qingxuang didn't want to suffer for her own fault. She wanted revenge. When Ji Feng's whip with salt fell on Xiao Ti again, she finally couldn't hold it anymore, and said intermittently, Prince, I confess, everything. Ji Feng put away the whip and continued to watch coldly. Your Highness, I stole a piece of jewelry from the housekeeper to sell because I was short of money. I did it secretly, but it was discovered. She took a deep breath and supported herself on her elbows before sitting up a little. One night, the man led me to an empty courtyard in Huaxin Palace. She gave me 2 choices. One was to push Mission into a dry well, and the other was to make my theft public, in which case I would be caned to death. I had no choice but to harm Mission. Shen Qingxuang asked her, Who is that man? Why did he want to harm me? Xiao Ti shook her head. I don't know. She kept her face covered and spoke in a low voice. I only knew she was a woman. After thinking for a while, she said, But I saw a 2-inch scar on her right wrist at night. It's not difficult to find someone just by the scar. But if you mobilize a large force to find someone, that person will definitely make preparations in advance. If there is still someone behind her who is instructing her, she might be silenced by her master. Shen Qinglang asked someone to take Xiao Ti away, and then slowly sat on the chair. He said to himself, I don't know which palace she is from. Turning to his sister, Have you offended anyone recently? Shen Qingxuang shook her head. She only went to Shouan Palace and the Imperial Garden when she entered the palace. She had offended no one else except Gu Jinhao. Shen Qinglang said, The 4th prince is not that bad. Although he always troubles you from time to time. I guess he just wants to attract your attention. Even though he acts domineeringly, he is not the kind of person who will be destroyed if he can't get it. Suddenly, his eyes were cold. Could it be the Queen Mother? You cured concubine Xian, so she regards you as a thorn in her side. Shen Qingxuang didn't think so, because the Queen Mother sent her to Xiangying Palace that time. She had dispelled her doubts. Gu Yunjian also said, although the Queen Mother had made things difficult for Qingxuang, she had already had some reservations when the prince went to Xiangying Palace to ask for her. She was not only concerned about him, but also about the secret decree left to him by his father. It was neither this nor that. Shen Qingyan on the side was a little annoyed. Let's do this. We secretly keep an eye on the woman with scars on her wrist, and don't alert the enemy first. By the way, how do we deal with Xiao Ti? She almost killed Qingxuang. I don't agree to let her go. He had already thought about it. Either strangle her with a rope or chop her with a sword. Anyway, she couldn't live. Shen Qinglang had no objection, and asked him to destroy the body after solving the problem. But he was stopped by Gu Yunjian. Prince, you are not going to let her go, are you? Shen Qinglang looked displeased. Even though he was the prince, there was no room for negotiation on this matter. Gu Yunjian didn't bother with him, but just smiled and said, Have you forgotten what we just said? Shen Qinglang was puzzled. What did you forget? Shen Qingxuang sighed. Big brother. A body was found in Sushui Liushang Garden. Shen Qinglang repeated, then slapped his forehead and smiled. Look at my memory. Your Highness is still thoughtful. Isn't the body just found? Turning to Shen Qingyan, Xiao San. After killing her, throw her into the well of Sushui Liushang Garden. You do it yourself. And don't make any mistakes. Yes, big brother. Shen Qingyan ran into his father as soon as he walked out of the study. The old man was very surprised to see him looking so happy. Qingyan, do you have a crush on someone? Shen Qingyan. Isn't there anything else he can be happy about? Answered honestly, no. Dad. Then how can you be happy? You're idle all day long. And you don't do anything serious. You're either hanging out in restaurants or going to theaters. You're not doing your job. You're wasting your time on things. Shin Qingyan couldn't listen anymore. He was focusing on industry. Wasn't he? Earning money is such a noble and practical career. What's with that expression? You little brat? Are you impatient with me? Shin Qingyan shook his head hurriedly. No. I don't dare. Dad? Can you give your son some face? The 15th prince is still here. The 15th prince? Are you kidding? That kid stays in Lingyuan every day. He's already 20 years old. And he doesn't even have a princess. What are you doing in our house? Is he attracted to your sister? TSK. Chia. The old man's eyes widened just as he uttered the word halfway. Isn't this handsome? Elegant and smiling young man, the unmarried young man of advanced age whom he had just disdained? He turned around and slapped his son, saying angrily, Why didn't you remind me? Shin Qingyan covered his face and said aggrievedly, I just reminded you. But you didn't believe me. Before he finished speaking, he slapped him again. You are so careless every day. Who dares to believe you? Shin Qingyan felt even more aggrieved. He is his father, and everything he says is reasonable. He lowered his head and stood aside. If his father wanted to make him take the blame again, he would not be unable to find him. Your servant Shin Nafong pays homage to the 15th prince. Shin Nafong performed an extremely standard and respectful salute, with cold sweat on his forehead. Just now, he called him that kid and looked down on him for not having a wife. Would he bear a grudge? Trembling with fear and treading on thin ice, Shin Nafong knew what it felt like. Gu Yunjin found it funny. After all, he was Shin Qingchuang's father. He personally helped the old man up. General Shin. Is the prince really that unbearable in your eyes? Shin Nafong shook his head faster than Shin Qingyan just now. No. 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 The prince is upright and handsome. How can he be unbearable? I am joking. It doesn't matter that he didn't marry a concubine. It's purely because no woman can catch the prince's eye. Yes. That's it. Shin Qingchuang listened to her father's serious quibbling and smiled secretly. The old man glared at her and immediately corrected her attitude. Dad, Brother Yunjian and Jueyun are staying at our house tonight. Do you have any objection? Stay overnight? Shin Nanfang's eyes were wide open. Why would he stay overnight for no reason? Did the prince have no place to live? And who is Jueyun? His name sounds familiar. Shin Qinglang stepped forward and said, Dad, Jueyun is the young man who helped me escape from the predicament. He is the guard of the 15th prince. I just happened to see him today, so I wanted to have a drink with him. It just so happened that Qingyan hadn't seen the prince for a long time, so we went together. The old man was even more confused. Was it such a coincidence today? Shin Qinglang didn't dare to hide it, so he told Xiaodi about how she harmed her sister. Shin Nafong was so angry that his beard trembled when he heard it. He just sat down and slammed the table and stood up. Did you kill him? Let Xiaosan do it. Shin Nafong snorted angrily, turned around and saw Shin Qingyan still there, raised his hand and slapped him again. What did I ask you to do? Why are you still standing here? Shin Qingyan. Okay. It's all his fault. Chapter 96. Is it okay for me to kiss you? After being beaten by his father, Shin Qingyan was very efficient and came back in less than half an hour. After killing someone and throwing the body away, his white clothes were spotless. Shin Qingchuang secretly admired that her family was full of talents. Shin Qingshu also came home soon. He was in a bad mood and wanted to eat a few mouthfuls of food and go to bed. But he saw a shocking scene. Is the guy who was drinking from the glass his eldest brother? The eldest brother not only laughed, but laughed so happily. This time it was not to his sister, but to a young man. He is still a man. He rubbed his eyes. Why is the 15th prince also here? Who can tell him what happened? He quietly pulled Shin Qingyan over. Xiao-san. What's going on? Didn't they say that anyone with the surname Gu is not allowed to enter? How come he not only entered, but also drank? Shin Qingyan rolled his eyes at him. It was our sister who misunderstood Yunjian. Today, we talked it out, and the ban was naturally lifted. He smiled evilly, and the boss invited them to stay overnight. Shin Qingshu widened his eyes. Stay overnight? Are you kidding? He lowered his voice and said, Tell me honestly. Did you play tricks to deceive the boss? Shin Qingyan snorted and ignored him, and joined the drinking contest. Seeing that his sister only watched but didn't drink, he wondered, why is the little girl so reserved? Shin Qingchuan was not reserved at all. She was afraid of talking nonsense when she was drunk. The first time she drank too much cider. She told Gu Jinhao everything. Although she later covered up the lie. It was still unclear whether the Dog King believed it or not. In her opinion, he probably didn't believe it. Otherwise, he wouldn't always look at her thoughtfully. The second time was even more tragic. She drank a glass of wine to thank Gu Jinhao for not marrying her. And she felt dizzy and almost died in a dry well. Wine, for her, is a foreshadowing of tragedy. So it's better to be content. Seeing that she wanted to drink but didn't dare to drink, Shen Qinglang took out plum wine and poured her a glass. This wine is sour and sweet. Not strong. It's okay to drink moderately at home. Just go back to your room and sleep when you are drunk. But don't force yourself. Stop when you are drunk. After struggling for a while, she still drank it. It seems to be better than apple wine. Shen Qingshu felt bored and moved a chair to sit next to his sister. Whispered, Qingshuang. The fourth prince has come to me several times. He wants to see you. Why see me? Is someone in his family sick again? The little girl asked suspiciously. It was really hard to talk to this stupid sister. Shen Qingshu lowered his voice. No one is sick. Everyone is fine. Didn't the eldest brother ban it? He can't come in. Shen Qingshuang poured another glass of plum wine and looked at her brother like a fool. Can that door stop him? How many times did he go through the gate? Didn't he always climb over the wall? Climb over the wall. The noise stopped abruptly, and there was a deathly silence. Gu Yunjin was speechless. Gu Jinhao could do such a shameless thing. After all, he is thick-skinned. Shen Qinglang put down the cup. His face was not good, and he didn't like Gu Jinhao even more. Fortunately, his sister was honest and didn't hide it. Otherwise, he wouldn't know about it until she was kidnapped. Shen Qingshuang saw that the eldest brother had a serious face, and knew that he had said something wrong again, and reluctantly put down the remaining wine. Brother, it's not as serious as you think. One time he asked me to change his medicine. Another time he asked me to have dinner at Quimingla. And another time, yes, he brought me soup. There is nothing else. Shen Qinglang touched her flushed face. Big brother believes in you. But not the fourth prince. Starting tonight, move to live next door to me. I will let Bu clean up. Ah? Moving next door to him. Wouldn't it be impossible to sneak out of the house? Weakly said, but I like the name of Chuani Pavilion. What's the difficulty? Shen Qinglang waved his hand and said, Xiao San. Change the plaque over. Shen Qingshuang. Who said that the eldest brother is straightforward and inflexible? Isn't this quite flexible? Shen Qingyan was happy to agree. And he didn't drink the wine. He raised his eyebrows at Shen Qingshu and did it now. Seeing that she was unhappy, Shen Qinglang advised, the fourth prince is young and vigorous, and his mind is unstable. You can't get along. It's better to separate now than to be sad later. Hearing him say this, Shen Qingshuang knew that he misunderstood. Big brother, the fourth prince and I are at most friends. When we were in Shoan Palace, the emperor mentioned granting me and him a marriage, but he refused. Shen Qinglang was angry. Why grant me another marriage? Is the emperor sick? He spends all day either wandering around the harem or being a hands-off boss. Now he is targeting his sister and granting her a marriage. Do they really think they dare not refuse? And Gu Jinhao? How could he refuse when she is chasing him so hard? If he refuses, it will be a big deal. Which means he will not give up. Really? Things are getting more and more complicated. Gu Yunjian's indifferent eyes tightened. The emperor actually wanted to use a marriage to alienate him and Gu Jinhao. The imperial edict was really useless to him. It's a pity that the girl has no interest in him. Otherwise, he would just marry her directly to avoid worrying about gains and losses every day. Shen Qingshuang felt the atmosphere was a bit depressing. So she drank another glass of plum wine and left under the pretext of going out for some fresh air. It was much more comfortable to blow the evening breeze. Otherwise it would be too uncomfortable to be stared at. And she always felt like she had made a mistake. But why did the flowers and plants seem to be shaking? Was it because the wind was too strong? Yes, it was strong. And the trees were all shaking. Gu Yunjian was worried that she would get drunk and fall. So he followed her out. The little girl didn't walk far, and her crooked steps couldn't go far at all. He ran a few steps to catch up with her, and brushed her long hair that was messed up by the wind. Are you dizzy? Shen Qingshuang looked up at him and said with a smile, Brother Yunjian, why are you shaking too? Are you drunk? Gu Yunjian smiled slightly. I'm not drunk. You are drunk. No. Look! This is a tree. This is a road. This is a flower. She pointed them out one by one, pulling his arm and walking forward. After walking a few steps, she suddenly stopped and her handkerchief fell off. She let go of him, squatted down to pick it up. But when she stood up, she accidentally stepped on the corner of her skirt and leaned forward uncontrollably. Gu Yunjian saw her clumsy appearance and hurried to help her, but underestimated the strength of a drunk person. Shen Qingxuang grabbed his arm tightly as a conditioned reflex, and fell to the ground with him. Ouch! She cried. But it didn't hurt much. It turned out that she fell on him. Gu Yunjian was struck by lightning and dared not move. He only smelled the faint fragrance of lotus and the sweet and sour taste of plum wine. He felt a little head rubbing against him, and his heartbeat was abnormal. He finally calmed down and took a deep breath. Patted her arm. Qingxuang. Be good. Get up first. She obeyed, but only raised her head. Those beautiful but blurred eyes didn't blink, looking at him seriously. What's wrong? Gu Yunjian didn't know what she meant, and he was a little unsure. The little girl actually slowly reached out to touch his face, which made him nervous. Her hand was very soft and warm. The moment it touched his face, his heart tightened, his hands trembled, and he tightly grasped the corner of his clothes. He had to coax her. Qingxuang. This will cause trouble. Be obedient. Get up. The little girl ignored him, so he had to try to sit up, but in vain. I heard her mutter again, Brother Yunjian. You are so handsome. Is your mother also pretty? Gu Yunjian said. Yes, she is pretty. The little girl sighed softly. Sons are like mothers, and daughters are like fathers. My father is not as good-looking as my mother, so I am not as good-looking as my third brother. Gu Yunjian couldn't help laughing. You are much prettier than Qingyan. I don't know if she listened to me or not, but she began to look at him intently again, and seemed to be talking to herself. Your face is so red. Are you drunk? Yes. You must be. Your memory is not good when you are drunk. Is it okay for me to kiss you? Chapter 97. Too familiar to do it. Gu Yunjian couldn't believe his ears. What did the little girl say? She wanted to kiss him while he was drunk? His face turned red. He must have heard it wrong. This must be his imagination. How could she have such an idea? After all, their affairs have always been one-sided. He laughed dumbly. It seems that he has drunk too much and there is no hope. He patted his forehead and tried to sober up and planned to coax her up again, although there was no one around now. If others saw them like this, it would be hard to explain. Qing. He just shouted a word and his lips were covered. She actually kissed him. He was sure that this was not his imagination. Did the little girl know what she was doing? Her lips were soft and sweet, and her long hair fell on his neck, itching. Gu Yunjian was in a fog and looked at her in disbelief, looking at the little girl he had been thinking about. He could feel her eyelashes fluttering and her warm breath. That wonderful feeling made him, who was always steady and self-sustaining, start to be distracted. He didn't want to be a gentleman at this moment, but she was Qingxuang, the one he held in his heart. His remaining rationality prevented him from responding to her kiss. It would be great if she was sober at this moment. Qingxuang. Be good. Don't do this. It will really get into trouble. He turned his head with difficulty, not daring to look at her. But the little girl turned his head around, kissed him on the face again, and then stared at him intently as before. Brother Yunjian is so handsome. Gu Yunjian's face turned even redder. Was this considered flirting with him? Finally, he couldn't help but touch her face and asked softly, Qingxuang. What kind of man do you like? Qingxuang rubbed her eyes and counted on her fingers. I like good-looking, gentle, and good to me, just like Brother Yunjian. Gu Yunjian smiled slightly. Then can you like me? The kind of lovers love. No. A deep sense of loss lingered in his heart. She clearly said that she liked him. Still asked, why? Because you are 5 years older than me. Gu Yunjian was stunned. Is 5 years old a big deal? Shen Qinglang is also 20 years old. Tentatively asked her, You think I'm old? The little girl yawned, lay on him, and murmured, You are the third brother's good friend and brother. We are too familiar to do it. What kind of reason is this? Before Gu Yunjian asked again, the little girl was hugged by the angry Shen Qingyan. With a look of disappointment, she said, If you can't do it, you can do it with your mouth? The little girl yawned again. He's good-looking. Just because he's good-looking, You can kiss him? He's drunk. He doesn't remember. Gu Yunjin smiled. He wasn't drunk. He remembers. And will remember for a long, long time. Shen Qingyan snorted. How many good-looking people have you kissed? This is what Gu Yunjin wanted to know. He didn't even have time to brush off the dust on his clothes, and looked at the sleepy little girl nervously. She was obviously impatient, and waved her fist at Shen Qingyan. Just one. Just one. I haven't kissed anyone else. They are not as good-looking as brother Yunjin. Oh, it seems I kissed my eldest brother, she mumbled, buried her head in her brother's arms, found a comfortable position to sleep, and ignored him. Shen Qingyan looked disgusted and snorted again. No wonder the eldest brother loves her. He looked at Gu Yunjin with disdain. Why don't you resist and let her kiss you? Gu Yunjin was speechless. How could he resist? Besides, why should he resist? Shen Qingyan said bitterly. Fortunately, I saw it. If someone else bumped into it, who knows how it would spread? It must be another rumor. Gu Yunjin said, as long as she nods. I will marry her at any time, and will not let her reputation be damaged at all. It's easy to say. You need the emperor's consent for your marriage. Right? He can't be my master. So domineering? Shen Qingyan was very satisfied with his answer. But it was a little difficult to marry his sister. The little girl likes good-looking people. He was sure that she had just done something ridiculous when she was drunk. Think about what she said. He was drunk. He doesn't remember. A typical flirt and run. Irresponsible type. When she wakes up tomorrow, she will definitely deny it. Gu Yunjin was surprised to see him smiling without saying anything. What's wrong with you? Shen Qingyan smiled cunningly and rolled his eyes at him. That's your wishful thinking. She thinks you're old. Gu Yunjin was speechless as he looked at his back as he strode forward. The stars are not the same as last night. For whom do I stand in the wind and do in the middle of the night? Back to the guest room. Lying on the couch, Gu Yunjin tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and his mind was always thinking about the scene of the little girl kissing him just now. Is this the taste of love? He rested his head on his arm, recalling her words. She said he was handsome, and that she had never kissed anyone else. Although there is Shen Qinglang. They are siblings after all. It doesn't matter. Gu Yunjin was in a good mood, got up from the couch and walked to the window to stand. In the past, I always felt that the moon was cold, but I didn't expect it to be so gentle tonight. After a while, I began to feel melancholy again. The little girl said that he was the friend of the third brother, and they were too familiar with each other to do it. Gu Yunjin concentrated on thinking for a long time, and his eyes lit up. If he broke up with Shen Qingyan, would it be okay? The next day, when Shen Qingshuang saw Gu Yunjin again, she found that he was in poor spirits and had heavy dark circles under his eyes. Brother Yunjin, you didn't sleep well? Are you not used to living outside? Gu Yunjin shook his head awkwardly. No. Maybe I thought about things too late last night. Shen Qingshuang said. Is it a tricky thing? Yes. It's very tricky. His face was calm, but his hands were tightly clenched behind his back. Then can I help you? Shen Qingyan came up and said with a smile. You? A girl who is slow to realize things. Can't help him. Wait a few years. Maybe it will be fine. Shen Qingshuang curled her lips at the profound words. Boring. At this time, Zhu Yun came, and seeing his high-spirited look, Gu Yunjin knew that the matter was done. Your Highness, the governor of Kyoto has sealed Tsushui Liushang Garden, and we can go in at any time. Shen Qingshuang was surprised. So fast. Doesn't the governor have any questions? Zhu Yun said. What questions does he dare to have? I just said that a maid was missing from Lingyuan, and someone saw her tied up and taken to Tsushui Liushang Garden. How dare the governor neglect it? And quickly took people to search, and the body at the bottom of the well was exposed. Everyone in the garden was suspected of murder, and they were all locked up in the government jail. Is it that simple? Zhu Yun smiled. Yes. It's not complicated. These officials are all flattering their superiors and bullying their subordinates. It's rare to give him something to do, but he doesn't do it well. He also asked me to say a few good words to the prince. Brother Yunjin has such a low sense of existence. Why does the prefect want you to say good things to him? Low sense of existence? Zhu Yun was stunned. How should he respond to this? Looking at his prince again, he smiled and shook his head with a doting look. It's just that he hasn't been in charge for a long time. If he wanted to be in charge, his sense of existence would still be very high. After all, he is the emperor's uncle. Right? Shen Shuang laughed. What he said made sense. Jueyun, when you go to the garden to investigate later, you will follow Miss Shen and make sure she is safe. If there is any damage, the king will ask Uncle Wu to take in a new apprentice. Chapter 98. Don't tell me. I won't listen even if you tell me. I won't believe it even if I hear it. Tsushui Liushang garden was quiet, without any human voice. Just like when Shen Shuang first came here. This garden has beautiful scenery, but it is winding and winding, with one courtyard inside another. Shen Shuang was worried that there might be fish that slipped through the net. But Jueyun assured her, the people in Kyoto Prefecture have searched all of them, and not a single fly will be missed. He was so confident that Shen Shuang felt much more at ease. She described the wall to Shen Qinglang based on her memory. When she mentioned the courtyard where many fresh fruits and vegetables were planted, Jueyun was happy and raised his hand quickly. I know where it is. He led the way quickly in front, and Shen Qinglang and his sister followed closely. It was indeed the courtyard that Shen Shuang saw that day. Jueyun, you are so amazing. The little girl praised without hesitation. The young man scratched his head in embarrassment. I was a little thirsty when I came here with the people from Kyoto Prefecture, so I picked a fruit to eat. Shen Shuang smiled and said, you are not afraid that the fruit is poisonous? Jueyun said, no. If I am poisoned, wouldn't there be another reason to close the garden? Shen Shuang, this child is really cute. As if life is worthless. Jueyun smiled again and said, in fact, it is mainly because Miss Shen knows medical skills. We finally know each other. If something happens to me, you should not watch me die without helping. Right? This is the same as his master. At the beginning, she asked Gu Yunjian to forgive Jueyun. And the brother said, if I don't agree, you will not care about my life or death? Shen Shuang didn't know why she remembered this sentence. And the doting when he said this. No. The love-crazy girl is acting up again. But she didn't believe that Gu Yunjian would tell him that she knew medicine. So she asked him. Jueyun said honestly, you said it last night when we were drinking. You said that the fourth prince climbed over the wall to find you. And one of the times, he asked you to change his medicine. If you didn't know medicine, why would he come to find you? Climb over the wall? Change medicine? Shen Shuang's face turned red instantly. Why didn't she remember it? I told you about it. Jueyun nodded, yes. Did you forget? The Major General was there at the time. If you don't believe me, ask him. Shen Qinglang was seriously looking for the entrance to the secret passage and didn't hear them talking at all. Shen Shuang didn't want to offend the boss by asking about this kind of thing. She pulled the boy aside, feeling extremely guilty. Jueyun, what else did I say? Her cautious expression made Jueyun feel that he had said something wrong. And he scratched his head again. It seems that nothing happened. Later, you went out to get some fresh air. It's good to get some fresh air. It's good to get some fresh air. Shen Shuang was relieved. As long as she didn't say anything nonsense again. It seems that her drinking is still good. Jueyun said again, you seemed to be drunk at that time. And the prince was worried about you and chased you out. Just now I found that his clothes were dirty. With a lot of dust. I don't know if it was stained last night. It was just dirty clothes. Shen Shuang didn't think it had anything to do with her. It must be that your prince got drunk and accidentally fell. It's normal. Jueyun shook his head, no. The prince has always been very sensible. He only drinks a little wine. And never gets drunk. It was the same last night. I'm sure he was sober. He may fall even if he's not drunk. Otherwise I'll ask him when I get back. At this time, Shen Qinglang's surprised voice came, come here. I found it. The two rushed over. Both very excited. Brother. Let's go in quickly. This can only last about 10 seconds. Shen Shuang said while pulling her brother in. And Jueyun hurriedly followed. Miss Shen. What does this second mean? It means very quickly. The little girl prevaricated. She was not interested in popular science. And she couldn't popularize it clearly. As soon as the voice fell, the stone wall fell. Jueyun exclaimed, sure enough. Second? Shen Shuang was confused. What do you mean? Didn't you say that second means very quickly? I mean it's really fast. Shen Shuang. She met her match. Shen Qinglang was in front. Shen Shuang was in the middle. And Jueyun was in the back. He widened his eyes, and didn't relax a step. He kept in mind that the purpose of this trip was to protect Miss Shen. After all, it was related to whether he could stay in Lingyuan, and whether he would be expelled from the master. Jueyun, it's okay here. Just be careful at the palace gate. Shin Shuang was not nervous at first, but his caution made her feel that she might die in a foreign land at any time. No, I have to protect you at all times. Otherwise the prince will not forgive me. The boy's eyes were firm, and his tone was unquestionable. Shin Shuang felt like a giant panda at this moment, holding her brother tightly in her hand, and being stared at by the boy. It was about half an hour, just like last time. Although she walked once, Shin Qinglang did not. He was careful while walking, so the time was not shortened much. The palace was just in front. Shin Qinglang asked Jueyun to protect his sister, and he approached there carefully. As his sister said, there was no one on duty. He waved his hand, and Shin Shuang and Jueyun also went over. Brother, those two people did that in that room last time. That. She pointed in a low voice, her face reddening again. Jueyun was confused. What is that? Just that. What? The more Jueyun listened, the more confused he became. Fighting? Shin Qinglang saw that his sister couldn't say it, so he asked Jueyun to stop asking. Jueyun felt unhappy that they were hiding it from him. There was really no other way. So Shin Qinglang pulled him over and whispered in his ear. Jueyun was like being struck by lightning. Really? Such a secret place, that must not be a decent person. Do you know who it is? Shin Shuang didn't say anything, and Shin Qinglang didn't feel embarrassed to say it, which made the boy feel that he was being excluded. I don't know the woman, but the man looks exactly like your prince. So it should be. It's impossible. Don't talk nonsense. My prince is a chaseman, a gentleman, and he would never do that secretly here, that thing. It shouldn't be him. It's definitely not him. It's definitely not him. Don't tell me. I won't listen even if you tell me. And I won't believe it even if I hear it. I don't listen. I don't believe it. I don't listen. I don't believe it. Shin Shuang's temples were throbbing. Where did Brother Yunjian get this guy from? She asked herself that she loved peace, but at this moment she had an urge to strangle him to death. This urge was still very strong, the kind that she could not suppress. She silently said in her heart, the world is so beautiful, but I am so irritable. This is not good. Not good. Not good. Finally calmed down, took away Jueyun's hand covering his ears, and said word by word, after our analysis, that person is disguised. It can't be Brother Yunjian. Jueyun then grinned, it must be a disguise. As the three were walking in, Shin Qinglang suddenly made a gesture to keep quiet, and the atmosphere became tense. Shin Qinglang took Shin Shuang's hand, jumped up, and landed steadily on the beam. Jueyun followed without making any sound. Only the little girl's heart was thumping. She didn't understand the world of masters, but I have to say it's pretty handsome. After a while, a woman in palace clothes came with a tray, and the tray seemed to be a dress. The color was bright and thin like a veil. She pushed open the door and came out again after a while. The three of them stared at the direction she left until she disappeared from their sight. Chapter 99. I'll kill him. Shin Shuang hadn't reacted yet, and she had already fallen to the ground with her brother. Are you scared? Shin Qinglang asked her, looking at her blushing face. Don't be afraid. My brother is here. The little girl's eyes were full of brilliance. This is a major general who is feared on the battlefield. You can follow him and walk sideways. Shin Qinglang touched her hair and said to Jueyun, let's go to the room that the palace maid just went to. Jueyun nodded and tightened his sword. When they reached the door, the two of them skillfully poked a hole in the window paper and looked into the small hole. Shin Shuang followed suit, but the hole she poked was a little unsightly. Not to mention the eyes. Even a smaller chin could fit in. Jueyun almost couldn't hold back his laughter, but his good professionalism made him hold it back. He knew clearly that if he annoyed Miss Shin, the master would not forgive him. The prince would not forgive him. He would hate himself. After looking at Shin Qinglang, the two silently changed the window. A window with intact window paper. Shin Shuang felt that she was severely despised. But she despised herself. It was obviously a slender jade finger. How could the hole poked out be so eye-catching? This time she carefully observed the whole process of her brother poking the window paper, and also paid attention to Jueyun's whole set of movements. When she was eager to try, she was stopped by Shin Qinglang, pointing to the hole that had just been poked. This is for you. Jueyun's face turned red, and he wanted to laugh, but didn't dare to laugh. He turned his back, and took a long time to recover. His shoulders shrugged, and Shin Shuang suspected that he had gone crazy in his practice. Next, the division of labor. When Shin Lang and his sister watched, Jueyun watched. When Jueyun watched, Shin Lang watched. After repeating it 3 times, the room was still empty, without a ghost. How about we go in? Jueyun couldn't hold his temper anymore. He didn't want to wait any longer, as he felt like he was being eavesdropped. Although they were eavesdropping, Shin Shuang suggested waiting a little longer. After all, the maid had delivered the clothes, which meant that someone would be here soon. She became more and more curious about who the heroine was. God pays off. And the familiar laughter was heard again. From far away, Jueyun and Shin Shuang looked at each other in tacit understanding, and at the same time leaned over the small hole to look inside. Shin Lang was in a state of dismay. Why was his sister not reserved again? An unmarried girl did not avoid such things at all. She had to look at what was not proper. She must have been led astray by Gu Jinhao. He was even more convinced that his obstruction was correct. Shin Shuang did not know what her brother was thinking, nor did she want to explore his rich inner world. She just wanted to know who that woman was. There was such a bold woman in this era, and in the palace. She must not be an ordinary person. As the laughter got closer, Shin Shuang's eyes opened wider and wider, and her breathing became lighter and lighter. She held her breath and did not blink. The woman was still covered with a veil like last time, revealing a pair of charming eyes. She had fair skin, a slim figure, and wore a rouge-red gauze skirt. Shin Shuang recognized it. It was the one that the palace maid had just brought in. The red skirt was as thin as a cicada's wing. It was better not to wear it. Jueyun silently withdrew his gaze. He did not dare to look at it, and pointed to Shin Lang inside. Young General Shin looked at him suspiciously. Was this his turn? As soon as he approached the window, Shin Shuang pushed his head over and glared at him. Don't look at anything indecent. What are you looking at? Shin Lang understood what she meant, and he was embarrassed. And he stopped insisting. But why did she come closer again? Just when he was about to turn his sister's head back. She turned back herself, as if struck by lightning. The look in her eyes was shock, suspicion, contempt, and spitting. Yes, that's it. Jueyun got interested at a glance. There's a story. He came closer, and saw that there was a man in underwear, sitting on the couch with a woman, touching the little face, touching the little hand, kissing here, kissing there, flirting. What a fuss! Jueyun looked calm and well-informed. Isn't this what he did here? Why was he so surprised? Thinking again, Miss Shin is a girl after all. And seeing a man who is almost naked should be this expression. Just when he was about to retract his gaze, he suddenly seemed to be struck by lightning. He turned around silently, and looked at Shin Lang nervously. He also pulled Shin Shuang towards him, and protected her behind him, like an old hen protecting her chicks. Looking closely, Shin Lang saw in his eyes that he was ready to die. Shin Shuang looked at Jueyun. Is this guy crazy? That's her brother. Her real brother. Okay. She moved closer to her brother, but was pulled over by Jueyun again. He even drew out half of his sword and stared at Shin Lang with a fierce look. Shin Lang was confused. Why did this guy guard against him more than a thief? This is his sister. She hasn't married their prince yet. Even if she does, she has to line up behind him. He reached out to pull his sister's hand, but failed. Jueyun blocked it. Shin Lang was going to get angry. Even if he had saved him, he would still get angry. Jueyun gave him a contemptuous look and pointed inside. Shin Shuang also pointed inside. Shin Lang sighed silently. He didn't believe that there could be any extraordinary scenes inside. When he got closer, when he saw clearly, General Shin clenched his fists tightly and cursed in a low voice. I'll kill him. The flirting man had a face exactly like his. He had been taking care of his younger siblings like a father for so many years. And he didn't even have a sweetheart. Now that dog-headed thing dared to tarnish his reputation. Seeing him rushing in, seeing him being overwhelmed by anger, Jueyun held him tightly, and Shin Shuang covered his mouth tightly, and then gradually calmed down. However, Jueyun still had some doubts, and pressed his acupoints when he was not paying attention. Shin Shuang glared at him. What did he want to do? Jueyun made a gesture to silence, pinched and pulled on Shin Shuang's face, and confirmed that the man in front of him was not wearing a mask. And then he untied his acupoints. He nodded to Shen Shuang. He is your brother. Safe. Shen Shuang. Shen Lang. Thinking of playing the long game. They decided not to alert the enemy, but to wait and find out the truth. Don't look at anything inappropriate. The three of them stopped looking, squatted under the window and listened quietly. All of them looked like they had lost all hope in life. After about half an hour, the noise inside gradually died down. Shen Lang winked at Jueyun, who scratched his head and took a peek. They are dressed and seem to be ready to leave. Jueyun's voice was very low. Shen Lang said, "Follow them and see where they go out and then come back." "Why me? You are smart and wise." After receiving such affirmation, Jueyun had no choice but to go in after they left. Shen Lang and Shen Shuang also entered the room to see if there were any other discoveries. The curtains were draped over the messy bed, leaving an ambiguous atmosphere. Shen Shuang frowned, attracted by some small metal fragments on the bed. It seemed that she had seen them somewhere before. She took some and put them in the handkerchief, and was about to show it to Shen Lang, but saw him holding an incense burner and looking at it. The incense was poured with water, and the incense had gone out long ago. Seeing that he wanted to smell it, Shen Shuang hurriedly stopped him. "Don't move." "What's wrong?" Shen Shuang took some incense ash and smelled it doubtfully. And it was just as she expected. After wiping his hands, he calmly said, "It contains that ingredient. Don't ask me what it is anymore. It's the medicine used by men and women during sex." Shen Lang said and then frowned, tapping her on the forehead. "How do you know all this?" "I'm telling you. Be honest and behave yourself. If you dare to do something out of line, don't blame me for punishing you." Chapter 100 Nonsense. "I don't know any concubines at all." Shen Shuang was speechless for a moment. She just had a wider range of knowledge in medicine. Was it worth his groundless speculation? Seeing her unconvinced look, Shen Lang straightened the hair on her head. "Are you angry?" "Yeah," the little girl snorted. "You should remember to be honest and behave yourself. If you dare to do something out of line, I'll tell Dad." Shen Lang laughed dumbly. "What's wrong with me? There is no smoke without fire. Why would someone pretend to be you and do such shameless things? Isn't it because you are misbehaving? Improper behavior?" Shen Lang wanted to cry, but had no tears. He was the victim. "Okay," he said sullenly. "What does that have to do with me? Why didn't he pretend to be the second or third brother, but had to pretend to be you?" Shen Lang was convinced by his sister. He decided not to provoke her anymore. But a few words of advice actually attracted so many malicious accusations from her. Luckily, Jueyun came at this time and said with a smile, "What are you talking about so happily?" "Happy?" Shen Lang glanced at him sideways. "Which eye of his saw the happy?" "Found the exit?" Jueyun nodded. "Are you going now?" "Yes." Took the little girl's hand and coaxed, "Little ancestor, I was wrong. Forgive me?" Shen Shuang raised her eyebrows and smiled. "I forgive you for the time being, but I won't do it again next time." The path was winding, but it was particularly simple under Jueyun's guidance. Shen Shuang couldn't help but praise Jueyun. "How did you remember this complicated road?" Jueyun turned around and smiled. "The young general said that I am smart and wise. So how difficult is it to remember a road?" Shen Shuang chuckled. He was really panting when someone said he was fat. He was not modest at all. Jueyun said again, "When I came back just now, I took the same route as the palace maid. I was walking the same route as the two people." Shen Shuang couldn't help laughing. These two words were used the wrong way. After a while, the three of them arrived in front of a door. Just when Shen Lang wanted to check it out, Jueyun pushed the door open directly, as if he was at home. "Aren't you afraid that there is someone inside?" Shen Shuang looked around nervously as she walked. Jueyun said, "What are you afraid of? There is a staircase outside this room. Going up the stairs, there is a room with exquisite decoration." Shen Shuang admired his reconnaissance ability very much. "You just went up there openly. Aren't you afraid of being bumped into by them?" Jueyun laughed and said, "The place where this kind of thing is done is naturally extremely secretive. No one else can know except the confidants. So I guess only the two people and the palace may just now know this secret passage. No matter who it is, I can subdue them in the first time. So there is no need to worry at all." The boy's confident eyes were shining, just like when Shen Lang first met him. Just as he was about to go up the stairs, he heard Shen Lang say, "Wait a minute. What's wrong?" Jueyun ran over and saw him staying next to the wardrobe. And laughed. It's just some clothes. Shen Qinglang didn't think so. He always felt that these clothes looked familiar. She called her sister over, Qing. Has the fourth prince ever worn this dress? Shen Qing took the brocade dress and looked at it. The sky blue color after the rain seemed to be what the dog prince wore when he first took her into the palace to treat concubine Xian. He nodded quickly. Yes. He has this one. Jueyun became interested after hearing this and started to pick it up. Suddenly he pulled out a purple brocade dress and said in surprise, Major General. Miss Shen. My prince has worn this one. Shen Qing was very surprised. Is this an honorable thing? Do you want to be so surprised? Jueyun's mouth twitched. He really shouldn't be surprised. This is a blasphemy to the prince. Jueyun felt very uncomfortable when he thought that someone pretended to be his otherworldly prince and did that in that ambiguous room. He threw the clothes aside and continued to pick them up. After a while, he pulled out another one and shook it. Shen Qinglong's eyes were always on this dress. And he said firmly, It seems that Xiao San has one. Shen Qing took it in surprise and nodded. Yes. There are orchids on the cuffs. I bought it with my third brother. Several people stopped talking and began to feel a little mysterious. Jueyun. Stop digging. It's messing up again. Seeing him digging for food like a chicken. Shen Qing couldn't bear to watch. Jueyun didn't even raise his head. It's already a mess. So it doesn't matter if it gets messy. Besides, we won't come to this place again. That makes sense. Shen Qing also joined in. She really dug out some amazing things. She raised her hand. Brother. Look. When Shen Qinglang saw what she had in her hand, his eyes went straight. A pile of human skin masks. Jueyun threw away his clothes, took one from the pile and put it on his face, and turned around and said like offering a treasure, Look who this is. Shen Qinglang looked at the face that looked exactly like his own and thought of the dirty scene just now. He was immediately furious and punched him directly. Jueyun was stunned for a moment. And when he reacted, he felt very aggrieved. I'm sorry. I couldn't control myself, Shen Qinglang said embarrassedly. He really couldn't control himself. Jueyun walked to the mirror silently. And in just 1 second, he took off the mask silently. Forget it. Be careful next time. He forgave him. What can he do if he doesn't forgive? He can't beat him. And he doesn't dare to beat him. Shen Qing took out another one and gave it to him. Come. Look who this is. Thinking that he wouldn't be hit again. The boy's curiosity came again. After putting it on neatly, he first looked in the mirror. And then sighed. It's really alike. He turned his head to face the two of them. And neither of them spoke. If they didn't know that he was wearing a mask. Shen Qinglang and his sister would think that this was Shen Qingyan. Then Gu Yunjian and Gu Jinhao's faces appeared. And there was even a picture of Jiang Bieli. After Jueyun and Shen Qing compared them carefully and responsibly, they found a small difference. Gu Jinhao's mask is particularly exquisite, but it looks new and obviously not used often. Jiang Bieli's mask is a little rough and is placed at the bottom, so it is not used often. Shen Qing slapped her forehead. I know. Jueyun covered her forehead and said aggrievedly, Miss Shen. You know it if you know it. Why did you slap my forehead? Shen Qing. Doesn't it hurt when you slap me? Jueyun. Why did he meet this brother and sister? God is so cruel to him. Take a deep breath, then tell me what you know. Shen Qing's eyes were shining, making Jueyun feel that what she was going to say next was also full of brilliance. That woman must be a concubine who is not favored in the palace. Or a concubine who is not interested in the emperor. Once you enter the palace, it's like entering a deep sea. From then on, Xiao Lang is a passerby. She was so lonely that she couldn't get rid of it. So she made a mask imitating the appearance of the young man she secretly loved to get rid of the endless lovesickness and the long nights. After saying that, she sighed leisurely and looked at her brother with resentment. Shen Qinglong's face flushed. Nonsense. I don't know any concubines at all. How do you explain it? Shen Qing spread her hands. Last time it was brother Yunjian. This time it's you. You change your face every time. It's obvious. Jueyun said seriously. I think what Miss Shen said makes sense. Major General. Think about it carefully. Did you inadvertently show mercy? Shen Qinglang wanted to die. He was either fighting on the border or handling government affairs in the capital. Where did he have the time to show mercy? Forget it. Let's go up and take a look. changed the subject so as not to continue listening to the two ancestors' serious nonsense. When they reached the stairs, Jueyun fumbled on the top and pressed something, and a square opening opened above the stairs. When the three of them reached the top, it was indeed as Jueyun said, a house with exquisite decoration. Jueyun ran out first and breathed in the fresh air to his heart's content. The ambiguous atmosphere in the tunnel almost polluted his innocent boyish heart. By the way, the woman changed into palace clothes, and the man changed into eunuch clothes, and went in that direction. I have been to the palace too few times, so I don't know it very well. Gu Yunjian rarely went to the palace, so Jueyun didn't come often. The last time he caught Xiodi, he relied on a map to find Huaxin Hall. Following Jueyun's finger, Shen Qinglang fell into deep thought. That was the direction of Xiangning Palace and Fengning Palace. The former was where the Queen Mother lived, and the latter was where the Queen lived. Chapter 101. If it is true or not. Just ask the prince, and you will know. Shen Qingxuang saw that he was in deep thought, and she was afraid of disturbing him, so she walked away. Her interest was in this large piece of thriving land. Like the small courtyard in Xushui Liushang Garden, it was full of fresh fruits and vegetables, and the air was full of sweet smell. I think the person who opened up this place is someone who knows how to live. I just don't know if it is that woman. Jueyun waved his hand. Miss Shen, come quickly. There are grapes here. Shen Qingxuang ran over, and the bunches of green or purple grapes hanging on the vines were so cute. She was afraid of sourness, so she let Jueyun taste it first. The boy smiled and said, no need to taste. You can tell it's sweet at a glance. He picked a grape and put it in his mouth with an expression of enjoyment. Shen Qingxuang was waiting for him to be surprised and praise him, but he spat. Who planted it? It's sour. Shen Qingxuang admired his logic. What does sweetness and sourness have to do with the owner? Jueyun gave up the grapes, walked to the side, jumped up, and landed on the apple tree. Looking at Jueyun among the fruits, Shen Qingxuang felt that he was like the monkey who stole the peaches. Jueyun picked an apple first, wiped it on his clothes, put it in his mouth and took a bite, and his frown gradually relaxed. Miss Shen, the apples are good, Shen Qingxuang said hurriedly. I want some too. Okay. Jueyun picked several, jumped up, and stood steadily in front of her. He picked a big and red apple from his pocket, wiped it hard on his clothes, and handed it to her. Shen Qingxuang thanked him and sat down with him under the tree to eat. Is it hot? Of course it is. It's so hot. I'm going to take a shower when I get back. I'm all sticky. Me too. Fortunately, my rouge is of good quality. Otherwise my face would be covered in rouge. Ha ha ha. I don't wear rouge. I'm not afraid. When Shen Qinglang came to his senses, he could no longer see his sister and Jueyun, and his heart sank. This is the palace. If he barges in, he will be in big trouble. He only heard a voice of Big Brother from a corner, and then he saw two hands waving at him. Shen Qinglang walked over and saw two people chewing apples. Laughing happily, deliberately frowned. Aren't you afraid of poison? The little girl smiled with her head raised. I can cure it. Jueyun held an apple and laughed. Major General, do you want to eat it? Shen Qinglang didn't want to. After all, he was a Major General. What would it look like if he was caught stealing fruit? That's it for today. Let's go back the same way. Shen Qingxuang didn't care and said him. Just stood up. And the dust on his body hasn't been wiped off yet. At this time, he heard a cold female voice. Who are you? How dare you trespass here? Shen Qingxuang hurriedly hid behind her brother, and Jueyun also hurriedly hid behind her brother. It's better not to cause trouble for the prince. Shen Qinglang looked at the two behind him helplessly, and instantly felt that the responsibility on his shoulders was heavy. Seriously said, I am Shen Qinglang. You are? Why do you look familiar? When she heard that they looked familiar, the little girl poked her head out. She actually knew them too. She whispered, brother. She is Ji Feng Mama beside the Queen Mother. Ji Feng recognized them, restrained her anger, and saluted to Shen Qinglang. It turned out to be General Shen and Miss Shen. Please forgive me for not recognizing them. Madam, please stand up. Shen Qinglang raised his hand. She thought to herself, could it be related to the Queen Mother? Ji Feng didn't have much contact with him. She only knew that he had outstanding military achievements and was a serious person. So she was very respectful. She looked at Jueyun again. Excuse me. Who is this? Jueyun said. Jueyun? The guard of the 15th prince. Hearing this, Jinfeng's eyes became more cautious. Gu Yunjian never brought guards. How come a guard suddenly appeared? Are you lying? Jinfeng's tone was already unfriendly, which made Jueyun very unhappy. So her face was cold. Why would I lie? Just ask the prince to know whether it is true or not. Gu Yunjian was of noble status, and even the queen mother was a little cautious about him. Jinfeng was a servant. How could she have the qualifications to go to him for confirmation? But she had a hunch that this indifferent young man was not a good person, so she didn't dare to take it lightly. Shen Qinglang said, Madam Jinfeng, Jueyun is indeed the guard of the 15th prince. I can testify to this. Jinfeng said respectfully, it's not that I don't believe the young general. It's just that the 15th prince is in Shoan Palace. How could his guards leave their posts and appear here? When Shen Qinglang heard that Gu Yunjian was in the palace, his heart was relieved. This was much simpler. He smiled and said, don't be afraid of being laughed at by the nanny. My sister has been naughty and willful since she was a child. When she heard that the lotus in the palace was blooming well, she asked me to go to the palace to watch it together. I was busy and couldn't accompany her. So the 15th prince asked Jueyun to take her around the palace. I just finished my work and went to the lotus pond but couldn't find it. I found this place after several rounds. Madam, if you still don't believe it, I will go to Shoan Palace with you to find the prince to confirm. Since he said so, Jinfeng couldn't say anything else. Shen Qinglang saw her carrying a small basket and smiled. Are all the fruits and vegetables here planted by the nanny? Jinfeng said, the queen mother planted them when she was free. The queen mother has lost her appetite recently and always feels anxious and short of breath. So I came here to pick some fresh fruits for her. How is it related to the queen again? Things are complicated again. What did the imperial doctor say about the queen mother's illness? Jinfeng sighed, her eyes full of worry. Many imperial doctors have come and prescribed a lot of medicine, but the queen mother has become thinner and thinner. Shen Qingshuang knew in her heart that the medicine she sold to Yuping had taken effect. It is estimated that concubine Xian should be in a good mood recently. Shen Qinglang exchanged pleasantries with Jinfeng for a while, and then took the two away. He wanted to leave the palace directly, but he met Shen Ge, the Minister of War, on the way. As soon as he saw him, the guy would not let go and insisted on discussing military procurement with him. Sir Chen, hasn't this matter been decided? Just let your people confirm it with Yin Bai. Shen Ge smiled and said, they confirm theirs, and we confirm ours. You have been back for 2 months, but you haven't had a drink yet. I don't care. Let's go now. Shen Qinglang was helpless. Not now. I will send my sister out of the palace first, and then I will ask you out in 2 days. Okay? No. 2 days after 2 days. 2 days are too many. I wait for 2 days, and everything will be wasted. Colleagues are looking forward to it. Let's go now. No. Really not. What's wrong? It's okay if I say it's okay. Shen Ge hugged Shen Qinglang's neck and waved to Shen Qingshuang. Miss Shen, I'll take your brother away first. Shen Qinglang opened his hand and was touched by him again. So he had to shout, Jueyun, send my sister home. Okay. Jueyun turned to Shen Qingshuang, smiling so much that he deserved to be beaten. That Mr. Chen looks like a white-faced scholar. Look at how affectionate he is. Does he like your elder brother? Shen Qingshuang, are you jealous? Jueyun, I was wrong. After thinking for a while, Jueyun said again, Miss Shen, why don't we go to Shoan Palace to find the prince first? The prince must have come to the palace because he was worried about you. He won't leave the palace without seeing you. Shen Qingshuang hesitated. What if Brother Yunjian has something important to deal with? Wouldn't we disturb him? Jueyun raised his eyebrows. He didn't know his prince after all. What important things could he have? All he wanted to do all day was to see her. Everyone knew that he liked her, but she was heartless. Think about the master who is old and still practices cooking every day. The kitchen has been burned several times. These days, the master has to chase a girl and involve the servants. It's really embarrassing to show up if he doesn't have some talent. Chapter 102. You will get used to it after staying here for a few more times. At the entrance of Shoan Palace, as she had not been here for a long time, Shen Qingshuang felt more timid when she was close to home. With a smile, she said to a young eunuch, please inform them that Shen Qingshuang from General Dingan's mansion wants to see the virtuous concubine. Jueyun asked curiously, are we here to see the prince? Why do we want to see the virtuous concubine? Shen Qingshuang was very upset. Are you stupid? This is Shoan Palace, not Ling Yuan. So we should naturally see the owner. Jueyan thought it made sense and said no more. The young eunuch smiled. Miss Shen, just go in directly. The concubine has already informed us that you don't need to inform her when you come. Shen Shuang was happy at once. It turned out that she had VIP treatment. She straightened her back a little straighter. Little eunuch. Do you know me? The little eunuch laughed again. Miss Shen. I am Xiao Shunzi. Oh. Xiao Shunzi. Really? Look at me. I almost didn't recognize you. Jueyan's mouth twitched, as if she recognized him. Seeing Shen Shuang become dignified and reserved in a second, he also straightened his back and followed. But he was stopped by Xiao Shunzi. The young man was unhappy immediately, and felt a kind of sadness of being discriminated against. I was with her. Xiao Shunzi said, I know. It's just that you are bulging. I suspect you have any bad intentions. Shoan Palace has been uneasy recently, and everyone has strengthened their vigilance. He dare not let go of any suspicious person. Bad intentions? Jueyan felt greatly insulted. He was the #1 figure in the Ling Yuan hidden guard. He was handsome and unrestrained, and was known as the jade-faced young master. Although he was given the title by the likes of Jiafeng Shanyu, he still had this name. This little eunuch actually said that he had bad intentions. This is intolerable. He snorted disdainfully, and the air driven by this hum directly blew up the tuft of hair on his forehead, making it very elegant. Elegance is one thing, and having a bulge in the pocket is another. The little eunuch did not let him go because of his elegance, but instead suspected that this man had a brain problem. Shen Shuang secretly looked at Jueyan, and it was indeed bulging. He whispered, young man, we are not afraid of our shadows if we are upright. Take it out and show it to him. Jueyan snorted again and reluctantly took out the 2 apples in his pocket. The big, red apple shone in the sun, blinding Xiao Shunzi's eyes. He rubbed his eyes and confirmed that it was an apple. Shen Shuang quickly distanced herself from Jueyan, embarrassing herself in Shoan Palace. If you can't eat it, you'll have to take it with you. Jueyan was not ashamed but proud, and raised his eyebrows to Xiao Shunzi and said, tell me, how can this apple do something wrong? Can it make people die of gluttony? Xiao Shunzi blushed and retreated. Please come in. The young man walked forward with a swagger, and suddenly remembered that the prince was inside. So he immediately corrected his attitude and changed his face to a cold one. Yuping was very happy to see Shen Shuang coming. She took her hand and said, Miss Shen, you haven't been here for a long time. The Queen Mother misses you every day. Shen Shuang smiled and said, Mammy, I have some things to deal with recently, and I haven't been to the palace. Are the Queen Mother and the 15th Prince here? They are all in the backyard admiring the flowers. I will go and inform them now. After waiting for a long time, no one came. So Jueyan started eating an apple. Shen Shuang's eyes were straight. Young man, can you restrain yourself a little? This isn't Ling Yuan. What's there to be restrained about? Shen Shuang, is this guy wrong? Does he think Ling Yuan is the only place in the world where he needs to be cautious? The more skilled, the bolder. Jueyan said again, it's really suspicious to put this apple in your pocket. But it's a pity to throw it away. Anyway, they're not here. Let's eat it first. After that, he wiped the other apple hard on his clothes and handed it to her. It's very sweet. It was hard to refuse the kindness, and there was no one around. So Shen Shuang, and he leaned against the wall and started to eat it. The juicy, sweet, and crispy apple was so delicious that the two of them focused on eating it and didn't care that someone was coming. Shuang, you're here at last. The concubine Xian saw the little girl, who was concentrating on eating the apple at a glance, and walked over with a smile on her face. Shen Shuang looked up suddenly, and there was still an apple in her mouth that she hadn't finished eating. Jueyan was also shocked, but he ate faster than her, and quickly stuffed the apple core into his pocket. She said loudly, your subordinate greets the prince, the queen dowager, and the 4th prince. Shen Shuang quickly swallowed the apple and rolled her eyes at Jueyan. Couldn't this guy remind her? What should she do with this half of the apple? It's not good to throw it away directly. Not only will it pollute the environment, but it will also damage the flowers and plants. When she was struggling, the apple was taken away. When she looked again, it was the dog prince. Why did he come too? Forget it. Let's pay our respects first. Your subordinate greets the queen dowager, the 15th prince, and the 4th prince. The virtuous Queen Dowager took her hand, and liked her no matter how she looked at it. But the little girl missed her apple, and was very anxious. It's not that she couldn't bear to give it up, but she was mainly afraid that Gu Jinhao would get sick, and eat what she had eaten as before. That would be too embarrassing. Sure enough, she guessed right. But only half right. Just when Gu Jinhao was putting the apple to his mouth as if nothing had happened, he was stopped by another hand. Little uncle, you? Gu Yunjian glanced at him indifferently, took out a white handkerchief, and wiped half of the apple carefully again and again. In his bony hands, the half-eaten apple looked like a work of art, adding to his handsome and elegant face. And a purple brocade dress. He looked even more noble and low-key. Xin Shuang was a little stunned. Not to mention apples. Even potatoes. She felt that they were appreciated after being wiped by him. Gu Yunjian didn't know what she was thinking. But when he saw the little girl's absent-minded eyes, he immediately thought of the scene where she flirted with him last night. And the sentence brother Yunjian is so handsome. His face was slightly red. And he handed her the cleaned apple. Wipe it clean before eating. There is still some dust on it, the little girl said. Thank you, brother Yunjian. But Jueyun helped me wipe the apple. Gu Yunjian glanced at Jueyun. And the boy immediately realized that he had made a mistake. I know my crime. And I will wipe it carefully in the future. Get up. Gu Yunjian raised his hand. Why did you come back so long? After they went to Tushui Liushang Garden. He changed his clothes and entered the palace, fearing that he would get into trouble if he investigated, and that he would offend someone in the palace, who was difficult to offend and could not get away. Jueyun repeated Shen Qinglong's words verbatim. And Gu Yunjian curled his lips and nodded. Since you have also seen the lotus, Qingxuang, it's time to go back. But concubine Xian was unwilling to let her go. Why did she leave just after arriving? She had to keep her for dinner. Gu Yunjian smiled and said, My dear consort, the young general entrusted her to me, and I shall be loyal to him. Concubine Xian disagreed. Old 15. A meal won't take long. Gu Yunjian said in embarrassment, but I didn't sleep well last night. I'm not in good spirits. I have to go back to rest. Gu Jinhao looked at him carefully. And sure enough, there were bloodshot eyes. This is really strange. What did little uncle do last night? It's rare to see you so tired. Gu Yunjian looked at Shen Qinglong. And the little girl hurriedly said, Brother Yunjian and the eldest brother drank a lot of wine last night. So they stayed at our house. He shouldn't be used to staying overnight, so he didn't sleep well. Brother Yunjian. Right? Gu Yunjian smiled and nodded. You'll get used to it after staying a few more times. Concubine Xian's temples were throbbing. How could old 15 say such shameless words so calmly? Her son exploded directly. Little uncle, you said you stayed at the Shen mansion last night? And you have to stay a few more times? Chapter 103 Xiang Fu has a scar on her right wrist. Gu Yunjian nodded calmly. Is there any problem? Gu Jinhao was confused and scratched his head. But didn't they say that Shen mansion doesn't allow anyone with the surname Gu to enter? That's right. But the ban was lifted yesterday. The calm words and faint smile set off a storm in Gu Jinhao's heart. Concubine Xian looked at her son with pity. Silly boy. It seems that the ban is only for you. Gu Jinhao was sad. He had been trying not to find her for so many days. But the little uncle took advantage of it. He suddenly felt that his efforts were meaningless. At least the little girl didn't see his changes, and didn't care about his mood. Especially she had been wearing the bracelet given by the little uncle, but refused his jade pendant. Gu Jinhao's mentality collapsed. He walked forward and pulled the little girl, whispering, Come out with me. I have something to tell you. Shen Qinglong felt that he was a little dangerous at the moment. She didn't dare to go. But she couldn't break free. How about you say it here? She compromised. Come out with me. Hearing his bad tone, she was a little scared. I won't go. Gu Jinhao was speechless. What are you afraid of? I won't do anything to you. Then I'm afraid too. Gu Yunjian said seriously. Jinhao. Stop it. Gu Jinhao had no choice but to let go. And the little girl's expression also eased. Hiding behind Gu Yunjian. Are you so afraid of me? Yeah. Why? You're too fierce. Gu Jinhao. He wanted to be good to her. But she didn't give him a chance at all. Even after he reluctantly refused the marriage. She sprinkled salt on his wounds, and took the initiative to drink with him. She drank such a strong wine in one gulp, just to thank him for not marrying her. Gu Jinhao once again felt deeply frustrated. He pursued a girl seriously, but failed again and again. It would be fine if she treated everyone the same. But she treated the little emperor uncle differently and asked him to stay overnight. Stay overnight. She actually asked him to stay overnight. Brother Yunjian, let's go back. Shin Shuang pulled Gu Yunjian's sleeve and said in a low voice. Gu Yunjian nodded and said goodbye to Concubine Xian. Concubine Xian felt that the atmosphere was too awkward, and was afraid that forcing her to stay would be as depressing as last time. She really couldn't stand these ancestors. So she waved her hand and told him to leave quickly. If he wanted to see the little girl, he could just find a time to slip out of the palace. There was really no need to risk being tortured. Before she left the house, Xiao Shunzi came running to report, Your Majesty, the Lady Xiangfu from the Queen's side is here. Shin Shuang was startled and glanced at Jueyun. He was also looking at her. Gu Yunjian noticed their strangeness and patted the girl on the shoulder to signal her not to be nervous. The dowager concubine Xian also felt strange. Shouan Palace and Fengying Palace had never had any contact. Why would the queen send a maid to come? Looking at Gu Jinhao, he was also confused. At this time, a woman in light green palace clothes came in with a basket full of fruits. Ying saluted, I, Xiangfu, greet the dowager concubine, the 15th prince, and the 4th prince. The dowager concubine Xian raised her hand gracefully. Stand up. Thank you, dowager concubine. The dowager concubine Xian said, Did the queen send you? Xiangfu nodded and said respectfully, The queen heard that Miss Shen liked the fruits she planted, so she ordered me to pick some for her. Shin Shuang was stunned. She and Jueyun had only secretly eaten a few apples, and someone had sent them here? How did the queen know they were there? It couldn't be that Jin Feng told her. Could it be that someone of hers was always monitoring the place? Subconsciously, he glanced at Jueyun again. The boy nodded, as if to say, It must be. Xiangfu had handed over the basket. The queen said that she hoped Miss Shen would not dislike it. Shin Shuang hurriedly said, Please thank the queen for me. Jueyun stepped forward to take the fruit basket and took a glance. There were many kinds of fruits in it. When Xiangfu was about to leave, Shin Shuang suddenly called her. Miss Shen, do you have any other instructions? Shin Shuang smiled and said, I saw that the orchid on the young lady's sleeve is very unique, so I want to take a closer look. I wonder if it's rude. Xiangfu was stunned, then smiled and said, Miss Shen, you are too kind. This orchid was embroidered by me. It is very superficial, and it can't be compared with the embroidery on Miss Shen's clothes. Shin Shuang's heart moved, and she said calmly, But I think the young lady's is much more beautiful than mine. My clothes were all given by my third brother. He said they were beautiful, but I appreciate them. No. Xiangfu lowered her head and smiled. Mr. Shen-san is an expert in calligraphy and painting. His vision is not wrong. Speaking of orchids, I have heard that he painted an orchid picture, which was highly praised by scholars in the capital. Shin Shuang asked curiously, You have seen it too? Xiangfu smiled and shook her head. How could I have the honor? I just saw a copy. Although the shape is similar, the artistic conception is far from it. Shin Shuang pulled her sleeve and smiled. Look closely. The orchid on the girl's sleeve is very similar to the one painted by my third brother. If Miss Xiangfu is interested, I will ask my third brother for it after I get home and give it to you. Xiangfu's eyes lit up. Really? Shin Shuang nodded and smiled. It's just a painting. It's nothing serious. If it's gone, I'll just paint another one. If that's the case, thank you very much, Miss Shen. Shin Shuang said, The lady and I hit it off right away. It would be awkward to thank you. Oops. I forgot to wash my hands after eating fruit just now, and I stained the lady's clothes. She looked guilty and quickly took a handkerchief to wipe Xiangfu's sleeves. But Xiangfu said it was okay, because she was in a hurry to return to the palace to take orders. She said goodbye when her figure disappeared from her sight. Shin Shuang's face suddenly turned pale. Her heart was pounding, and she almost couldn't stand steadily. Not feeling well? Gu Yunjian supported her and poured her a glass of water after she stood still. She drank the water slowly, and when she looked up again, she looked panicked. Brother Yunjian, let's go back. Gu Yunjian had many questions, but he obviously couldn't ask her at this time, so he would go back and talk about it. Seeing that she was absent-minded, he extended his hand to her. Shin Shuang glanced at him and put her hand in his. His hand was so warm. Gu Yunjian frowned slightly. Her hand was so cold. He held her hand tightly, and led her out of the palace. The concubine Xian said to her absent-minded son, Jinhao, I think the little girl really doesn't care about you. How about your mother help you keep an eye on other girls? Gu Jinhao had to admit that he was sad, and slowly retracted his gaze. She is only 15 years old, and I have time to wait. The dead boy's infatuation is quite distressing. What can he do? Who made him as blind as his father at the beginning? Both like the women in the Xiangfu. After picking up a piece of cake to eat, he suddenly thought of something. Jinhao, is Fang Mingju's chastity related to you? Gu Jinhao was confused by the question. What do you mean? Concubine Xian glared at him. Isn't it said that Fang Mingju lost her virginity? Mother, do you want to know if it was you who did it? Gu Jinhao blushed and was speechless to his mother. Why did she think of him for all the bad things? No, I only held her hand at the beginning. At this time, he felt that his hands were dirty. Concubine Xian was relieved by her son's denial. With a snort, the little bitch really fooled around with others. Fortunately, the dead boy came back from his mistakes. Otherwise, there would be grass on his head in the future. I wonder if it will be taller than the little girl's apple tree. In the carriage, Shen Shuang held Gu Yunjian's hand tightly and sweated. What happened? Gu Yunjian stroked her hair. What was she afraid of? The little girl stared at him blankly, took a deep breath, and said calmly, Brother Yunjian, I saw clearly that Xiangfu has a scar on her right wrist. A scar 2 inches long. Chapter 104. Could it be that she is angry at me because of love and hatred? A 2-inch long scar? The maid named Xiodi confessed that the woman who ordered her to push Shen Shuang into the dry well had a 2-inch long scar on her right wrist. His expression became serious. Xiangfu is the one who wants to harm you? Shen Shuang shook her head. How could a maid have the courage to murder the general's daughter? Unless she was ordered by someone. Xiangfu is the head maid of Fengning Palace. Only her master can order her around. Are you talking about the queen? Gu Yunjian's eyes became darker, and at the same time more puzzled. Although the queen is the master of the harem, she is indifferent to everything, and she rarely shows up in the palace. How could she be against the little girl? Not to mention killing her? Shen Shuang thought it was her, and even suspected that the queen was the woman in the secret passage. Although this idea was very strange, Gu Yunjian was shocked. The queen had an affair with a man from outside the family, and the man was disguised. This was too incredible. Shen Shuang told him what she saw in the morning, and he became cautious. Brother Yunjian, think about it. Jueyun and I had just eaten apples at the entrance of the secret passage, and she sent someone to deliver them. Wasn't she testing us? Gu Yunjian nodded slightly, but still had doubts. When you were pushed into the dry well, you had already discovered the affair. How could she predict it and attack you first? Moreover, the dry well is connected to the secret passage. She let Xiangfu push you in. Didn't she give you the opportunity to discover her affairs? Shen Shuang frowned. She had also thought about this question. Could it be that I offended her first, so the dry well happened first? As for the secret passage, it is possible that she herself did not know. The bottom of the well was very low and dark, far from the palace, and there was still a long distance to climb over. I climbed for a long time before I found a place with light. She said, it's so difficult to go from dark to light, let alone to find it in the opposite direction. In fact, I also specially looked for the hole today, but I didn't find it at all, let alone them. She was just expressing her opinion. But Gu Yunjian was very sad, especially when he heard her say that the bottom of the well was very low and dark, and she had to climb over it. He held her hand tighter. Brother Yunjian, did you listen to me? Can you concentrate? The little girl saw that he was absent-minded and was a little unhappy. He smiled and nodded, and said softly, I listened. What you said makes sense. But when did you offend the queen? I only heard that she has a calm personality, and even the palace people rarely deal with her. Shen Shuang said, last time, the queen mother was unwell, and I couldn't find the source of her poisoning. So I went to the imperial garden with the 4th prince to relax, and ran into her there. After thinking about it, this is the only answer. It was just a collision. Not a big deal. Not enough to make her want to kill. Gu Yunjian felt that if it was the queen, there must be other reasons. Shen Shuang's eyes lit up, and she tentatively asked, could it be that she is angry with me because of love and hate? Hate because of love? Gu Yunjian smiled, then tell me, who does the queen love? The little girl rolled her eyes at him. Who else can it be? Those masks. The fourth prince? My eldest brother. The third brother. Jiangbieli. And you? Gu Yunjian's face was red. She really said everything. Girl. I am her uncle in name. You really can think of it. Shin Shuang raised her eyebrows and said, You are the emperor's uncle. And you have no blood relationship with her. Besides, you are so beautiful. It is normal for her to covet you. Covet? The little uncle was speechless. Who exactly covets him? He thought of the blushing and heart-pounding things the little girl did to him when she was drunk last night, and said that he was drunk and didn't remember. She flirted with him, but didn't want to take responsibility. And she also complained that he was old. Obviously 20 years old is the best age. Forget it. He didn't want to embarrass her. So let's not talk about it for now. Could it be that she likes Jin Hao? The most urgent thing is to divert the blame. But he can't divert it to her two brothers. The nephew who always makes him angry is the best candidate. Shin Shuang nodded solemnly. Giving face, it's very likely. Although the fourth prince has a bad temper. To be fair, he is really good looking. I apologized to the queen in the imperial garden. And he took the blame for me. Could it be that the woman wanted to kill me because of jealousy? She held her chin with one hand and thought for a while. It's also possible that it's because of the third brother. I deliberately tested Xiang Fu. And she seemed to have a good impression of the third brother. She praised a broken orchid so much. I wonder if it was influenced by the master. Without waiting for Gu Yunjian to speak, she sighed deeply. My life is hard enough. When people walk on the road, disasters come from the sky. The scapegoat almost lost his life. But you princes and sons of the kings are living a carefree life. Earth. You can't tell good from evil. What kind of earth are you? Heaven. You misjudge the wise and the foolish. Gu Yunjian went to Yinhui Garden to watch this play, and compared himself to Dou Yi at that time. He joked, It should be snowing now. The little girl laughed, and her earlier fear disappeared. Seeing her smile, Gu Yunjian felt relieved. Shuang, this is all our guess. There is no evidence. Don't worry about it. The little girl sat up straight. How can I worry about it? She is the queen. Brother. It would be so easy for her to kill me. Gu Yunjian tapped her forehead and comforted her. I won't let that happen. If she really did it to you, she can stop being the queen. But since you have a guess, go and confirm it. It's worth your trip this morning. He just called Jueyun. The boy was chewing a peach in his mouth. When he heard Gu Yunjian's voice, he quickly hid the remaining half behind him. He lifted the curtain of the car with a respectful face, but his cheeks were still bulging. Your Majesty. Then he felt that something was wrong with the scene in front of him. And finally his eyes fell on Shin Shuang's hand. She was holding their prince's hand. Seeing his mouth grinning like a gourd and his eyes full of gossip, Shin Shuang realized that she had been holding Gu Yunjian's hand since she left the palace. She quickly pulled it out and lowered her head. Gu Yunjian felt his hand empty and his heart empty. He regretted calling this boy. Go and keep an eye on Fengying Palace and check whether the queen is related to the woman in the secret passage. Jueyun obeyed the order. In fact, he also had this suspicion. Just as he was about to leave, Shin Shuang stopped him and took out a handkerchief and handed it to him. By the way, see if Fengying Palace has this. Jueyun opened it doubtfully. It was some small metal pieces. He asked curiously, What is this? It's colorful. I found it on the bed. Go to the dressing table and look for it. If I guess correctly, it should be a flower ornament. She bumped into the queen in the imperial garden and saw that there were some flower ornaments on her scar, some of which had fallen off. Thinking of the woman who always wore a veil when having sex, it was very likely that she felt inferior because of the scar. Jueyun put the handkerchief in his arms, thought for a while, and said, Your Majesty, I'd better send you to Ling Yuan first. If something happens on the way, I will be guilty. The driver smiled and said, Boss, don't worry. Nothing will happen with me here. Jueyun was furious when he heard the familiar voice. Jifeng, you should be a good driver. Why are you wearing a straw hat and pretending to be a ghost? If I had known you were here, I wouldn't have been so nervous. Jifeng took off his hat and said aggrievedly, It's so hot. Don't you have to wear a hat? He snorted again. You are nervous? You ate a pear, 2 apples, and 3 peaches along the way. I really didn't see that you were nervous. Jueyun was angry and said, Are you asking for a beating? Boss, I was wrong. Gu Yunjian just felt that they were noisy, and his face sank. This king found that you have become more and more unruly recently. Do you really think the rules are just for show? Chapter 105 Telling lies will get you struck by lightning. The two jumpy people suddenly quieted down. But they were a little more lively because they felt that the prince was in a normal mood with mission today. Who would have thought that the degree was not well grasped? And it was a mistake? The two boys rushed to apologize, which made Gu Yunjian feel even more noisy. He waved his hand and lowered the curtain. Ji Feng put on his straw hat again. And Jue Yun jumped off the carriage and soon disappeared. Your three brothers are not at home. And I think your father is not at home either. Do you want to go to Ling Yuan to sit? Gu Yunjian made an invitation and looked at her expectantly. Afraid that she would not agree, he quickly said, Uncle Wu has learned another dish and wants to make it for you to try. In this case, it is hard to refuse the kindness. Anyway, it is okay to go home. So she agreed very readily. The carriage was shaking, and Gu Yunjian did not sleep well last night. So he fell asleep quickly. In the dim light, his sleeve seemed to be pressed down. He closed his eyes and pulled it out. But it seemed to be pressed down again after a while. He opened his eyes, but saw the little girl sitting straight with a nervous face, holding his sleeve in her hand. He sat up and asked with concern, What's wrong? When she saw that he was awake, she loosened her hand and cleared her throat. Nothing. It seems to be raining. Gu Yunjian looked outside and smiled. It should be a heavy rain. It will be fine in a while, she said and sat up straighter. But her eyes kept dodging. She saw a soft pillow and hugged it directly in her arms, as if she felt safe in this way. The thunderstorm came as soon as it came, and Jifeng had already put on a raincoat. Driving in the heavy rain was as common as fighting for him. But a little girl in the car had already buried her head in the soft pillow like an ostrich, and her shoulders were still shrugging. Gu Yunjian understood that she was afraid of thunder. The snow didn't come, but the thunder came. He walked to her side and sat down, gently taking away the soft pillow. The little girl was startled, and heard the thunder outside. So she hurried to take it again. Before her hand touched her, she was pulled into Gu Yunjian's arms. He stroked her hair and comforted her softly. It's just thunder. Don't be afraid. It's okay. I'm afraid. The lightning and thunder made her heart startled. But it was strange that she was not so afraid when she was in his arms. Are you better? Seeing that she was quiet, Gu Yunjian smiled. Yeah. She raised her head and smiled. Same as my big brother. Gu Yunjian didn't understand. What's the same? My big brother also felt this way when he hugged me. I'm not afraid of anything. The little uncle didn't know whether to be happy or disappointed. If you look at it literally, it is an affirmation of him. After all, it is the same as Shenqing Lang. But if we look at it from a deeper level, do we treat him as a brother? Although he has never been a brother, he doesn't want to be her brother. After a little thought, he smiled and said, Qing, do you dislike that I am older than you? What do you mean? When did she dislike him? Gu Yunjian looked at her innocent eyes and said, Am I not 5 years older than you? The girl said, My eldest brother is also 5 years older than me. And I don't dislike him. Brothers? It doesn't matter if they are 20 years older. Another brother. Gu Yunjian sighed silently and scratched his head. Then tell me, if the person I like is 5 or 6 years younger than me, will she dislike my age? The girl realized that she had encountered a relationship problem. Is it worth beating around the bush? He sat up straight immediately, with an expert's posture. No. I tell you, a man who is 3 years older than his father is as good as a gold brick. A man who is 5 years older than his father is as good as his father. It's better to be older. He knows how to care for people. And you are so beautiful. Believe me, she will never dislike you. Gu Yunjian was confused. But she didn't say that last night. You didn't lie to me? The little girl nodded seriously. Believe me, if you tell a lie, you will be struck by lightning. Before she finished speaking, there was a thunder in the sky, and the little girl who had vowed just now hugged him with an awe and held his arm tightly. Gu Yunjian couldn't help but laugh. It seems that what he said just now can't be believed. He hugged her tighter, patted her back and comforted her. Okay. You didn't do anything bad. Don't be so scared. The little girl didn't dare to look up this time, and said in a muffled voice, But I did. Did? Gu Yunjian laughed again. What bad thing did you do? I wiped off the toad blood on Fang Mingju's arm. I was angry that she slandered me, so I put a special powder on my hand and wiped it off. Gu Yunjian. At that time, He really believed what Gu Binghe said, thinking that she had put it on herself. But it turned out to be a trick used by this little girl. Where did you get the powder? He said helplessly. I have a lot of them. All kinds of medicine. I was afraid someone would harm me. So I put a lot in my purse. Do you want them? I'll give you some. Free of charge. Gu Yunjian, pressing her head into his arms again. He said in a muffled voice, I don't want them. And I don't need them. What else did you do? The little girl said in a muffled voice. The Queen Mother is in low spirits and is getting thinner day by day. And it's also because of my medicine. Gu Yunjian. The medicine is mine. But I didn't do it. Last time I stayed with concubine Xian in Shouan Palace. I found out that it was the Queen Mother who had her jewelry poisoned. And indirectly hurt Gu Jinhao. The Queen Mother didn't want to swallow her anger anymore. So she bought medicine from me. The kind that makes people neither live well nor die. That's the symptoms of the Queen Mother now. Gu Yunjian was so angry that he laughed. She really did it. Anything else? She deliberately put on a straight face. Not at the moment. The word at the moment was well used. And Gu Yunjian had nothing to say. He looked at the little girl in his arms lovingly. But he didn't expect her to have something to say. And suddenly raised her head. He didn't expect her lips to touch his. Now both of them froze there. Although the thunder outside didn't strike them. Both of them had thunder in their hearts. Gu Yunjian stared at her in a daze. The soft and warm touch on her lips was the same as last night. The little girl was obviously also scared. Her eyes didn't blink. Finally, Gu Yunjian reluctantly raised his head and looked elsewhere. I didn't mean it. You can't let me be responsible. Someone immediately distanced himself from the matter. Gu Yunjian was stunned. He didn't mean it like that. He teased her deliberately. What do you mean by responsible? I just kissed you accidentally. You didn't suffer any loss. You can't let me marry you. You are the Emperor's uncle. You can't be so stingy. You should be more generous. Otherwise the people of Daki will laugh at you. Her serious look made Gu Yunjian laugh. He rubbed her hair. Little girl. What kind of perverted ideas are in your little head? How about this? I will marry you when you like me. What do you think? The little girl smiled. It's a deal. But why does this sound weird? Gu Yunjian didn't give her a chance to think carefully. And asked, what did you want to say just now? Chapter 106. If it were you, would you be willing to be the queen? What did you want to say just now? She had forgotten what she wanted to say just now. After careful recollection, she finally remembered. Brother Yunjian, don't tell others what I just said to you. Otherwise I will hate you again. Why didn't you feel scared when you did it? Gu Yunjian teased her deliberately. He found it interesting to tease her, which gave him a happy and steady feeling. Shin Shuang sighed. Wasn't she angry at that time? Fang Mingzhu is so hateful. I have to be more hateful than her. So she doesn't dare to provoke me. As for the Queen Mother, it's not me who harmed her. I just made money from selling medicine. As for who the medicine is used against, it's not my consideration. Don't you think? Gu Yunjian frowned. There are so many twisted logics. Really? The little girl smiled. Then who asked the Queen Mother to let me enter the palace? I'm just taking a small revenge. And, to some extent, it's also good for you. After all, she sent someone to assassinate you. So it can be regarded as revenge for you. Gu Yunjian said for a long time. So I should thank you? The little girl waved her hand generously. We are good friends. No need to be so polite. But if you tell others, I will say that you ordered me to do it. Gu Yunjian was very upset. This is a threat. He rubbed her hair and said helplessly, I know. I won't tell. After thinking for a while, he took out a sign from his sleeve and gave it to her. If you run into trouble in the future, show them this sign, and no one will dare to touch you. Shin Shuang's eyes lit up, and she took it hurriedly. Is this sign also useful to the queen? Gu Yunjian said. It works. Is it really that magical? She was a little unconvinced. You'll know when you try it next time. This gold medal is a symbol of his status, representing that he is responsible for everything she does. I hope the little girl can understand his intentions one day. If the emperor embarrasses me, will this medal also work? The little girl blinked her eyes, full of curiosity. Gu Yunjian thought for a moment and said, yes. However, if the gold medal needs to be used on the emperor may not be the emperor, and he is no longer the emperor's uncle. Shuang, do you feel happy being the queen? This question is interesting. And the little girl thought about it seriously. This time, pay attention when you look up, so as not to repeat the same mistake. It depends on who the emperor is. If the emperor likes someone, then it's not just happiness, but extreme happiness. The queen is the most noble woman in the world and doesn't have to bow to anyone. But if the emperor doesn't like someone, the queen is better off being an abandoned concubine. You see? How can the queen be happy now? Gu Yunjin nodded and asked, if it were you, would you be willing to be the queen? Shin Qingxuang was stunned. Brother, the queen is still alive. This is disrespectful. What disrespect? There is nothing. It's just a question. If it were you, would you be willing? The little girl shook her head like a rattle. No. Our emperor is a playboy. I would only be willing if I were crazy. What if the emperor is someone you like? The person I like? The little girl muttered. But I don't have anyone I like. This question has no real meaning. There will always be one in the future. Right? She reached out and touched his forehead. What happened to her brother today? If it's really like what you said, then I'm sure I'll agree. But he can't have other women. But he's already the emperor. How could he not have other women? Gu Yunjian nodded thoughtfully and whispered, he won't have other women. What did you say? Nothing. It's thundering. Don't talk. Pressing her head in his arms, he sighed silently, and then breathed a sigh of relief. The rainstorm came quickly and went quickly. When they arrived at Lingyuan, the rain had stopped and the sky was clear. The air was unusually fresh, and there was a hint of earth. When Uncle Wu opened the door and saw the little girl coming, his old face smiled. Miss Qingxuang, do you want some chestnut cake? This is the 9th time I've made it, and it's already pretty good. Shin Qingxuang touched her stomach and said embarrassedly, Uncle Wu, Jueyun gave me 2 apples, and I'm full. The old man snorted and scolded, why did you give you so many apples? You're like a monkey, and you really think everyone is the same as him. Just as he finished speaking, Jifeng came over with a fruit basket. You're eating and taking. Uncle Wu couldn't bear to watch. Jifeng, where did the fruit come from? Jifeng said, Jueyun said it was sent by the queen. Queen? Uncle Wu looked suspicious and asked Shin Qingxuang with a smile, how did you offend that woman? Shin Qingxuang was shocked. Uncle Wu, how did you guess so accurately? Uncle Wu raised his eyebrows. Do you need to guess? That little girl used to be quite dignified and virtuous. But after her face was scratched, she gave up on herself and looked dead all day long. She must have bad intentions when she gave you something. Okay. Don't eat the fruit. Eat cakes. The loving chestnut cakes made by Uncle Wu himself. Gu Yunjian couldn't stand it anymore. The old man was really unbearable when he acted like a spoiled child. By the way, Your Majesty, the eldest princess is here, and she seems to have cried. Gu Yunjin was stunned. It seemed that something big had happened during this rainstorm. Qingxuang, come with me to have a look, Shin Qingxuang hurriedly said, and followed him with the chestnut cake. Uncle Wu took a few quick steps and pulled Gu Yunjin. Your Majesty, come here. This mysterious energy made Gu Yunjin confused. He asked the little girl to wait for him, and followed the old man. What's the matter? Uncle Wu cleared his throat, raised his eyebrows, and whispered, Prince, are you and Miss Qingxuang? The old man stopped talking halfway, but his eyebrows were raised high. He thought his prince understood, but Gu Yunjian obviously didn't understand. Is it what? The old man scolded, Prince, you grew up under my watch. Don't hide it from me. Gu Yunjian was surprised. What did I hide from you? Still pretending. The old man pointed at his lips. Whose rouge is that? Gu Yunjian blushed and subconsciously wiped it with a handkerchief. And it really brought down some red. It must be from the girl's lips. This is a misunderstanding. Not what you think. The old man waved his hands generously. No need to explain. I understand. This is a good thing. Oh, even if I die now, I will have the face to see the old emperor. Gu Yunjian, it's okay to be old. Why do you have to become a spirit? Not wanting to talk to him anymore, he turned around and left, but was stopped again. Prince, when do you think it's best to clean up our cold garden? Isn't it all your business? Do you have to ask me about this? Gu Yunjin felt that the old man was jumping around like a demon. And even his apprentice was like that. Where was his calm and aloofness before? The old man lowered his voice, as if he was going to say something shameful. I mean to clean it up for the wedding. Aren't we going to have a princess soon? Gu Yunjian, there's not even a stroke of the pen. But you're thinking about it. Uncle Wu, don't think about it. And don't say anything. If you scare the little girl, don't blame me for being ruthless. Seeing his serious look, the old man nodded repeatedly. He is old. What doesn't he know? The child is shy now, and knows how to protect his beloved. Thinking of something, Gu Yunjian said, let Shan Yu protect Qingxuang from now on. The little girl has been in trouble recently, and I am worried. Chapter 107 I have killed people for 30 years. My heart has become cold. Do you know? Is Shan Yu going to be sent out? The old man was overjoyed, rubbing his hands excitedly. It seems that the progress is rapid. Isn't it rapid? They are so close. The rouge on his lips is the best proof. He said that his child is the best. What fourth prince? A little kid? Not as handsome as the prince. Not as elegant as the prince. Not as gentle as the prince. Not as careful as the prince. Not as good as the prince's mass base. Not even 10% of the prince can compare. So Miss Qingxuang is not only beautiful and cute, but also has a good vision. And she can take a fancy to the child he raised by himself. Hurry up and marry in to be the princess, so that Ling Yuan will not be cold, and he will not have to suffer anymore. As long as he thought of the child always sad by the river, he wanted to follow the old emperor, but he couldn't let him go. Uncle Wu, are you feeling uncomfortable? A young man's voice came, with a concerned look. The old man choked and continued to be arrogant. Shan Yu, which eye of yours sees that I am uncomfortable? Shan Yu scratched his head. Then why are you rubbing your hands all the time? Nothing. Just thinking about something. Why are you here? The old man grabbed a fish and roughly scraped the scales of the fish. He wanted to make braised fish for Miss Qingxuang. Shan Yu's face turned pale. He felt that Uncle Wu's scraping the scales of the fish was bloodier than his killing. Although he was afraid, he still had to answer the question. He said in a trembling voice, the boss told me before that when he was not around, I should come to the kitchen frequently, fearing that you would accidentally burn it again. The old man stopped the knife and stared coldly at the nervous boy. Shan Yu, I have killed people for 30 years. My heart has become cold. Do you know? No, no, please do as you please. Do as you please. Just as he was about to run, he was stopped by the old man. The prince has ordered that you protect Miss Qingxuang from now on. Shan Yu was surprised. Then you don't have to stay in Ling Yuan? The old man said, it's up to you, as long as you ensure her safety. Shan Yu was like being pardoned, and finally no longer had to be enslaved by Zhuyin. He was overjoyed. Then I will go back to the Shen mansion with Miss Shen. The old man snorted. Boy, the prince's hand was injured last time, and Zhuyin was beaten with dozens of boards. If Miss Qingxuang is injured, you will lose your life. Take care of yourself. Shan Yu was stunned. Is it so dangerous? Stuttering, Uncle Wu, can you let Jifeng go? The old man stopped his knife again and looked at him coldly. Shan Yu, I killed. The young man was shocked. I know that you have killed people for 30 years, and your heart has become cold. I will go. I will protect Miss Shen. Then why don't you get out of here? After Shan Yu rolled away, he remembered that according to his martial arts, protecting Miss Shen was no problem at all, and it was impossible for her to get hurt. This is a good job. They were all shocked by Uncle Wu. The old man himself can't cook fish, and he took his anger out on him. There is no limit to joking. In the Lingyuan flower hall, Gu Lingyan sat on a chair with red eyes, staring at the tea in the cup absent-mindedly. The tea leaves rose and fell in the cup, and she felt that she was the same, since she accidentally heard the conversation between Jiang Haobai and Jiang Ji. She felt that he was even more terrible, and she had reached the point where she couldn't sleep or eat. She had nowhere to go. No matter where she went, he could easily take her away. She had no one to complain to. She was the eldest princess, so she could only be dignified, virtuous, and sensible. She was going crazy. She was eager to leave Changyi Marquis's mansion, even if it was only for a few hours. She had no choice but to come here. Only Ling Yuan and Jiang Haobai didn't dare to enter. Only here, she didn't have to live for others to see. Ling Yan. Gu Yunjian walked in slowly, with a sound of awe. The cup in Gu Lingyan's hand spilled, and the hot tea scalded her hand red. So she quickly put it down. Meet the little uncle. Gu Yunjian raised his hand. Get up. Shen Qingxuang put down Wu Bo's loving chestnut cake and was about to salute Gu Lingyan, but was pulled up by Gu Yunjian. It's not needed here, he added. It's not needed anywhere. Shen Qingxuang, don't you need to ask others for their opinions? Gu Lingyan smiled slightly. Miss Shen. Just do what the little uncle said. Shen Shuang thanked him and handed the chestnut cake to her. Do you want to try it? Gu Lingyan couldn't eat it. But seeing Gu Yunjin looking at her, she had to take a piece and thanked him. But she was suspicious in her heart. Didn't they say that Jinhao liked Miss Shen? Why did the little uncle's eyes look gentle and doting? Just thinking about it, Jifeng came over to serve tea, but did not leave immediately, but came to Shen Shuang's side. The little girl looked up at him and said, "What's up?" Jifeng lowered his voice and said, "Take Shanyu with you when you leave." "Ah? Why? It's not just an apple and a date. Can you just take them?" Gu Yunjin heard it and smiled. "Qing Yan is busy with business all day. I'm worried about your safety, so I let Shanyu stay by your side to protect you. What do you think?" The little girl's eyes lit up. She had seen Shanyu and Jifeng fight off Gu Jinhao together. Their martial arts were so good. She nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. "Of course. Thank you, Brother Yunjin." Gu Yunjin smiled again. "You're welcome. I originally planned to let Jueyun or Jifeng follow you, but these two guys have been too jumpy recently. You need to control your temper." Shen Shuang corrected, "Not jumpy, but lively. They are much cuter than when they were serious when we first met." "Do you think so?" "Yeah. Is that so?" Gu Yunjin pondered for a moment. "Then take whoever you like to play with. Jueyun is the best in martial arts. But Jifeng and Shanyu are not bad either. They should be better than your second brother. But they are not Qingyan's opponents." While Shen Shuang was thinking, Jifeng cleared his throat, winked at her, and whispered, "Choose me. Choose me." The eager look made the little girl laugh. "Brother Yunjin, let's go with Jifeng." "Okay." Jifeng was very happy to hear that. "Miss, then I'll go pack up and go home with you later." Gu Yunjin. This is the hidden guard trained by Uncle Wu. He is very good at adapting to the situation. He called me Miss so soon. Go home. Has he been treated badly in Ling Yuan for so many years? He really feels a sense of belonging. Shan Yu had already packed up. And when he learned that he was intercepted by Ji Feng halfway, he was so angry that he fought with him directly. The quiet Ling Yuan was in chaos, with flying sand and rocks. When the fight was about to be resolved, Uncle Wu came with a cold face. The two boys knelt down instantly. With a flattering face, "Uncle Wu, how did we practice just now?" Uncle Wu gave each of them a kick, and then went back to tinkering with his braised fish. In the flower hall, Shen Qingxuang ate cakes. Gu Yunjin drank tea, and Gu Lingyan said nothing. "Lingyan, are you really okay here?" After finishing both cups of tea and not listening to her talk, Gu Yunjin was a little reluctant to continue. Gu Lingyan forced a smile. "No, little uncle. I just came to see you." Gu Yunjin felt bored and stood up. "You've seen it. I won't accompany you. Qingxuang, I'll take you to see the lotus after the rain." Shen Qingxuang saw that Gu Lingyan was hesitant to speak, and whispered, "Brother Yunjin, the princess must have something to say to you. It's probably inconvenient for me to be here. I'll go out first. You can ask slowly." Chapter 108, I can divorce you, and never see you again. Gu Yunjin didn't believe it. It shouldn't be possible. "Right?" Shen Qingxuang rolled her eyes at him, and said helplessly, "Silly brother. Look at the eldest princess's eyes are red. There must be something that cannot be told to outsiders. Although we have a good relationship, the eldest princess is not close to me enough to share her secrets. I'm going to play with Jifeng. You stay here." Gu Yunjian's heart moved, and he smiled. "You said we have a good relationship?" Shen Qingxuang. "Did you get the wrong point?" What Gu Yunjin wanted to say was that she was his focus, but he stopped at the right time. You can't force a little girl too hard on emotional matters. Things will turn into the opposite when they reach the extreme. He will slowly wait for her to be moved. "Then I'll find you later." Shen Qingxuang played with Jifeng Shanyu for a while, and then wandered to the kitchen again. She didn't go in directly, but poked her head out and looked inside curiously. Uncle Wu was still struggling with the fish on the chopping board. At this time, there were at least 4 dead fish lying on the ground. And there were also some fish heads, fins, and tails scattered around. The old man was scraping the scales of a whole fish vigorously. He scraped faster and faster, and his gray beard stood up. Shen Qingxuang's heart was lifted. It was indeed as bloody as Shan Yu said. The good fish scales were scraped like they were gnawed by a dog. How much suffering did this fish have to endure? The little girl walked over carefully and looked at him suspiciously. The old man thought it was a storm, and was about to get angry. But when he saw Shen Qingxuang, His smile bloomed. Miss Chingshuang, wait a little longer, and you can eat it. The little girl smiled awkwardly. Not to mention a while. Even if it was 2, 3, or 4 times, it might not be edible. Clearing his throat, he blinked and asked, Uncle Wu, Shan Yu said you killed fish for 30 years. But it doesn't look like that. The old man stopped. Confused. How many years? I killed fish for 30 years? I didn't kill fish for even 3 days. The dead boy dared to frame me. I must teach him a lesson. Shan Yu was just passing by. And when he heard that the old man wanted to teach him a lesson, he hurried in. Uncle Wu, why teach me a lesson? The old man's knife chopped the chopping board again and again. When did I kill fish for 30 years? Shan Yu was stunned. He didn't say that? Shen Chingshuang quickly reminded. Just now with Jifeng. You said that Uncle Wu killed fish for 30 years. And my heart was cold. Shan Yu wanted to die. And said helplessly, I said Uncle Wu killed people for 30 years. The little girl realized that she had misheard and smiled embarrassedly. Then she stopped laughing. It would be better to kill a fish than had been there for 30 years. After all, she couldn't bear to watch it anymore. She rolled up her sleeves, took the knife from Uncle Wu, and skillfully processed the fish. The old man's eyes lit up. It turned out that the future princess was good at cooking. In a trance, braised fish, boiled fish, pickled fish, steamed fish, and Christian carp tofu soup were all ready. And each one amazed him. The old man's rainbow farts came one after another. And Shan Yu was stunned. Did Uncle Wu gain the trust of the old emperor because he was good at flattering? The little girl accepted all the compliments with a smile. What's that? She knows a lot. Gu Yunjian looked around but didn't see the little girl. He came over when he heard laughter in the kitchen. As soon as he saw so many delicious dishes, he knew they were from her hands. Rubbing her hair, don't do it anymore. It's so tiring. Uncle Wu, why does the prince never say he's tired? He's obviously older. The little girl laughed. I really can't bear to see so many fish die in vain. Shan Yu laughed out loud, and was glared at by the old man, and immediately stood up respectfully. Gu Lingyan also came over and said to Gu Yunjian, Little uncle, I'm going back first. Don't stay for dinner? Gu Lingyan said no because she was afraid of disturbing them. Gu Yunjian didn't try to keep him, and asked Shan Yu to see him off. When he returned to Chang'e Marquis' mansion, it was already evening. As soon as he entered the mansion, he met a little kid, who was led by Jiang Haobai. Why did you come back so late? He spoke in a bad tone. But Gu Lingyan didn't care. He said lightly, Little uncle came back late, so he was delayed for some time. As he was walking in, he was stopped by Jiang Haobai. He suppressed his anger. Didn't I ask you to look after Yuer? Did you know that he almost fell down the stairs? Gu Lingyan glanced at the little baby. She admitted that Yuer was very cute and pitiful. But it was a pity that he was his nephew. She hated him and hated him. So she didn't like Yuer either. I will tell Chunning to be more careful. Jiang Haobai got angry all of a sudden, and pulled her to him fiercely, saying word by word, Gu Lingyan, I asked you to take care of him, not Chunning. Gu Lingyan looked straight into his angry eyes and smiled. Jiang Haobai. What? Now we don't even need to maintain the superficial affection? Jiang Haobai was startled, and reluctantly let her go. Gu Lingyan smiled again, with a surprisingly cold look in her eyes. Jiang Haobai. Although I am your wife, I am also the eldest princess of Daqi. You can raise your nephew by yourself. It has nothing to do with me. If you continue to be so unruly, I don't mind the divorce. Jiang Haobai was stunned. How could his wife, who had always been submissive, become a different person? A person he had never seen before. Since marrying him, she has never called herself this palace. This made him feel unfamiliar and scared. She actually said that she didn't mind the divorce. How could she not mind the divorce? Isn't she the one who cares most about the royal family's face? Did Gu Yunjian say something to her? He squatted down and said to the little kid, Here, go and play with Chunning. Uncle has something to do. Back in the room, Gu Lingyan was reading a book. She sat in front of the window. The afterglow of the sunset sprinkled on her body. Quiet and indifferent. Jiang Haobai wanted to find fault, but was attracted by her like this. He walked over slowly, sat beside her, and put his hand on her shoulder. Lingyan, I was not in a good attitude just now. I apologize to you. Gu Lingyan didn't even turn her head. Her eyes still fell on the book, but she just brushed off his hand. She thought it was dirty. Jiang Haobai was stunned again, looking at his hand that had nowhere to go. Trying to make his tone sound gentle. Did the 15th prince say something to you? If you want to know, just ask the little uncle yourself. She turned a page in the book, as if she had turned a page in her life. Jiang Haobai was immediately angry. She knew that Gu Yunjian didn't like him, but she still asked him to go to Ling Yuan. Isn't it humiliating for him? He stood up and pointed at her and said, Gu Lingyan, don't go too far. This is the Chang'e Marquis' mansion, not a place where you can be presumptuous. Your father and mother have passed away long ago. Do you think your half-brothers will stand up for you? Gu Lingyan smiled coldly and finally looked at him. Jiang Haobai, you have said this many times. Aren't you tired of it? I don't need anyone to stand up for me. I can divorce you and never see you again. Jiang Haobai laughed as if he was listening to a joke. Divorce? Aren't you afraid of losing face for the royal family? The Queen Mother arranged our marriage, and the Queen Mother is my aunt. If you divorce me, will she let you go? I advise you to give up this idea and stay here quietly. Gu Lingyan smiled slightly, looked around the room, and murmured, I've been here long enough, and I'm tired of it. I'm tired of your hypocrisy. I'm tired of it. Your abuse and torture. Jiang Haobai, even if I am your wife wholeheartedly, you can't let go of your obsession, and I don't want to compromise anymore. The little uncle is right. Why should I waste my good life with you? Jiang Haobai's face was pale. You, what do you mean? Gu Lingyan stared at him straight and said coldly, you are jealous of the third son of Shen and let Tang Shi assassinate Shen Qingxuang. I already know that I hate you. If you want to continue this marriage, you are not allowed to step into this place again. Otherwise, let's separate. Chapter 109, Why doesn't he ever look at me? Jiang Haobai was shocked, but he remained calm. What nonsense are you talking about? When did I ask Sheer to assassinate Shen Qingxuang? Gu Lingyan, don't talk nonsense. The first time I met Sheer was the last time. I never had the chance to do that. Gu Lingyan looked at him quietly with indifference in her eyes. Jiang Haobai, do you know? You blink a lot when you tell lies. Jiang Haobai's lips moved. His hands trembled a little, and he put them behind his back. He walked to her side, and she moved aside in disgust, keeping a distance from him. Jiang Haobai sighed and said softly, Lingyan, I'm telling the truth. Of course. You said I hate Shen Qiyan. I don't deny it. After all, the person in your heart is him, not me. Do you admit it? You are my wife, but you think about other men all day long. Don't you think it's unfair to me? Seeing that she didn't speak, Jiang Haobai said softly, I love you. Otherwise, I wouldn't ask my aunt to grant me marriage. I admit that I tortured you, but that's because I love you too much. As for me being like that with other women, it's just to make you jealous and make you care about me. Gu Lingyan looked at him straight. Jiang Haobai felt that she was touched, and tried to pull her hand, but she was ruthlessly thrown away. In his eyes was a familiar and unfamiliar calmness. Jiang Haobai, until now you still don't forget to push the responsibility to me. Do you still want me to feel guilty about you? After marrying you, I asked myself to abide by the wife's code of conduct and never did anything beyond the rules. But you did everything to hurt me in the name of loving me. Gu Lingyan is cowardly, but not stupid. Jiang Haobai was angry and said, Don't tell me this. I don't want to hear it. How many people have you told about that? Gu Lingyan snorted. You admit it? Jiang Haobai grabbed her shoulders like crazy. His eyes were bloodshot. So what if I admit it? You care about Shen Qingyan, so I will kill the people he cares about. It's fair and reasonable. Did you tell the 15th prince? Gu Lingyan pushed him hard. Yes. I told the little uncle. He scolded me severely, but he was able to compromise for so long, which is a shame for the royal family. Jiang Haobai was furious and pinched her neck, making her breathless. When she was almost unable to breathe, he suddenly let go of his hand and hugged her. Lingyan, I'm sorry. Don't blame me. Okay? Don't leave me. I will change. I will change everything. Please help me plead with the 15th prince. I won't be confused again. I am your husband. Gu Lingyan gasped and looked at her husband coldly. As I said before. 1. You are not allowed to set foot here again. 2. Divorce. You choose one. Jiang Haobai stared at her blankly, holding his hands tightly. Are you so heartless? Gu Lingyan smiled bitterly. Since the first time you hid me, you are not worthy of talking about love with me. Go away. Jiang Haobai stood there in despair. A deep fear came from the bottom of his heart. Xie was taken to Ling Yuan and beaten seriously without hurting Shen Shuang. He was the mastermind behind the scenes. What would he do to him? Jiang Haobai shuddered and broke out in a cold sweat. But according to Gu Lingyan, it seemed that as long as he agreed to one of her conditions, this matter could be temporarily suppressed. Just temporarily. How long it will last? He didn't know. Gu Yunjian has always been indifferent and distant, and no one understands him. The only thing they know is that he is of noble status and keeps his word. Once he makes a decision, no one can stop him. I will not divorce you. I will never set foot here again. Looking at his lonely figure, Gu Lingyan breathed a sigh of relief, which was already worth being grateful for her. She remembered Gu Yunjian's words in the cold garden again. Lingyan, a man's love is never only expressed in words. He will think about the person he loves everywhere. Besides, it is never a sin to like someone. If you can't say it out loud, just keep it in your heart. The face of the royal family has never been maintained by a woman's forbearance. If the status of the eldest princess cannot bring you glory, you don't have to confine yourself to a circle. You decide for yourself. If you want to stay, you can give him the conditions. If you want to separate, I will arrange it for you. Gu Lingyan lay on the table. She was glad that she went to Ling Yuan today and told everything to the little uncle. Otherwise, she didn't know how long this kind of life would last. She was suffocated just by thinking about it. She was not ready to endure the gossip. So she continued to stay in Changyi Marquis' mansion. It was good to live quietly and freely by herself. She envied Shen Shuang very much. She had 3 brothers who loved and spoiled her, and the little uncle who protected her. She remembered the last words of the little uncle. If you want to divide, I will arrange it for you. But you can't live in Ling Yuan. Although you are my niece, there can only be one mistress of Ling Yuan. His smile was so warm, but it was not for her. Jueyan had been guarding on the beam of Fengying Palace for an hour, and his legs were numb. But he still stared at the queen. The woman with a face as dull as wood. Her eyes were dull, and what she did was boring. She put on makeup over and over again, but wiped it off after applying it, and then continued tirelessly. Xiangfu stood aside, as if she had gotten used to it, with a calm face, and handed her rouge, indigo and other things from time to time. My queen, this is the new flower ornaments that arrived today, in the shape of plum blossoms. Would you like to try it? Xiangfu opened a small brocade box and handed it to her. Hearing about the flower ornaments, Jueyan became energetic and looked at the brocade box. It seemed to be made of gold foil, similar to the one in the handkerchief given to him by Shen Shuang. But the color was wrong. The queen glanced at it lightly, and there was a hint of light in her eyes. Help me put it on. Xiangfu replied yes, and carefully put the flower ornaments on her scar. The queen looked at herself in the mirror, and suddenly remembered the time when she just got married. Xiangfu. Am I old? She murmured. Xiangfu shook her head. No. The queen has always been beautiful. Hearing this, the queen suddenly became excited and raised her hand to knock over everything on the dressing table, frightening Xiangfu to kneel down and apologize. Jueyan was also shocked. This woman is too fickle. Crazy when she says crazy. He rolled his eyes, and then became happy. The things that were knocked over happened to contain the things in his handkerchief. So the woman in the secret passage was the queen? He couldn't help gossiping, and he urgently wanted to find someone to share it with. The queen of a country, the mother of the country, actually had a tryst with a man in a secret passage. And she kept changing people. This sounds exciting. There is probably no more exciting news in the world than this. Then he knew he was wrong. Because there was. The queen pulled Xiangfu up and changed her tone to gentle. Xiangfu, since you said that I have always been beautiful, why does he never look at me? Jueyan was stunned. He? Which he? The emperor? Xiangfu understood who she was referring to, but she didn't dare to say it. She could only say, Your Highness. He doesn't know your intentions. How dare he overstep his authority? The queen sat down again, touching her face, with bitter eyes. I have fallen out of favor with the emperor. And who in the harem doesn't secretly laugh at me? But he saved me when I was discouraged. Otherwise, I would have drowned long ago. Jueyan's dog eyes widened. It turned out that this he was not the emperor. It must be one of the masks. Is he gone? The queen asked again. Xiangfu shook her head. Not yet. The queen asked him to leave later today. So he is still in the side hall. Tell him to change his clothes and come here. Jueyun's heart was pounding. The moment to witness history was coming. He dared not breathe. And finally waited for that him. It was a pity that the queen blocked his face. Qingyun, the man said softly. His tone was extremely gentle. Jueyun pricked up his ears. The voice was very similar to a person. The queen stroked his face infatuatedly. And said softly, Jin Hao? You are here. Jin Hao. Jueyun almost fell off the beam in shock. Chapter 110. If you like her, I will kill her. Finally, Jueyun saw his face. It was indeed Gu Jinhao. His eyes and tone were gentle. But he knew that this was not the real Gu Jinhao. Although the voice was very similar, there was still a difference if you listened carefully. Moreover, how could Gu Jinhao, who was so deep and cold, have such a tone? Just kidding. I think it was the man in the secret passage. Jueyun wanted to see the real face of this man at this time. But it was a pity that the queen was immersed in the illusory world of emotions and couldn't extricate herself. Her eyes were wet, and it seemed that she was really in love. She hugged Gu Jinhao, put her head on his shoulder, and murmured, Do you know that I miss you all the time? Qingyun. I know. The man's voice was still as gentle as water. And he reached out to touch her long hair. The queen shook her head and complained with a wrong look, Then why don't you come to see me? I'm here to see you now. Aren't I? You know, I like you. Hearing these affectionate words, Jueyun almost vomited. Fortunately, he had good professional ethics and held it back. He laughed in his heart. If Gu Jinhao knew that someone pretended to be him and said such disgusting words, his face would definitely be very good. While thinking about it, he suddenly heard a loud slap, which made Jueyun stunned. Wasn't the mood brewing well just now? Why did it suddenly take a sharp turn? This woman is so fickle. He rubbed his eyes and continued to watch. The slap was on Gu Jinhao face. The queen's calm eyes were filled with anger, which made Jueyun feel that she was still a living person. At least she knows how to get angry. She pointed her slender jade finger at the man in front of her, crying, You lied. You never liked me. You only treated me as the emperor's sister-in-law. You liked that little girl Xinqing Shuang. You smiled so brightly at her in the imperial garden. But you were so indifferent to me. She bumped into me. But you took it all on your own. You know how sad I was at that time. The man was obviously confused. He didn't know about this. He couldn't respond. But he couldn't help responding. I'm sorry. The queen was obviously already into the play. Wiped her eyes. And her eyes became cold. She sneered. It doesn't matter. You like her. I will kill her. It's a pity that the little maid is too useless. Xinqing Shuang is still alive. Jueyun's dog eyes widened again. He thought Xinqing Shuang had a natural attribute of attracting bad luck. But he didn't expect that it was the queen's jealous hatred that brought her disaster. But if she had feelings for Gu Jinhao, that would be fine. The key point was that she was hiding from him like a plague god, and could be retaliated by his admirers. Unprovoked disaster. Indeed unprovoked disaster. Poor. Indeed pitiful. Xiang Fu was just bringing tea over, and she couldn't help but be shocked when she heard the queen's words. She turned her cold eyes to herself and knelt down in panic. It's my fault. Please forgive me. Madam. The queen silently took a cup of tea and slowly pulled open Xiang Fu's sleeves, which frightened her pale. She stammered, Madam. I know I was wrong. I will find someone to attack Xinqing Shuang again. And I will kill her to vent my hatred in your heart. The hot tea trickled down Xiang Fu's slender wrist, where there was a scar, which quickly turned red after being scalded by the hot tea. Xiang Fu's eyes were filled with tears. She gritted her teeth and endured the pain. But she dared not cry out or beg for mercy. The man was frightened and at a loss when he saw this. The hot tea was finished, and the queen threw the cup away. Xiang Fu's tears fell on her wrists, and the pain was piercing her heart. The queen glanced at the man indifferently, taking in his panic. Coldly said, Chang Tung, with your wretched look now, how can you be like the fourth prince? Trash. Chang Tung saw that she was angry, and quickly knelt down. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I will seriously study the words and deeds of the fourth prince after I go back, and I will definitely satisfy you. Get lost. Come back at SI o'clock the day after tomorrow. The queen wiped her hands, threw away the handkerchief, and her face was like a dead wood again. Chang Teng got up carefully and said timidly, "Your Majesty, who are you going to dress up as the day after tomorrow?" The queen's eyes fell on a painting on the wall. Jueyun followed her gaze, and saw a picture of orchids. Even though he didn't understand the affairs of love, he understood it now. As expected, the queen said in a deep voice, "Shen Qingyan?" Chang Teng replied yes, and went out through a small door. Jueyun hurriedly followed. He entered a room, and came out in a eunuch's uniform, and took off his human skin mask. He looks very ordinary, but perhaps he is good at acting. After leaving Changing Palace, Jueyun didn't follow immediately because Chang Teng was heading towards the orchard, which meant he was going out through the secret passage. Thinking that the time was almost up, Jueyun began to perform Qigong. He moved very quickly, and even if the branches shook slightly, it would be considered as the wind. When he arrived outside the exquisitely decorated house, Chang Teng was inside. Jueyun secretly praised his ability to control time. Chang Teng turned a switch, and then flashed in. Jueyun showed up in a grand manner, waited for a while, and followed suit. The door opened, and he reached the familiar staircase. Walking down the stairs, he heard the flirting of men and women again. What kind of feng shui treasure is this? Why do people come here to flirt? He muttered in his mouth. But his eyes and ears were extremely focused. He jumped up and climbed onto the beam again. Suddenly, a deep sense of helplessness lingered in his heart. A good guard had been a gentleman on the beam so many times. Looking down quietly, the two people were hugging each other tightly, and talking to each other. The man was Chang Teng. Why did the woman look familiar? Jueyun remembered that it was the little palace maid who delivered clothes. These two can actually get together. Is the palace so lonely? The maid's pink fists fell on Chang Teng's shoulders again and again, and she scolded in a delicate voice, "You always accompany the queen, and say that you have me in your heart. But I don't believe it." Chang Teng kissed her pretty face, and comforted her. "The queen is moody, and only treats me as a substitute. Unlike you. You are really good to me." The maid was happy, with a radiance in her eyes. "It's good that you know. You made a mess everywhere, and it took me so long to clean it up for you. Next time you change your clothes, pay a little more attention. It's not good to turn it up." Chang Teng held her chin and kissed her again. "Who made our queen have a different idea every now and then? By the way, doesn't she like the fourth prince? Why does she ask me to change into other people's clothes every time we have sex?" The maid pouted at him. "Don't you understand this? The emperor ignored the queen, so the queen will naturally take revenge. The emperor has 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, so she will also look for a handsome man. As for the fourth prince, maybe the queen really likes him, so she won't allow you to blaspheme him. Humph. How can such a fickle woman really like someone else? Forget it. Let's not talk about her. Hurry up and be gentle. I'm leaving soon." Seeing that the two were about to meet each other naked, Jueyun couldn't bear it anymore, and jumped down from the beam directly. When the two were half-dressed, they suddenly saw a cold-faced young man standing in front of them, and they were scared out of their wits. Jueyun didn't waste any words, and carried them to the end of the secret passage. That was quick and neat, just like carrying 2 sacks. After pressing the switch, the stone wall of Tsushui Liushang Garden opened. He asked the yamen runners of Kyoto Prefecture for a carriage, and took the 2 tightly tied men and women back to Lingyuan. When Wu Bo saw Jueyun holding 2 disheveled and dull-eyed men and women standing at the door, his brows knitted together, and he said angrily, "Jueyun, can you be more serious? Can you consider the master's face?" Jueyun still felt helpless. What could he do? "Master, please believe me. I am really serious. And there are others who are not serious. Please don't block the door. I have to tell the prince about the improper things quickly. Otherwise I will forget it in a while." Chapter 111, She Doesn't Need to Be the Queen Anymore. When Jueyun came to the study room with 2 sacks, no, 2 people, Shen Qingxuang hadn't left yet. When she heard that he had something indecent to say, she immediately became energetic. She sat very straight, and her attitude was also very straight. Gu Yunjin smiled with his head down. After all, she was still a little girl. How could she just listen to the story? He handed her a cup of tea, put some fruits in front of her, and then sat down. Said to Jueyun, "What did you find out?" Jueyun said proudly, "Your Majesty." "Then I will start." Gu Yunjian looked at his jumping appearance, and said unhappily, "Be serious." The young man was in a dilemma. It was really difficult for him to tell an indecent story in a serious manner. Brother Yunjian, don't interrupt. You make the child worried. Shen Qingxuang felt disappointed and had to stop him. Gu Yunjian shook his head helplessly and waved his hand. Do as you please, Jueyun said hey loudly, and then pretended to be sad. Jin Hao, you are here? This sad look made Shen Qingxuang spray out the tea in her mouth. Gu Yunjian was also scared, but he was very well-mannered, and the little girl asked him not to interrupt, so he could only listen. Jueyun looked embarrassed and continued to act in a professional and responsible manner. This time, he changed his expression to a resentful one, and whispered, Do you know that I miss you all the time? Shen Qingxuang's eyes were straight, and she quickly stopped and tentatively said, Young man, you are not imitating the queen, right? Jueyun raised his eyebrows. Of course. Could it be the queen mother? Gu Yunjian was unhappy. How to talk to Miss Shen? You can use declarative sentences instead of rhetorical questions. Jueyun was honest. Yes. Your Majesty. I learned from the queen, and I performed the conversation between her and this guy dressed as the fourth prince. He brought this guy to the front. He is the disguised person in the secret passage. Gu Yunjian felt that this disheveled look would scare the little girl, so he asked Jueyun to carry him to the corner. After finishing, Jueyun continued to act. His eyes were blurred and full of emotions. Qingyun, I know. Then why don't you come to see me? Aren't I here to see you now? You know, I like you. Next, it was the queen's turn to slap her. Fearing that the plot transition would not be smooth, Jueyun wanted to slap himself. But then he thought, no. Why? He raised his hand and slapped Chang Tung, knocking him out. The atmosphere was here. Jueyun continued his performance. You lied. You never liked me. You only thought of me as the emperor's sister-in-law. You liked that little girl Shen Qingxuang. Jueyun acted with great emotion, which shocked Shen Qingxuang. So she was pushed into the well because of the dog prince. This is too much. If she really had a relationship with the dog prince, it would be fine. But the key is that she had nothing and encountered this sudden disaster. She stood up immediately. Are you sure? Is it really the queen who took her anger out on me because of love and hatred? Absolutely, Jueyun said with a solemn oath, and dragged the disheveled guy over again. You say. Now he was at the mercy of others. Chang Tung dared not lie, nodding his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Yes, this hero is right. The queen admitted it. It was Xiangfu who was ordered to find Xiaodi. But you were not dead. And Xiaodi disappeared. So they were on the same page. I didn't expect that the person who seemed to be the most peaceful was the most cruel. Chang Tung thought he could make meritorious service by redeeming his crime, and told the queen that he had disguised himself to sleep with her. This time there was a little maid to testify, so the credibility was very high. Hearing the word sleeping with her, Gu Yunjian felt upset, thinking back to the time when this man disguised himself as him and had sex with the queen. And the little girl saw everything. She ignored him for many days. He thought he was going to lose her, and he still couldn't forget the pain. Take them away and lock them up. Jueyun took the order and took them away one by one. Seeing the little girl's angry look, Gu Yunjian smiled and said, Don't be angry. Anger hurts your body. But I can't swallow this breath. Gu Yunjian poured her tea. Who asked you to swallow it? Didn't I tell you that if it is confirmed that the queen harmed you, she can give up the position of queen? In the Sigua Hall, Shen Qingyan was hungry and cold. His legs and feet were numb, but he didn't dare to get up. This was the nth time he was punished by the boss. How could he, a handsome and elegant gentleman, enter this Sigua Hall again and again? Unscientific. Unfair. While he was complaining about himself, the door opened. He was too lazy to look back. It was a waste of energy, wasn't it? He was still counting on that meal to last for a few more days. Xiao San, come out. Shen Qinglang's cold voice came. I don't. What? Come out? Okay. Shen Qingyan was excited and hurried to get up. But because he knelt for too long, he fell there again. Don't want to come out? Then keep kneeling? Shen Qinglang snorted. I am willing, brother. I am too excited. Too excited? Shen Qinglang snorted again. Come with me to the study. The 15th prince has something to ask you. After hearing clearly why Gu Yunjian was looking for him, Shen Qingyan waved his hands repeatedly, which was more terrible than facing the wall and thinking about his mistakes. Yunjian, you can't cheat your brothers like this. I won't do it. I absolutely won't do it. Gu Yunjian was not anxious or annoyed, and said to Shen Qinglang, Major General, then I will leave first. Let Qingyan continue to face the wall and think about his mistakes. By the way, remember to make up for the delay. Shen Qingyan felt that he was blind to no Gu Yunjian. He is more gentleman than anyone else when he is gentle and more hateful than anyone else when he is hateful. Then he heard his elder brother say, this time is too short. It would be too stingy to make up for it. Shen Qingyan breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he is his brother, and the elder brother still protects his child. Then he heard, if you want to add 10 days, add 10 days. 10 days. Are you asking him to die? He hurriedly pulled the corner of Shen Qinglang's clothes and begged, brother, don't be so irritable. I will think about it. Glazing at Gu Yunjian fiercely, he whispered, let's break up from now on. You can never be my brother-in-law in this life. Gu Yunjian squatted down and patted his shoulder. Are you here to avenge Qing Shuang who was pushed into the well and almost died? Shen Qingyan was stunned. Didn't Xiaodi do it? I have killed her. Gu Yunjian said. Jueyun just found out that it was the queen who ordered Xiangfu to do it. The witness is in Lingyuan. If you don't believe it, just go and ask. Shen Qingyan was immediately angry and rolled up his sleeves. This is too much. Too much. Tell me. Gu Yunjian told the story again, and the veins on the forehead of the third son of Shen were bulging. What do you want to do? Shen Qingyan said seriously. Gu Yunjian said in a deep voice, depose the queen. Shen Qinglang originally wanted the queen to pay a price, but he didn't expect that he actually wanted to depose the queen. This is a big deal. 15th prince. Think twice. Gu Yunjian said firmly, young general, I have made up my mind, and I can't bear it again. Bear the pain of losing her. The next day, Shen Qingshuang sent someone to deliver Shen Qingyan's orchid painting to Fengying Palace to Xiangfu, thanking her for giving her fruit. It happened to be seen by the queen, who took the painting and took a look. Then, there was some light in the lifeless eyes. It is indeed more beautiful in form and artistic conception than the one copied on the wall. Shen Qingyan's reputation as a talented scholar is well deserved. Xiangfu nodded in agreement. The queen asked someone to replace the copy with Xiangfu, and sat at the table quietly admiring the original. Since you can send the painting, it seems that Shen Qingshuang does not doubt you, she said lightly. Xiangfu said respectfully, I think so too. That's good. When Chong Tang arrives tomorrow, warn him not to act on his own. Since you want to pretend, you have to pretend to be more like him. If he is so absent-minded, there is no need to stay. Chapter 112 Chong Tang. You dare to hit me? The next day, in Fengying Palace, Xiangfu stood in front of the dressing mirror, helping the queen to dress up. Today, she had a plum blossom flower on her face. The queen looked at herself in the mirror indifferently, slowly stroked her cheek, and said to herself, after this flower, do I not need to wear a veil? Xiangfu also looked in the mirror. The red flower had covered all the scars, and she looked more charming. After all, it was a love affair between the master and other men, so Xiangfu didn't dare to say anything. She combed her hair and said, Madam, Chong Teng said that he would wait for you in the secret passage today and would not come to pick you up. The queen still stroked the flowers on her face, her voice calm. Why is it like this all of a sudden? Xiangfu said. He said that the queen scolded him for not acting like him last time, so he thought about it carefully after returning. Since he wants to play Shen Qingyan, he must play out his free and easy arrogance. After all, Shen Qingyan will not come here to find the queen. The queen's eyes brightened a little, and she smiled slightly. He really cares about it. She took a hairpin bracelet from the stage and put it on her wrist, and painted her lips a little red, then changed her clothes and went out. After entering the room next to the orchard, Xiangfu pressed the mechanism, and the stairs leading to the underground appeared. Xiangfu helped her walk into a room in the secret passage. Madam, the clothes are ready. I will help you change clothes. This time it was a black gauze dress, as thin as a cicada's wing, which was similar to the red one last time. It was even better than that one. It was the same as not wearing anything. After changing clothes, Xiangfu was a little afraid to look at her directly. The queen had fair skin and a slender waist. After wearing this one, she was not only charming but also seductive. Your Majesty, I will leave now, the queen said brushed her long hair, and went to the old place. Looking closer, Chong Teng had already arrived. At this time, He was wearing a white dress that was whiter than snow, and he was looking at something with his hands behind his back. The side profile with a human skin mask was handsome and elegant, like a jade tree in the wind, and the queen was very satisfied. "You are here?" She walked over lazily and put her hand on his shoulder. The arm was white and slender, soft as if boneless, and Chong Tung was stunned by it and subconsciously looked away. "Your Majesty?" The queen straightened his face and found that he was blushing. Smiled. "What? Are you shy?" "It's not the first time." She stroked Chong Tung's face with her hand and smiled again. "It seems that reprimanding once is still useful. If it's like this every time, how can I be dissatisfied with you? Remember to be as attentive as this time in the future. You are pretending to be Shin Qingyan. If I didn't know the inside story, I would really think it was him." "Yes, madam." Chong Tung took her hand away and took off his coat and put it on her. "Madam, it's a bit cold here. Be careful not to catch a cold." The queen was stunned, and then silently wrapped her clothes tighter. Muttered, "I haven't felt cared for a long time. But I didn't expect to get it from you." Chong Tung sat next to her with his hands on his knees, smiled and said, "Madam, you are the queen, the mother of the country. How could no one care about you? The emperor is your husband. He must care about you." Hearing this, the queen's eyes turned cold instantly, and she stood up and picked up a comb to comb her hair. With hatred in her eyes, "He would care about me. What a joke. The emperor is a playboy. How could he care about me? A woman whose appearance has been ruined? If he cares about the deep love between husband and wife, he would not listen to the one-sided words of the little bitch Shufei, insisting that I hurt ear out of jealousy. I hate him." She bent the comb hard, and it broke into 2 irregular pieces. She threw the comb away, her eyes red. She walked to Chong Tung and sat down, leaning her head on his shoulder. Her heart slowly calmed down. "Chong Tung, do you despise me from the bottom of your heart? Do you think I am a fickle woman who can be slept with anyone? I dare not." The queen pulled a bitter smile at the corner of her mouth. "Whatever you think. The emperor is sorry for me. Why should I keep my virginity for him? He has so many women, and I also want many men. My men are all handsome and elegant, and they are thousands of times better than that playboy emperor." Chong Tung did not respond, but just sat quietly. In his opinion, this woman is crazy. She has had affairs with many men, but in fact, it is just the same person wearing a human skin mask. The queen looked at him and laughed again. "Are you wondering why I never let you wear the mask of the 4th prince when I am with you?" Chong Tung nodded. "Yes, my queen. If you don't want to say it, don't say it." The queen shook her head, holding his chin with her hand, and said in a daze, "For your good performance today, I will tell you. In fact, I have been tired of living in the deep palace for so long. If there is no one to tell, I am afraid I will go crazy." Chong Tung echoed, "I know that your queen is suffering." "No, you don't know? If a woman who has lost her heart has been living a calm life, then life for her is nothing but dull. And there is nothing else to be afraid of. But it just so happens. There are so many just so happens." The queen's eyes are calm and far-reaching, telling the story in her memories. "I admired Jin Hao before I married the emperor. But women's marriages have never been decided by themselves. And this is the same for me. After marrying, I obey my husband. When I got married, I made up my mind to assist the emperor, who was still a prince at that time. But people are not good for 1,000 days. And sincerity may not be exchanged for sincerity. The emperor soon had a new lover. Only seeing the new lover laugh, not seeing the old lover cry, is the character of our emperor. After Earth's incident, I destroyed my own face, and I stopped thinking about the emperor at that time. It just so happened that I encountered an accident, and I just happened to meet Jin Hao, and he just happened to save me." At that moment, the feelings of my girlhood surged again. The queen's eyes suddenly became gloomy, and her long nails scratched her fingers. Jin Hao is calm and steady, and never indulges in women. Even Fang Mingzhu. He is indifferent. But he is deeply in love with Shin Shuang. That bitch. Why? Doesn't he hate her? Why did he suddenly change his mind? You may not believe it. As for Shufei, I don't bother to care. But for Shin Shuang, I want to eat her flesh and sleep on her skin. Chong Tung's eyes were cruel. And then he suppressed his emotions and said calmly, "The queen has told me about these things." "Really? Maybe these things have been bothering me all day long. The queen laughed loudly, and 2 lines of tears fell on her face. Jinhao is the most perfect man in my heart. No one can compare to him, and no one can replace him. Therefore, I only let you pretend to be him and talk to me when I miss him very much. And it's just talking. Chong Tung sighed and said firmly, Your Majesty, you can yearn for the 4th prince, but you can't hurt Qing Shuang. The queen was stunned, then laughed again. Chong Tung, are you crazy? Do you also like that bitch? Chong Tung stood up, looked at her coldly, and slapped her in the face. The crisp sound was particularly harsh in this quiet secret passage, and it directly stunned the queen, and the plum blossom flower hairpin also shattered to the ground. The coat fell to the ground, like her dignity as the mother of a country. Chong Tung, you dare to hit me? Are you too old? The queen screamed hysterically and raised her hand high, but Chong Tung grabbed her wrist and threw her out with force. Chong Tung looked aside and said coldly, I have never hit a woman. You are the first. The queen fell to the ground, looking at him as if she were a ghost, and stammered, You are not Chong Tung. You are Shen Qingyan? Yes, I am Shen Qingyan. In just a short time, Shen Qingyan could no longer bear it. If it were not for revenge for his sister, he would not bother to stay in the same room with this crazy woman. The queen immediately panicked, got up from the ground, quickly picked up her coat and put it on. She said viciously, Why are you here? Shen Qingyan did not answer her. Someone answered, If it weren't for the little uncle who strongly recommended me to watch the show, I would not know that you, a bitch, could do such a shameless thing. The emperor rushed over with red eyes and slapped his wife on both sides. This was not enough, and he kicked her to the ground again. Chapter 113, Does the little uncle not believe me? In the cold garden, Gu Yunjian and Shen Qingxuang sat on bamboo chairs by the lake, drinking tea and watching the scenery. The breeze was blowing, and the water was calm. The lotus fragrance in the lake was brought by the wind. Refreshing. There were many cakes on the table, but they hardly touched them, because they couldn't eat them. It was not because they were worried that Shen Qingyan's move would fail, but the cakes were too bad. Uncle Wu was no longer content with making traditional cakes. He had developed to the point of innovating from time to time. It's just that the results were hard to praise. He invented fish and mung bean cakes, chicken and glutinous rice cakes, and even turtle and chicken cakes. The old man had good intentions, and Gu Yunjian was embarrassed to hit him, but he really couldn't eat it. He was even more reluctant to force the little girl to eat. So, he left the cakes to fate. In short, it depends on who will come first. Jueyun, Jifeng, or Shanyu. But today, none of them dared to come. One person occupied a tree and hid on it. Since they were not coming, Gu Yunjian had to call out their names. Jueyun. Jueyun was taking a nap on a tree when he suddenly heard Gu Yunjian's voice. Thinking that there was an errand to be done, he flew to him handsomely. Your Highness. Gu Yunjian said him and pointed at the plates of cakes. Take them and share them with them. Jueyun's dog eyes opened wide, and he swallowed hard. But he didn't dare to disobey Gu Yunjian's order and shouted, Swift wind, mountain rain. The 2 boys heard the boss's call and came to the front neatly. Good skills. Shen Qingxuang couldn't help but praise. The 2 boys laughed very happily, and the prince never praised them. Jueyun observed the cakes for a long time and said, Red is for Jifeng, green is for Shanyu, and white is for me. Jifeng and Shanyu's smiles froze, and they turned pale. Weakly said, Why do we both have 2 plates of colored cakes, and you have one normal one? Jueyun looked embarrassed, but there was no lack of pride in his eyes, because I am the boss. The 2 boys looked at each other. Is being the boss so great? Can you eat less poison cakes? Jueyun's heart skipped a beat. These 2 seemed to want to usurp the throne. If it was really 2 against 1, he would only be abused. You 2 are not going to rebel for a plate of cakes. Are you? Yes. Jueyun was speechless. He really wanted to stuff the white cakes into their mouths. At this time, a sound of footsteps came from far away. The 3 of them looked over immediately. It turned out to be the emperor. Looking at his face, he seemed very unhappy. Like being cuckolded? Your Highness, the emperor is here. Gu Yunjian stood up slowly, and before he could salute, the emperor hurriedly said, Little uncle, no need to salute. Seeing Shen Qingxuang was there, he felt strange. Seeing Jueyun and the other 2 holding cakes in their hands, he felt even more strange. This is The three of them looked at Gu Yunjian in unison. And the expectation and grievance in their eyes were moving. Oh! Cakes made by Uncle Wu. Why don't you put them down for the emperor to taste? The three of them were overjoyed. And they rushed to put them down. All looking at the emperor eagerly. Hoping that he could eat his share. If he ate one more, he would eat one less. Eat one less. And the stomach would suffer less. The emperor looked at the plates doubtfully. And said incredulously, "Little uncle said these cakes were made by Uncle Wu. That old man who kills people without blinking, and I can make cakes." It was as unbelievable as saying that his queen had an affair with someone. But the queen's affair had been confirmed. So he had no reason to doubt the pastries. After looking around, he first ruled out the 2 green plates. He didn't know when the green on his head would disappear. And he really couldn't add any more. Jueyun and Jifeng saw him slowly push the 2 green plates aside. And immediately looked at Shan Yu with sympathy. Shan Yu saw gloating in their eyes. And his heart was even more blocked. The emperor finally took a white one. He wanted everything to be clean. Including food. Jueyun raised his eyebrows proudly. And then the emperor spit it out. "What's this taste? Weird." Seeing that no one spoke, it was really embarrassing. So the emperor looked at Shinqing Shuang. The little girl said truthfully, "Uncle Wu said, it's love, the taste of love." The emperor was stunned. "Oh, Uncle Wu's love seems a little bitter." He sighed, "You all leave. I have something to say to the little uncle." The 3 boys were like being pardoned. Because they didn't have to eat cakes. Shinqing Shuang was also like being pardoned. Because she didn't have to face the emperor. According to the previous practice, it seems that every time she sees him, he will grant her a marriage. The imperial edict is almost equivalent to straw paper. Qing Shuang, go to the study. There are many books in it. You can look through them. There should be something you like. Gu Yunjian said. The little girl said okay, and ran away with the 3 boys. The light green figure was light and cheerful. And Gu Yunjian's eyes were full of smiles. The little uncle seems to be interested in Miss Shin? The emperor smiled slightly, and glanced at the light green. She was allowed to go to the study room at will. Which shows that he is extraordinary. Gu Yunjian poured him a cup of tea and said lightly, "What does the emperor want to say?" The emperor drank the tea and smiled, "Nothing. Just curious. Jinhao also likes her." Gu Yunjian looked at him thoughtfully and said slowly, "I heard that the emperor had planned to grant marriage to Jinhao and Qing Shuang. And it happened twice." The emperor's heart skipped a beat and smiled. "I was in a whim. It doesn't count." Gu Yunjian smiled lightly, "Your Majesty. Her marriage is up to her heart. She can marry whoever she wants. Don't interfere." His tone was calm. His eyes were calm. But the emperor's heart was not calm. He was not threatening him. But it seemed like he was threatening him. Although he had no evidence. Okay. I know. Although he was older than him. The emperor was still afraid of this little uncle, who was always gentle and indifferent. Looking at the cakes. The emperor suddenly said, "I don't know why. But when I see Uncle Wu, I think of my grandfather. When my grandfather was alive, he valued my little uncle the most. Even more than my father." Gu Yunjian smiled slightly. "People always value the eldest son and love the youngest son. Although my father is the emperor, he is not immune to this." The emperor poured him a cup of tea and said, "It's almost the anniversary of my grandfather's death. And I still miss him very much. It's a pity that I don't have any of my grandfather's relics here. So I can't think of him by looking at his relics." The emperor's eyes turned red. But in Gu Yunjian's eyes, he just felt that he was pretending. "By the way, little uncle, did my grandfather leave anything for you before he died? If so, why not give me one? So that I can also fulfill my missing heart." Gu Yunjian said, "No. If the emperor misses his father, he can go to the imperial mausoleum to pay homage." The emperor. He sneered and said, "Little uncle, don't you believe me? Although I am the emperor, I am also your nephew. I will never do anything that is unfavorable to the little uncle." Gu Yunjian glanced at him and smiled. "I don't know what the emperor means. Although you and I are of similar age. We are uncle and nephew after all. The things the emperor is worried about will not happen in 9 out of 10 cases. 9 out of 10 cases? What about the remaining 1 or 2? The emperor's heart sank. He really had a bargaining chip in his hand. But what exactly was it? He had no time to think about it. And he knew that if Gu Yunjian didn't say it, he would never guess it. So he didn't go into it any further. And he didn't want to anger him. "Little uncle, I want to thank you for what happened in the secret passage. Otherwise, I would still be kept in the dark by that bitch. When the emperor thought of the queen's light gauze and her constant admiration for Jinhao, he wanted to kill her. But the overall situation was important. He couldn't let such a shameful thing be made public. So he killed Xiang Fu and regarded it as the queen's killing. Another imperial decree was drafted, deposing the queen on the grounds that the queen was cruel and vicious. Gu Yunjian nodded lightly, and also knew his intention. I will send someone to send Chong Tung and the little maid to the palace for the emperor to deal with. Your Majesty, don't worry. No one else will know about that matter from today. Of course, the premise is that the emperor does not increase the killing. The emperor understood what he meant and said goodbye on the grounds that there was something going on in the palace. Chapter 114 Your cold is actually caused by long-term poisoning. Not long after the emperor left, Shen Qingyan also came. He used to be full of vigor and vitality, but now he hung his head, listless, like a withered lotus after being beaten by wind and rain. Shen Qingshuang looked around him and asked with concern, "Third brother, why do you look so bad?" Shen Qingyan sighed deeply. The past was unbearable to look back on. It was hard to talk about it. He rubbed his sister's hair and sat down sullenly. Shen Qingshuang said again, "Why did you come so late?" Gu Yunjian looked at Shen Qingyan in a crimson-purple brocade dress and smiled. "You still don't understand this? Third Master Shen must have gone back to change his clothes first. And from what I see, he will never wear white clothes again in his life." Shen Qingyan had to admit that he was right. Ever since the queen put on that white coat, he disliked it from the bottom of his heart. Not only did he think that the white coat was dirty, he thought everything was dirty. So he threw away all the white clothes as soon as he got home. But his father saw it and pointed at him and scolded him, saying that he only knew how to waste money. He had money to burn. But who knew how bitter he felt? He sacrificed so much for his sister's revenge. The third son of the Shen family, who was so handsome and elegant, actually wanted to sell his body. It was really sad to hear it, and shed tears to see it. Only the old man would scold him for wasting money. Before entering the secret passage, he thought he only needed to pretend to be nice. But who would have thought that the queen would almost meet him naked? Especially the emperor was watching him from the side, which made him want to die. And he always felt like an adulterer. Fortunately, he had enough self-control, and the belief of revenge supported him. Otherwise, he would not stay with her for a second longer. She took the tea that Gu Yunjian had just poured and drank it. And then she felt like complaining about her grievances. "Yunjian, you don't know. The clothes that woman wears are simply unbearable to the eyes." "Yes, unbearable to the eyes. It's terrible." Gu Yunjian couldn't help laughing, and said leisurely, "I don't need to know." Shen Qingyan, is this a sarcastic remark? Shen Qingshuang saw her brother's face change, and quickly agreed, "I know. Third brother, I absolutely understand your feelings. I saw it twice. It was really unbearable. As if she was not wearing anything. In fact, I am worse than you. You only saw one person. But I saw two. That is unbearable. Unbearable to the extreme." Even though it was an affirmative statement, Shen Qingyan was even more ashamed to hear it, and hurriedly covered her sister's mouth. "Ancestor, please, don't say it." Gu Yunjian couldn't be leisurely anymore. In the 2 times the little girl saw it, Chong Tung disguised himself as him, and he couldn't be calm anymore. At the same time, he began to feel helpless. The little girl was really cute, but this careless and outspoken person didn't consider his feelings at all. Is this really good? Is she open-minded? Or doesn't care about herself? It should be that she doesn't care about herself. Gu Yunjian was disappointed, and Shen Qingyan came to his senses. He felt like he was being cheated. There are so many people who can disguise themselves. Why did he have to go? Even if the queen specifically asked him to go, Chong Tung could go again. It won't be too late to let him go again when it's Gu Yunjian's turn in 2 days. If it doesn't work, the boss can do it too. He was cheated. Definitely cheated. And he was cheated badly. Gu Yunjian noticed that his eyes were different, and quickly changed the subject. "The emperor has been here, and I promised to send Chong Tung and the little palace maid to the palace for him to deal with. But before that, you should carefully investigate Chong Tung and find out his relationship with Xushui Liushang Garden. We only have half a day. I can't keep you at night." Shen Qingyan also felt that there was something fishy about Xushui Liushang Garden, and he also felt that it had some connection with Yinhui Garden. "Yunjian, do you think someone will use us to get rid of the queen?" Gu Yunjian's eyes were full of admiration. So we are close friends. Shen Qingyan stood up, poured a cup of tea and swayed. Joking, you should want to be more than just my best friend. Right? Gu Yunjian's face turned slightly red, and he subconsciously looked at the little girl. She seemed to have no interest in the case, and was looking up at the sky at the door. Is she enjoying the scenery? Or thinking about something? Suddenly, she was excited and waved her hand vigorously. Jifeng. Yes. The reddest fruit. Throw it to me. Jifeng was afraid that she couldn't catch it, so he jumped down the tree and sent it to her. Miss, I'll give you 2. Whichever one is sweeter. Eat it. Okay. Thank you. Gu Yunjian's eyes were full of smiles. Otherwise he would change all the trees in the garden to bear fruits. Tree? Shen Qingyan fulfilled his mission, and spent 2 hours to learn from Chang Teng that the secret passage was told to him by Feng Chen, the owner of the garden. It was also under his arrangement that he met the queen, who was out of the palace incognito. But it was just a false encounter. Since that encounter, he has been favored by the queen. He wanted wealth and glory, and the queen wanted to relieve loneliness. The two hit it off and got together naturally. Feng Chen told him that if he wanted to last, he had to disguise himself according to the queen's preferences. Otherwise it would be a fleeting love affair. In order to maintain this relationship, Feng Chen taught him many imitation techniques, which really made the queen more and more satisfied. She regarded him as the person being imitated several times. Chang Teng once asked Feng Chen why he wanted to help him, and Feng Chen told him not to worry about it. If he asked again, he would not help him anymore. Although he did not want money, he wanted Chang Teng to tell him what happened every time he met the queen. Chang Teng thought it did not matter, and he did not lose anything anyway, so he did as he was told. At first, the queen went out of the palace to see him in Sushui Liushang garden, but later it was no longer necessary. He told the queen that in order to stay with her forever, he spent a year digging a secret passage. In fact, it was completed a long time ago. As for when, Feng Chen did not say, and he did not know. Gu Yunjian fell into deep thought after hearing this. What a big game! He asked Jueyun to send Chang Teng and the little palace maid to the palace to hand over to the emperor, and gave Shen Qingyan a token, allowing him to enter and exit the Kyoto Prefecture prison at will to interrogate the prisoners in Sushui Liushang garden. Shen Qingshuang finished eating the fruit, and saw that they looked solemn. She wanted to ask something, but she did not ask in the end. Subconsciously, she felt that it was related to a certain force in the palace, but that was not something she should worry about. What she had to do next was to help Gu Yunjian treat his cold. After all, she had promised. Brother Yunjian, can you take me to a place tomorrow? The little girl said with a smile. Gu Yunjian nodded, of course. Where do you want to go? The Imperial Mausoleum. Although it was not a difficult task, Gu Yunjian was puzzled. Can you tell me why you are going there? He smiled. Shen Qingshuang said, your cold is actually caused by long-term poisoning. The poison is in the Imperial Mausoleum. This shocked Gu Yunjian and Shen Qingyan at the same time. Shen Qingyan said seriously, Qingshuang, this is not nonsense. What is the Imperial Mausoleum? Who dares to poison there? I am not talking nonsense. Whether it is true or not, you will know after a trip. Gu Yunjian looked at her serious look and did not think it was nonsense. She had predicted that he would be assassinated outside the Imperial Mausoleum, and she had also predicted that Gu Jinhao would be assassinated outside the Huaxin Palace. And all of them had come true. He had no reason not to believe her. Okay. We'll go there tomorrow. Chapter 115, do you know an old general named Wu Yi? In order to make up for Shen Qingyan's psychological trauma, Gu Yunjian took the initiative to keep him in Lingyuan for dinner, and also suggested that Uncle Wu cook. Uncle Wu cooks. Shen Qingyan was happy. This was a great honor. In view of Gu Yunjian's sincerity, he directly agreed and promised not to mention the fact that he was tricked into selling his body from now on. Yunjian, what dishes can Uncle Wu cook? Gu Yunjian and Shen Qingshuang looked at each other and smiled. Let me tell you this. There is nothing Uncle Wu can't cook except what you can't think of. So amazing? Mr. Shen's eyes were full of surprise. So he must taste it. After Jueyun and Jifeng brought the dishes to the table expressionlessly, they ran away without a trace, as if there were wild dogs chasing them behind them. What's the matter? Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? Shen Qingyan snorted disdainfully, then glanced at the 8 dishes and 8 bowls on the table, and swallowed hard. Yunjian, I have something urgent to do. So I'm leaving now. Grabbed the folding fan and turned to leave. But ran into the smiling old man. He took his hand, and the kindness in his eyes was something that Third Master Shen had never experienced before. Third Master Shen, the prince said that you have always admired the old man's cooking skills. So I will show you my skills. Come. Sit down and eat while talking. Shen Qingyang cleared his throat and glanced at the colorful dishes on the table. He wanted to die. He finally understood why Zhuiyun and Jifeng ran so fast. It can be seen how deeply they were poisoned. Forced to smile, Uncle Wu. Such a good dish. We should share it with everyone. Yunjian. Qingshuang. Come. Let's go together. Uncle Wu said with a smile. Mr. Shensan. The prince and Miss Qingshuang are going out. And this table of dishes is specially made for you. Shen Qingyang was furious. Go out? Why are they going out? I want to go out too. He stood up and was pushed down by Uncle Wu again. Shen Qingyang thought that his martial arts skills were already unmatched. But in front of Uncle Wu, he seemed too weak. They are going on a date. What are you doing? Eat quickly. The old man personally picked up the dishes for him and introduced them while picking them up. This is chicken stewed with eggs. This is spicy and sour mushroom fish. This is quail with sugar osmanthus. And this is beef tendon with vinegar. Shen Qingyang stared blankly at the high dishes in the bowl. And Shen Qingshuang couldn't bear to see his dull eyes. Brother Yunjian. The third brother is too pitiful. I can't stand it. Let's go quickly. Let's go to swimming tower. I'll treat you. Shen Qingyang listened to the heartless kid saying such heartless words, and felt that he had been infatuated with the wrong person for so many years. Uncle Wu. I feel a little uncomfortable. He covered his stomach and said pitifully. The old man was really moved, and touched his head lovingly. He is hungry. Eat quickly. You will feel comfortable when you are full. You are too naive to play these with me. Shen Qingyang trembled and picked up a piece of fish and put it in his mouth. And then his handsome face turned into a bitter vegetable flour. Uncle Wu. This fish seems to have scales. Uncle Wu said indifferently. This child. Is he stupid? How can a fish not have scales? If you don't like fish, then eat eggs. How can a fish not have scales? It makes sense. And he didn't know how to refute it. Eggs. Eat eggs. Shen Qingyang looked at the plate of chicken and eggs fried together into a black mess, and always felt that they were killing each other. The eggs have no scales, but they have shells. The quail has no shells, but the hair is not plucked cleanly. The beef has no hair, but it is as hard as wood. As for the other dishes, it can only be said that Uncle Wu is not biased. When the old man saw him put down his chopsticks silently, the kindness on his face gradually disappeared. Shen Qingyang. I tell you, you have to eat today's dishes whether you want to or not. I have worked so hard for so long. And you are still picky. Hurry up. Shen Qingyang wanted to sneak away, but he didn't even step out of the door. The old man grabbed him with his backhand, and he was as relaxed as picking up a chicken. Uncle Wu. It hurts. Still eating? Eat. After eating a few pieces with his eyes closed, Fong felt that it was not so difficult to swallow. After all, he was used to it. Habits are really terrible habits. Who knows how much sadness his habit has gone through? Uncle Wu. Who did you learn your kung fu from? Why didn't I know you were so powerful before? Uncle Wu drank his tea slowly and snorted. Even if I told you the master's name, you wouldn't have heard of it. Let me tell you this. I taught you the kung fu of chasing clouds. Shen Qingyang's chopsticks stopped. The #1 guard of Ling Yuan is the apprentice of this uncle? When did he go blind? And he actually regarded such a great god as an old servant with only seniority? Glancing at the old man who also put down his teacup, he thought it was a misunderstanding, and immediately grabbed the chopsticks and gobbled it up. The old man's face was full of smiles again. Mr. Shensan. How about I get you some dessert? Shen Qingyang's eyes were immediately straight. No. He didn't want it. When he couldn't hold it any longer, Uncle Wu finally let him go. He picked up the dishes with a smile, and a sense of pride came to him. This is the most popular dish in history. Does it mean that his cooking skills have greatly improved? Shen Qingyang wanted to exercise, so he followed the old man to the kitchen to help. Thinking of something, he asked, Uncle Wu, you are so good at martial arts, and you have been taking care of Yunjian. Do you know an old general named Wu Yi? Uncle Wu took the bowl he had washed and asked back, do you know him? Shen Qingyang shook his head. I definitely don't know him. I heard from my father that General Wu was the most valued person by the old emperor, especially his unfathomable martial arts. But after the old emperor passed away, the general also retired. And I don't know if he is still alive? Uncle Wu pointed at the bowl in his hand. There is still oil on the edge. Wash it clean. Pull over a chair. Sit opposite him and look at him. Of course he's still alive. Why would he die if he didn't have anything to do? As for his retirement, it was just to follow the old emperor's will. Shin Qingyan's eyes lit up. Really? Uncle Wu, can you introduce me to someone? I want him to teach me some kung fu. You don't know. No matter how hard I tried for so many years, I couldn't beat the boss. It's so frustrating. Uncle Wu laughed. Your elder brother works so hard and is a major general. It's really hard for you to beat him. Why? Do you want to worship Wu Yi as your master? Shin Qingyan sighed. No. He will definitely not accept me. Uncle Wu laughed again. It's hard to say. Come. Kowtow. I will accept you as my apprentice. Shin Qingyan curled his lips. Look. You are joking again. I admit that you are good at martial arts. But I will not become your disciple. The old man was surprised. What a fool you are. You wanted to become your disciple just now. But now you don't want to. I am Wu Yi. Do you want to become your disciple or not? Shin Qingyan was stunned and looked at him in disbelief. Really? Uncle Wu rolled his eyes at him disdainfully. Don't I look like one? Who do you think the old emperor can trust to entrust the prince to besides me? Shin Qingyan was very excited. But his hand slipped and the bowl broke. The old man frowned and pulled him over angrily. Not good enough to help, but more likely to cause trouble. As soon as he finished speaking, he smashed too. The old man's face flushed instantly. Forget it. I won't wash it. Leave it to the little maid? Looking at Shin Qingyan again, he smiled and said, Mr. Shinsan, don't worship me as your master. Otherwise you will have to call Jueyun as your senior brother. The old man can teach you martial arts. But there is a condition. How could Shin Qingyan not know what he was thinking? Raised his eyebrows and smiled. Don't you just want me to help your prince to pursue my sister? As long as he doesn't forget his original intention and treats my sister wholeheartedly. I agree. Chapter 116 Old 15. Why do you interfere in the queen's affairs? Shui Ming Tower. Shin Shuang is very focused. First, she focused on ordering dishes. And now she focuses on eating dishes. Gu Yunjian saw her eating with relish and smiled. Didn't you eat well in Ling Yuan at noon? Shin Shuang shook her head and said seriously, how could that be? I just felt that it was pitiful for my third brother to be forced to stay and eat the food cooked by Uncle Wu. So I wanted to eat his share back. Gu Yunjian. Is this okay? Seeing that he didn't move his chopsticks, Shin Shuang asked suspiciously, you don't like these? Why don't you add something else? Don't worry. You don't have to pay for as much as you eat. No need to pay. Why? Gu Yunjian was puzzled again. The little girl took out a small gold plate and said with a smile, my third brother gave it to me. You can eat as much as you want with this plate. Gu Yunjian remembered that she seemed to have given the same plate at the birthday banquet of concubine Xian. And smiled again. No wonder the little girl said she was treating. The two were eating when suddenly a shadow quietly came to the table. Like a dark cloud. The little girl's heartbeat quickened. And her chopsticks stopped unwillingly. Who is walking without making any sound? A ghost? As soon as the voice fell, a faint voice was heard. Why? Am I a ghost in your eyes? Shin Shuang's heart skipped a beat. The dog prince. He is scarier than a ghost. At least ghosts are always ghosts. But this guy is a human for a while, and a ghost for a while. If you don't prepare some ginseng nourishing pills, your heart will not be able to bear it. She raised her head and put on a standard smile. Ah, fourth prince? What a coincidence. Why the hell are you here? Why are you here if you are too busy? Gu Jinhao sat next to her without any hesitation and snorted. Can't I come? Shin Shuang moved her chair to the side and said with a smile, how could it be? A restaurant owner naturally hopes to have as many customers as possible. Especially a rich customer like you. Gu Jinhao was very upset. He was obviously handsome, calm and dedicated. But why did this damn girl not see all of this and always talk about money every time they met? Money. 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 Was she also a poor ghost in her previous life? When the little girl lowered her head to eat again, there was another shadow beside the table. She was in a very bad mood and said unhappily, who is this? She looks like a ghost. Girl. It's me. Aunt. What does this ghost mean? When the little girl heard the voice of the concubine, she was immediately short of breath and smiled brighter than a peony. Aunt, it's great to meet you here. Ghost is the abbreviation, which means spooky and cute. The concubine was overjoyed. The little girl said she was spooky and cute. How can she feel embarrassed? But she deserves the title. Unlike the old woman in Xiangning Palace, who only knows how to harm people every day, is elusive and scary. Gu Jinhao rolled his eyes at Shen Qingxuang, and his ability to adapt to the situation has improved again. Shen Qingxuang glanced at the seating arrangement, silently picked up the bowl and chopsticks, and said with a smile, Aunt, you sit here with me, with the fourth prince, so that we can communicate. She took advantage of Gu Jinhao's inattention and ran to sit next to Gu Yunjian, and immediately felt at ease. Gu Jinhao said with a dark face, come back and sit. The little girl raised her eyebrows and said, I don't. Shen Qingxuang, I won't. Gu Yunjian rubbed her hair and said calmly, Jinhao, can you change your temper? If you are so rude again, leave here. Gu Jinhao was already unhappy, and he got even angrier when he saw him rubbing her hair. Little uncle, men and women should not be intimate. How can you be so unrestrained? Gu Yunjian glanced at him and asked, what are you avoiding? Qingxuang, can I touch your hair? Yes. Gu Jinhao became even more angry. Shen Qingxuang, can you be more reserved? Which girl is like you? The little girl glanced at him. This guy is really interesting. What does it have to do with him? Fourth prince? Why should I be like other girls? Are you stimulated today? Come out with me. Gu Jinhao stood up quickly. He found that the little girl was getting more and more outrageous in just a few days. First, she let the little uncle stay at the Shen mansion, and now she is so intimate with him. The dead girl fell in love with him? But his words had no killing power on her. She didn't even pay attention to him, still concentrating on eating. Gu Jinhao's heart was hit by 10,000 points of critical strike. Just when he was about to pull her hand, his wrist was grabbed by someone. Jifeng is, as his name suggests, an enhanced version of the wind, who appeared at some point. A cold face, fourth prince, please be more reserved. Otherwise I can't guarantee that I won't hurt you. Jifeng, you dare to attack me. Gu Jinhao's eyes sank. Jifeng still said indifferently, the prince asked me to protect the young lady. If you attack the young lady, I will attack you. Gu Jinhao was completely speechless. He glanced at Gu Yunjian. He was actually smiling. He glanced at Jifeng coldly. I advise you to get out of the way. Otherwise the consequences are not something you can afford. Gu Yunjian said indifferently, can I afford it? Gu Jinhao was discouraged for a second. Little uncle, you are old and of high generation. Why do you meddle in the affairs of young people? Isn't it better to marry a princess properly? Hearing old, Gu Yunjian thought of the little girl who thought he was old, and his mood was not good. Unexpectedly, the little girl said, high generation is good, but definitely not old. Brother Yunjian, you are so beautiful. As long as you like the girls in the city, who wouldn't rush to marry you? Don't pay attention to him. He is jealous of you. Gu Yunjian's heart was instantly warmed up, and he also began to think that Gu Jinhao was jealous. Concubine Xian felt that the tense atmosphere affected her meal, and glared at her son. Didn't you say you would take me out to relax? Why are you arguing again? The little uncle is your elder. If you continue to be so rude, your mother will not forgive you. Gu Jinhao swallowed his breath. In a literary fight, he could not win with a 3-to-1 ratio. In a physical fight, he really had no confidence that he could beat Jifeng. Seeing him sit down honestly, Jifeng also retreated like the wind, as if he had never appeared. The two men looked at each other with their own thoughts, and the two women ate heartlessly, and from time to time, they exchanged which dish was delicious. The atmosphere was both awkward and harmonious. After concubine Xian put down her chopsticks with satisfaction, she got to the point. Old 15. Why do you interfere in the queen's affairs? Shen Qingxuang also put down her chopsticks silently, looking at this woman, who was both pretentious and shrewd. She admired concubine Xian so much that she knew such a secret. Gu Yunjian did not hide it and smiled, because she is restless. Be more specific. Queen, are you sure you want me to tell you? Queen Xian glanced at him. What else? Do you think I have nothing to say to you? Gu Jinhao crossed his arms and said faintly, what the little uncle said about restlessness. You don't mean that the queen admires you. Right? Gu Yunjin smiled and crossed his arms. Jin Hao. You are half right. She admires you. Queen Xian did not believe it at all and snorted. Gu Jinhao felt his mother's deep love and still believed him. His mother said, with Jinhao's dog-eaten character, no woman would like him, let alone the queen. Oh, 15. Your joke is not funny at all. And it makes me sad. Chapter 117, that was my cousin's wishful thinking. I never gave any response. Sad? Gu Jinhao's mouth twitched. Is he the one who should be sad? They said he was a dog that wouldn't eat. That no woman liked him. That was because he was clean and self-disciplined. Not a single leaf touched him. Such a noble character turned out to be a shortcoming in his mother's eyes. When concubine Xian saw Gu Yunjin smiling but not saying anything, she had a bad feeling. She quickly asked the waiter to change to a private room. After all, outside was not a place to talk. After sitting down, concubine Xian lowered her voice and said, Oh, 15. What you said is not true. Right? Gu Yunjin promised the emperor not to tell the story of the green hat, but did not promise to conceal the queen's evil deeds. After taking a sip of tea, he nodded and said, Have I ever lied to the concubine? The concubine shook her head. That's true. You are a person who either doesn't say anything or tells the truth. She turned to her son and said angrily, Jin Hao, you little bastard. Tell me clearly, how did you provoke the queen? Did the emperor discover your affair when that woman was deposed? Gu Jinhao wanted to die. When did he provoke the queen? And an affair? He is the fourth prince of the great Qi dynasty. He has all kinds of women. Why does he need to find a married woman? But the one asking the question is his mother. So he has to pay attention to his attitude. He said patiently, Mother, I really didn't. I haven't talked to the emperor's sister-in-law for a few times. How could I provoke her? I only provoked Qingshuang. No other women. The girl opposite was choked directly. What does this have to do with her? Can't you just not mention her? Can't you let her eat melons quietly? Seeing concubine Xian looking at her, she quickly expressed her opinion. That was his wishful thinking. My lady concubine, I have never responded to the fourth prince's provocation. Call him aunt. Yes, aunt. That was my cousin's wishful thinking. I never responded. Concubine Xian felt uncomfortable with these titles. But they seemed right. Gu Jinhao felt even more uncomfortable. What the hell was cousin? Let's talk about the affair first. Oh, 15. Give me some evidence. Believe in him. But the dead boy didn't seem to have lied to her. Gu Yunjin said, the little girl was injured some time ago. Which is evidence. Gu Jinhao had never heard of Shen Qingshuang being injured. And he was nervous. How did you get injured? Where did you get injured? Let me see. Just as he stood up, he was dragged down by his mother. What are you looking at as a man? I now believe what the old 15 said. Maybe your behavior gave the queen a wrong hint. That woman has always lacked love. She will be bright with a little sunshine. Shen Qingshuang hurriedly gave concubine Xian a thumbs up, and is so smart. According to the queen, the fourth prince once saved her from falling into the water. So she secretly fell in love with him. Falling into the water? Gu Jinhao remembered that there seemed to be such a time. But he just raised his hand, and did not make any misleading moves. Is it really like his mother said that she lacks love? He swore that he would never save a woman again. Of course. Except for the dead girl opposite. No one cared about his intense thoughts. And his mother had already started the next topic. Qingshuang. Who hurt you? Tell your aunt, and she will avenge you. Was it really the queen? Shen Qingshuang looked at Gu Yunjin. Do you want to tell me? Let me tell you. You play your own game. Gu Yunjin smiled and said, Queen, do you remember the time when I went to the palace to visit the sick? I remember. How could I not remember? I went to visit the sick day and night. But I was actually going to see my sweetheart. The next day, Qingshuang wanted to go out of the palace with Shen Qishu, but was tricked by a little palace maid to a secluded place in Huaxin Palace. The little palace maid pushed her into a dry well when she was not paying attention. When she was rescued by Jueyun to Ling Yuan, she was covered with wounds and had a fever and was unconscious for half a day. Gu Jinhao and concubine Xian were shocked. Such a horrific thing happened in the palace. And the victim was the eldest daughter of General Dingan's mansion. Gu Jinhao felt extremely guilty at this time. If he hadn't drunk too much because of the rejection of the marriage, he would have sent her out of the palace. I'm sorry. It's my fault. His eyes were full of pain and regret. Not only could he not help her, But he also knew nothing about it. I think it was because of his sister's injury that Shin Lang issued a ban, not allowing anyone with the surname Gu to enter the Shin mansion. Concubine Xian rubbed the little girl's hair, feeling distressed. If she hadn't asked the little girl to stay with her in Shoan Palace for a few days, she wouldn't have suffered such a disaster. Shin Shuang looked very open-minded, and, don't feel guilty. Even if you escape the last time, there will be others. Concubine Xian didn't understand why. And Gu Yunjin said again, in the Imperial Garden? Jin Hao showed too much care for Qing Shuang, which aroused the jealousy of the queen. So she instructed Xiangfu to instruct a maid named Xiaodi in the miscellaneous room to push her into the dry well. Fortunately, this girl was lucky and had a long life. After several twists and turns, she found the exit and was saved by Jueyun. Although he said it lightly, as long as he thought of the scene that day, the feeling of heartache immediately came again. Shin Shuang shook his arm. Brother Yunjian. I'm fine. Aren't I? He smiled and touched her long hair. Yes. I'm fine. Everything will be fine in the future. Gu Jinhao looked at their intimate interaction, feeling sad and disappointed. The concubine Xian was thinking about something else. Old 15. If it was because of this that the queen was deposed, why didn't the emperor say a word? But he said that the queen killed Xiangfu. This reason is too far-fetched. Gu Yunjian smiled thoughtfully. It is indeed natural that the queen attempted to kill Qing Shuang and was deposed. But if we look into the reason, how will he explain it? He is the emperor, and dignity comes first. The concubine Xian nodded. It was true. He glared at his son. Behave yourself in the future and don't provoke troublemakers again. If the girl gets hurt because of this, we mother and son will never be at peace in this life. Gu Jinhao sighed deeply. I know. Thinking of something. He felt it necessary to remind him. So he said, Little uncle, the anniversary of the death of the emperor's grandfather will be in 5 days. Will you go on that day or in advance? Gu Yunjin said, I will go tomorrow. Gu Jinhao thought for a while and said, I will go with you. Gu Yunjin was surprised and smiled. Why is that? Jinhao. When did you become so filial to me? Although one is a junior and the other is an elder. The age difference is only 2 years. So Gu Jinhao couldn't stand it when he heard the word filial. The little girl and the concubine laughed uncontrollably. And even if they were protested, it ended in vain. The fourth prince had a gloomy face and snorted. When I went to pick up my mother from the palace in the evening, I found that there were unusual movements of the palace guards. Jinyan followed them back and said that they went to the imperial mausoleum. Gu Yunjin asked doubtfully, Is it just for the safety around the imperial mausoleum? Gu Jinhao shook his head. I don't think so. The guards can be increased 1 day before the death of the emperor's grandfather. Not so early. And Shin Qingshu was not in the palace at that time. So the only one who mobilized the guards was the emperor's brother. Shin Qingshuang agreed with this statement and said, Brother Yunjian, the fourth prince is right. And I think the guards can be mobilized after the second brother returns to the palace. It seems that he is so anxious to avoid him. Maybe to guard against him. The concubine Xian continued. To guard against Shin Qingshu is to guard against you. The 15th. Let Jinhao go with you. Although the dead boy is useless, at least he is good at martial arts. Even if something really happens, he can still take a few blows for you. Gu Jinhao. Gu Yunjin smiled. Thank you, concubine. I will let Jueyun, Jifeng and Shan Yu go together. Nothing will happen. Since that's the case, they no longer insisted. When they parted, Gu Yunjian reminded him, Jinhao, the emperor is narrow-minded. You should be careful recently. He will not swallow that breath. Chapter 118 Boss. Don't worry. They are all good hands. After returning home in the evening, Shin Qingshuang found his second brother and asked him if he knew that the palace guards were transferred to the imperial mausoleum. Who told you? The fourth prince. Shin Qingshu shook his head. He really didn't know about it, knowing that his sister would accompany the 15th prince to the imperial mausoleum tomorrow. He thought for a moment and asked her to wait a while before going to sleep. He then rode his horse to a small courtyard in the city. The owner of the courtyard had already gone to bed. He was very annoyed when he heard the loud knocking on the door outside. He wanted to pretend that no one was there and let it go on its own. But the sound became louder and louder. His heart was trembling. He had to get up and light the lamp while cursing. He swore that he would give the person who knocked on the door a good beating, or he would be beaten by him. He put on a coat and walked out slowly, saying unhappily, "Who is it?" knocking on the door in the middle of the night. "Calling for the soul." Shin Qingshu snorted at the lazy voice and said impatiently, "Fong Su. It's me. Hurry up." Hearing this voice, the master's speed obviously increased. And the voice was obviously cheerful. "I'm coming." He opened the door and saw Shin Qingshu. With a respectful face, "Boss. Why are you here?" Shin Qingshu pointed inside. "Is it convenient to come in?" "It's convenient. It's convenient. I'm just a bachelor." "What's inconvenient?" "Boss. You can come. It's really a great honor for me." Perhaps he felt that one candle was not enough to make it shine. So he lit a few more. Shin Qingshu looked at the white candles in a circle, which looked like a morning hall. The blue light made his heart tremble. Seeing Shin Su was going to make tea, he hurriedly stopped him. "I'll just ask you a few questions, and then I'll be leaving in a moment." Fong Su wanted to be polite, but when he thought it was a bit fake, he stopped talking. "Boss. Ask." Shin Qingshu said him. "Did the emperor mobilize the guards to the imperial mausoleum today?" Fong Su nodded. "Yes." "How many?" 27. "Boss. Don't worry. They are all good." Shin Qingshu was immediately furious and hit him on the back of the head. "Don't worry. What should I be assured of? Why didn't you tell me?" Fong Su covered the place where he hit him. With an innocent face, "The emperor said that I don't need to tell you. And I thought you knew it." Seeing his angry face, he said embarrassedly, You don't know." "What do I know? What do I know?" Shin Qingshu scolded and hit him, and directly knocked Fong Su out of sleep. So he had to hold his head and beg for mercy. "Pour tea. Pour. Pour. Pour." Fong Su glanced at the table, carefully poured him a cup of cold tea, and said weakly, "Boss, don't be angry. I know I was wrong. And I will tell you the first time for any transfer in the future." "In the future? You really think it through?" After drinking the tea, he asked him, "Do you know why people were transferred to the imperial mausoleum?" Fong Su shook his head. "I don't know. Who dares to ask the emperor's work?" But the emperor said that these people should listen to the orders of General Chen Jiao, who is responsible for guarding the imperial mausoleum. "Chen Jiao? Why haven't I heard of him?" Shin Qingshu said. Fong Su said, "I haven't heard of him either." "When will the people who were transferred come back?" "I don't know." Shin Qingshu was angry. "Chen Su, how come you don't know anything? This deputy commander is just a messenger? The key is that he didn't even pass the message well." Seeing him walk away, Shin Su said timidly, "Boss, why don't you sit for a while?" Hearing this, Shin Qingshu turned back and kicked him in the buttocks. He straightened his clothes, got on the horse and rushed home. At this time, Shin Qingshuang was dozing off. When she looked up, she suddenly saw her brother's big face and jumped up in fright. "What are you doing? It's so scary in the middle of the night." "Commander Shin," Shin Qingshu sighed. "Aren't you afraid of disturbing your sleep?" "No. Go ahead." She yawned and rubbed her eyes. "I'm all ears." Shin Qingshu sat next to her. "The emperor has transferred 27 guards to the imperial mausoleum. But he didn't say why. He only said that after arriving, they should follow the arrangements of a mausoleum guard general named Chen Jiao. I haven't heard of this Chen Jiao. I wonder if he is a newcomer." "Chen Jiao?" Shin Qingshuang muttered the name, and suddenly her eyes lit up. It was the Queen Mother's man. "So, tomorrow's trip to the imperial mausoleum will be dangerous?" Shin Qingshu saw that she looked different, and just wanted to ask. But she drove him out on the grounds that she was sleepy. She didn't sleep either, and spent more than an hour preparing a lot of things in case of emergency. The next day, Gu Yunjian came to the Shin mansion to pick her up, and was stunned when he saw her. The girl was carrying a large light green cloth bag on her back, which was crudely made and bulging. Looking closely, he seemed to be familiar with the color and material of the bag. The girl looked proud and patted the bag. "I especially sewed it by taking apart clothes last night. Isn't it amazing?" Gu Yunjian was confused. Did he misunderstand the destination? Qingshuang, why did you sew it? To pack things. Then, why did you take off your clothes? Because I can't find other cloth. Then, why did you sew it yourself? Because it's too late. Bu is asleep, and I don't want to wake her up. Then, why didn't you let her sew in the morning? Because I'm afraid I'll be too late. What he said makes sense, but it seems like he didn't say anything. Ji Feng couldn't stand such a beautiful and lovely girl carrying such an ugly bag. So he volunteered to help her carry it. The little girl held it like a treasure. And no one would let her move. So he had to give up. After getting on the carriage, Gu Yunjian wanted to see what was in her bag. The little girl opened it generously. And he was confused again. A pile of bottles and jars. And some small cloth bags. I don't know what's in them. Qingshuang. We are going to the Imperial Mausoleum. Gu Yunjian said tactfully. I know. We will be out soon. I know. Okay then. Gu Yunjian had nothing to say. The little girl had something to say. Brother Yunjian. My brother has confirmed that 27 guards have been transferred to the Imperial Mausoleum. They are all good at martial arts. The emperor asked them to obey the orders of a man named Qinjiu. Gu Yunjian looked admiring. You know all this? In fact, he also found out. But he didn't expect her to tell him before him. The little girl raised her eyebrows proudly. And then curled her lips. It may be dangerous to go this time. That Qinjiu is the Queen Mother's man. Gu Yunjian was shocked. This was something he didn't find out. How do you know? Anyway, I know it. Just believe me. I suspect that the guards transferred there are not to guard the Imperial Mausoleum, but to deal with you. Do you think so? Her words made Gu Yunjian more certain of his guess. The little girl nodded. Her eyes filled with worry. I didn't think so before. But when I heard the name Qinjiu, I felt this way more strongly. You know why the emperor abolished the queen. How shameful it is for a man. He must have a thorn in his heart. After thinking for a while, he said, besides, you have always been rude to him. He is afraid of what you have in your hand. So it is possible that he wants to take an extreme approach. The little uncle, who has always been calm, can no longer remain calm. He has never mentioned that matter to anyone. How did the little girl know? Qingshuang. Tell Brother Yunjian. Do you know what I have in my hand? Chapter 119. Whoever dares to act rashly. You can do whatever you want. And I will bear any consequences. Qingshuang realized that she had let the cat out of the bag. And lowered her head like a child who had made a mistake. She rubbed the cloth bag with her hands. As if this could relieve her tension. In fact, it couldn't relieve it at all. She secretly glanced at Gu Yunjian from the corner of her eyes. But she saw that there was nothing but surprise in his eyes. And her heart was slightly relieved. She said in a muffled voice, Brother Yunjian? I guessed it. Gu Yunjian smiled. And he couldn't even lie. Don't be afraid. I'm just curious. Because no one knows about that thing except Uncle Wu. Even the Queen Mother and the Emperor are just guessing. Can't you tell me? It's not that she doesn't want to say it. But she doesn't dare to say it. At that time, she was drunk and told the truth. And half of her old secrets were covered to Gu Jinhao. And she didn't dare to tell him again. This is not like handing out flyers to let everyone know. Even if I told him, he wouldn't believe it. Who wants to be a person in a book whose fate has already been set by others? Besides, he is such a proud little uncle. Can I not tell you? I promise I will never hurt you. And I won't tell anyone. How about I swear to you? She raised her hand and was immediately held by him. Gu Yunjian looked down at her and said softly, Don't swear randomly. I know you won't. You have been very good to me since we met. Qingshuang is the only girl in the world who treats me well. The little girl smiled. No. That's because you are closing yourself off. If you are willing, there are a lot of girls waiting in line to marry you. Gu Yunjian smiled slightly. What's the use of having more girls? The one he wanted didn't have such thoughts. She only dared to flirt with him when she was drunk. In fact, he wanted to say that he was always willing to do so without choosing the time. Gu Yunjian felt a little disappointed. If she were 2 or 3 years older, she would not be so heartless. Wait a little longer. Wait a little longer. The little girl saw him in deep thought and thought he was unhappy. But she didn't know what words had offended him. So she didn't dare to speak again. She gently pulled her hand back and sat farther away from him. Gu Yunjian was stunned. Did she blame him for being abrupt? Not really. He had hugged her before. Besides, he just didn't want her to swear some messy oaths. After all, she had just said something solemnly on that rainy day. And then there was thunder. No matter what the reason, she should apologize. I'm sorry. Qingshuang was stunned. What was he apologizing for? What did you do wrong? She promised that this was just a question. Without any questioning. The little uncle didn't understand it that way. He scratched his head awkwardly. Actually I don't know. Then why did you apologize? The little girl didn't understand it even more. I don't know what I did wrong. But it's still wrong. I have to apologize. The little girl couldn't help laughing. Is this still the legendary cold and indifferent little uncle? He is obviously a shy child. Smiling, I'm not angry. I thought you were angry when I saw you didn't say anything. So I stayed away from you. Gu Yunjian felt relieved. It was a false alarm. Brother Yunjian, are we really going to the Imperial Mausoleum? Xin Shuang held her chin and blinked at him. This trip is destined to be a difficult journey. Gu Yunjian smiled. Are you afraid? She wasn't afraid. Anyway, she was ready. So she shook her head. Gu Yunjian said, I want to go. First, I want to know how the cold came from. As for the second, his eyes darkened. And he said firmly, I want to know if the emperor will really do something to me. He knew that the queen mother was insidious and vicious. The emperor grew up with him. And he still had a glimmer of hope. If it was true, he would no longer live in Lingyuan. Time is the only criterion for testing the truth. Let's go! The little girl patted his arm with a firm look. When she was reading the book, she deeply sympathized with this little uncle. God envied talents. Such a handsome and elegant young man was made stupid by the evil people for his whole life. After so long of getting along, his meaning to her has long been different. Although she wanted to live a stable life, she didn't want him to be harmed by the traitors. Since he wanted to go, she would accompany him. Anyway, she didn't belong to this world. If she was lucky enough to survive, she would live. If something unexpected happened, she might return to her original world. However, according to the experience of the dry well, it seems that she is not so easy to die. The barefoot are not afraid of the shoes. She has nothing to fear. Gu Yunjin found it funny to see her fearless look and comforted her. Don't worry. Zhueyun and the others will protect you. I'm not worried. Don't worry. Good people don't live long. Evil people will live 1,000 years. As soon as the words came out, I felt that it was wrong. She was not an evil. Changed. Bad people don't live long. Good people will live 1,000 years. We are good people. Nothing will happen to us. Gu Yunjian listened to her words, and suddenly didn't want to be a good person anymore. 1,000 years left behind. Before I could adjust my mentality, I heard the little girl muttering, 1,000-year-old turtle is a 10,000-year-old tortoise. And a 100-year-old rabbit is chased by no one. The voice was sweet, with ups and downs, like reciting a poem. We have arrived at the Imperial Mausoleum. The guards guarding the mausoleum are indeed much more than before. And they are much more vigilant. Seeing Gu Yunjin coming, they all knelt down and saluted respectfully. Greetings. Prince 15. Get up. This is mission. And she will enter the Imperial Mausoleum with me to pay respects. The guards were embarrassed. And one of them stepped forward and said, Prince 15. I cannot make the decision. Please wait a moment. I will go and ask General Chen. Gu Yunjian's face darkened. And he said coldly, when did I need to ask for permission to enter the Imperial Mausoleum? Get out of the way. The guard knelt down in panic. Prince, calm down. It is my duty. Gu Yunjian interrupted. Duty? Is your duty to stop me? Zhueyun, take him down. The Imperial Mausoleum is a key place. Don't shed blood. The guard had not yet come to his senses. He only felt his feet empty. And then his body was in the air. And then his whole body was sore. As if scattered. When he saw where he was, his heart was about to jump out. He was lying on the branch of a tall tree. If he felt it carefully, he could see that there were several birds resting on him. As if they were fighting. He cursed and just wanted to get up. But then he found that Zhueyun had pressed his acupuncture points. What a sin! The others were also dumbfounded. They didn't see clearly when the cold-hearted young man made his move. If he had just used a knife. They all knelt down. Please forgive me. Your Majesty. Gu Yunjian didn't even raise his eyelids. And said softly to the little girl, let's go in. At this time, a young man in a general's uniform walked over quickly and said loudly, your servant Shinjo pays respects to the 15th prince. Gu Yunjin glanced at him and said lightly, I want to enter the Imperial Mausoleum. General Chen, are you going to stop me? I dare not. But the emperor has said that the prince can go in. But others cannot. Shinjo raised his head and looked at Gu Yunjian steadily. If you look closely, it seems to be a bit provocative. Gu Yunjian smiled slightly and put his hands behind his back. At this moment, he is no longer a gentle and elegant gentleman, but a real uncle of the emperor. He is majestic without anger. The aura of a king. Shen Shuang saw the gloomy and coldness in his eyes that she had never seen before. Although unfamiliar, she likes it. Feng Shan Yu. Follow me in. Jue Yun. Stand guard outside. Whoever dares to act rashly, you can deal with him as you like, and I will bear any consequences. Yes, Your Majesty. The young man stood at the gate of the imperial mausoleum with his hands behind his back and his head held high, staring coldly at Chen Jiao and the guards. The little girl was held by Gu Yunjian's hand, and his gentle voice was in her ears. Don't be afraid. Nothing will happen. Chapter 120. Brother Yunjian. Can I take you away? Shen Shuang entered the imperial mausoleum for the first time. She felt curious everywhere and wanted to take a closer look at everything. Although the imperial mausoleum is equivalent to a collective cemetery, it is a royal cemetery after all, which is different. Gu Yunjian saw that her eyes were full of brilliance, as if she was visiting, and smiled slightly. But the cloth bag she was carrying was really a bit out of place. It was so big and bulging, and it always felt like she was here to buy things. Jifeng and Shan Yu followed not far away, and the eyes of the two were full of vigilance, ready to deal with sudden dangers at any time. Before coming, the boss reminded them many times that there were too many uncertainties in this trip, and they must ensure the safety of the prince and Miss Shen. The boss repeated it like an obsessive-compulsive disorder, which made them obsessive-compulsive. Now everyone looks like an assassin and wants to draw their swords. They felt sorry for themselves, and felt even more sorry for the boss. Wu Bo must have said it 100 or 80 times. The three most terrifying things about the old man are his martial arts, his cooking skills, and his nagging that makes people want to die. Gu Yunjian stopped in front of a coffin and asked the girl to wait for him. Based on the luxury of the coffin, Shen Shuang had a guess. Is the old emperor lying in it? She asked him. Yes. It's my father. Gu Yunjian knelt down respectfully in front of the coffin and kowtowed solemnly. Shen Shuang could see from his lonely and sad eyes how deep his feelings for the old emperor were. After thinking about it, she knelt down too. If you don't kowtow a few times when you come to the cemetery, it really feels like you are here for sightseeing. Seeing that she also kowtowed solemnly, Gu Yunjian smiled. Why do you kowtow to your father? We are good friends. He is your father, and my uncle. Isn't it right to kowtow to elders? If my father is gone, will you and I just stand there to pay homage? That's the truth, but it's a little awkward. How can you use your biological father as an example? My stepfather doesn't do that either, he said a few times. No, don't take it seriously. It's just an assumption. Gu Yunjian laughed again, touched her hair, and helped her up. Shen Nafang was talking to Shen Qingyan in the mansion. Suddenly, his ears felt hot, and he sneezed several times. He was confused. Who was scolding him? Seeing Shen Qingyan lowering his head, he was immediately angry and slammed the table and stood up. If you have different opinions, just say it. It's useless to say it. But Xiao-san, how can you scold me? Shen Qingyan raised his head blankly, confused. What did he do? Shen Shuang followed Gu Yunjian and walked slowly in the imperial mausoleum, and stopped in front of a coffin again. Compared to the old emperor's coffin, this one is much simpler. My mother lies here. Gu Yunjian's biological mother was not of high status, and she was buried here because her son was of high status. He lifted his hymn, knelt down respectfully again, and kowtowed solemnly. Shen Shuang followed suit, but her eyes were much more cautious. After the two stood up, Gu Yunjian looked at his mother, who had become bones inside. And just like before, he couldn't help but touch the coffin. Before his hand fell, it was held by a white and soft hand. Shuang? Shen Shuang pulled him aside. Brother Yunjian, someone has poisoned the coffin. You can't touch it. Poisoned? The gale and the rain were also shocked. How dare someone poison the imperial mausoleum? Shen Shuang approached the coffin, took out a handkerchief, and wiped it vigorously. Then put it to the tip of her nose and smelled it. This is the new poison from a few days ago. If my estimate is correct, someone will come to apply poison to this coffin every month. And it is undoubtedly aimed at you, because only you will touch this coffin, and only you must come once a month. This is why your cold cannot be cured. Gu Yunjian was stunned. He had sought treatment from imperial doctors, but everyone said that it could not be cured without exception. Wu Bo also sought treatment from many famous folk doctors, and there was no other solution except to tell him to soak in hot springs when the cold attacks. The little girl could actually tell the cause of the poisoning. Shin Shuang thought that his concentration and thinking were still doubtful. He took out a small bottle from the incongruous cloth bag, opened the lid, and dipped the handkerchief in it. Seeing their doubts, he smiled and said, "I put water in it." Then, he pulled out a silver hairpin from his hair and inserted it in. When he took it out again, the root was already black. Gu Yunjian took a step back, clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes were colder. Shin Shuang wiped the hairpin clean and put it in her hair again. Pointing at the bottle, he said, "If you still don't believe it, find a bad guy to drink this, and he will definitely have the same symptoms as you." Ji Feng couldn't hold back any longer, and held his sword tightly. "Your Majesty, arrest all the people in this imperial mausoleum and torture them severely. You must catch the person who hurt you." Gu Yunjian took a deep breath, called Qinjiu in. Qinjiu hesitated for a while when he heard Gu Yunjian calling him, but did not move. Jueyun said coldly, "General Chen, didn't you hear what the prince said?" Qinjiu laughed. "It depends on whether he has the life to come out alive." Suddenly he shouted loudly, "Don't do it yet." At this time, many assassins suddenly appeared out of nowhere inside and outside the imperial mausoleum. Jueyun glanced at them indifferently, and suddenly his eyes were stern, and his sword had already stabbed at Qinjiu. Qinjiu thought that Jueyun was just a young boy and was not to be feared, but he didn't expect that this sword directly cut his arm, and the pain was immediately excruciating. At that moment, he was angry and said, "Everyone, come together." The same was true in the imperial mausoleum. All the hidden assassins came out and attacked Gu Yunjian with swords. Ji Feng and Shan Yu did not change their expressions. The more assassins there were, the calmer they were. They just frowned. Finally, Ji Feng spoke. "Your Majesty, there are too many people. I can't leave too many alive." Gu Yunjian said coldly, "Just kill them. Just leave one or two." Hearing his words, Ji Feng and Shan Yu let go of the fight, and soon there were many more corpses on the ground. But they were also covered with scars. But they still persisted. "Are these the Empress Dowager's people or the Emperor's people?" Gu Yunjian asked. Shin Shuang said, "We are wearing the same pants. What's the difference? I wonder if there are any Imperial guards here. But it's not difficult to find out." Shin Shuang suddenly shouted, "That thin guy. Fang Su asked you to guard the Imperial Mausoleum. But you actually assassinated the 15th prince. Don't you want to live?" As soon as these words came out, several assassins stopped, thinking that they were the thin guy. One of them said, "Don't scare us. Deputy Commander Fang only assigned us to the Imperial Mausoleum. We are following the Emperor's order." Shin Shuang said to Gu Yunjian, "Is it clear? Your Emperor's nephew wants to kill you." The man suddenly reacted, "Who are you? How do you know Fang Su?" The little girl snorted, "It's none of your business." Seeing that Jifeng Shanyu was struggling to protect them, she didn't want to drag them down. "Brother Yunjian, can I take you away?" she asked with a smile, holding Gu Yunjian's hand. Gu Yunjian wanted Jifeng and Shanyu to take her out, but her words interested him. A smile appeared on his indifferent face. "Where to?" The little girl smiled and shook her head. "I don't know. But I shouldn't die." Gu Yunjian held her hand tightly. "Then we will be together regardless of life or death. Maybe we are going to the same place." The little girl was surprised, and then happy. She whispered in his ear, "Begonia?" Gu Yunjian's eyes lit up. "Yes." The little girl smiled with curved eyebrows and said, "Jifeng Shanyu, take care of yourself. See you in a few days." The person they wanted to protect suddenly left, and the two teenagers suddenly fell into confusion. What are they going to do? Kill them? At this point, they had no scruples and used all their strength to kill people. The empty Imperial Mausoleum was filled with only the sound of falling and wailing. Shin Shuang and Gu Yunjian ran quickly in the Imperial Mausoleum, giving her the illusion of eloping. Gu Yunjian was familiar with the Imperial Mausoleum and quickly found the mechanism that looked like a crabapple flower. The two touched hands together, and then the ground next to them cracked. Looking down, there was a square hanging basket. "Shuang, are you really not considering it anymore?" "No. Life and death are determined by fate. Wealth and honor are in the hands of God. 1,000-year-old turtle is a 10,000-year-old tortoise. 100-year-old rabbit is chased by no one." Gu Yunjian didn't know what they had to do with what she was thinking about. Was it just to give her courage? As soon as the two stepped into the hanging basket together, the cracked ground quickly closed. The hanging basket fell down quickly. The little girl lay in his arms and whispered, "Actually, I'm afraid of the dark. I'm here." Chapter 121a. This is the state of Chu. The hanging basket kept falling, and Shin Shuang kept closing his eyes and covering his ears. Suddenly, he thought of a sentence that fits the situation. "I don't know where I will go, but I am on the way." In comparison, Gu Yunjian was much calmer. Although he didn't know where he would go, he was sure that they would be safe. He remembered that his father had told him when he was young that there was a crab-apple-shaped mechanism in the Imperial Mausoleum. If he encountered danger inside, he would press it, and it would take him to a safe place. He smiled and said at the time, "With your father here? How could your son be in danger?" His father touched his head with a loving face. "Your father will lie in it one day. And at that time, he will no longer be able to protect your son." As his father expected, he was in danger, and this danger came from his nephew. But his father should not have expected that the girl he had been thinking about would accompany him. He didn't expect that she also knew this mechanism. Thinking of this, he felt that Shin Shuang was a mystery more and more. A mystery that could bring him surprises at any time. The fall lasted a long time. Shin Shuang felt like it had been several centuries. Although she knew she would not die, she was also afraid that she would not live well. Finally, the hanging basket stopped falling, and she felt it swaying gently, as interesting as a swing. She slowly took her hands off her ears, and she could still hear birds singing, which made her happy. Just as she was about to look at this place, Gu Yunjian gently covered her eyes with his hands. Get used to it for a while. When he said it's okay, the little girl opened her eyes, and was shocked by the scene in front of her. To be precise, she was surprised. Various flowers grow on the trees. Heroes fly around. Water gurgles, and green trees shade the sky. There are also several small wooden houses covered with green vines. If I had known that there was a paradise under the Imperial Mausoleum, I should have asked you to bring me here. Gu Yunjian smiled slightly. His father didn't say this back then, and he didn't know it either. The hanging basket was still a short distance from the ground. Gu Yunjian came down first, and then carried the little girl down. As soon as the two stood still, the hanging basket went straight up again, as if it had been triggered. It turns out that it can be reused, the little girl exclaimed. The wisdom of the ancients is really wise. Gu Yunjian looked around. It was very quiet here. It didn't look like anyone lived there. He needed to know where this was before he knew how to go back. Shuang, let's go to the wooden house. Okay. The little girl put a flower she had just picked in his hair and giggled. The flowery smile in the sun was warm and bright, which made Gu Yunjian's heart move, and his heartbeat seemed to skip a beat. He didn't take the flowers down. No one would see them anyway. So she was happy. After walking around the cabins, Shin Shuang came to the conclusion that they were very tidy. Each cabin had a couch, a table, a cabinet, and 2 chairs, and you could see through them. How could it not be tidy? Someone has lived here, Shin Shuang said with certainty. They had lived here, but not for long, because all the furnishings were covered with a layer of dust. It was neither thick nor thin. Gu Yunjian felt the same way. But if someone lived here, why were there no signs of people living here? At least there should be bedding. With this question in mind, Shin Shuang opened the cabinet. As soon as he opened it, his mouth opened wide. Brother Yunjian, there are bedding and clothes here. But these clothes are so strange. Why are they so small? Gu Yunjian walked closer and saw that they were small. But there were also big ones. He spread out all the clothes, big and small, all over the bed. And there was still no room. Brother Yunjian, there is a letter here. Shin Shuang climbed onto the cabinet at some point, like a monkey, excitedly holding up an envelope. Naughty. Don't fall. No. She jumped down with his hand and opened the envelope. There was still an envelope inside. But there were 4 words written on it. Yunjian's personal letter. Written to you. Can I see it? Although she was asking for his opinion, she had no intention of waiting for his reply at all. And she had already pulled out the letter inside. My son, your father doesn't want you to read this letter, because it means you have just been in danger. But it's okay. Every failure makes you wiser, and the same mistake cannot be made again. After reading the beginning, the little girl patted his shoulder and said earnestly, Do you remember it? Gu Yunjian rubbed her hair. Remember it. Continue reading. Your father doesn't know how old you will be when you get here, so he prepared some clothes for you after the age of 10. But only until you are 25. Because if you can still be killed after the age of 25, your father will have nothing to say. The little girl couldn't read any more and laughed. Fortunately, you are only 20 years old. Otherwise, not only will your father be disappointed, but you will also have no clothes to wear. Suddenly scratched his head and stopped laughing. But I have no clothes. Forget it. Continue reading the letter. My son, you are indifferent, reserved and taciturn. Father is worried that no girls like you, and that you will be hurt by girls. If only you were half as wise as father in love. Of course, if there was a girl standing here with you, father would admit that he was too conceited. My son, you are better than your father. Father can rest assured. Shin Shuang couldn't help laughing. Brother Yunjian, your father is really humorous. How can he praise himself like this? Is he embarrassed? You see, it is because I am here that you've turned the tables. Gu Yunjian looked at her lovingly. Then I have to thank you. You're welcome. She continued to read. The girl's clothes are in the closet of the wooden house next door. But you must be polite before you get married and not bully others. Shin Shuang stopped reading, blushing, and stuffed the letter into his hand. Your father is thinking wrongly. What does this have to do with that? He thought that the girl who could live and die with me was willing to marry me. So he said that? Gu Yunjian held the letter, worried, and looked at her expectantly. Shin Shuang said, he is so worried that no one wants you. But my old man should be the same. Let's not talk about this. Did he mention where this place is? Gu Yunjian felt disappointed. Why didn't she respond to his words? After reading the letter, he sighed. This is Chu. Chu? Chu? Shin Shuang pointed to the top of her head, as if struck by lightning. Isn't it still the imperial mausoleum of our great Qi? Yes. But my father would not lie to me. He also asked me to stay in the capital of Chu for a while, saying that I would meet someone and give me something. What is it? Shin Shuang didn't quite understand, as it wasn't mentioned in the book. Gu Yunjian shook his head. I don't know. I'll know when I see that person. Perhaps because Gu Yunjian's fate had been rewritten since the assassination in the imperial mausoleum. Shin Shuang had no clue and could only take it one step at a time. Then do as he says. But brother Yunjian, we have to go out and find someone to send a letter to report safety. Otherwise the family will be in chaos. Gu Yunjian smiled and said, don't worry. Uncle Wu will arrange it. Ling Yuan, Jue Yun, Jifeng, and Shan Yu came back with the half-dead Chen Jiao and 2 assassins. One for each. Fair and reasonable. When Uncle Wu saw the 3 boys covered in blood, he understood. Throw them in the small dark room in the backyard and lock them up. After the matter was done, the 3 boys came back again, all with their heads down, and knelt in front of Uncle Wu. Master, I am incompetent and failed to protect the prince and Miss Shin. They are missing. I have failed the master's trust, and I am willing to die to apologize. At the same time, Jifeng and Shan Yu also put their swords across their necks. The old man looked at them with disdain and knocked their swords to the ground. That's enough. You are covered in blood and you have suffered. Jueyan looked at his clothes and said in a muffled voice, this is the killer's blood, not ours. The old man raised his eyebrows. How many did you kill? Only the 3 we brought back. The old man's eyes were straight. And then he cleared his throat. Go and prepare. Jueyan was confused. Prepare for what? He was hit hard on the back of his head. But he saw his master shook his clothes, brushed his beard, and combed his hair, and said seriously, signed and sealed confession. Half an hour later. Follow me to the palace to ask the emperor for an explanation. Chapter 121b. If you don't accept my toast, you will be punished. The half-dead Chinchio and the other 2 half-dead killers were tied up in a small dark room. The room where Tang Shi was interrogated. Their eyes were dull, and their gazes were still fixed on the moment when the emperor was slaughtered in the mausoleum. The 3 teenagers were colder and more ruthless than each other. The swords in their hands flew in the air as if they were under a spell. But they never missed. The ears are still confused now, filled with the roars of those people before they died. There were only 3 of them, but they killed 100 good fighters. If it weren't for Gu Yunjian's suggestion to keep 1 or 2, it is estimated that at this time next year, the graves of the 3 of them would have been covered with grass. It's terrible. Jueyun is not Shin Shu. He doesn't have so many interrogation skills, let alone so much patience. He only knows that his master only gave him half. If he fails to hand over the things within the time limit, his position as the last disciple will be replaced. Boss, let's start. Ji Feng and Shan Yu prepared the torture instruments neatly, standing one on each side, like door gods. Originally, Leng Yuan did not have these messy torture instruments. But since Tang Shi assassinated Xinqing Shuang, they have them. Not only do they have them, but they are also very complete. Fortunately, they were not thrown away at that time. Otherwise the interrogation would be too monotonous. Qinjiu, who asked you to assassinate the prince? Xue Yun's voice was very cold, without a trace of ups and downs. Qinjiu did not respond, and did not even frown. It was not that he was not afraid, but that he did not react. Ji Feng's mind was also full of Wu Bo's half an hour. Seeing that he did not answer, he whipped him directly, and immediately Qinjiu's miserable cry came from the small dark room. The voice was heart-wrenching, and it frightened the two people next to him to tears. When he felt the pain, he came to his senses. When he came to his senses, he saw Xue Yun sitting on the chair indifferently. At this moment, he regretted it very much. He shouldn't have been so arrogant, and he shouldn't have volunteered to take the task of assassinating Gu Yunqian. He only heard that this prince was a carefree and indifferent person, and he didn't know martial arts. Wouldn't it be easy to assassinate him? When he saw that there were only 3 teenagers following Gu Yunqian and Xinqing Shuang in the Imperial Mausoleum, he suspected that he had seen it wrong. After confirming it, he almost laughed out loud. Is this worth so many people being on high alert? What can 3 little kids do? He never expected that these 3 little kids would directly knock down the killers he had trained for many years, including himself. When the corpses were everywhere, the 3 people seemed to be reluctant to say more. Aren't you going to say it yet? Xue Yun glanced at him. Before Qinjiu could open his mouth, Shan Yu's sword stabbed his arm, and blood immediately flowed out again. New wounds covered new wounds. The pain made him gasp, and almost fainted. If he hadn't been tied up, he would have collapsed to the ground. Before he got angry, Ji Feng got angry first. Shan Yu, he's mine. Why are you hitting him? He doesn't answer. It's a waste of everyone's time. If you think it's unfair, hit these 2 of us. Hit me then. The 2 killers who were waiting for a confession had not waited for any questions, but were directly hit by 2 whips. Grimacing in pain, their faces twisted. You are angry. Why are you taking it out on us? Qinjiu already understood where he belonged, and when Ji Feng raised the whip again, he knew it was aimed at him. So he ignored the pain and hurriedly called for a stop. I'll answer. But you have to ask the question again. I didn't hear it clearly just now. Even though he had a good attitude, he was still whipped, but not as hard as before. Don't feel wrong. I can only tell you that I never do useless work, and there is no reason to hit in vain when the whip is raised. Ji Feng put away the whip and said unhappily, Boss asks you. Who asked you to assassinate our prince? The moment Qinjiu hesitated, he was whipped again. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. Wouldn't he give him some time to react? Fearing that he would be beaten again, he hurriedly said, It was the Queen Mother. It was the Queen Mother who transferred me to the Imperial Mausoleum. She said that the 15th prince would go to worship in the next few days, and asked me to kill him directly when the time came. I didn't expect him to come today. Queen Mother? Xue Yun snorted and asked doubtfully, Isn't it the Emperor? Shan Yu's responsibility field has already answered, That's us. We are sent by the Emperor. Sure enough, torture is useful, but with such cooperation, nail boards, clamps, and other things are useless. What a pity! Xue Yun raised his eyebrows and gave Shan Yu an affirmative look. Knowing how to discipline people, Ji Feng said weakly, Boss, those 2 only obeyed me after I beat them. You are arguing for this. You must argue for it. Miss said that you should blame bad things and argue for good things. Xue Yun looked at the 2 again. More details. We don't know either. The Emperor asked the deputy commander to select 27 guards to go to the Imperial Mausoleum to listen to General Chen's orders. And we were selected. That good man. The Emperor asked us to listen to General Chen, and General Chen asked us to kill the prince. Can it be understood that the Emperor asked us to kill the prince? Yeah. The logic is good, Xue Yun affirmed. But when he heard the word hero, he thought of Xinqing Shuang. At first, he felt that this title was like a bandit. But now, he really hoped to hear her call again, so that at least she was still alive and well. And the prince was also alive and well. seeing that there was more sadness in his cold eyes. Jifeng and Shan Yu were also sad. I don't know how the prince and Miss Shan are doing. Shan Yu untied a killer and asked him to write down what he had just confessed. And another one supplemented it. Jifeng also untied Shinjio. But he dared only to speak, but not to write. If you don't accept the toast, you will be punished? Jueyun scolded. The one who was writing hard with pain on Shan Yu's side turned his head. And a flattering smile appeared on his bloody face. Hero. We will help him write. And you let him press his fingerprints. Isn't that fake? Jueyun has never done this. Another person said, he said it. His fingerprints are his. We are witnesses. How can it be considered fake? Good man. Think about it. If he doesn't know what's good for him, won't the case be closed? Our boss Shan often does this kind of thing. It's nothing. Jifeng Shan Yu thought seriously for a while. And said in unison, Boss? Yes. 3 good men. Considering that we have lost half our lives and actively cooperated. Can you spare us? We are really following orders. You have beaten us and taken the things. There is no pleasure in stepping on 2 more ants. Let's talk about it later. The 2 confessions were brought to Uncle Wu. And the old man raised his eyebrows slightly. Not bad. It was done before the time of 1 stick of incense was up. The 3 boys were very happy to receive the old man's praise. But when they thought of the prince's whereabouts, they all sniffed. The red eyes made the old man disgusted. Don't worry. The prince will be fine. Maybe he is having a sweet time with Miss Qingxuang. Really? The 3 children raised their heads doubtfully. Why would the old man lie to you? But I warn you. When you arrive at the palace, you must act as if your parents have died. I will beat anyone who doesn't cry to death. The 3 looked at each other. And at the suggestion of the other 2, Jueyun cleared his throat. Master, we are all orphans. And we have never seen our parents. So we really can't feel the kind of grief you are talking about. As far as we can remember, you and the prince have been the best to us. How about we just treat you as dead? The other 2 echoed, yeah. If Uncle Wu died, we would probably cry until we die. The old man almost died first. What on earth has he taught us in all these years? With a wave of his hand, a sword with a cold light came out. The 3 boys' eyes were stern. And they used their best skills to avoid it by luck. 4 people, 4 horses, rushed from Lingyuan to the palace gate. And people retreated wherever they went. The guards at the gate saw that the old man and 3 young men had red eyes, and were aggressive. And they were all ready for battle. Stop. Do you have a token to enter the palace? Wu Bo said. No. You can't enter without one. Wu Bo held the sword that had been sealed for 10 years in front of him, and said coldly. Do you recognize this sword? Chapter 122. You want to rebel by trespassing in Xiangning Palace? The guard glanced at the sword. The sword was black and thick. It was nothing special. It looked not as good as his sword. How can I recognize a broken sword? He felt that these people were here to cause trouble. So he urged them to leave quickly. Otherwise he would not be polite. When Wu Bo heard him call his sword a broken sword, he directly crossed the guard's neck. And a bright red blood mark appeared immediately. The guard was frightened and shouted. Hearing his exclamation, several people around him immediately surrounded him, all holding swords against Wu Bo. The old man felt that it was beneath his status to fight with them, and looked at Jueyun. Jueyun remembered what he said, that when he arrived at the palace, he had to act as if his parents had died, and whoever did not cry would be beaten to death. So he kept his head down and concentrated on squeezing out tears. Uncle Wu looked at this uncoordinated disciple with a twitch of his mouth, and cursed in a low voice. It's too early to cry. Clean these up first. Shen Nafong and Shen Qinglang were just leaving the palace when they happened to see the guards being beaten up. He was immediately furious. Someone actually fought at the palace gate in broad daylight. Is there still any law? Where is Shower? Is the guard commander still in office? Although Shen Qinglang didn't know Uncle Wu, he knew Jueyun and Jifeng. He told his father to be patient and ran over first. What happened? Jueyun still didn't put down the sword in his hand. Major General, they didn't let us enter the palace, and the master asked me to beat them. Master? Shen Qinglang realized that this white-bearded old man, who was intimidating without anger, was his master, and there was more respect in his eyes. He turned to ask the guards, why did you stop us? General, they didn't have a token. They just took out a broken sword and pretended it was an imperial sword. I didn't dare to let them into the palace without permission. But they started fighting. Shen Qinglang asked Jueyun, you don't have a token? No. Shin Qinglang really admired him for being able to say that he didn't have it more confidently than he did. Just when he was about to take them into the palace, he saw his father staring at the sword in Wu Bo's hand. His eyes were straight, and he was more excited than the mistress seeing the silver. "Old man, can you lend it to me for a closer look?" Seeing that he was very interested, Wu Bo snorted, "It's just a broken sword. Take a look if you want." He threw it casually, and Shen Nafong immediately went to take it. Only when he took it did he feel the weight of the sword, which reminded him of the one he had the honor to see many years ago. Tentatively asked, "Excuse me, old man, is this a black iron sword?" Wu Bo glanced at him sideways, and a smile appeared in the corner of his eyes. It's not easy to recognize the goods. Shen Nafong carefully looked at the arrogant and sharp-eyed white-bearded old man in front of him, and suddenly his face changed. After a little thought, he returned the sword with both hands. Then he stepped back and bowed respectfully. "Me, General Wu." Shin Qinglang suddenly saw his arrogant father so respectful, and bowed as well. Unexpectedly, someone still remembered me. "Who are you? I have no patience. If I want to stop you, I will beat you too." Shen Nafong hurriedly said, "General, you are too kind. How dare I stop you?" "General, don't you remember me? I am Xiaoshen." "What Xiaoshen? Which Xiaoshen?" Wu Bo frowned. He hasn't been to the court for many years. Who remembers Xiaoshen? Xiao Zhang and Xiao Wang. Looking at the old man's disdainful face, Shen Nafong looked embarrassed. Zhuoyun said, "Master, he is General Ding and Shen Nafong." The old man didn't respond. He couldn't remember Shen Nafong and Shen Beifong, but the name is familiar. Ji Feng said, "He is Miss Shen's father." Hearing this, the old man's eyes lit up, and the coldness just now disappeared instantly. He personally helped Shen Nafong up, and his originally arrogant eyes were full of smiles. "Xiaoshen, it turns out to be you. How could I forget you? Really, you have grown up so much." "Shen Nafong, Shen Qinglang, can't you be more careful when you lie?" Wu Bo put his arm around Shen Nafong's shoulders affectionately and whispered, "Xiaoshen, my prince likes Miss Jingshuang very much. Can you let her marry him? Look at me. I am old, and I am worried every day. Can you bear it?" Shen Nafong was a little unresponsive. "Are you talking about the 15th prince or the 4th prince?" "Of course it's the handsome, unrestrained, affectionate, and loyal 15th prince. How could the little bastard of the 4th prince be my family?" The old man shook his clothes and returned to his aloofness. "Oh, old general, didn't they say you were missing? Have you been staying in Lingyuan for so many years?" The old man was unhappy and cursed, "Like father, like son. Your third son is the same as you. One suspected that I was dead, and the other said that I was missing. Can't you expect me to be well? I have been taking care of my prince for many years, and I have been obsessed with cooking to please Miss Jingshuang these days." Shen Nafong was stunned. His daughter was so proud that she dared to let the old General Wu, who was feared by everyone in the past, be her cook, and she always complained that the food was bad. "Old General, you are not the Uncle Wu that Jingshuang often mentioned, right? It's me. It's me. Okay, don't ask anymore. I'm just asking if you agree to the marriage. If you agree, we'll be considered to have known each other today." Shen Nafong was so upset. He just said that he would never forget him, and now he has to know him again. However, he didn't dare to make decisions on his daughter's marriage. If the little girl didn't like it and made trouble with him again, he would not be able to bear it. Now, it's time for the son to take the blame for the father. Shen Qinglang scratched his head, or, let's ask my sister. Zhuoyun couldn't stand it anymore. The person was gone, and he was still negotiating. "What marriage? You are so careless," he said in a deep voice. "Master, the prince and Miss Shen are still in danger of death. Isn't it inappropriate to talk about this now? Let's go and ask for an explanation first." "Okay." Hearing indeterminate, Shen Qinglang was anxious and grabbed Zhuoyun. "What do you mean? What happened to my sister?" "Miss Shen and the prince went to the imperial mausoleum this morning and were assassinated by the killer organized by Qinjiu. They disappeared together." Shen Nafong almost couldn't stand and also grabbed Zhuoyun. "Tell me, who did it?" According to the killer's confession, it was the Queen Mother and the Emperor. Xiaoning Palace. The Queen Mother leaned weakly on the soft couch. Although Ji Feng had dressed her up well, she still looked sick. The Emperor sat aside, feeling uneasy. Jean de Gouet served him tea 3 times. And he spilled it twice. You all go down. I will talk to my mother. At this time, Qinjiu had not returned to report. The emperor had an ominous premonition, and looked at the queen mother from time to time. The queen mother slowly sat up, but laid down again due to dizziness. She no longer had the strength to speak, and she just felt weak from the inside out. This kind of emptiness made her panic, and she always felt that she would see the late emperor at any time. In the midsummer weather, everyone else felt hot, but she, covered with a thin blanket, still felt cold. This coldness made her voice tremble. Emperor, it's just killing one person. Why are you so nervous? The emperor was already very nervous, and when he heard his mother's trembling voice, he thought she was also afraid, and he was even more uneasy. Mother, do you think Qinjiu will fail? No. 100 assassins can't kill one person? Those useless things can die. There was only a cold snort, so they're all dead. The emperor was shocked, and so was the empress dowager. How could there be such a presumptuous person in Xiangning Palace? Following the sound, Uncle Wu brought 3 boys, and Shen Nanfang brought 2 sons in a menacing manner. Everyone's eyes were red and scary. With murderous intent, Jean de Gouet staggered in, holding his chest, and knelt on the ground with a plop, his eyes full of panic. Your Majesty, Queen Mother, I can't stop them. The emperor stood up suddenly and said angrily, You are trespassing in Xiangning Palace. Do you want to rebel? Your Majesty, there is no need to be angry. Wu Bo pulled out the black iron sword and held it in front of the emperor, with a cold light flashing, just like his eyes. This is the imperial sword that the old emperor gave me. I am here today to ask a question on behalf of the old emperor. What do you want to do about assassinating the emperor's uncle? Chapter 123. Let alone putting you under house arrest. What if I kill you? The emperor subconsciously looked at the queen mother when he heard this, but saw a trace of panic in her eyes. Sure enough, something happened. No wonder Qinjiu didn't come back to report. But he was the king of a country, and he couldn't lose face in front of his subjects. So he pretended to be calm. Wu Yi, what do you mean? I don't understand. Uncle Wu glanced at him lightly. Pretending? And pretending. He has not been a good thing since he was a child. And he is still the same dog-eater character after becoming an emperor. It is true that good seeds produce good seedlings, and bad seeds only produce bad grapes. Uncle Wu calmly reached out to Jueyun, whose eyes were red and full of tears. Jueyun wiped his eyes, sobbed and took out 2 confessions, and presented them with both hands. Master. The trembling voice made people feel uncomfortable, as if their hearts were cut by a knife. Especially Shen Qinlang, who felt that his sister had been killed, couldn't help but look at Jueyun again. At a glance, the pain became heart-wrenching, because the strong wind and mountain rain frightened him even more. Although they said nothing, their tears were crying silently as if they had broken a string. Shen Qinlang knew that silent crying was the saddest, especially for these cold-faced guards. At this moment, he suddenly felt that it was difficult to breathe. If it weren't for Shen Qingshu's support, he would have been unable to hold on. Wu Bo handed the black iron sword to Jueyun, and spread out 2 confessions in front of the emperor. Your Majesty, Qinjiu has confessed that it was the Queen Mother who ordered him to kill the prince. The other 2 killers also confessed that they were ordered by the emperor to go to the imperial mausoleum and follow Qinjiu's arrangements. Does the emperor understand now? Every word he said was loud and clear, and his eyes were as sharp as an eagle, giving people a strong sense of pressure. The emperor didn't know how to respond for a while. Just as she was about to argue, the Queen Mother had already rolled down from the soft couch. She was not young, and she was getting thinner and thinner due to poisoning. Her old bones were already fragile. Now Wu Bo accused her of sending someone to kill Gu Yunjian. The fear and worry overlapped with her own panic and shortness of breath, which made her overwhelmed. If it was someone else, it would be fine. She could barely suppress it first. But Wu Bo, she was afraid from the bottom of her heart, especially the black iron sword, which was the imperial sword bestowed by the old emperor. In short, no matter who it was, it would be in vain to kill him. At that moment, she hated Qinjiu even more. He couldn't kill anyone, and he also betrayed her. What a useless servant. Jean de Gouet hurried to help her up, but the old lady was too weak and fell down again without standing firmly. But she still said, Nonsense. When did I send someone to kill the 15th prince? Wu Yi, if you want to frame me and the emperor, you are wrong. Wu Yi laughed. Queen Mother, I am upright and never make false accusations. If you suspect that the confession is false, Qin Jiao and others are still in Lingyuan. You can bring them to confront. Confrontation? How can I, as the Queen Mother of a country, confront 3 killers? If you dare not? Queen Mother, please don't open your mouth. The Queen Mother was used to being bossy, and she had never suffered such anger. She said angrily, Wu Yi, you are so presumptuous. Queen Mother, take a break first. Wu Yi, you. Uncle Wu was annoyed, waved his hand, and pressed the old lady's mute point. And suddenly her ears were quiet. Your Majesty, what do you say? The Emperor cleared his throat and loosened his collar. I have never set anyone to kill my uncle. Wu Bo sneered. Your Majesty is the ruler of a country, but you dare not take responsibility for it. This is exactly what I expected. That's enough. Asking further would only waste time. The facts are in front of us. Just tell us the solution. He pressed on step by step, and the Emperor retreated step by step, shouting protect the Emperor in a rage. At this time, Fang Su rushed in with a group of guards. Before he could salute, he heard Shen Qingshu coldly say, back off. Fang Su was confused. What was going on? Boss? Shen Qingshu roared. Didn't you understand? I told you to back off. The Emperor got even angrier when he heard this. Why didn't anyone take him seriously? Shen Qingshu, do you want to rebel? Shen Qingshu held the sword tightly. His 2 sword eyebrows were twisted together, and he gritted his teeth and said, I have devoted my life to the Emperor. But the Emperor killed my sister. My sister doesn't know whether she is alive or dead. Why should I care about rebellion? The Emperor was confused. He only wanted to kill Gu Yunjin. So when would he kill Shen Qingshuang? Finally, he understood why Shen Nafang and his son came back, looking at their eyes spitting fire, as if they wanted to eat him. He had to explain, I didn't want to kill Shen Qingshuang. Wu Bo snorted, then it's just to kill my prince. Emperor. Wu Yi, don't make trouble. The facts are clear. It's the Emperor who's making trouble. Shen Nafang said seriously, Your Majesty, the confession is very clear that it was the Emperor and the Queen Mother who wanted to kill the 15th prince. So my daughter was implicated. The Emperor's motive is not important. What's important is that my daughter's life and death is unknown because of the Emperor's order. I want an explanation. Shen Nafang, you are so presumptuous. Shen Nafang was not afraid and confronted him head-on. Your Majesty, I can only be presumptuous. If my daughter returns safely, that's fine. If she has any problems, I can do anything. What do you want to do? What do you want to do? Shen Nafang, Wu Yi forced me. And you are forcing me too. The Emperor's voice trembled and his face flushed. He had never been so embarrassed before. Not only was he scolded by his ministers, but he was also surrounded by a group of guards watching a show. The 3 children didn't care about these. As long as Uncle Wu didn't look for them, they would concentrate on acting out their grief to the extreme. Little did they know that this emotion strongly infected the 3 Shen family fathers and sons. And they all wiped their eyes. Old General, what do you think we should do now? Shen Nafang was at a loss. The old man winked at the 3 children, and they immediately became vocal and cried loudly. Jueyun cried the most, and kept pulling at Wu Bo's sleeves. Master, my disciple and Jifeng have searched the imperial mausoleum inside and out 3 times, but we still can't find the prince and Nishan. Will they be killed? We want revenge. Revenge. While saying this, he handed him the black iron sword. Revenge? Master. The old man took the sword and said him solemnly, Your Majesty, from today on, you and the Queen Mother will stay in Xiangning Palace, and everything will be decided after the prince and Miss should return safely. The Emperor was confused and angry. Wu Yi, I am the Emperor. How dare you put me under house arrest? You are so brave. Wu Yi stuck the black iron sword into the ground and said sternly, You are right to kill people? Your Majesty, you didn't kill someone else, but your little uncle. Not to mention putting you under house arrest. Even if I kill you, what's the matter? The black iron sword is here. If you have any objections, go to the old Emperor to reason. Turning to Shen Nafang, Xiaoshen, what do you think? I think it's okay. The Emperor was so angry that he coughed up blood and could no longer be tough. His tone was negotiating. General Wu, the country cannot be without a king for a day. If you put me under house arrest, What will happen to national affairs? Your Majesty, it's not that I have a prejudice against you, but the way you handle national affairs is really not much better than others. Are all civil and military officials just eating dry food? Without you, they would be fools? If it really doesn't work, wouldn't it be okay to let the fourth prince take over for a few days? It's said that it's a few days, but it also requires that the prince and Miss Shin can return safely within a few days. If they really have an accident, Your Majesty, you and the Queen Mother will spend the rest of your life here. The old man waved his hand arrogantly. And except for the Emperor and the Queen Mother, everyone else was driven out. Jean Feng and Jean Digui knelt in front of the door and asked to go in to serve them, but were directly rejected by Uncle Wu. Ling Shan you to guard outside and not let anyone in. If anyone violates this rule, the black iron sword will chop him directly. On the way back in the carriage, the old man laughed and raised his eyebrows. He hadn't felt so happy for a long time. He patted the distraught Shen Nafeng, Xiaoshen. It's okay. Don't be sad. The prince and Miss Shen will be fine. I didn't tell you because I was afraid that you wouldn't be emotional enough and couldn't play the scene well. Keep working hard. You have to continue acting. When Shen Nafeng was distracted, he heard Uncle Wu say again, Jueyun, Jifeng, pack up after you go back, and immediately go to the capital of Chu to bring the prince and Miss Shen back safely. Chapter 124 Then I will kiss you too. Just to make it even. Under the Imperial Mausoleum, in front of the cabin, the sun is shining brightly. It's a good time to dry the clothes. Shin Qingxuang and Gu Yunjian both rolled up their sleeves and were busy. To be precise, one was busy talking, and the other was busy doing things. Brother Yunjian, go to the cabinet in the second cabin and get 2 more hemp ropes. They should be thicker. The bedding should also be dried. Gu Yunjian wiped his sweat and said okay with a smile. After 20 years of living a life of luxury, he has never been ordered around like this. Before one job is finished, another one is arranged. The little girl doesn't want to work, and she orders people around one by one. But Gu Yunjian has to admit that he is still very happy. Qingxuang, is that enough? Gu Yunjian ran over with 2 rolls of thick hemp ropes and received praise from the little girl. Tie it to these 2 trees. Okay. Higher. Okay. Go get some of the quilts and other things out to air. They've been in the closet for a long time, so we need to get rid of the smell. Gu Yunjian said okay again, and just took 2 steps, turned back, and said hesitantly, do I have to take yours too? He was afraid that it would be inconvenient, because he saw that she put a lot of things in that ugly cloth bag together with the quilts. But the little girl thought that he was not happy, raised his eyebrows, pointed at the clothes fluttering in the sun. Didn't I help you wash it? It was called washing. But in fact it was just putting the new clothes in the water. But no matter what, she did the work. Gu Yunjian scratched his head. No. I'll go now. Hearing a humph, the little uncle shook his head and laughed. He has a bad temper. After finishing these things, both of them were hungry. But what to eat? Although the old emperor left surprises in every cabinet, which was enough for daily life. There were only rice and flour in the food category. They couldn't just eat white rice. Right? Gu Yunjian said, there is gold in the cabinet. Shin Qingxuang admitted that he was right. But can gold be eaten? This place, to put it nicely, is a paradise on earth. To put it bluntly, it is a wilderness. What can this gold buy? Gu Yunjian thought for a while and said, the letter said that there is a small village 10 miles away. Why don't we go there to eat? 10 miles. She didn't have the strength to walk. She planned to spend a night here because she didn't want to move. Fanning himself with his hands, he sighed. It would be nice if there were fish in the river. Gu Yunjian heard this and hurriedly said, yes. She sighed, glanced at him. Why didn't I see any fish when I was washing clothes? You're lying, Gu Yunjian said seriously. Really? I walked around here when I was fetching water and found a fish pond with a lot of fish in it. His calm words excited Shin Qingxuang all of a sudden. Why didn't you tell me earlier that there were fish? But you didn't ask me. Besides, I can't cook either. The little uncle was a little embarrassed. If he didn't know other things, he could still learn. But he really had no idea how to cook. She pulled his arm and stood up lazily, dusted off her clothes, and was quite helpless. Brother, what are you afraid of? I can do it. Following him to the pond, she immediately had a deep admiration for the old emperor. This wasn't a lot of fish. This was a whole pond of fish. The kind that you could catch with just a stretch of your hand. Brother Yunjian, your father is so cute. He is still raising fish here. Then he laughed. It's just that he didn't expect his son to not be able to do it at all. Gu Yunjian also laughed. Are you stupid? Father has been dead for 10 years. How could he raise fish? These may be prepared by Lin Qing. Who is Lin Qing? Xin Qingxuang heard this name for the first time. It should be a woman. And a very beautiful woman. Uncle Wu rescued an orphan girl in Chu a few years ago. I think he was afraid that I would come here one day. So he told her about this place, and asked her to take care of it. Otherwise, how could there be rice and flour? Xin Qingxuang stretched out her hand to catch the fish and said, I think so. If there were no women, how could flowers be planted here? Go back and ask Uncle Wu and you will know. She should be quite capable. Even raising fish. How old is she? Is she pretty? Gu Yunjin pulled her aside. I will catch the fish. Don't get your clothes wet. Uncle Wu said that she should be 18 or 19 years old now. I don't know whether she is pretty or not. I have never seen her. But it has nothing to do with me. The little girl frowned in thought. And suddenly her eyes lit up and patted his shoulder. Gu Yunjian almost dropped the fish he had just caught because of her pat. Brother Yunjian, I guess Lin Qing will go back with us. Seeing her serious look, Gu Yunjian asked in surprise, why? Orphans are usually grateful to their saviors. And in this case, most of them want to marry them. It's impossible for Uncle Wu to do that at his age. But it's different for you. What if she insists on serving you as your wife? Concubine? Slave or maid? After she said that, Gu Yunjian dropped the fish in his hand in shock, splashing a lot of water. Xin Qingxuang didn't care at all, and simply wiped it. Her big eyes were full of gossip, which Gu Yunjian felt was brighter than the sunlight. She must be imagining something again. He raised his lips and asked her with a smile, do you have to repay your life-saving grace with your body? Yes, unless the age is not right. What about you? You saved me outside the Imperial Mausoleum. Should I repay you with my body? Xin Qingxuang was stunned, and actually forgot about this. Then he smiled with his face in his hands. It was the third brother who saved you. Do you want to repay him with your body? In the sunlight, her long hair was blown by the wind. Glowing, her skin was white and translucent. Glowing. She smiled with curved eyebrows and eyes. And the flowers in full bloom lost their color in front of her. Gu Yunjian was stunned and forgot to answer for a moment. Xin Qingxuang held back her laughter and waved her hand in front of him. Why don't you talk? Gu Yunjian came back to his senses and lowered his eyes. Then he slowly reached out and put his arm around her waist and gently kissed her forehead. The little girl was stunned for a moment. What happened to this brother? From his breathing, she could feel his nervousness. Gu Yunjian's heart was about to jump out. He knew it was very abrupt. But he really wanted to know how the little girl felt about him. If she didn't like him, she would hit him. But he waited for a long time with a red face. But he didn't wait for that slap. You won't hit me. He couldn't stand this unknown panic. What did she mean? Unexpectedly, the little girl was more confused than him. Why should I hit you? I kissed you. Aren't you angry? The little girl understood, scratched her head and said, why are you angry? It's just a kiss on the forehead. My elder brother often does this. Seeing his embarrassed expression and his trembling hands, she thought for a moment and said tentatively, then I'll kiss you too. Just to make it even. Gu Yunjian was confused. Could this count? Before he could react, the little girl also kissed him on the forehead. Her hair touched his neck, itching, and the familiar lotus fragrance, so close, made him feel like he was in a dream. Is this okay? Yes, yes. The little girl's voice suddenly rose. Then can you catch the fish? Brother is starving to death. Oh, okay. The little uncle had a smile on his face and eyes, and his mind was full of the scene of her kissing him. However, due to excitement, he didn't catch any fish. The little girl couldn't bear it anymore, so she had to do it herself. If you count on him, this fish will probably become a midnight snack. He was so domineering and cold in front of the Imperial Mausoleum in the morning. But now, he is just a stupid son of a landlord. What is he laughing at? One person holds a fragrant grilled fish, sits under the shade of a tree, and looks at the picturesque scenery, feeling very comfortable. Qingxuang. What for? You don't kiss others randomly in the future. Who can be as pretty as you? Why should I kiss others? As soon as the words came out, both of them were stunned. Xin Shuang's face flushed instantly, and she swallowed the fish in her mouth with difficulty. Gu Yunjian. What do you mean? Am I a flower maniac? Besides, you kissed me first. And you are the first to complain. You are old and disrespectful. She snatched the fish, pushed him to the ground, cursed him old and shameless, and left angrily. Gu Yunjian held his forehead with a smile and tears. Why did he mention that for no reason? But, she said he was good-looking. Chapter 125. I'm not old. I'm just 5 years older than you. Thinking that the little girl was angry, Gu Yunjian decided not to provoke her for the time being, lest she get angrier if she didn't listen to his explanation. He leaned against the tree, his hands on his knees, and closed his eyes for a nap. But when he woke up, the little girl still didn't come back. He didn't wait any longer, stood up, dusted off his clothes, and went to the cabin. Unexpectedly, he searched several rooms, but didn't see her. Not only did he not find her, but even the ugly cloth bag in the cabinet was gone. Thinking that she even knew the mechanism of the crabapple flowers in the Imperial Mausoleum, Gu Yunjian had an ominous premonition. Did she leave him behind? He panicked and his heart was empty. If he had known she would be like this, he would never have said that. He didn't say she was a flower maniac. He just didn't want her to be close to other men. He strode out, staring blankly at the large field of flowers, the large field of trees, and the large field of grass. The world was vast, and his girl was nowhere to be seen. Where was she? Where was she? Qing Shuang! Qing Shuang! Gu Yunjian shouted loudly, and his heart sank a little with each shout. There was nothing but the echo. He sat on the ground in despair, holding his head with both hands, regretting it. Since the death of his father and mother, he once again felt heartbroken. This feeling made his heart ache, and his breathing almost stopped. In despair, he suddenly heard the little girl's cry. The corners of his mouth were bitter, and he even had auditory hallucinations. The hallucinations drilled into his ears. Brother Yunjian, come here quickly. Brother Yunjian, where are you? Gu Yunjian began to feel confused. Was it really hallucination? Somewhat like, but not quite. Listening carefully, the voice was very real, and seemed to be crying. He suddenly looked up, and saw a hand waving in the flowers. Brother Yunjian, there is a snake. There is a snake. Help! Brother Yunjian, help! Gu Yunjian stood up excitedly, and ran towards the hand. He arrived breathlessly, and saw the little girl, crying. Brother Yunjian, where did you run to? A snake bit me. Gu Yunjian squatted down to check. There was a wound on her ankle, which was black. Venomous snake? He said in surprise. Well, after biting me, I ran away. Long, slippery, and spitting out tongues. So scary. She cried and hit him. I called you so many times. Why didn't you come? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought it was an auditory hallucination. What's the auditory hallucination in broad daylight? You're sleepwalking. Gu Yunjian didn't know what to say except to apologize, remembering what Jueyin said before. If you are bitten by a poisonous snake, you have to suck out the venom. The little girl stopped him. Are you stupid? This will only increase your risk of poisoning. I have antidote in my cloth bag. She wiped her tears and struggled to stand up. Where is the cloth bag? Here, oh. It's here with me. I forgot it because I was scared. She looked embarrassed. Gu Yunjian was about to take the antidote, and the little girl patted him. It's not very toxic. It won't kill you in a short while. There are snakes here. I don't want to stay here. Help me to the wooden house and apply the medicine. He nodded, took the ugly cloth bag, and picked her up. Don't move. I'll carry you over. The little girl glanced at him and snorted. You are holding me. It's none of my business. Yeah. Don't call me a flower maniac anymore. Yeah. Do you admit that you are disrespectful to your age? Yeah. Yeah. No. I'm not old. I'm just 5 years older than you. Is 5 years old not old? Not old. When you are 17, I will be 22. Just right. Just right what? Gu Yunjian smiled without saying anything, hugged her tightly. At this time, he was sure that he was alive again. Sitting on the couch, he opened the ugly cloth bag. Xin Shuang took a white porcelain bottle, sprinkled the powder inside on the wound, and took out a clean cloth from the cloth bag and wrapped it around. Looked up and smiled. That's it. There were still tears on her eyelashes. reflecting her smile. Like a rainbow after the storm. No wonder you treat this bag as a treasure. Can it really save lives? He smiled. Shin Shuang raised her eyebrows and smiled. Of course. There are several bottles in here for you to treat colds. But I will know which ones to use after I feel your pulse when the attack occurs. I also brought silver needles, which are also for you. Gu Yunjin felt warm in his heart and rubbed her hair. Thank you. No need to thank me. Just don't make me angry in the future. Since Shin Shuang was injured, Gu Yunjin took on the burden of life and was responsible for making dinner. Because it was the first time, there was no idea at all. So he prepared it early. 2 hours later, the two people sat around the table, staring at a dish of burnt fish, and drank 2 bowls of porridge at the same time. After taking a sip, she couldn't suck it up. After taking another sip, she still couldn't suck it up. Shin Shuang put down her chopsticks, turned the bowl of porridge over, and chuckled, Brother Yunjin, the porridge you cook is really, really solid. Look, it doesn't spill even when you turn it over. Gu Yunjin was very upset. Was this a compliment to him? Otherwise, don't treat it as porridge. Treat it as rice. Okay. The little girl lowered her head, picked up a chopstick of porridge and put it in her mouth. And her eyebrows were raised high instantly. It's raw. Glancing at his expectant eyes, she swallowed it hard. Gu Yunjin smiled when he saw her eat it, and it didn't seem so difficult to accept. He also picked up a chopstick of porridge and put it in his mouth, and swallowed it under the threatening eyes of the little girl. Then he took away both bowls. Don't eat it. It's really hard to swallow. Forget it. Let me do it. I wanted to enjoy it. But it seems that I don't have that life, she said jokingly. The poison has been cleared, and she has rested for a long time, so she can move freely now. Although the years are long, it is worth waiting. Gu Yunjian's eyes were wide open when he saw the braised fish with white rice. This is what a meal is. Shuang, you are really amazing, he praised sincerely. The little girl waved her hands. Thank you for the compliment. There are limited seasonings here, so I can only make do with it. Pay attention to the fish bones when eating. Don't let them get stuck. Yes. He carefully picked out the bones, and then put the selected fish meat in her bowl. While eating, she remembered something. Brother Yunjin, you said you had auditory hallucinations before. Are you also poisoned? Gu Yunjin stopped his chopsticks and whispered, No. I didn't find you at that time, and I thought you left me alone. So when you called me later, I thought it was hallucination. She breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he was also bitten by a snake. We came together, so we must leave together. Gu Yunjin smiled, and then lost again. Why didn't you respond to me when I called you? I fell asleep and didn't hear you calling me. I thought the flowers were beautiful, so I slept there. Who knew a snake would crawl over and bite me? And I was awakened by the shock. After a pause, he said embarrassedly, Can you wait until I fall asleep before going to bed tonight? I'm afraid that a snake might crawl in. Gu Yunjin thought for a moment and asked, Would you be afraid if I slept on the floor in your room? What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that you might do something bad? The little girl laughed and patted his shoulder. I'm so young. Still a child. Can you do that to me? Hearing this, Gu Yunjin blushed, and he thought of the night when he first stayed at the Shin residence. A little girl flirted with him while drunk, and was picked up by Shin Qingyan. Chapter 126, Will you be an emperor in the future? After dinner, the two of them sat on a chair each, looking up at the bright moon and sparse stars. May I be like the stars and you like the moon, shining brightly every night. Shin Shuang whispered and sighed softly. Gu Yunjin turned his head to look at her. Under the clear light, her long hair was scattered on her shoulders, and her face was a little cold. Who is this you? He asked subconsciously. Shin Shuang turned her head. No one. I just suddenly remembered this poem when I saw the stars and the moon. How about it? Beautiful. Right? Gu Yunjin smiled slightly. Beautiful. Qingyan often says that you don't know poetry and books. I think he is jealous of you and says that. Shin Shuang nodded. Yes. Third brother is jealous of me. But she knew that the original owner was indeed not good at poetry and books, and she was the one who was talented. Brother Yunjin, will you be an emperor in the future? She pulled a chair next to him and stared at him. She had this question since the assassination in the Imperial Mausoleum. Gu Yunjin didn't find her question strange. Instead, He asked her, "Do you want me to be the emperor?" She scratched her head and thought seriously for a while. "It's better to be the emperor's uncle. You are gentle and graceful. It's a pity to be the emperor. There are so many political affairs to deal with. How can you live happily in the cold garden?" He sighed again. "But the current emperor and empress dowager always want to kill you. If you don't resist, you won't know how to die." Gu Yunjian touched her head and listened quietly. "The emperor wants to kill me because he is panicking. If I don't die, his throne will be unstable. But if I really want to be the emperor, the previous emperor will not have a chance at all, let alone him. If you were the emperor, you would definitely be wiser than the current emperor." Shen Qingshuang blinked. Gu Yunjian's eyes were soft and full of smiles. "But if that were the case, I would not have become close friends with Qian. And I would not have met you." He was grateful to God for meeting her, but he didn't know whether he could keep her. "Qingshuang, have you discovered that you often can't keep what you want to keep?" Shen Qingshuang didn't quite understand what he meant and shook her head. Gu Yunjian had a bitter look on his face. 10 years ago, I was 10 years old. My father was seriously ill and wanted me to succeed him. So he asked Uncle Wu to assist in the administration. "Uncle Wu?" Gu Yunjian nodded, "Yes. Don't underestimate Uncle Wu. He was a general with great military exploits in the Great Qi dynasty and had a lot of support in the court. Then why did the late emperor succeed to the throne later?" Gu Yunjian's eyes darkened. "As deep as an ancient well. Because my mother suddenly fell ill, and the imperial doctors were helpless. My brother, the late emperor, found me and said he knew a famous doctor who could treat my mother. But the premise was that I would give up the throne. Did you agree to it?" "I had to agree. I was going to lose my father. And I couldn't lose my mother. Compared to her, the throne was nothing. After my brother ascended the throne, he did find a so-called famous doctor. But after taking a few doses of medicine, my mother's illness became worse. I watched her become more and more haggard and thin day by day, and her original radiant appearance gradually turned into skin and bones. Finally one day, she couldn't stand the pain of the disease, and 1 month after my father passed away, she committed suicide." He spoke slowly, and slowly lowered his head. "After losing 2 of his closest people in succession." He didn't say a word for a whole month. "So you are hiding from the world in Lung Garden?" "Yes." He raised his head and smiled bitterly. "I don't know what else in this world is worth my nostalgia. Uncle Wu was afraid that I would be depressed, so he stayed with me all the time. And this companionship lasted for 10 years. The lotus in Lung Garden bloomed 10 times and withered 9 times. He thought that the 10th withering would come as expected. But she came, and was more gorgeous than the lotus in the lake. Have you ever thought that your mother's illness was deliberately caused by someone?" Gu Yunjian nodded. "I have thought about it. And Uncle Wu also guessed so. But we have no evidence. So we will suppress it for the time being. Until the death of my brother, the current emperor succeeded to the throne. And it has been suppressed for 10 years. Do you want to find out?" Shen Qingshuang asked him tentatively. Gu Yunjian's eyes lit up, and he stared at her intently. "Qingshuang, do you know something?" "I don't know. I don't know." She regretted the words as soon as they came out of her mouth. It was better not to meddle in other people's business, so as not to cause trouble. "I'm just asking. I'm sleepy. I'm going to sleep." It was getting late, and he stood up and went to his cabin. "You said you'd sleep on the floor here?" She pulled his sleeve, afraid that he would go back on his word. She was even more afraid that the snake would crawl into the house. Gu Yunjian was stunned and almost forgot. I'll get the quilt. I'll help you." Not only did she get it for him, she also laid it out for him. She was so quick and agile, as if she was afraid that he would change his mind if she was a little slower. "Okay, go to sleep." She was full of brilliance, quite proud. Gu Yunjian looked at the neatly spread quilt and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why was the little girl not on guard at all? "I live here. Are you really not worried?" Shen Qingshuang tilted her head to look at him, thought for a while, grabbed his arm, and tiptoed to slowly approach him. Gu Yunjian couldn't figure out her thoughts, and didn't dare to move. He just felt that the lotus fragrance was getting closer and closer, making him distracted. Qingshuang, what are you going to do?" The little girl stopped playing. "Let him go," clapped her hands and laughed. "Look, you blush when you get a little closer. Why should I worry about you? Go to sleep quickly. I'm going to the capital of Chu to play tomorrow." She took off her shoes and climbed onto the couch, pulled the quilt, and closed her eyes. Gu Yunjian took a deep breath. This girl is too naughty. He lay on the ground and looked at her in the moonlight. Long eyelashes. White little face. She is quite well behaved when she is asleep. Listen carefully. It seems that she is still mumbling. But I can't hear what she is saying. Xinqing Shuang slept very well that night, and stretched beautifully after waking up. It was just that Gu Yunjian was not seen. But the bedding had been made. She pushed the door open and walked out. The air was fresh with the scent of flowers and grass. She was too lazy to look for him. She closed her eyes and shouted at the top of her voice, "Brother Yunjian." Gu Yunjian had learned his lesson. He ran over when he heard her voice. "I'm here. Wash up first and have breakfast later." "Breakfast? Porridge?" She smiled and tilted her head. "Yes. How did you know?" Gu Yunjian was a little surprised. "Silly brother. Your face is covered with flour." She took out a handkerchief and wiped it carefully for him. "I hope it's edible this time." It was edible. But it was not delicious. Anyway, there were delicious foods outside this valley. So she was not picky. Besides, it was made by the young uncle himself. So we should give him face. She drank 2 bowls in a row, which made Gu Yunjian very happy. It turned out that he had a talent for cooking. After breakfast, Xinqing Shuang carried her ugly cloth bag, and Gu Yunjian carried 2 bags and set off. According to the instructions in the old emperor's letter, they walked 2 or 3 miles to the end of the valley, and a circle of stone walls came into view. There are many trees planted here. Gu Yunjian found a laurel tree among these trees, and found a smooth stone under this laurel tree. After turning the stone in a circle, the stone wall in the middle automatically rose up and stopped when it rose about 2 meters above the ground. "Let's go!" He took the little girl's hand and crossed the stone wall together. On the other side, he found another stone and turned it in a circle, and the stone wall returned to its original state. Xinqing Shuang explained, "It's more exquisite than the one in Sushui Liushang Garden." Gu Yunjian smiled and said, "Do you want to play again?" "No. I'm not a child." He rubbed her hair. He said he was a child yesterday. After walking a few steps, a man appeared in front of them with a horse neighing. He looked at them warily. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Chapter 127. Have you read the letter? Xinqing Shuang looked at the young man on horseback, dressed in green, with a green headband. He was thin, bright-eyed, and handsome. But there was something strange about him. "Hey, I'm asking you questions. Are you mute?" The man was frightened by her stare and got angry. Xinqing Shuang wanted to talk to him properly, but she got angry when she heard his attitude. "Why are you shouting? There is an attitude for questioning. And you want to see who has the loudest voice?" The man obviously didn't expect a cute and lovely girl to be so aggressive, and frowned directly. Gu Yunjian patted the girl's shoulder. "Don't be angry." "I'm not angry. I didn't suffer any loss." The girl raised her eyebrows and smiled at him. Gu Yunjian rubbed her hair and set his sights on the young man in green in front of him. He said calmly, "Sir, we are just passing by. Who are you and why are you here?" "Who am I to you?" After seeing Gu Yunjian's appearance clearly, he swallowed the rest of the words back. He has clear eyebrows and eyes, is elegant and unrestrained, and just standing there quietly is a scenery that people cannot ignore. There is such a noble young man in the world. Xinqing Shuang saw that the man didn't speak, and whispered, "This woman is sick. Let's ignore her." Gu Yunjian smiled and pulled her forward. It's still 4 or 5 miles to go before there is a small town. Fortunately, the scenery along the way is beautiful, and there are few people. It doesn't feel boring to talk and laugh. About half an hour later, the man in green caught up with him. At this time, her face was no longer aggressive, but full of surprise. Xinqing Shuang was more certain that she was sick, and pulled Gu Yunjian to walk faster. Seeing this, the man dismounted and ran a few steps to stop them. "What are you doing?" Xinqing Shuang was unhappy, seeing that she was ready to quarrel. The man quickly explained, "Don't misunderstand. Young lady, I'm not a bad person. Humph. Arrogant at first and respectful later. It's funny to think about it. Are you attracted by my brother's beauty?" Gu Yunjian couldn't laugh after hearing this. "Xing Shuang, what nonsense are you talking about?" "I'm not talking nonsense. Look at her. A good woman has to pretend to be a man. She can pretend, but she doesn't look like a man. She's a woman. Do you know I'm a woman? Is it difficult? With red lips and white teeth, and pierced ears, she's just deceiving herself." Why are you stopping us? The man was embarrassed by what she said, but he didn't intend to argue with her. Turning to Gu Yunjian, excuse me. Are you the 15th prince of the Qi? Gu Yunjian glanced at her and thought for a moment. Are you Lin Qing? Yes, I am Lin Qing. I just went to the valley and found traces of people living there. Then I thought that the prince must have been here. Lin Qing's eyes were filled with joy. She came here every 1 or 2 months to change some daily necessities. Dry bedding. And sometimes plant some flowers, and sow some fish fry. Every time she came, there was no change in the valley. She thought it would always be like this. Unexpectedly, she met him this time. How could she not be excited? Gu Yunjian was still calm and just asked her, have you read the letter? Lin Qing's face turned pale, and she knelt down quickly. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I only read the envelope and didn't open it. Seeing him looking at her calmly, Lin Qing felt weak in her heart and said with a stiff face, at the beginning, Uncle Wu asked me to come to the valley frequently to take care of it. He said that his master might come one day. He didn't say who the master was, but only said that his surname was Gu. I found the letter when I was tidying up the cabinet once, and saw the words Yunjian's personal letter on it. Lin Qing lowered her head and bit her lip, secretly glanced at him, but seeing that he was still calm, she said, I later learned that the name of the 15th prince of Daqi was Gu Yunjian. So, I remembered it. Get up. You are not from Daqi. There is no need to kneel to me. Lin Qing shook her head. Terrified, Uncle Wu is my lifesaver. He originally planned to take me back to Daqi, but because I had to take care of the valley, I stayed temporarily. Since the prince is here, I want to go back with the prince and serve the prince as a slave. Gu Yunjian's heart skipped a beat, and he was actually guessed by the little girl, looking at her smiling eyebrows and eyes. It was obvious that she was laughing at a joke. Blushing, this king does not need slaves. You live your own life. Also, don't come to this valley in the future. Lin Qing's heart ached when she heard this. Does the prince dislike me? Gu Yunjian didn't like women who didn't know how to advance and retreat, and there was a hint of indifference in his tone. This prince is used to being alone, and doesn't like women following him. He noticed her eyes looking at Qingxuang, and didn't explain. Qingxuang, let's go. Lin Qing's joy turned into sadness. Why would such a bright and elegant gentleman reject people thousands of miles away? Does he really dislike women, or does he dislike her? He sighed, and looked at the two figures getting farther and farther away sadly. Am I right? Anyone who saves a life must be a wife, concubine, slave, or maid. It's just that she didn't have the courage to say that she would be a wife or concubine. So she took a step back and became a slave first. The little girl jumped and turned back to tease him from time to time. Gu Yunjian smiled but said nothing. At this time, as long as he defended himself, she would definitely have more words waiting for him. Qingxuang picked up a stone and threw it into the river beside her with all her strength, which immediately caused a circle of ripples. Brother Yunjian, why don't you keep her? She is pretty. She threw another stone into the river, this time farther, and the ripples were prettier than before. Gu Yunjian asked back, what does her good looks have to do with me? Get along with her. And it's good to have a concubine or something. Qingxuang sorted out the ugly cloth bag and continued to walk with him. Gu Yunjian put his hands behind his back and asked with a smile, will you marry a man with a concubine? Qingxuang said without hesitation, I'm not stupid. I definitely won't. Then why would I take a concubine? Huh? Qingxuang stopped jumping. What does this mean? Let's go. There's still a long way to go. He pulled her forward, not giving her time to react. Misfortunes are often accompanied by blessings, and blessings are often accompanied by misfortunes. She is the blessing that is accompanied by misfortunes. When the two arrived at the town, it was already half an hour later. The valley is really far from the town. Qingxuang sighed. You won't be discovered if you stay away from people. Qingxuang thought about it and thought, is this the capital of Chu? It's quite prosperous. The two found a restaurant by the mountains and rivers and sat down, and ordered some local refreshments. After asking the waiter, they learned that this was the outskirts of the city, and it was only half an hour away from the city center. Knowing that they were from other places, the waiter enthusiastically introduced the famous tea houses, wine shops, theaters, etc. in Beijing. Gu Yunjian was not interested in this, and after thinking for a while, he asked, Brother Xiao, is there any treasure appraisal shop in Beijing? The waiter's eyes lit up. Yes. I don't have any interest in it. If you want to go, go to Xiongling Pavilion. Chapter 128, What a Smart Girl. Xiongling Pavilion? It's a nice name. Shen Shuang's eyes were wide open, and she stuffed a piece of white sugar sponge cake sprinkled with flower petals into her mouth. Do many people take treasures to be appraised? Of course. At least thousands of people go there every day, not including those who watch the fun. Gu Yunjian wiped the cake crumbs from the corner of the little girl's mouth with a handkerchief, and turned to the waiter. Do you all go to appraise treasures? The waiter smiled. Of course there are others. Generally, after appraising treasures, most people trade directly inside. Xiongling Pavilion charges fees according to a proportion. Shen Shuang was interested in money, and hurriedly asked, what proportion? Identification charges 10%, and trading charges another 10%. Wow! Shen Shuang was so surprised that her mouth opened wide, and she could stuff a piece of white sugar sponge cake in it. 20%. Then they're making a fortune every day? This way of making money must be introduced to the third brother, and she will take a cut from it, and the money will roll in. The waiter whispered, it's not just making a fortune every day. The luxury of Xiongling Pavilion is comparable to the Imperial Palace, and the young pavilion master spends money like water, which is more generous than the third prince. Many people say that Xiongling Pavilion is richer than the treasury of our great Chu, rich enough to rival a country. Shen Shuang's eyes were shining. Brother Yunjian, eat quickly, and then we will go and see it. Gu Yunjian smiled slightly. There is no rush at this moment. If you like, we can stay a few more days. In view of the waiter's enthusiasm, Gu Yunjian prepared to give him a reward. He took out a gold ingot from his bag and handed it to him, which scared the waiter so much that he dared not take it. Others gave small change, but this master gave gold directly, and it was an ingot. Sir, no, this is too much. If I accept it, people will think I stole it. Do you have any small change? Gu Yunjian shook his head. He was being assassinated, not traveling. So why would he bring silver? Small change at that. He was a little puzzled. Why didn't his father leave some silver for him? How could he spend so much bright gold? Especially it was so heavy to carry. The little girl took the gold, wiped her hands with a handkerchief, and took out a silver note from her ugly cloth bag. Little second brother, I have 100 taels of silver notes here. After the bill is settled, you can keep 10 taels as a reward, and give me the rest. Little second was happy now, and thanked him repeatedly. After he left, Gu Yunjian looked at the little girl's ugly cloth bag again. Shuang, how much stuff did you put in this bag? I don't know, but it has everything. Don't worry about the money. I took the pocket money and business share given to me by my third brother. I estimate that there are about 40,000 to 50,000 taels. 40,000 to 50,000 taels. Gu Yunjian sighed. How many surprises did the little girl hide from him? After thinking for a while, he asked her, did you know that we would be assassinated? Shen Shuang took a sip of tea and swallowed the cake in her mouth, and raised her eyebrows. Gu Yunjian, what do you mean? It's as if I arranged this assassination. I'm just smarter than you. I know that you should be prepared for everything. So I made perfect preparations. Who made you so hated? Brother? Gu Yunjian had nothing to say. People have no intention of hurting tigers, but tigers hurt people's hearts. It's just that his sister-in-law and nephew are too cruel. Shuang, please stop calling me by my full name. Okay? I always feel that I am a lot further away from her. The little girl rolled her eyes at him. You have a lot of requests. Got it, Brother Yunjian. Her voice was sweet to begin with, and when it was prolonged, it had a hint of coquetry, which moved Gu Yunjian's heart, and he lowered his head to drink tea to hide his blush. The waiter came back soon and gave her the remaining silver. Miss, 3 taels of tea and snacks, 5 taels of exchange fee, 10 taels of reward money, and 82 taels of silver left, Shen Shuang said, and then wondered. Brother Xiao, what is the 5 taels of exchange fee? You have a banknote from Deqi. You have to go to Tonghai Money House to exchange it for our Dequ before you can use it. They charge a 5% fee for the exchange. Shen Shuang slapped the table. 5%? So shady. The waiter was also embarrassed. There is no way. They are the only family in the whole capital that can exchange. Shen Shuang thanked him, sighed for a long time, and felt distressed. Gu Yunjian tidied up the hair on her head and said with a smile, don't be unhappy. I'll give it to you. Okay. I don't feel bad now. After sitting for a while, the two went to Tonkai Money House to exchange silver notes. Just looking at the clothes of the clerks, you can tell that there is a lot of money. Sir, miss, how much do you want to exchange? Let's exchange 10,000 taels first. Shin Shuang took out a stack of silver notes, counted out 10,000 taels, and handed it to him. Stuffed the rest back into the bag, found a chair, and sat down to wait. Instead of waiting for the silver notes, an old man in his 50s came. There was nothing special about his appearance, but his eyes were shrewd at a glance, worthy of being a money house owner. This old servant greets the young lady. As soon as the old man saw Shin Shuang, he knelt down and saluted, which scared her, and she ran to Gu Yunjian's side. Who are you? I don't remember seeing him before. Looking at Gu Yunjian, he rarely left Ling Yuan, let alone recognize him. The old man stood up and looked at her with a smile. Miss, I am Lao Shang. Who is Lao Shang? Did you recognize the wrong person? No. Lao Shang was very sure. Are you Shin Shuang? Shin Shuang's heart skipped a beat. He actually knew her. Seeing that she didn't say anything, but just looked at him curiously, Lao Shang said again, Miss, why don't you believe me? 2 years ago, you embroidered a purse with your own hands to give to the fourth prince, but you didn't give it away and cried in the small garden. Is this true? Shin Shuang was like being struck by lightning. The original owner had this memory. Last Mid-Autumn Festival, you and Bu spent several hours in the small kitchen, insisting on making cakes for the fourth prince. He refused to take them even though you burned your hands. Did you know that? Shin Shuang seemed to be struck by lightning for the second time. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. And this year, you asked Fong Mingju to trick the fourth prince out to meet you. But he turned around and left as soon as he saw it was you. Did you know that? The girl caught a glimpse of Gu Yunjian's resentful eyes, and she didn't dare to let him continue. So she quickly stopped him. Old Shang. I remembered you. I remembered you. Don't say any more. Hey. It's good that you remembered me. Let's go to the back hall and talk. There's a back hall. And you're still talking about embarrassing things in the hall? This old man is so bad. Old Shang led the way, and Shin Shuang followed with her head down. But she was stopped by Gu Yunjian. Do you still like Jinhao now? The girl shook her head like a rattle. No. I was full of water before, but now the water is dry. Don't like it in the future. Oh. Why? Because if you are together, you have to call me uncle. And Qingyan's generation will be lowered. The little uncle was talking nonsense seriously. But the little girl obviously listened to him and thought he was right. Blinking, she said, can't suffer a loss. Yes. What a smart girl. Holding her face, he gently kissed her forehead. Her heart was pounding, but her expression was very natural. He acted as if nothing had happened, and the little girl didn't think much about it, and skipped to the back hall. Lao Shang had already prepared a stack of banknotes. Miss, here are 30,000 taels. You use them first. If it's not enough, tell me where you are, and I'll send it to you. 30,000 taels? The little girl accepted it happily, but she didn't understand. Lao Shang, how did you know it was me just by looking at the banknote? Lao Shang's eyes were full of wisdom, because your banknote is from our Shanghai bank, and it's a serial number. The third young master left it for you specially. Shin Shuang and Gu Yunjian looked at each other and asked tentatively, what does this we mean? You won't say that Shanghai bank is opened by the third brother? Of course. The third young master is so busy. This Tonkai bank is. I sent this old servant to take care of it. I really didn't expect to meet the young lady. Shin Shuang's heart was full of flowers. She only knew that the third brother was rich, but she didn't expect him to be so rich. He will have no problem living a few lives in the future. Miss, do you still like the fourth prince? Lao Shang's sudden words made Shin Shuang feel like lightning again. She said earnestly, Lao Shang, can you please stop mentioning it? Please don't always ruin my reputation. Okay. Lao Shang looked aggrieved. Miss, how dare I? Those things about you were told to me by the third young master. He said that as long as you mention it, you can confirm my identity. Shin Shuang. It really is her brother. Chapter 129 Qiongling Pavilion. Lao Shang asked Shin Shuang why she suddenly came to Chu State. And she just said, she came here to play. Lao Shang asked her if she had found a place to stay. When he found out that she hadn't, he asked the waiter to go to the best Lai Fu Inn in Beijing and book 2 Tianzino rooms, and put them on the account of Tonkai Bank. By the way, I don't know the name of this young master? Lao Shan looked at Gu Yunjian with a smile. Seeing his clear eyebrows and bright eyes, he was naturally elegant and refined, and secretly admired him in his heart. This is much better than the moody black-faced god of the fourth prince. The young lady's aesthetic level is good, Xinqing Shuang said. Lao Shang. He is Mr. Gu. We are traveling together. It is more appropriate to be assassinated together. But she is afraid that he will ask questions. Also surnamed Gu? The little girl knew what he wanted to say when she heard the also. She raised the banknote in her hand and said, Old Shang, we are leaving. You can do your thing. No need to see me off. Old Shang saw that she seemed to be running away and smiled as if he knew everything. Miss Lai Fuin. I know. Old Shang touched his chin and thought for a while. Then slapped his thigh. It must be that the young lady eloped with Mr. Gu. No. What if something happened to the young girl? He took out a pen and paper and wrote a letter. Find someone to send it to the General Dingen mansion of Daki. To the third young master. Gu Yunjian was dragged by Xinqing Shuang for a long time before he stopped. Looking at her out of breath and embarrassed, he smiled and said, Is it so shameful to be with me? Xinqing Shuang patted her chest and stood up straight after making sure that no one was chasing her. It's not that you are ashamed. Didn't you listen to the old man? Your last name is also Gu? There will definitely be no good words from you. With that look in his eyes, he might have thought we were eloping. Elope? Gu Yunjian repeated the word, his eyes sparkling. Does that mean they are like lovers together? We won't elope. We have to get married in a formal way, he said with a smile, looking at his affectionate eyes. Xinqing Shuang patted his forehead helplessly. You are wrong. Brother. There is a cause and an effect. I am not your beloved. What have you been thinking about all these days? Let's go to Lai Fuin. Settle down first, and then we can go out and have fun. Gu Yunjian frowned slightly. His infatuation was wrong again. He sighed silently, put on his bag, and took her hand to find the inn. In just a few days, he had gotten used to holding her hand. Her hand was white and soft, so small and so steady in his hand. His movements were natural, and Xinqing Shuang didn't think about anything else. She felt like she was being pulled by her brother. When the shopkeeper of Lai Fuin heard her name, his originally enthusiastic face became even more enthusiastic. Miss Shen, Mr. Shang just sent someone to inform you that the 2 best Tianzi rooms are ready. Mr. Shang? It seems that Mr. Shang is very popular in the capital. Shopkeeper, are the 2 rooms next door? Xinqing Shuang asked. When the shopkeeper heard it, he shook his head and said, No. The visitor did not make any special request, so he did not care. Just wanted to keep the best room. Then please change it. I want 2 adjacent rooms. The shopkeeper was a little embarrassed, but miss, if they are adjacent, and one of them is not so good, do you think it's okay? What's wrong with that? Pointing at Gu Yunjian, give the less good one to this gentleman. The shopkeeper immediately called the waiter to ask the guests, who had already stayed, to move out. He also ordered the room to be cleaned several times carefully, making sure it was clean and tidy. While the waiter was tidying the room, Xinqing Shuang and Gu Yunjian found a seat by the window and sat down, drinking tea and enjoying the view. Mr. Gu, you don't mind staying in that not-so-good room, do you? There was a smile in her eyes, and some ridicule. Gu Yunjian, like her, had a smile in his eyes, and also some teasing. I don't mind, as long as I'm next door to Miss Shen. I can accept any worse. Miss Shen lowered her head and smiled. But I'm not taking advantage of you. According to my calculations, your cold will break out in a few days, but I have to stay with you. It's such an energy-consuming thing. If I don't get enough rest, it will do you more harm than good. Gu Yunjian was surprised. How do you know when the cold will break out? 1 day a month. How hard is it to guess? Don't forget, I can read faces. Seeing that she was talking nonsense again, Gu Yunjian stopped asking. Whatever she said was right. In 2 cups of tea, the waiter had cleaned up the room. The shopkeeper personally led them there. Xinqing Shuang first looked at the not-so-good room, and really didn't find anything wrong with it. The shopkeeper reminded her that it turned out to be in a bad location. At the corner, she smiled. What is poison to others is honey to me. Mr. Gu likes quietness, and this room is perfect for him. The 2 put down their luggage, washed up, and went to Qianglin Pavilion. One was dressed in white, indifferent and distant, and the other in red, hot and lively, attracting many people's attention, no matter men or women. They all envied one of them and admired the other. The two of them wandered around for a long time before they found the Qingling Pavilion. At first glance, they were shocked by its luxury. The jade-carved railings and the flying pavilions were comparable to the imperial palace. Even the guards in front of the door were dressed in brocade and gorgeous clothes, which showed how rich they were. Brother Yunjian, it's a den of brothel. Then we must take a look. The folding fan was gently swung open, and he took the little girl with him. You really look like the third brother. He was handsome and free and easy, wearing a white dress that did not attract dust. Seeing her looking at him, Gu Yunjian smiled and said, maybe you have been with Qin Yan for a long time. So there is a shadow on you. It's not a shadow. You are you. And the third brother is the third brother. They are different. The little girl said seriously. Who do you like more? Gu Yunjian pretended to ask her casually. Of course, I like the third brother more. The little girl laughed and ran away first. Gu Yunjian shook his head helplessly. Why should she compete with her brother? If she competed with Jin Hao, wouldn't she have a much better chance of winning? Thinking of this, the little uncle felt relieved. As soon as he arrived at the door, he was stopped by the guard. Sir, miss, the entrance fee is 50 taels of silver per person. Xin Shuang was simply in awe of the pavilion master of Qingling Pavilion. He made money from all kinds of dirty tricks. Hatefully, he took out 100 taels of silver notes. Is it okay now? The guard nodded and pointed to a book. Sir, miss, you can enter after registering again. Registration? Is it so strict? Please forgive me. Mississippi. Everyone who enters and leaves Qingling Pavilion, every treasure appraised, and every transaction witnessed must be clear and documented. Gu Yunjin said, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. I'll write it. Xin Shuang thought he would use a pseudonym, but he wrote his real name on it. The guard gave them 2 silver masks to wear, and then let them go. It was the first time for Xin Shuang to wear this kind of mask, and she found it interesting. After putting it on, she asked Gu Yunjian, does it look good? The silver mask started from the forehead and covered the nose, adding a lot of mysterious and hazy feeling. Before she wore the mask, her snow-white skin and beautiful face looked delicate and lovely against the background of a red dress. At this time, half of her face was covered, and the red dress and red lips made her look more bright and cold. Gu Yunjian couldn't look away when he saw her for the first time, and said in a daze, it looks good. But he thought in his heart, if she was wearing a wedding dress at this time, it would be great if she asked him in their new house. It's not good, and he can't imagine it anymore. Gu Yunjian thought he was a little crazy, and quickly retracted his gaze. Does my mask look good? He changed the subject. It looks good. Her lips curved into a happy arc, and you can still see the curved eyes through the mask. After entering, Xin Shuang found that except for the people from Qingling Pavilion, the rest were wearing masks. Xin Shuang was a little confused. Since they were wearing masks, they didn't want others to recognize them. Then why did they have to register their names? Gu Yunjian explained, the so-called clearness is just to let the people from Qingling Pavilion know. Didn't you notice that everyone's registration page is new? Xin Shuang suddenly realized that he was still careful. Although the guests were all wearing masks, it can be seen from their clothes that they were either rich or noble. There are 6 floors inside, most of which are open compartments, and the doors are wide open to facilitate transactions for guests. There are 4 middle-aged men on the platform in the center, sitting upright with serious expressions. Gu Yunjian observed for a while and said, they are the treasure appraisers of Qingling Pavilion. Each treasure will be appraised by the 4 of them separately, and then a conclusion will be issued together. Their conclusion is the transaction price of the treasure. Seeing that the little girl was staring at a purple-clothed man, she didn't know what was going on. Is there anything wrong with that man? No problem. But I want the orchid grass in his hand. Chapter 130. I am He Lianchao. What is your name? Young lady? What is Longi grass? Gu Yunjian heard this name for the first time and was very interested. It is a herb that is particularly effective for colds. Let's follow him. Gu Yunjian felt warm in his heart. Is it for me? What else? I am not hated by others, so I can't get that disease? The little girl said with a smile, and ran away before he expressed his dissatisfaction. Gu Yunjian shook his head helplessly, always teasing him. Qing Shuang, wait for me. After all, it was not his territory, and he was afraid that she would be too naughty and cause trouble. So he quickly chased after her. The little girl ran very fast, and Gu Yunjian finally found her through the crowd. Luckily, she was conspicuous in a red dress. Otherwise it would be difficult to find her. He held her hand and said angrily, "Don't run around. Stay with me." "I stay with you?" "Yes. Otherwise." Gu Yunjian suddenly let go of her hand. The voice was not hers. This was embarrassing, and he apologized quickly. "Sorry, girl. You and my little girl are wearing the same red dress. I recognized the wrong person. Please forgive me for my abruptness." The girl in red saw through the mask that his eyes were clear, humble and polite, and she felt good about him. "Sir, you are too kind. With so many people wearing masks, it is normal to recognize the wrong person." Then he smiled. "The person I am looking for is also wearing white clothes. If you hadn't said it, I would have recognized the wrong person." Gu Yunjin smiled. "What a coincidence." "Yes. If you don't mind, let's look for it together. Maybe they also recognize the wrong person." Shen Qingxuang followed the purple-clothed man for a while, until he lined up to wait for the treasure appraisal. Just when she was about to call Gu Yunjian, she turned around and found that he was gone, and she was immediately anxious. Anyway, the purple-clothed man couldn't run away, so she planned to go back the same way to look for him. But this Qingling pavilion was too big, and there were too many people. She looked for a long time, but didn't see the young man in white. Just when she was disappointed, someone stepped on her foot. She was already irritable, and just when she was about to lose her temper, she was pulled aside by another person. A white dress is more beautiful than snow. Shen Qingxuang was excited, and no longer cared about the person who stepped on her. She shook the hand of the young man in white and complained, "Brother Yunjian, where have you been? I've been looking for you for so long." The man took off his mask directly, revealing a handsome face, but with more cynicism. When Shen Qingxuang was surprised, the man took off her mask again. The moment he saw her face, his cynical eyes were stunned for a moment. Bright eyes and white teeth, snow-white skin and beautiful appearance, especially those clear and clean eyes, like a lake, directly made him sink into it. Shen Qingxuang let go of his hand, as if she had been electrocuted, and said embarrassedly, "I recognize the wrong person." The young man in white smiled. "It's okay, little girl. Although I am not your brother Yunjian. If you want, you can call me Brother Lianchao. My name is He Lianchao." "What's your name?" "No. I still need to find someone, so I won't accompany you anymore." She snatched the mask and put it on, then turned and ran. But the young man stopped her. "Miss, it's better to meet by chance than to invite each other. Let's have a cup of tea together." Shen Qingxuang looked at his hand and frowned. "Let go. If you don't let go, she will poison you. Don't regret it then." Sensing the displeasure in her tone, He Lianchao had to let go. "Miss, accompany me for a cup of tea. I will help you find someone." She didn't like Letcher. She just thought he was annoying. Unfortunately, Letcher didn't care about her annoyance, but found him more interesting. "It's just a cup of tea. It won't take long." Before Shen Qingxuang could speak, a clear male voice came. "It's not a matter of time. She just doesn't like to drink tea with you." Hearing this voice, the little girl was delighted and threw herself into his arms. "Where have you been? I've been looking for you for so long." Gu Yunjin stroked her long hair and said softly, "I was just saying that. You ran so fast that I couldn't catch up with you. I even recognized the wrong person." Pointing to the woman in red next to him, "Look, is it the same skirt as yours?" Shen Qingxuang took a look and it was true. "We are the same." That Letcher was also wearing white clothes. "I thought it was you." Hearing the name Letcher, He Lianchao shook his head. "Girl, why can't you treat this misunderstanding as a beautiful encounter? Why do you have to use such a hurtful name?" The girl in red spoke. "Brother Lianchao, you have to reflect on this yourself." He Lianchao glanced at her. "Yo you, can't you give some face in front of outsiders?" "No." Shen Qingxuang was thinking about the purple-clothed man's orchid grass, and didn't want to stay any longer. She pulled Gu Yunjin away, but the two chased after them. Shen Qingxuang looked back quietly, and said to Gu Yunjian, "Where did you attract peach blossoms?" "How could I attract them? I think the young man is Peach Blossom." "Qingxuang, from now on, you are not allowed to leave me, lest you be tripped by bad peach blossoms." Hey, hey, what bad peach blossoms?" He Lianchao heard their conversation and was very dissatisfied. First, he was a scoundrel. Then, he was a lovelorn man. He was obviously handsome, elegant and romantic. Seeing the purple-clothed man come on stage, Xin Shuang was extremely anxious. What if he sold it directly after the price was confirmed? He Lianchao followed her gaze and understood. You want the orchid grass in his hand? Yes. Then he was stunned. Do you know that kind of herb? He Lianchao threw his folding fan casually. Of course. This young master is knowledgeable and knows a lot of things. How about this, Miss Shuang? If you call me Brother Lianchao, I will give you the orchid grass. Xin Shuang was surprised. How do you know my name? Your brother Yunjin just called me that. He Lianchao looked proud. What? A brother in exchange for a orchid grass. What a good deal. Gu Yunjin was unwilling and said to the little girl, Don't call him. Take the orchid grass if you can, and don't give it if you can't. But, be good. Listen to me. He didn't want his girl to call others so intimately. It's just a cold. So what if I can bear it again? He doesn't believe he can't find that kind of herb when he returns to Dachi. Seeing them leave, the girl in red sighed. He Lianchao. This is the first time in history that I failed to pursue a girl. He Lianchao snorted unhappily. Qin Youyu. How good are you? I didn't even see that young men look at you. Hey. Where are you going? Where else can I go? Fight for the orchid grass. The purple-clothed man has come down from the stage and went to a compartment to put out the herbs and wait for customers. There was also a waiter sitting next to him, who was probably the witness of Qingling Pavilion. Xin Shuang pulled Gu Yunjin over. Excuse me. How much silver do you want for this orchid grass? The purple-clothed man didn't expect to have a customer so soon, and pointed to a piece of paper with a seal. 2,000 taels. I'll give it to you, Xin Shuang said as he took out the silver note. This is 2,000 taels. The purple-clothed man shook his head. There is also a 20% appraisal fee and witness fee, which is also paid by the customer. Ah? Forget it. 2,000 taels have been paid. Not to mention the 20%. We are not without money. He took out another 400 taels of silver note and handed it over. Is it okay now? The purple-clothed man nodded. And just as he presented the orchid grass, he was stopped by a folding fan. This young master will pay 5,000 taels. When Xin Shuang heard this voice, he was furious. What kind of reserved and dignified is not there? He Lianchao. Are you full? Chapter 131. This young master keeps his word. Why would he care about this little silver? He Lianchao held his fan against his chin and smiled in a rather provocative way. To be honest with Miss Shuang, this young master has not yet had his meal. How can he say he is full and bored? But if the young lady is willing to do me a favor, this young master is willing to have dinner with the young lady. I thought he was a pervert, and he turned out to be. Xin Shuang suddenly remembered the incident when she and Shen Qingyan cheated Qin Yulan out of 9,700 taels of silver in the capital of Daqi. Okay, let's do it again. Although it's not beneficial to me, it's enough to hurt others. I immediately quoted a price, 8,000 taels. Then I threw out another 5,600 taels of silver notes, and said to the purple-clothed man, 20% of the fee will be paid at the end. When He Lianchao heard this, his brows frowned. Is this girl crazy? 10,000 taels. Xin Shuang glanced at him. Mr. He, put out the silver notes, and then quote the price. Are you kidding? He Lianchao snorted, counted out 10,000 taels of silver notes, and threw them on the table. Xin Shuang smiled slightly, and threw another stack. 15,000 taels. He Lianchao gritted his teeth and added some. 20,000 taels. 25,000 taels. Xin Shuang threw out another stack lightly, seeing that He Lianchao wanted to add more. The girl in red hurriedly advised, Brother Lianchao, it's too much. Don't add any more. It's enough to buy 10 plants. Xin Shuang also advised, isn't it, Mr. He? If you don't want to spend, don't force it. It's not easy to earn money. You have to learn to live. Gu Yunjin smiled slightly, rubbed her hair, and whispered something to the little girl. Really? Have I lied to you? No. Then come back quickly. Don't lose it. No. You wait for me here obediently. He Lianchao saw them whispering and thought they were laughing at him. So he snorted again. 28,000 taels. Xin Shuang immediately followed up. 30,000 taels. The silver note was thrown out again. The chic posture was like a sword out of its sheath. Although the 30,000 taels of silver notes given to her by Lao Shang were used up. She pretended that she still had many more 30,000 taels. There is nothing to be afraid of. But the tone is important. He Lianqiao was furious. But he only had 30,000 taels on him. After thinking about it, he made up his mind and put the jade pendant on the table. 30,000 taels plus this jade pendant. The purple-clothed man was completely shocked. Someone actually bid 30,000 taels for a 2,000 tael item, and also added a valuable jade pendant. Is this longi grass or fairy grass? Is this a young master or a fool? He looked at the guy in Qianlin Pavilion suspiciously. But he also looked blank. In all his years of work, he had never seen such a thing that could not be considered by normal people. He Lianqiao looked at the little girl anxiously. And when he saw her white hands reaching into the ugly cloth bag again, his heart immediately sank. He lost in the end. He hated it. Hated why he didn't bring more banknotes. While he was sad, Gu Yunjin came back with a brocade box in his hand. He whispered something to the little girl again. And she was happy. Brother Yunjian is so powerful. He Lianqiao couldn't stand this anxiety. And said unhappily, Miss Qingxuang, are you going to raise the price or not? You actually whispered in each other's ears in such a serious occasion. Shen Qingxuang sighed leisurely. Sorted out the 30,000 taels of silver notes she had just thrown out, and stuffed them into the newly vacated space in the ugly cloth bag. A gentleman does not take away what others like. Mr. He, you won. And the precious orchid grass is yours. Remember to treasure it. It is precious. He Lianqiao thought he heard it wrong. What? You don't want it anymore? No. It's yours. Although she was wearing a mask. He Lianqiao knew from her eyes that she was laughing at him. Looking at the girl and read again. She was obviously sighing. It seemed that they were all saying that he was a fool. Are you kidding me? Gu Yunjian saw him coming and reached out to stop him. Seriously, said Mr. He. You took the initiative to bid first. And then made a fuss. Which is really unmanly. Of course. If you are reluctant to regret it, we can help you take it. So as not to let the seller be happy for nothing. Provoked by him. He Lianqiao snorted. I always keep my word. Why would I care about this mere silver? The folding fan was almost broken by him. But it couldn't extinguish the anger in his heart. He reached out to take the orchid grass, pointed at the banknote and jade pendant, and said to the purple-clothed man, It's yours. The purple-clothed man thanked He Lianqiao profusely. And before leaving, he said, Sir, there are still 400 taels of appraisal fees and witness fees to pay. He Lianqiao's anger immediately had a place to vent. 30,000 taels of silver plus this jade pendant that is no less than 10,000 gold. And you still ask me for 400 taels? Aren't you too greedy? Shen Qingxuang said leisurely, Brother Yunjian, I think the price is a matter of mutual consent. Even if it is 100,000 taels, the fees should be paid. Don't you think? Gu Yunjian nodded. Isn't it? If it were us, we would definitely not refuse the mere 400 taels of silver. He Lianqiao felt his blood boiling. And his fan was shattered. Damn it! Isn't it just 400 taels of silver? I have it. She said it with a firm tone. But she really couldn't take out even a tael. The girl in red said, I have it. He Lianqiao waved his hand. No! How can I borrow money? Looking at Shen Qingxuang, who was looking down and gloating. He was furious. She looks pretty and cute. But how can she be so abominable? Pulled someone over casually. Do you want to buy longi grass? I'll sell it to you for 400 taels. No. No. I've never heard of it. He pulled 8 or 9 people like this. And only knew one person. Do you want it? 400 taels is a bargain. The market price is 2,000 taels. No. Although this grass is valuable. Only those who need it will buy it. I just sold the one I have. Why would I buy it again? Not to mention 400 taels. I won't buy it even for 4 taels. He Lianqiao was stunned and quickly grabbed him. Where is the person who bought your longi grass? I'll sell him another one. Gu Yunjian opened the brocade box. This young master bought it for 2,200 taels. But it's so cheap. The effect of the medicine should not be as good as the 30,000 taels of his. Shen Qingxuang corrected, Brother Yunjian. His is not just 30,000 taels. It's 30,400 taels plus a jade pendant. Gu Yunjian couldn't help laughing and scratched her nose lovingly. Naughty. The girl in red couldn't stand it anymore, and paid 400 taels to take the longi grass. Fortunately, he was wearing a mask. Otherwise he would have lost face. He Lianqiao looked like an eggplant hit by frost. Wilting. He glared at the staff of Qingling Pavilion. Don't tell anyone. Yes. Young Pavilion Master. Qingqing Shuang and Gu Yunjian couldn't stop laughing after running outside. At this time, the purple-clothed man chased after him and took off his mask. He was a young man who looked honest. Miss, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have made so much money. This 10,000 taels of silver is my way of thanking you. Qingqing Shuang waved her hands repeatedly. No. No. I'm happy to make money. You make money. Each of us takes what we need. The purple-clothed man insisted on giving it. Qingqing Shuang couldn't resist, and asked, Young master, do you have a lot of herbs? The purple-clothed man was stunned. I have herbs, but not many. Miss, do you want orchid grass? I can help you find some more. Qingqing Shuang shook her head and smiled. I have orchid grass. Can you find fire Ganoderma? I want to buy one, although it was a bit difficult. The purple-clothed man nodded. I have one. If you want it, I will send it to you tomorrow. Qingqing Shuang nodded excitedly. I want it. Is 10,000 taels enough? The purple-clothed man smiled innocently. It's worth at most 5,000 taels. I've earned enough today, so you don't have to pay. Where are you staying? Young lady? Qingqing Shuang. The number 1 room in Lai Fu Inn. After the purple-clothed man left, Gu Yunjin sighed. Not only did you teach someone a lesson, but you also got a fire Ganoderma for free. Mission really makes me admire you. You're taking advantage of me. And the fire Ganoderma is also for you. Brother, are you doing it for me again? Of course. Gu Yunjin took off their masks and showed a spring-like smile. I can't repay you. How about giving me my body? No. Gu Yunjin deliberately frowned. Why? Because your peach blossom is here. Looking along her hand, a girl in a red dress ran over. She had taken off her mask, revealing a pretty face. Chapter 132, Is Mr. He always out of line? Gu Yunjin thought it was impossible that she was looking for him. But she did stop in front of him. She looked at him with surprise. The girl in red thought that the face under the mask was handsome at most. But she didn't expect it to be a fairy. Especially with this white dress. It was dust-free, cold and extraordinary. In comparison, He Lianqiao was simply not worthy of wearing white. Miss, you are looking for me? Gu Yunjin pointed at himself. The girl in red nodded. Yes. Sir, my name is Qin Youyu. May I know your surname? Before Gu Yunjin answered, he heard Qingqing Shuang exclaimed, Are you Qin Youyu? Qin Youyu was startled by her and nodded. Yes. Miss, have you heard of me? Not only have you heard of me, but the book records that this woman framed the third brother and insulted her innocence, and got pregnant, which led to exile. With this appearance, she is at most above average, and is not worthy of her handsome and free-spirited third brother. Be careful, Qing Shuang. Miss Qin is talking to you. Seeing that she just tilted her head to look at him, but didn't say anything, Gu Yunjin had to remind him in a low voice. Oh, I've heard of it, she said perfunctorily. Brother Yunjin, let's go back. I'm hungry. Qin Youyu didn't know when she offended her. Seeing that she was pulling Gu Yunjin to leave, she hurriedly called her to stop. Sir, please stay. Gu Yunjin turned around. What advice does Miss Qin have? Qin Youyu lowered her head and bit her lip. I don't know your surname yet. Gu Yunjin smiled slightly. Gu Yunjin? Qin Youyu was shocked. How could she have the same name as the 15th prince of Deqi? At this time, He Lianqiao ran over, followed by a woman in yellow. The woman in yellow was excited when she saw Qingqing Shuang. She pushed past Qin Youyu and called her affectionately, Qing Shuang. Qing Shuang, why are you here? Hearing this voice that sounded like a corpse, Qingqing Shuang was startled and called Princess. Don't call me Princess. We are so close. You call me Yuan. This is my eldest sister, Qin Youyu. Oh, the 15th prince? You are here too? What a coincidence. Looking around, she asked Qingqing Shuang shyly, why didn't Yingjun brother come? Qingqing Shuang smiled. Third brother is at home. If you want to see him, come back to Daki with us in a few days. Okay. I miss him. Clearing her throat, she said shyly, of course. I miss you more. The lie was so fake. I didn't believe her. He Lianqiao had heard that Qin Yuan was crazy about Qingqing Yin, and he didn't want to care about this crazy girl. Instead, she asked Gu Yunjin, are you really the 15th prince? It should be true. Qin Yuan rolled her eyes at him. It's true. My brother, and I have seen the prince in Daki. How is he? He is much more handsome than you. Right? When He Lianchao heard her say that, he was immediately dissatisfied. Youyu. Tell me. Qin Youyu didn't say anything, but the look in her eyes said it all. I only heard Qin Yuan say, Brother Lianchao, you can only feel superior in our Chu country. I tell you, Qing Shuang's 3 brothers are all handsome, and you can't compare to any of them. Qin Yuan, you've done that. Don't come to me in the future. If you don't want to find me, then don't. I'll go to Daki to find my handsome brother. Qing Shuang felt that this topic was really meaningless, and said to Qin Yuan, I'll find you for dinner in 2 days. I'm leaving first. No. Since we are in Chu, I have to do my best to be a good host. Let's go to Dieshio Tower. The best in the capital. I'll treat you. 15th Prince. Don't spoil the fun. She blinked her eyes, and her arms were tightly held by her. So Qin Shuang had no choice but to agree. He Lianchao took a look and hurriedly followed. What are you doing? Qin Yuan looked alert. He Lianchao stepped forward and said, Yuan, don't you want to treat me? Why treat you? Are you familiar with us? She had already classified herself and Qin Shuang as us, so she naturally did not welcome He Lianchao, an outsider. At the same time, her elder sister was also not welcome. He Lianchao was thick-skinned, and he wanted to get close to Qin Shuang, so he followed shamelessly. Qin Youyu couldn't lose face, but fortunately, the shameless He Lianchao dragged her along, and this became a 5-person trip. Dieshio Tower. Qin Shuang was pulled by Qin Yuan to sit next to her, and He Lianchao hurried to grab the seat next to her. Unfortunately, he was a step late and sat aside unhappily. Miss Qin Shuang, I have heard of your great name. Qin Shuang looked at him in surprise. Am I famous? Of course. Your elder brother is a young general who has fought on the battlefield. Qin Shuang's mouth twitched. So she is also famous? Smiled slightly. Mr. He, I have heard of your great name too. He Lianchao grinned. Oh, really? Of course. I heard that you are stupid and rich. Today, I have witnessed that in the entire Chu state. I am afraid that you are the only one who is willing to spend 30,400 taels of silver and a jade pendant for a plant of orchid grass. He Lianchao, looking at the orchid grass at this time, he felt that it was laughing at him. He sighed and took it over. Miss Qin Shuang, today's incident was just a joke I made on a whim. Please don't mind. To express my apology, please accept this orchid grass. His eyes were sincere and smiling, without the previous cynicism. Qin Yuan clapped her hands and laughed. Brother Lianchao, who is so arrogant, would also apologize. How rare. Qin Shuang, accept it. Qin Shuang shook her head. I don't want it. I already have one. He Lianchao was stunned. Wasn't he sincere enough? Wouldn't it be better to have one more as a backup? She turned to Gu Yunjian, and there was a hint of displeasure in his eyes, directed at He Lianchao. How about I give you 2,400 taels of silver, and you give me this orchid grass? He Lianchao shook his head. I'm giving it to you. Not selling it. Miss Qin Shuang, do you not accept my apology? Qin Shuang scratched his head. Mr. He, since it's just a joke, there's no need to apologize. And you're the one who's at a disadvantage. You wasted so much money. Miss Qin Shuang said I'm stupid and rich. It doesn't matter. Qin Shuang also smiled. Can you please stop calling me Miss Qin Shuang? My last name is Shin. He? Lianchao thought for a moment. You have a point. It's too formal. Can I call you Qin Shuang? No. This sentence was said by Gu Yunjian. You use such an intimate name when you first meet. Doesn't Mr. He always have no sense of propriety? He Lianchao didn't care. Then why is the prince so intimate? Although I am in Chu, I have heard that the 4th prince of your country and Qin Shuang are in love. Although the prince is the 4th prince's uncle, you should also be careful about the propriety. Right? Gu Yunjian looked at his provocative eyes, and did not get angry. Just said lightly, it seems that Mr. He is not only stupid and rich, but also likes to spread rumors. Qin Shuang was also annoyed that others linked her with Gu Jinhao. So she said unhappily, Mr. He, Brother Yunjian is right. Don't spread rumors anymore. It's better to improve your wisdom with this time. Otherwise you will waste all the gold and silver mountains. He Lianchao almost couldn't breathe, picked up a broken fan and fanned the wind. But it became hotter and hotter. Qin Shuang poured a cup of tea for Gu Yunjian. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. It's not worth it. Qin Yuan poured a cup of tea for Shinqing Shuang. Brother Lianqiu is famous for his bad mouth. Don't pay attention to him. Don't pay attention to him. Lianqiu regretted following him. What kind of people are these? Ah. My sleeves are wet. Looking at the sleeves soaked by tea, Shinqing Shuang looked frustrated. Gu Yunjin smiled and wiped her with a handkerchief. Then rolled up his sleeves a little. Summer clothes are thin. They will dry in a while. Qin Youyu looked at her quietly, full of envy. She was startled by a sound of awe from Lianqiu. He walked quickly to Shinqing Shuang's side and pointed at her wrist. Can I see this bracelet? Chapter 133. My elder brother doesn't kiss as hard as you do. Shinqing Shuang subconsciously retracted her hand and stared at him defensively. What are you doing? Lianqiu saw that she was more wary of him than a thief, and said dissatisfiedly, I just want to see your bracelet. Qin Yuan came over and said, Qing Shuang, you didn't take it off when I wanted to see it. You can't be partial. Lianqiu was a little confused. How can I see it if I don't take it off? So don't look at it, Gu Yunjin said lightly. He had had enough of this playboy, who had been pestering the little girl from the beginning. It was not easy to get rid of Gu Jinhao and go to Chu State. But who would have thought that another one would come up? Why can't you be more reserved? It's really frustrating. Fortunately, the little girl listens to him now, which makes him feel very comforted. He has to keep a closer eye on it, and can't be fooled by the swarm of bees and butterflies. Lianqiu returned to his seat unhappily, but his eyes never left the bracelet. Shinqing Shuang whispered, Brother Yunjin, what is the origin of your bracelet? Why is he staring at it? Because it is very valuable. Didn't he just spend 30,400 taels of silver plus a jade pendant worth no less than 10,000 gold to buy a plant of orchid grass? He may want to trick you into selling it to him at a low price to make up for the shortfall. The little girl put down her sleeves and covered the bracelet. Don't even mention the low price. I won't sell it at a high price. You gave it to me. I have to keep it well. Good boy. Gu Yunjin smiled happily, put the fish meat with bones picked in front of her, and took her bowl to use. The whole process was extremely natural, and only he knew how fast his heart was beating. Fortunately, the little girl did not notice his guilty conscience, and thanked him sweetly and buried her head in eating. Lianqiu looked at her dimly, and glanced at Qin Youyu. Her eyes darkened, and it was obvious that she was not feeling well. Only Qin Yuan was really doing her best to be a good host, helping Shinqing Shuang pick up dishes from time to time. She looked so attentive, as if she had married into the Shin family and become her sister-in-law. Except for the two foodies who were eating seriously. The other three were all preoccupied with their own thoughts and could not enjoy their food. Seeing that the dinner was about to end, Qin Youyu did not want to miss the opportunity to get close to Gu Yunjin. 15th Prince, who are you going to meet in Chu this time? If necessary, I can arrange it for you. Gu Yunjin withdrew his gaze from the little girl and nodded slightly. Thank you, Princess. This time I just brought Qing Shuang here to play, and I don't want to meet anyone. Oh, so that's it. Qin Youyu was a little disappointed, and then his eyes lit up. How about I accompany you? I know the fun places in Beijing best. However, in Shinqing Shuang's view, Qin Youyu is a scourge, and she would have as little contact with him as possible. So she quietly pulled the corner of Gu Yunjin's clothes. Sure enough, he said, I appreciate the princess's kindness. The little girl is used to being willful. Let her go around, so as not to delay the princess's time. Okay then. The disappointment in Qin Youyu's eyes was visible to the naked eye. Then when are you leaving? After all, we are in Chu, so we should meet our father and mother. Right? The height has risen to the level of the two countries. Gu Yunjin is the uncle of the great Qi emperor, so there is no reason to refuse. After a brief thought, he asked the girl, which day is convenient for you? Which day is convenient for you? Lianqiu was also stunned. Shouldn't such an important matter be discussed with the king of Chu? Shinqing Shuang put down her chopsticks, put her hand on his wrist, thought for a while, and said, 5 days later. Gu Yunjin nodded, and asked Qin Youyu to ask the king of Chu if it was appropriate. If it was not convenient, they would discuss it again. The dinner ended with Shinqing Shuang and Qin Yuan satisfied. Qin Yuan said she had a lot to say to her, and wanted to take her to the palace. Shinqing Shuang didn't dare. After all, Qin Shaojun failed in Daki. It would be troublesome if he saw her. Her three brothers were not around, and Jueyun Jifeng was not there either. A man who knows the times is a hero. She didn't dare to cause trouble. After saying goodbye politely, the two went to Lai Fuin. Why did you take my pulse just now? Gu Yunjin said. Predict when your cold will break out. If it happens on the day you go to the Chu Palace, people will think that our little uncle of Daki is a sickly person, which will affect the national prestige. Her laughing eyes curved into the moon, as bright and clear as the one hanging in the sky. Gu Yunjin also smiled. Qing, your ability to predict surprises me. Can you predict people's fate? Ah? She was not sure. She knew the fate in the original book, but it was hard to say now. The only thing that does not change in this world is change. Everything is changing and difficult to control. I don't know, but I believe everything will develop in a good direction. She put her hands together and prayed to the gods and Buddhas in the sky to protect her and the people she cared about for a lifetime. What are you praying for? May the people you think of be safe and happy. The future is long. She blinked, hoping that she would get what she wanted. Gu Yunjin looked at her and smiled. His smile was like a breeze and spring water. He gently placed his hands on her shoulders. Am I the one you think of? She looked up at his eyes, and his eyes were as gentle as ever. Yes. He was moved and couldn't help but kiss her forehead. If time could stop at this moment, it would be great. She was with him. She was only with him. Brother Yunjin? She called him. Don't kiss me all the time. I always feel that you have some dirty thoughts about me. She rubbed her red face and whispered. This moonlit night is easy to make people imagine. Especially he is so handsome and his eyes are so gentle. Her heart was pounding. Gu Yunjin looked at her blushing face and scratched her nose. Why not? She scratched her head, touched her face, took a deep breath. You made me misunderstand that you don't treat me as your sister. My elder brother doesn't kiss me as diligently as you do. Gu Yunjin couldn't help laughing. The little girl finally noticed something. He didn't point it out, but thought, then I won't be so diligent in the future, and reduce the frequency appropriately. Okay, but I always feel something is wrong. Yun, I'm tired. Go back to sleep. He held her hand and walked leisurely to Lai Fuin. The two held hands, and the shadows on the ground also held hands. The moon shines on the 9 continents. Some are happy and some are sad. On the way from Daki to Chu, 3 people, divided into 2 groups, rushed in the same direction under the stars and the moon. After washing, Shin Qing stretched and climbed onto the bed. When she was drowsy, she was startled by an abnormal smell. Drugs? Her heart was pounding. Who dared to use drugs on her? She killed him. In her heart, she cursed the man's 8 generations of ancestors, and kept thinking of ways in her mind. She couldn't call Gu Yunjin. He didn't know martial arts. Don't be useless and wasted. She turned over, quickly reached into the ugly cloth bag, pulled out a small porcelain bottle, opened the lid, and poured out a pill. She crushed the pill, and it immediately turned into a gas, which she inhaled into her nose. Then she put her fingers into another bottle, then turned over and pretended to be asleep. After a while, the door was slowly pushed open. Then a dark shadow walked in quietly, and came to the bed. Chapter 134. Is this poison common? Shin Qing is afraid of the dark, so she has the habit of lighting a candle before going to bed at night. She squinted her eyes slightly, and through the candlelight, she looked at the dark shadow in front of her bed. Unexpectedly, this person was not wearing a mask. Really, he didn't even have the basic qualities of an assassin. He should love his job and respect his profession. What was even more unexpected was that this person was actually a woman. This made her feel relieved. Women would not rape. As for money, they were all external things. You can take as much as you want, as long as she is alive. It seems that the poison is useless. She closed her eyes with peace of mind, waiting for the woman to rob her. But after waiting for a while, the woman did not turn over her bed. She was angry. You should be faster. Can't you let me sleep well? There are things to do tomorrow. She squinted her eyes and looked at the woman quietly, only to see that she kept rubbing her hands. It seems that she is a novice and not yet skilled. She needs to do some psychological preparation. She closed her eyes again and gave her some more time. It was not that she was tolerant, but she was worried that the man had a sword or something. She was a weak woman. She could quarrel but not fight. A man of insight is a hero. I can bend and stretch. It is better to live than to die. I must not take risks. Finally, the woman took action. She lifted the quilt and trembled to take Shin Shuang's arm out. Then she trembled with both hands to pull the bracelet. Since there are two hands, there is no third hand to hold a weapon. The girl couldn't bear it now. It's okay to take the silver note. After all, it's only 30,000 taels. The bracelet won't work. It's worth 100,000 taels. She pretended to turn over, quickly grabbed the woman's hands, smeared the poison on her arms, then pushed her away and shouted help. The woman was so scared that her legs were shaking. Didn't she use drugs? How come she was fine? The woman quickly calmed down and chased her. How could Shin Shuang dare to stay? She ran away, tripped over the threshold and fell directly at the door, crying in pain. This was terrible. The woman had already caught up to her, and there was no escape. Help! 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 She shouted at the top of her voice. The woman saw this and quickly covered her mouth. But she bit her hand directly, and she also shouted in pain. She raised her other hand to hit her, but a man grabbed her wrist and threw her away. Ching Shuang, get up. Gu Yunjin saw that the candlelight in the girl's room had gone out a lot, and guessed that she was asleep. So he started to take a bath and prepare to rest. Unexpectedly, he heard a cry for help soon, and quickly put on his clothes and came over. Fortunately, he arrived in time. When Shin Shuang saw him, she immediately felt like she had survived a disaster, and pulled his arm and said, Brother Yunjin, she drugged me and stole my bracelet. At this time, the waiters of the inn and the guests living nearby all gathered around. When they heard that the woman was a thief, they all shouted to report to the police. The woman was scared and knelt down and begged, Miss, this is my first time. Please forgive me. I can forgive you. But tell me who instructed you to steal my bracelet. The woman's face was terrified, and her eyes were evasive. No one instructed me. I needed silver, so I stole your bracelet. You're lying. Forget about it. Report it to the police. The shopkeeper heard that there was a theft, and it was from Shang Lao's distinguished guest. So he immediately sent someone to ask the yamen runners of Kyoto Prefecture. The yamen runners were very annoyed when they were called in late at night. After a brief questioning, they took the woman away. Before leaving, Shin Shuang said to the woman, I hope you can tell the truth when we meet again. After they left, Shin Shuang first washed her hands with a basin of water to avoid any residual poison. Then she looked at Gu Yunjin expectantly. This pitiful look made him confused. After thinking about it, he understood a little. Tentatively, you won't let me sleep on the floor, right? Then can I sleep on the floor? She blinked her eyes, and the pleading in her eyes made Gu Yunjin unable to refuse. Let alone sleeping on the floor. He would go even if he was asked to climb a mountain of swords. Sighed, tell me, which room do you want to sleep in? My room attracts thieves, so I'll sleep in your room. The little girl quickly carried the quilt over, laid it out neatly, and said with a smile, okay, go to sleep. Gu Yunjin sighed again, and it was estimated that this was the fate of his life in Chu. But it should be a few days later. According to the time, Jueyun and the others should arrive in 3 or 4 days. Thinking of this, there was a sense of loss. The next morning, just like in the valley, when Shin Shuang woke up, Gu Yunjin was gone, and the quilt had been put away. She yawned, stretched, opened the door, and saw no one. Brother Yunjin. Gu Yunjin replied, here. She ran to the sound and found that it was in her room. Why are you here? I was afraid of being bumped into by the waiter, so I came here after waking up, so as not to affect your reputation. Quite considerate. Reputation exists in the heart, not in the form. He handed her a cup of tea, but in the eyes of the world, people often only care about the form, not the heart. What about you? What do you care about? Gu Yunjin drank the tea in the cup and smiled slightly. I care about you. Seeing that she was stunned, he had to make amends. I care about what you care about. The heart. Shin Shuang breathed a sigh of relief. After all, she was just being sentimental. After washing up, the two had breakfast together. The breakfast at Lifu Inn is famous for being good. The time is right. The breeze is not dry, and the two are in a very happy mood. Just after breakfast, the waiter came to knock on the door. Miss Shin, there is a young man named Wang Guo looking for you. Wang Guo. Shin Shuang didn't know him. The waiter said. He said he was here to deliver herbs. Hearing that he was delivering herbs, Shin Shuang hurriedly asked, where is it? The counter. Shin Shuang called Gu Yunjian over together. And it was indeed the purple-clothed young man from yesterday. As soon as he saw her, he came up to her and said, "Miss Shin, I'm here to deliver medicine to you. Come and sit down." Seeing that he was exhausted, she ordered a pot of fragrant tea and some cakes. "Let's talk while we eat," Wang Gua said embarrassedly. "Then I won't be polite. It just so happens that I didn't have breakfast." He handed over a wooden box, and Shin Shuang opened it and saw that it was indeed fire Ganoderma, of good quality. And she smiled happily. "Wang Gua, I can't take this for free, so I'll pay you for it." "Right?" Wang Gua shook his head. "I said I'll give it to you, so I'll give it to you." Seeing that he insisted, Shin Shuang had to accept it and remembered the favor. Wang Gua ate a piece of cake at a time, and only had time to talk after eating for a while. He raised his sleeve and wiped his mouth. "Miss Shin, what do you want this fire Ganoderma for?" Shin Shuang did not hide it from him. "My brother was poisoned and got a cold. He needs it to regulate his body after detoxification." Hearing this, Wang Gua quickly swallowed the cake in his mouth. "Cold? Can you cure it?" Seeing his surprise, Shin Shuang said, "I haven't treated it before. It shouldn't be a big problem." Wang Gua rubbed his hands on his clothes, sat up straighter, his eyes full of brilliance. "Can you help my brother cure it too?" Shin Shuang glanced at Gu Yunjian, then at Wang Gua. "Is this poison common?" No. It's not common. So no one can cure it. Maya got this poison from somewhere. And my brother was naughty and accidentally got it. Once he got it, he was tortured for a full 10 years. 10 years? Shin Shuang looked at Gu Yunjian subconsciously, as if struck by lightning. He nodded. "It's also 10 years for me." Chapter 135. Mr. Gu, did you elope? Wang Gua heard this, and his honest face showed joy. What a coincidence. Shin Shuang looked at his excited look and couldn't accept it. "Mr. Wang, is this a happy event for you? This is poisoning, not winning the lottery." Wang Gua's slightly dark face was embarrassed and a little embarrassed. "No, Miss Shin. What I mean is that since it has been 10 years, it is fate. Want a drink?" No. I mean it will be easy to treat. Otherwise, you can practice on my brother first. And if you are cured, you can treat your brother. Isn't it safe?" Shin Shuang thought he was quite interesting. So she stopped teasing him and smiled. "Don't you doubt my medical skills at all?" Wang Gua shook his head. "Just because you can recognize Longi grass and fire Ganoderma, your medical skills must be superb." "Thank you. But I have to treat my brother first. He won't have many days." Shin Shuang still knows which is more important. It was a caring and considerate word. But Gu Yunjian felt very uncomfortable listening to it, as if he didn't have much time left. "Shuang, it's a few days before the cold attacks." "Not a few days." The little girl realized that something was wrong and laughed. "I was wrong. But brother Yunjian, I'm interested in his brother. Let's go and see him together." 10 years. She emphasized the pronunciation of the two words 10 years. Gu Yunjian understood what she meant and agreed immediately. Wang Gua quickly stuffed the remaining cakes into his stomach, so as not to waste them. When they arrived at the door of the inn, Wang Gua led them to a car. A cart. A bare cart with an old horse in front. "You just came here like this?" Wang Gua's simple face showed shame. Farmers usually only deal with land and mountains, so it's a bit simple. "How about Miss Shin? I help you hire a carriage. They are so luxuriously dressed. It's really not suitable for this. The sky-high silver earned yesterday has not been spent yet. Not because I don't want to, but because the poor have suddenly become rich. I really don't know how to spend it." Shin Shuang got on the car directly. "I don't care. Anyway, no one knows me. Just to see the scenery along the way." "Brother, what about you?" Hearing this brother, Gu Yunjian sighed helplessly. "He is not her brother. Sitting next to her, I don't care. Anyway, no one knows me. Young Master Wang. Just go like this." Wang Gua said crisply. I didn't expect these two to be so kind." But he really couldn't bear the title of Wang Gongzi. For a farmer, Gongzi was really uncomfortable. So he asked them to call him by his name. He got on the car, raised the whip, and the horse ran slowly. Although many people on the streets of Beijing were curious and pointed, as long as they were not embarrassed, others would be embarrassed. The two of them just laughed and ignored the eyes of others, which made Wang Gua feel that he was not driving a bare carriage, but a luxurious carriage. Out of Beijing. The world is vast. The streams are like belts. The hills are full of wild flowers. The air is fresh. And the mind is relaxed and happy. Xinqing Shuang pulled a dogtail grass and shook it, humming and singing. The hills of Nanshan are full of wild flowers. You hide in the east and I hide in the west. You have to hold my hand tightly, and we will wade across the river together. You picked some red mountain fruits and gave them to me one by one. Gu Yunjian laughed when he heard it. What kind of words are these? But it's quite cheerful. And he felt better when he heard it, especially when the girl's long hair was blown up by the summer breeze, revealing her charming smile, which made him unable to look away. Wang Wu turned his head and said with a smile, Miss Shen, your song is really beautiful. I think so too. Brother. What do you think? Brother again. Gu Yunjian stretched out his hand to rub her hair and smiled. It's beautiful. Wang Wu rushed for a while, then turned around and asked, Miss Shen, you and Mr. Gu are not siblings, right? Nonsense. We are brother and sister. Didn't you hear me call him brother? The hair on the dogtail grass was plucked bald. But the girl was still stubborn. Definitely not. Wang Gu whipped the horse's butt, and the horse ran faster. Looking at how you get along, I think you are lovers. Lovers? Gu Yunjin thought this honest young man had good taste, and smiled without saying anything. Xinqing Shuang ignored Wang Gu, thinking she was shy. So he asked Gu Yunjian, Mr. Gu, did you elope? Gu Yunjian. He found it very interesting and asked the girl, are we eloping? His eyes were clear and his smile was like a spring breeze. But she rolled her eyes at him. Elope? Are you kidding? Do we need to be sneaky? Of course not. How about I propose marriage after I go back? Propose marriage? It's just a casual conversation. Who wants to get married? No. It's disrespectful to the elderly. Wang Wu turned around again. Miss Shen, how can Mr. Gu be old? For a gentleman like him, there must be many girls rushing to marry him. You two are a perfect match. Xinqing Shuang's cheeks were flushed by what he said. She glanced at Gu Yunjin smiling at her. The affection in his smile could make her drown. Her face immediately became even redder. She had no choice but to vent her anger on the driver, Wang Gu. If you say these words again, I will not treat your brother. No. No. Wang Gu did not dare to joke about his brother's illness. He just said a few more words, because he thought they were interesting. He concentrated on driving and the horse ran. After half an hour, they arrived in front of a small courtyard. The courtyard was surrounded by trees and wild flowers. And further away was a large field of crops. Take a deep breath, and the air was very fresh. He stopped the horse, got off the car first, and then helped Xinqing Shuang down. Xiao Shi, there are guests at home. Wang Gu shouted at the top of his voice. Then the courtyard door opened, and a boy with the same dark complexion, but taller than Wang Gu came out. He looked like he was only 15 or 16 years old. Brother, you are back. I am back. This is Mr. Gu and Miss Shen. Wang Shi had never seen a guest in his house, let alone a handsome man and a beautiful lady. So he quickly invited them in. He poured 2 bowls of tea in a rough bowl. Don't be disgusted. Just drink a sip. Xinqing Shuang thanked him, and took the lead in putting the tea to her nose, and sniffed it quietly before Gu Yunjian. After what happened last night, she had to be careful. Only after she was sure that everything was fine did she drink the tea. This tea is quite sweet. There is nothing in the mountains, but there is a lot of spring water. After drinking the tea, Xinqing Shuang said to Wang Shi, little brother, sister will take your pulse. Sister? Although Wang Shi was not very old, he felt that this little girl was not older than him. But his brother spoke, so he had to stretch out his arm. After taking his pulse, Xinqing Shuang said, your symptoms are not serious, and it is not difficult to treat. When did the cold attack last time? Wang Shi looked at her in disbelief. Such a little girl could cure his disease? Wang Gu hit him on the back of his head. What are you doing? Didn't you hear your sister's question? Wang Shi rubbed his head. The next one should start in 10 days. Okay. I know. Let your brother take you to Lai Fuan to find me on the 9th day. He drank another bowl of tea and prepared to go home. But Wang Gu insisted on keeping them for lunch. It was hard to refuse such a kind invitation. So he stayed and treated it as a farmhouse. Wang Shi, how did you get this cold? Wang Shi couldn't remember clearly and looked at his brother. Wang Gu scooped a bowl of water into the pot and sighed. My aunt brought back 3 bottles and told us not to move. But Xiaoshu was only 5 years old at the time. When he saw the beautiful bottles, he opened one and the water inside flowed out. He touched it with his hand. At that time, his aunt found out and quickly pulled him away. Later, we found out that it was not water, but poison. There was still no antidote for the poison. Thinking of this, Wang Gui felt sorry for his brother. Then what? Shin Qingxuang asked. Then we quickly washed our hands with water, thinking that everything was fine. Who knew that Xiaoshu would feel cold all over every month? And it was useless to wear more clothes. His lips were blue and purple, and he couldn't speak. He saw many doctors, but they couldn't even find the cause of the disease. Is it the same as yours? Gu Yunjin said bitterly. The same. Thinking that he had to suffer this torture every month. Shin Qingxuang was also very sad and shook his hand. He smiled at her. It's okay. Shin Qingxuang still had a question. Wang Gui, why did your aunt bring 3 bottles of poison home for no reason? She didn't want to take it home, but to Dachi, saying that her master needed it. Dachi? Shin Qingxuang was shocked. And so was Gu Yunjian. Wang Gui was stunned for a moment, and nodded honestly. Who is her master? I don't know. My aunt never told us about these things. But she asked someone to send some silver back every 6 months for my cousins. Gu Yunjin asked, what's your aunt's name? Wang Jifeng. Chapter 136. Are you flirting with me? Back at Lai Fu Inn, Shin Qingxuang lay on the couch thinking about the name Wang Gui mentioned. Wang Jifeng. Wang Jifeng. Who is it? Qingxuang. Can I come in? Gu Yunjian's voice came from outside the door. Come in, brother Yunjian. It's okay. Gu Yunjian took 2 fruits and handed one to her. Why are you frowning? She climbed up from the couch and leaned on a pillow, thinking about something. Took a bite of the fruit and raised her eyebrows. So sweet. Where did it come from? I just went out for a walk and saw some on the roadside. So I bought some. I was afraid you wouldn't like it, so I washed 2 for you to try. Oh, the little uncle actually bought fruits on the roadside. How strange. She teased while eating. Gu Yunjin smiled. After staying in Lingyuan for a long time, I always want to add some worldly flavor. Seeing that she had finished 1 fruit, he handed her another one. Do you want more? Sure. She didn't bother to be polite with him. After all, he was not an outsider. When she took the fruit, she noticed his hand. His fingers were slender, and his joints were distinct. He was so elegant even when handing a fruit. Seeing her staring at her hand, Gu Yunjian also looked at it, and didn't find anything wrong. What's wrong? She looked up and smiled at him. Your hands are so beautiful. Beautiful? His face turned slightly red. Aren't they all like this? No. They are white and slender. Like a little girl. How could it be? At least it's bigger than a little girl's hand. Shin Qingxuang took the fruit and bit it in her mouth, holding his hand and matching her own hand with his. She wanted to see how much bigger it was. But she had no idea that Gu Yunjian's heart was hit in an instant. And he even forgot to breathe. She took a bite of the fruit and muttered, it's a lot bigger. She was about to pull her hand back, but he held it. His fingers slowly passed through her fingers. Shin Qingxuang held hands with a man for the first time, and she was at a loss for a moment. Gu Yunjian never thought that he would be so bold, but he didn't want to let go. He observed her reaction. If she was disgusted, he would withdraw his hand. He looked at her carefully and suddenly felt like laughing. For so many years, others respected and feared him, but he was so careful only in front of her. He was afraid of offending her, and afraid that she would hate him. But he couldn't resist the urge to take it a step further with her, especially after meeting He Lianchao. The uninhibited young man was handsome and eloquent, and it was obvious that he wanted to get close to her. He was introverted and indifferent, not good at expressing himself. He would still be in Chu for some time. He had a hunch that He Lianchao would come to see her again, and he was afraid that the girl would be tempted. At the age of first love, nothing can be predicted. He wanted a status that he could openly like her, at least to confirm that she had a good impression of him. He quietly observed her. There was surprise, confusion, curiosity, and panic in her eyes. She even forgot to eat the fruit. The fruit she had bitten was held in her other hand. There was a mark on it with a nail mark, and it was oozing juice. Are you nervous? No. She shook her head subconsciously and lowered her eyes a little. Gu Yunjian smiled at her and slowly let go of her hand. Is this fruit sweet? Sweet. Feeling a little embarrassed, She held the fruit and chewed it absent-mindedly. She kept thinking about his actions just now. Was he trying to express something? Or did she misunderstand again? She always felt that since that deep misunderstanding was resolved, the relationship between the two of them had changed unconsciously. I don't know if this change is good or not, but sometimes it makes her heart beat. For example, just now, her already rosy lips were stained with the juice of the fruit, becoming more and more beautiful and rosy. And Gu Yunjian had the urge to kiss her. When they were about to touch, the little girl was so scared that she dropped the fruit and stared at him with wide eyes. His handsome face was so close to her. His breath was so close to her. And his pleasant smell was so close to her. All of which made her at a loss. And her hands tightly grasped her clothes. But she grabbed the wrong one. And grabbed his clothes. Gu Yunjian smiled. She was nervous. There happened to be a petal on her shoulder. And he picked it up and put it in his palm as if nothing had happened. Hey! It might have been blown by the wind. Then he placed the kiss that had nowhere to go on her forehead. Shin Shuang looked at him suspiciously. And she always felt that he couldn't have gotten so close to her just to get the petal. You just did it for it. She pointed at his palm. The little uncle said him, but obviously didn't dare to look at her. Lie! I didn't. Anyway, no matter what she said, he was determined to deny it. Shin Shuang snorted, and moved closer to his lips as if playing a prank, like a dragonfly touching the water, and then looked at him in protest. The little uncle's face turned red, like a cooked shrimp, with nowhere to go except for his hands, and his heart beating fast at that moment. He looked at her in disbelief, and touched his lips. You flirted with me? Yes. What? Who told you to tease me just now? It's just a matter of return. She slapped him on the forehead, and turned to run. But he stopped her. This is how it works. He held her waist with one hand, and held her head with the other, staring at her gently. Time seemed to have stopped. Just as he was about to kiss her lips, she begged for mercy. Brother Yunjian. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Gu Yunjian was speechless. What was she apologizing for at this time? Brother Yunjian. I shouldn't have been frivolous with you. Please forgive me. Discovering his hesitation, the little girl apologized more diligently. The bright and clear eyes were aggrieved, as if he kissed her, he would be an unforgivable villain. He sighed, reluctantly helped her stand up, turned around and poured a cup of tea, and suppressed the impulse. The little girl smiled with her hands covering her mouth. She knew how to control him. Are you angry? No. That's good. She ran to him. When you were not here, I was wondering who Wang Guo was talking about. Wang Jifeng. I felt very familiar with her. What about you? Gu Yunjian gently pinched her face, as if to make up for his disappointment. If I'm right, Wang Guo's aunt is Jifeng Mammy beside the Queen Mother. Ah! Shin Shuang slapped her forehead. It made sense. The Queen Mother had always regarded him as her mortal enemy. She was the one who sent someone to poison the coffin. It was logical. Why didn't she think of it? You are still smart. You are smart. But I just haven't thought of it yet. Shin Shuang nodded. Yes. I just haven't thought of it yet. Brother Yunjian. Do I still need to treat Wang Shi? Gu Yunjian said, these are two different things. Since you have agreed, just treat him. After all, it was not their brothers who harmed me. And this is a matter of saving people. Kind Shuang is the cutest. Then we have to go to Qiongling Pavilion again. I still need a plant of orchid grass. I thought this kind of herb was hard to come by, but I didn't expect it to be placed in the most conspicuous place. Shin Shuang was excited. It was easy to get it, but there was only one clerk inside, and no seller. How much is this? Shin Shuang pointed at it and asked. 400 taels of silver. 400 taels? Are you sure? Sure. Shin Shuang took the orchid grass in her hand and looked at it repeatedly to make sure it was okay. Excuse me. Why is it so cheap? People are always like this. The price is too high, and they feel it is not worth it. The asking price was too low, and I thought there was something fishy going on. Shin Shuang was no exception. The clerk said. To be honest, this was something our young master bought yesterday. He didn't need it, so he sold it cheaply. Young master? Shin Shuang and Gu Yunjian looked at each other and thought of someone at the same time. Chapter 137. Mr. He's thinking is really narrow-minded. Yes, it's me, Mr. He, who spent 30,400 taels of silver and a jade pendant worth no less than 10,000 gold. He Lianchao appeared leisurely waving a fan. And the waiter immediately saluted respectfully, "Young pavilion master." With a wave of the fan, the waiter retreated respectfully. He Lianchao handed the brocade box to Shin Shuang. "Miss Shuang. After all the twists and turns, this orchid grass finally fell into your hands. This is fate. It's a bad fate. Right?" Shin Shuang took out a 400 tael silver note and put it on the table. "The silver and goods are paid. Goodbye, Mr. He." "So straightforward?" He Lianchao shook his head and smiled. Then flew in front of her and said with a smile, "Miss Shuang, we meet again. What a coincidence. Is this guy sick? He can meet her 100 or 80 times a day like this." Shin Shuang didn't know how to deal with it. If she didn't talk, he would pester her. If she talked, she would always feel that her IQ would be lower than his. And then he would defeat her with his rich experience. Feeling melancholy, Gu Yunjin said lightly, "Mr. He, do you have something to ask for?" He Lianchao's eyes lit up. And he immediately praised, "Your Majesty is right. I do have something to ask for. To be precise, it's two things. Would you two sit down and talk in detail? Here? How can you talk in detail with a table and a chair?" But he patted the corner of the table. And a door immediately opened on the wall. Shin Shuang laughed dumbly. There are secret passages everywhere. The palace is. Sushui Liusham Garden is. The Imperial Mausoleum is. And now even this small compartment in Xiongling Pavilion has one. She was a little afraid to enter. But Gu Yunjian was very calm. He reached out his hand to her. And she naturally held it. And was no longer afraid. He Lianchao looked at the two people's hands holding together. And then looked at his left hand holding his right hand. Feeling sad? Through this door, there is a different world inside. The luxurious and elegant decoration can be compared to the Shoan Palace of concubine Xian. "Please sit down." He Lianchao personally made tea. And his movements were extremely elegant. It's a pity that this elegance has no attraction in front of Shin Shuang. She is interested in this tea, this pot, and this cup. Seeing her looking at him, He Lianchao raised his eyebrows and smiled. And his desire to show off became stronger. "Miss Shuang, are you attracted by my handsome appearance?" Shin Shuang laughed. "I just can't understand how Mr. He can be so confident with such an ordinary appearance." Mr. He was unhappy and fanned himself with his fan. "Ordinary? What do you mean by ordinary? You can find someone more handsome than me." Shin Shuang raised her eyebrows. "Is it difficult? I have seen the world. Isn't there one in front of you?" Gu Yunjian's eyes were full of pampering. And his smile was like the first spring water and the first spring forest. He Lianchao was speechless and snorted. "The 15th prince is famous for his handsomeness and daki. And I won't compare with him." "You can't compare with him." "So you say that? Don't talk nonsense. Get to the point. What's the hurry? Have a cup of tea first." He poured 3 cups of tea and handed 2 cups to them. Gu Yunjian was about to drink. But she stopped him. Seeing this, He Lianchao crossed his arms and smiled. "Miss Shuang, you don't suspect that I poisoned you, do you?" Shin Shuang smiled slightly and exchanged Gu Yunjian's cup with his. "Isn't it? How about asking Mr. He to drink first as a sign of respect?" He Lianchao's face changed. Pretending to be calm, "It's the same pot of tea. Why change it?" "Because the poison is in the cup, not in the tea." Her casual words stirred up a commotion in He Lianchao's heart. Seeing Gu Yunjian frowning, Shin Shuang reached out to smooth it out. Blinked and smiled. "Don't worry. I'm here to keep you safe." "I know." Fortunately, she was there. Otherwise the old poison would not have gone away. And new poison would have been added, which would have been enough for him to bear. She saved him again. And I'm afraid I can't repay her except by giving her my body. He Lianchao looked defeated. "How did you know?" "I just knew it." The little girl glanced at him with contempt. "Tell me, why did you poison me?" Gu Yunjian answered for him. "The woman who sneaked into your room last night was his. I think he can't cure your poison. So I want to try you to see if it's really that powerful." He Lianchao was even more surprised. "You even know this? Didn't you say that you live in a secluded garden and don't care about the world?" Gu Yunjian smiled indifferently. "Not caring about the world doesn't mean you don't understand the world. Mr. He is really narrow-minded to think like this." "Narrow-minded? Just treat it as narrow-minded. To be honest, I just wanted to take a look at Miss Shuang's bracelet. So I found a woman to steal it. But I failed." He Lianchao blushed slightly. "And it was really shameless to do such a thing. You are honest." Shin Shuang rolled her eyes at him. Your brother Yunjian has exposed everything. You have to be honest. He smiled awkwardly and drank a sip of tea to ease the embarrassment. Your cup is poisoned. Gu Yunjian's calm voice sounded like a bolt from the blue to He Lianchao. He had forgotten about it. Hurry up and find the antidote. The left sleeve didn't have it, so he went to the right sleeve. But he still couldn't find it after 3 attempts. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Shen Shuang pointed at his fan leisurely, on which hung a small sachet. Is it in there? Yes. 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 He Lianchao hurriedly poured the antidote into a clean cup, and then poured some tea into it and drank it quickly. Only then did he feel at ease. The poison cup was smashed again. This is a hidden danger. How do you know the antidote is in the sachet? Because it is bulging. And I have never seen such a strange sachet hanging on a fan. It is neither fish nor fowl. If there is no trick, then it is extremely low taste. He Lianchao was embarrassed by what he said, and cleared his throat. Miss Shuang, that woman was poisoned by you. Can you give me the antidote? Don't you have a clear price for your Qiongling pavilion? 10,000 taels of silver. And the antidote will be given to you. It is not her style not to take advantage of a bargain. So expensive? Gu Yunjian felt that it was a bit too much. Shen Shuang whispered, I received 90,000 taels for the lives of concubine Xian and Gu Jinhao. This 10,000 taels is not expensive. Anyway, he is stupid and rich. Gu Yunjian said and smiled, then you also want to help me treat my cold. How much do you expect to charge? We are so familiar with each other. How can I ask for more? Of course. If he wants to give, she will not refuse. Gu Yunjian said, if you want it, please. How about I give you Ling Yuan? Ah? Then where do you live? Gu Yunjian smiled at her. It doesn't matter if you charge me more. Right? You are kidding again. She hit him. Suddenly, she felt that she was suspected of flirting. So she stopped playing and sat up straighter, waiting for Mr. He to take the banknote. In He Lianchao's opinion, money is not a big deal. What is important is face. You can't let people accuse him of asking people to do things, but not caring about their lives. Here is 10,000 taels of silver. Give me the antidote. He took the silver note from the inner room and placed it in front of Shen Shuang. Shen Shuang took out a small porcelain bottle from the ugly cloth bag and poured out a pill. Dissolve it with water. Soak your hand in it. And wait until the color on your hand fades. Is it that simple? How about I give you a more complicated poison? He Lianchao shook his head quickly. No. No. Thank you. Thank you. After a pause, he said embarrassedly, I have another thing. Can you show me this bracelet? No. You don't have any treasures here. Why do you have to see my bracelet? He Lianchao saw her pull her sleeves down again, and scratched his head speechlessly. He is not a thief. Should he be so defensive against him? But he did send thieves to steal her, and his confidence was gone again. Gu Yunjian felt strange. Do you know this bracelet? In front of him. He Lianchao didn't want to hide it, but he couldn't hide it. Such an indifferent and aloof person, who didn't fight with the world, could see through his heart, which made him feel a little scary. To be honest with the 15th prince, I feel like I have seen it before. I have seen a similar bracelet in a painting of my father. But there is a faint cloud shape in that bracelet. So I want to take a closer look. Cloud shape? Shen Shuang was happy. Is it so interesting? She pulled up her sleeves and slowly turned the bracelet to observe. Gu Yunjian smiled and said, no need to look. It's the one, he said. He Lianchao was surprised. But how could it be in Miss Shuang's hands? I gave it to her. Chapter 138. I dreamed that I was not myself. Where did you get the bracelet? He Lianchao asked hurriedly. Gu Yunjian did not answer directly, but said, maybe you can ask your father. He Lianchao waved his hands. His eyebrows were helpless. I asked. He didn't tell me at all. So I was curious. Gu Yunjian smiled slightly. If you tell him that you saw the owner of the bracelet, he will probably tell you. We live in Lai Fuan. If you are free, you can accompany your father to sit. Shen Shuang sighed long. Brother Yunjian, how could Mr. He not know where we live? He has sent people to steal. He Lianchao held his forehead with one hand, regretting that he had provoked such a sharp-tongued girl, who always made him speechless. But she is so cute. He likes it. He threw a coquettish eye at the little girl, and in return he rolled his eyes. He sighed and talked about business first. Your Highness, my father has gone to another place, and has not said when he will return. When will you leave Chu? Gu Yunjian deliberately said, 5 days at most. If your father can't make it in time to meet, then we'll do it next time. No. I'll send someone to inform him now. Lianchao often saw his father opening the painting and looking at it intently, thinking it must be a very important thing. Now that the owner of the bracelet has appeared, if he tells him, he will definitely win his great praise. After being scolded for so many years, he also wants to taste the taste of being praised. Qingshuang, let's go. Take you to play. The matter has been done. Gu Yunjian doesn't want to stay any longer. He thinks this playboy is extremely dangerous, always wanting to hook up with little girls. As soon as he stretched out his hand, Qingshuang really handed it to him. He was happy in his heart. Wouldn't this be a habit? With time, it won't be a problem. After leaving Qianglin Pavilion, Qingshuang asked him, who is Lianchao's father? Why do you want to see him? Gu Yunjian bought a string of candied haws and handed it to her. I don't know who he is, but I'll know when I see him. I think he is the person mentioned in my father's letter. Are candied haws sweet? She ate one. I can't say. Sugar is sweet, but haws are not sweet. Gu Yunjian was amused by her answer. He was telling the truth, but it didn't seem to answer. Do you want to try it? She asked him. Okay. He lowered his head and bit one from her string. I think it's sweet. It wasn't the sugar, nor the haws. That was sweet, but the heart-thumping feeling that she was willing to eat a candied haws with him. He held her hand tightly, and gradually, before she noticed, they became intertwined fingers. Miss. Qingshuang was fiddling with a pearl hairpin when she heard a familiar voice. Turning around, it was Lao Shang. The old man wiped the sweat from his forehead, pointed at a young man behind him, and said with a smile, Miss, this is Zhao Shirtu, our banker. I heard that there was a thief in your room last night, and I was very worried. I want Zhao Shirtu to keep watch for you at night. He knows some kung fu, and he will definitely let you sleep peacefully. Keep watch? Then you don't have to run to Gu Yun's room to sleep. Qingshuang thanked him repeatedly. Thank you, Lao Shang. By the way, don't call me old slave all the time. It's weird. Okay. I won't call you old slave anymore. When his eyes fell on the hands of the two, Lao Shang's old face blossomed. This Mr. Gu has gentle features at first glance. Not bad. Miss, I won't bother you anymore. Mr. Gu, please take good care of my young lady. Gu Yunjian felt that the old man's meaningful smile was very similar to Uncle Wu's. He understood what he meant and nodded and smiled. I will. He thought the girl would continue shopping, but unexpectedly she dragged him to a medicine shop. What are you doing here? Buy some herbs to make medicine at the inn. The clerk in the medicine shop looked at her with admiration and prepared them for her one by one. Miss, what else do you want? Qingshuang stood on tiptoe and looked around. Do you have a pot for boiling medicine for sale? Pot? I have been selling medicine for so many years, but I have never met anyone who wants to buy a pot. She ran in and asked the shopkeeper. Saying one word, sell. Gu Yunjian carried the herbs and held the pot. Smiling, I look like a servant. Servant? Is there such a handsome servant? She handed the last candied haws to his mouth. Don't waste it. Don't waste it. Gu Yunjian felt that this candied haws was not as sweet as the first one. It was sour. He asked the waiter of Lai Fu in for a small stove, and moved it directly back to the window in the room to prepare to boil the medicine. Gu Yunjian handed her the clean herbs. Why don't you do this in the kitchen? There will be a smell of medicine in the room. Qingshuang picked out some herbs and put them into the pot together with 2 orchid grasses. She also took a few small porcelain bottles from the ugly cloth bag, poured out a few pills from each bottle, and put them in. After wiping his hands, he smiled slyly. If I were in the kitchen, I'd be afraid someone would tamper with it. It's different here. I can sleep while you watch the fire. I can watch the fire in the kitchen. 2. The kitchen is too fumed. Can you stand it? Besides, I can sleep more peacefully with you beside me. Does this mean that he brings her a sense of security? Gu Yunjian felt that this was an affirmation of him. Rubbing her hair, then you go to sleep. Telling him to call her after an hour. Qingshuang climbed onto the bed, pulled up the quilt, and went to sleep. Just as she closed her eyes, she got up again. Brother Yunjian, give me your hand. Gu Yunjian walked over, thinking that she was going to hold his hand, but she was just checking his pulse. She was being sentimental again. She took back her hand. If you feel cold these 2 days, tell me in time. Even at night. Okay. Before an hour. She woke up. She was awakened by a dream. Seeing her panic in her eyes, Gu Yunjian hurried over, touching the back of her hand. It was very cold. Did you have a nightmare? She said and patted her forehead, trying to pat out all the dreams. What did you dream about that scared you so much? He sat in front of the couch, holding her hand, feeling distressed. She stared at him blankly, but didn't know what to say. She dreamed that the original Shinqing Shuang came back, and she separated from this body. She was no longer Shinqing Shuang. She didn't know who she was. She was like a lonely ghost. She couldn't participate in this world, but she couldn't go back to her original place. Her father, her brothers, and Gu Yunjian. All the people she cared about only remembered the original owner. No one remembered her. Just like when she came. No one remembered the original owner. They thought the original owner and she were the same person. But they were obviously two different people. She didn't know why she had this dream. And she didn't know if it meant anything. But this dream made her panic. And everything that was real began to be unreal. She was a little afraid that she would disappear suddenly. Because there was already something here that she was attached to. Those hazy feelings had gradually become clear without her realizing it. Qing Shuang? Gu Yunjian waved his hand in front of her eyes. What did you dream about? I'm worried. She lowered her eyes. And tears fell on his hands one by one, which made him even more sad. He took out a handkerchief to wipe her eyes. But she hugged him. This made him at a loss. And he felt that the matter was even more serious. I dreamed that I was not me. She choked and buried her head in his arms. Gu Yunjian didn't understand. You are not you. Then who are you? I don't know who I am. But you don't remember me. Because there is another Shinqing Shuang who is exactly like me. She raised her head, her eyes red, and cried again. Gu Yunjian was heartbroken. He kissed her forehead and comforted her softly. Don't let your imagination run wild. Even if there are 10 identical versions of you, I will only remember you. Don't be afraid. I will be with you. Chapter 139. So, are you willing to accept me? She looked into his clear eyes and didn't believe it at all. You're lying. They are exactly the same. How can you tell them apart? Gu Yunjian held her in his arms and whispered. The only thing that is the same is the appearance. The behavior and character are different. As long as you are careful, you can tell them apart. I want to think about how to explain it. By the way, just like Chong Tung in the secret passage of the palace, although he disguised himself as me and your elder brother, you can still find the difference. She smiled embarrassedly. I didn't find it. And I misunderstood you. Gu Yunjian pretended to sigh. That's because you don't take me to heart. You conscienceless little girl. He was gentle and patient, like a trickle in a mountain stream. Everything was silent, but it slowly dissipated the fear in Shinqing Shuang's heart. She sat up straight, blinked and asked him, Brother Yunjian, what if I disappear one day? Will you still remember me? He was startled for a moment, then smiled again and wiped away the tears on her face. Qing Shuang, life is short, and no one can escape death. If you leave before me, I can't promise that I will remember you, because I don't know what will happen in the next life. What is certain is that I will accompany you to leave this world. Leave together? Shinqing Shuang was shocked, and her voice trembled. Why? Because my life is originally a calm old well, but it is just a day by day, and it is you who makes me nostalgic. The blooming and falling of the lotus in Lingyuan only shows the passage of time to me. After you came, I found that the lotus has fragrance. If you are gone, I can't go back to the state without you. His eyes were as bright as stars, and as gentle as spring water. Perhaps he felt that it was too straightforward, so he scratched his head and smiled. She stared at him intently, and had to admit that she was moved. She raised her sleeve to wipe her eyes, hesitated for a while, and asked, Brother Yunjian, do you really like me? Gu Yunjian's handsome face suddenly turned red, and his heart was about to jump out. At this time, she nestled in his arms obediently, full of dependence. She was looking for an answer from him. His intuition told him that if he didn't say it at this time, he might not have a chance. Even if there was, his mood would be different. Zheng nodded, yes. I like it. I like it very much. Not the kind of sister? She asked again. He smiled and shook his head, no. It's the kind of I will never regret even if my clothes become looser and looser. And I will become haggard for her. It's the kind of I wish I was like the stars, and you are like the moon, shining brightly every night. Her face was hot. She rubbed it with her hand, but it was still very hot. Even her ears were hot. After a moment of silence, he looked up and asked, "Don't you mind the rumors about me before?" He shook his head again. "Since it's a rumor, why should you mind? People are ignorant and believe what others say, but not what they feel." She smiled at him. "Brother Yunjian, you must remember that the first time we met was in Inui Garden. The second time we met was outside the Imperial Mausoleum. And that was me. The me in front of you." Gu Yunjian scratched her nose. "Okay. I remember. From the day Qingyan brought you to me, you are now you. Let me tell you. The third time we met was in Shoan Palace. After that, you gave me a peace locket." "Yes." She nodded repeatedly. She really understood everything at once. Seeing her active again, Gu Yunjian felt relieved. However, counting the first and second times, he thought of something. Something that made him happy when he thought of it. "What's wrong?" She shook his arm and laughed like this. "Could it be a good thing? I told you not to be angry." "No. You say it." She stared at him straight, hoping it was not something embarrassing. Gu Yunjian couldn't say it. Raised his hand to cover his forehead, but she pulled it down. "Hurry up." Being urged by her, he had to say, "Qing Shuang, do you remember that you flirted with me? Are you talking about today? I was just teasing you." "Not today. Before." "Ah?" Qing Shuang sat up straight. "But I don't remember it at all. You got drunk the night I stayed at Shin's house. You kissed my face. And here." He pointed to his lips. Qingyan saw it. "And he was the one who carried you back to the room. There were witnesses." Qing Shuang no longer doubted. But she really couldn't stay any longer. If she didn't run away now, would she wait for the new year? She threw open the quilt and ran away. But he pulled her back. She lowered her head guiltily. "You are the little uncle of Dachi. You should be generous and not argue with me for trivial matters. Don't you think?" "No. The little uncle is innocent too. I have to argue with him." She was deflated and muttered, "It was just a kiss. It didn't hurt your innocence at all." "Yes." Qing Shuang snorted. "Don't tell me you've never been kissed by a woman in the past 20 years. "No. Only you." She looked up in disbelief, but saw him looking at her with a smile. "Why did you ask me if I liked you just now?" She rubbed her forehead, face, and hands. "I just suspected it. So I came to you to confirm it. Now that it's confirmed, what are you going to do to me?" She looked at him, then at the ground. She looked at him again, then at the ground again. After a long time, she whispered, "I have to be responsible for my rose." "What rose?" Gu Yunjian didn't understand what she said. After 2 instant sticks of time, Gu Yunjian finished listening to the story of the little prince, the rose, and the little fox under Qing Shuang's narration. He slowly held her hand, blurring his vision. "So, are you willing to accept me?" She imitated his previous behavior and passed her fingers through his fingers. "How about we try to get along?" He was so excited that he couldn't help himself and kept saying yes. "But I have another condition." "Hmm?" Gu Yunjian was stunned for a moment, then said, "I know. 1 person for life." "Deal." She was about to run, but he pulled her back. "You're not wearing shoes." The smell of medicine in the room became stronger and stronger, and Gu Yunjian felt that it was the best smell in the world. Looking at her focused look, he was more determined than ever before, just for her decision. After dinner, Zhao Shirtu came and moved a chair to guard in front of Qing Shuang's door. The next morning, he left after she got up. 2 days passed like this, and the days were peaceful and interesting. On the morning of the 3rd day, the waiter came to find Gu Yunjian and said that a girl was looking for him. "Girl?" Gu Yunjian didn't know any girl. Qing Shuang asked, "Could it be Qinyo Yu? Then let's go together." He reached out to her, but she smiled and put her hands behind her back. "Will it spoil the fun if I go?" How could he not see her thoughts? He held her hand and sighed. "I finally got a status. I must not make any mistakes." At first glance, it was indeed Qinyo Yu. She wore a light green dress, which made her look fresh and lovely. 15th Prince, I hope I didn't disturb you. Gu Yunjian smiled faintly. "Princess, you are too kind. I wonder why the princess wants to see me." Qinyo Yu reluctantly moved her eyes away from their clasped hands. "To be honest, I am a guest today, and there is someone else who wants to see you." Gu Yunjian thought for a moment and smiled. "Your elder brother?" Qin Youyu looked surprised and nodded. Your Highness guessed correctly. It is my elder brother Qin Xiaoyuan. Chapter 140. The little prince invited me today to apologize. Gu Yunjian thought Qin Xiaoyuan was nearby, so he asked her to lead the way. Qin Youyu smiled and said, Brother is waiting for the prince and Miss Shen in Dieshio Tower, and the carriage is ready. Gu Yunjian was worried that it would be inconvenient to ride in the same carriage with her. So he said, Princess, you and Qingshuang ride in the carriage, and I will ride a horse. Shen Qingshuang's eyes lit up when she heard it. Brother Yunjian, you can ride a horse? He deliberately sighed. So in your mind I don't know anything. She explained, you don't know martial arts. So I thought you don't know how to ride a horse. He scratched her nose, his eyes as gentle as water. I know a lot. You have to slowly discover it. Do you want to ride a horse too? I can't. She lowered her head, a little embarrassed. Gu Yunjian smiled slightly, pulled her to the front of the horse, and carefully helped her up. She lay on the horse's back nervously, not daring to move. The horse paced a few times, scaring her to tears. It was so frightening. I don't want to ride a horse. I want to take a car. As she closed her eyes and shouted. Gu Yunjian also got on the horse and sat behind her. He held the reins in one hand and helped her lean against him with the other hand, and said with a smile, Are you sure you don't want to ride? She slowly opened her eyes, turned her head to see him, and laughed. Ride. Gu Yunjian rubbed her long hair and said to Qin Youyu, Princess, let's go. Qin Youyu felt sour in her heart, and smiled politely. Okay. She got on the carriage, lifted the curtain, looked at their frolicking joy, and reluctantly let the curtain down. The horse ran neither fast nor slow, and Shen Qingshuang felt very comfortable with the breeze blowing past her ears. Brother Yunjian, who taught you how to ride? She leaned against him and asked with her head raised. Gu Yunjian looked down at her, then looked forward. Uncle Wu taught me. He wanted to teach me martial arts, but I didn't like it, so I didn't learn it. She said, Learning martial arts is very hard. You have Jueyun and the others anyway, so it doesn't matter whether you learn it or not. He smiled. If I knew I would meet you, I would have learned it no matter how hard it was. At least you won't have to worry about danger when you're with me. Shen Qingshuang blinked and smiled. I'm not worried now. Being with you, I feel like being with my elder brother. I feel safe and secure. He tapped her forehead. It's not the feeling of an elder brother. It's the feeling of brother Yunjian. You said you wanted to try to be together, so you can't treat me as your brother anymore. Okay. Qin Youyu's carriage led the way in front, and Shen Qingshuang thought of a problem. Why does Yuan call Qin Youyu big sister, but Qin Youyu calls Qin Xiaoyuan big brother? How is the order arranged? Gu Yunjian said, Qin Youyu is not the emperor's biological daughter, but the legitimate daughter of his brother, King Dingbei. After King Dingbei died, the emperor took pity on her and brought her into the palace to be raised by concubine Li. She is younger than Qin Xiaoyuan and older than Qin Xiaojun, so she is the second princess of the Chu kingdom. Does she have any brothers or sisters? She has a younger sister who is a concubine. Both sisters are older than Qin Yuan, so Qin Yuan sometimes calls her big sister. Shen Qingshuang suddenly realized that this was the reason. Once again, she was surprised. How do you know all this? Gu Yunjian's eyes showed the pride of a young man. Isn't it amazing? After thinking for a while, he said, Qin Xiaoyuan wants to see me, probably because of Tang Xi's matter. You don't have to pay attention to him. Just play your own game. Dieshio Tower. Qin Youyu pushed open a door and walked in. Brother, the 15th prince and Miss Shen are here. A young man in a crimson python robe turned around and walked up to him quickly. 15th prince. I have heard of your great name for a long time. Gu Yunjian nodded and smiled. I have also heard of the great name of the eldest prince for a long time. I am honored to be invited by the eldest prince. After the greetings, Qin Xiaoyuan's eyes fell on Shen Qingshuang, and he saw that she had bright eyes and white teeth, and was lively and smart. I thought Qin Youyu was already charming, but she was actually much less attractive in front of her. Gu Yunjian didn't like him always looking at the little girl, so he introduced her first. This is the daughter of General Dingen of our country, and she is here with me to visit Chu. Shen Qingshuang thought that the other party was a prince after all, so she should still pay a greeting. After all, her father often complained that she was not dignified and polite enough, so she should pay a little attention to the image of her family when she went out. But she had no chance at all. Just as she was about to bow, she was stopped by Gu Yunjian. He pulled a chair out a little. Sit down. Qin Shaoyuan smiled thoughtfully and called Qin Youyu to sit down together. But she saw her staring at Gu Yunjian absent-mindedly, and she couldn't help but feel angry. Youyu? Hearing his voice, Qin Youyu came back to her senses and sat down next to him. Each of them had a cup of tea. But they were all business flattery, which Shinqing Shuang was not interested in. Perhaps he couldn't flatter any more. So Qin Shaoyuan finally got to the point. Your Majesty, I invited you today to apologize. I am deeply saddened by the mistakes made by my third brother's bodyguard Tang Shi and Qi. I will now drink tea instead of wine as a token of my respect. Gu Yunjian also raised his cup and drank the tea. Tang Shi was wrong. But fortunately, he repented in time in the end. Which is rare. It's just that Chu lost 2 cities. Which is a big loss. Qin Shaoyuan smiled. Your Majesty is right. It's just that Tang Shi dared to assassinate the 4th prince of your country. And assassinated Miss Shen. And also caused the prince to be injured. Chu must pay a price for this. The loss of 2 cities is a big price. But the loss at the hands of Qin Shaojun is not a loss to him, but a benefit. Gu Yunjian smiled but said nothing. Qin Shaoyuan pushed the snacks in front of Shinqing Shuang. Miss Shen. This is the famous snack of Yeshio Tower. Youyu will order these every time she comes. Try them. Seeing that Gu Yunjian valued her very much, he wanted to use this to get closer to her. Shinqing Shuang gave him face, thanked him and concentrated on eating. After eating for a long time, they didn't continue to chat, but just drank tea slowly. Only Qin Youyu looked at Gu Yunjian from time to time. She had seen the impure thoughts in Qin Yuan's eyes when she looked at her third brother. The mood was not beautiful, and the cakes were not fragrant. It had been less than 3 days since she confirmed her relationship with Gu Yunjian, and he was already thinking about her? Are all the princesses of Chu country crazy about flowers? She looked at the handsome young man eagerly. Brother Yunjian, are you done talking? Otherwise, let's not waste the eldest prince's time. She wiped her hands and pulled his sleeves. Gu Yunjian nodded, and he wanted to see how long Qin Shaoyuan could hold back. Sure enough, as soon as he stood up, Qin Shaoyuan became anxious. 15th prince, please sit for a while. Does the eldest prince have anything else to do? Qin Shaoyuan's hand tightly grasped the cup, and when he put it down, a lot of tea in the cup splashed out. Qin Youyu wiped it with a handkerchief without making a sound. Your Highness, I want to ask if Tang Shi mentioned anything before he died. Finally asked. Gu Yunjian said calmly, nothing special. He only met the father and son of Changyu Marquis and his son. And then he committed suicide. Why does the eldest prince ask this? Chapter 141. How can you get anything from trying to get the skin of a tiger? He looked at Qin Shaoyuan calmly, as if he was just asking a normal question. But his calm eyes stirred up 1,000 waves in Qin Shaoyuan's heart. Just curious. Xiao Wang had contact with Tang Shi before, and felt that he was a person who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside, and was grateful for the kindness he had shown me. Gu Yunjian nodded. He is indeed a person who is grateful for the kindness he had shown me. Not only was he grateful for the kindness he had shown me, but he also knew what was a favor, and what was an exploit. He also knew who he should repay. Thinking of the confession that Tang Shi had given him before his death, he planned to keep it, although it was just a fight between Qin Shaoyuan and Qin Shaojun. Who knew if it would have an impact on Qi in the future? He had to be on guard, and his intuition told him that it would be of great use in the future. Qin Shaoyuan saw that he was thinking about something, and his heart skipped a beat for no reason. If it was someone else, he could still guess what he was thinking. But for Gu Yunjian, he couldn't guess it. I have always heard that this prince has lived in seclusion in Lingyuan for 10 years, and has developed an indifferent personality. The joy, anger, sorrow and happiness of ordinary people in him have been reduced again and again, until they can no longer be distinguished. But he has not asked what he wants to know. So he smiled awkwardly. It's not that I am slandering my third brother. His evil deeds have been exposed, and he will not care about someone who works hard for him. I want to know Tang Shi's last words, thinking that if he has any unfinished business, I can do it for him so that he can rest in peace. He grabbed the teacup and drank the tea in the cup, then put it down steadily. Gu Yunjian smiled again, but his smile was as faint as the clouds in the distance. I understand the good intentions of the eldest prince. If there is no last wish, it is to let Chang Yiho help him raise his young son. Apart from this, there is nothing else. If the eldest prince does not believe it, he can go to Daki to find Cheng Yi Ho for confirmation. Qin Xiaoyuan's heart sank. How dare he? He has learned that Tang Shi is the Longhua son of Cheng Yi Ho Jiangji. If it is known that he killed Tang Shi in order to strike Qin Xiaojun, the old man will kill him. Your Majesty, you are too kind. I believe you. It is a happy thing to meet you. So let's not talk about these things that will spoil the fun. I would like to invite you to have lunch together. I wonder if you would honor me. Gu Yunjian expressed his gratitude first, and then changed the subject. I appreciate the kindness of the eldest prince. But Qing Shuang did not sleep well last night, so I'd better send her back to rest. Qin Xiaoyuan then noticed that the little girl beside him was lying on the table with her eyes closed, and was stunned for a moment. Wasn't she very energetic when eating cakes just now? She fell asleep in just a short while? Qin Youyu was as surprised as he was. She was so excited when riding a horse. But she was sleepy? Gu Yunjian obviously didn't care about their attitude, and gently woke the little girl up. Qing Shuang. Let's go. Qing Shuang yawned, rubbed her eyes, said goodbye to them, and left with Gu Yunjian. Qin Xiaoyuan stood by the window and looked at the backs of the two people going away. Do you believe him? Qin Youyu said. His expression is very natural. It doesn't seem like he's lying. But I always feel that Tang Shi won't say nothing. Qin Youyu looked at him. If he said it, you would be responsible for the matter, instead of you taking advantage of it. I think he also resented Qin Xiaojun for threatening him with your. So he didn't mention your instructions at all. Qin Xiaoyuan turned his head and stared at her with a pair of deep eyes. You are right. And after so long, the Chengyi Marquis mansion did not send anyone to seek revenge on me. Qin Xiaoyuan sat down again and stared at the two cups opposite him absent-mindedly. He suddenly turned to Qin Youyu. His tone was extremely serious and warning. You have no say in your marriage, so stop thinking about it as soon as possible. Qin Youyu blushed at what he said, twisting her handkerchief. Brother, what are you talking about? Qin Xiaoyuan snorted and lifted her chin up. You know what I am talking about. Since you have chosen to stand on my side, you must listen to my arrangements. I will find a way to get you married to Daki, but not Gu Yunjian. Qin Youyu's eyes were filled with tears, and she felt wronged. I stand on your side. Why do you still interfere in my lifelong affairs? Qin Xiaoyuan stared at her coldly, and her eyes made her terrified. Because your marriage is the most advantageous weapon for me. Don't feel wrong. Yuan is the same. Didn't my third brother want to marry her to the second son of Cheng Yi Ho when he went to Daki last time? It's just that Tang Shi's affair was exposed, and he couldn't do it. That's all I have to say. Take care of yourself, and don't make me angry. After saying this, Qin Xiaoyuan turned and left. I only heard Qin Youyu whispered, I want to marry someone I like. What did you say? He turned around and looked at her indifferently, then sneered. Say it again. Qin Youyu ran to him and knelt down, pulling his clothes. Brother, since you want to marry to Daki, why can't you marry the 15th prince? Don't forget that he was the crown prince designated by the emperor of Daki. Qin Xiaoyuan gently pulled out the corner of his clothes and pulled her up with one hand. You are right. But for so long, has Gu Yunjian ever looked at you? Not to mention that he will never marry you. Even if he marries you, Ling Yuan will only have one more abandoned woman. Then I am willing to do that. Hearing her words, Qin Xiaoyuan laughed. Ridiculous. Childish. Ignorant. He wiped away the tears from her eyes abruptly, and said word by word, even if you become an abandoned woman, you must become an abandoned woman that is beneficial to me. Your words just now reminded me that I already have a suitable candidate. When I have planned it, I will tell you in detail. Qin Youyu's heart trembled, and she said in a trembling voice, What do you want to do? Don't be so scared. It's just getting married. Don't worry. You are my most beloved sister. I will never treat you unfairly. His laughter was getting farther and farther away, but Qin Youyu's fear was getting deeper and deeper. She knew that he was cruel and could do anything, so she chose him instead of Qin Xiaojun. But I didn't expect that one day he would treat me like that. How can you get anything from trying to get the skin of a tiger? Gu Yunjian thought the girl would go back to the inn to rest, but she jumped and pulled him through the long street, interested in everything. Aren't you sleepy just now? He persuaded her softly. Go back and rest for a while? No. She refused very straightforwardly. Seeing him frown, she smiled slyly. I was just pretending to be sleepy. Qin Xiaoyuan is playing tricks on you. I don't like it. I feel he is even more hateful than Qin Shaojun. Gu Yunjian was a little helpless. But he admitted that she was smart, and gave him a good excuse to leave. Seeing her covering her mouth and laughing, he asked, "What do you want to say? Also, I don't like Qin Youyu staring at you like that." As if she has never seen a handsome young man. Gu Yunjian's heart was full of flowers. She was praising him for his handsomeness. Gently touching her forehead, I didn't look at her. Her face turned red, like the beautiful lotus petals in Ling Yuan. I know. Otherwise, do you think it would be so easy to get through? She pushed him away, and turned and ran away. It was not until dinner time that they returned to Lai Fuan. The waiter said that a family of 3 had been waiting at the door for a long time. How long is this long time? Shin Qingxuang asked. The waiter thought for a while. 4 hours. A family of 3. 4 hours? Gu Yunjian was confused and had no clue at all. 3 people stood in the corridor of the room. Their movements were surprisingly consistent, and they looked in the same direction in a trance. An old man, a middle-aged man, and a young man. This is the family of 3? You're looking for me? Gu Yunjian asked. The 3 turned around at the same time. Gu Yunjian and Shin Qingxuang knew the young man. He Lianchao. While they were surprised, the old man led the 2 of them to come quickly, and kneel down in front of Gu Yunjian. Gu Yunjian didn't understand. The old man cowed out heavily. Because of his excitement, his voice trembled. Old Minister Healy, bring your children and grandchildren to see the 15th prince. Chapter 142. This prince thinks he is not worthy of her. Healy? Gu Yunjian felt that the name seemed familiar, but he could not remember it for a moment. Healy looked up, tears streaming down his face. Your Highness, that jade bracelet was found by this old minister as a birthday gift for the old emperor. He said that there seemed to be auspicious clouds in it, so he gave it to you. Do you still remember it? Gu Yunjian was shocked, looking at Shin Qingxuan's wrist, and then at Healy. Your Highness, after the old emperor passed away, this old minister went to Ling Yuan to see you. You were only 10 years old at that time, and Wu Yi tried everything to make you speak. But this old minister told you a lot of interesting stories about the old emperor before you spoke. Hearing this, Gu Yunjian's eyes lit up. You are Uncle He? Healy nodded repeatedly, raised his sleeves, and wiped his cloudy eyes. Yes. The prince gave up the throne to the late emperor. I don't want to be the imperial censor anymore. So I came to Chu and opened this Qianling pavilion, just in case the prince changes his mind one day. And I will continue to assist the prince. This is also the old emperor's last wish. He told me that if the prince appears in Qianling pavilion one day, it will be the time for me to come out. Gu Yunjian helped him up with both hands. Let's go in and talk. Yes, Your Highness. Healy stood respectfully, staring at Gu Yunjian intently, wiping tears from time to time. Old people are sentimental. Your Highness, please don't blame me. Gu Yunjian smiled slightly. Uncle He, don't stand. Sit down and talk. After refusing many times, Healy finally couldn't resist, and had to sit down. The fatherly love in his eyes reminded Gu Yunjian of Uncle Wu. He didn't know what the old man had messed up to Qi. Oh, my lord. This is my son He Chan Wu and grandson He Lianxia. Healy pointed at the 2 people behind him. His kindness turned into severity. Lianxia, what are you doing standing there? Why don't you serve me tea? He Lianxia was startled. Yes. Grandpa, you are so tactless. When he turned around, he turned into a friendly tone. My lord, you are much more cheerful than when you were a child. You used to stay away from little girls. But now, I am so happy. Gu Yunjian glanced at Shin Qingxuang and smiled slightly. Uncle He, I am already 20 years old. Yes. Time flies. When does my lord plan to ascend the throne? Shin Qingxuang was stunned by the old man's shocking words. When will he ascend the throne? Does he have the final say on who will be the emperor? Gu Yunjian was not surprised at all. As if he had gotten used to it. Uncle Wu must have mentioned it many times. Uncle He, don't rush this matter. I still have some things to deal with. Healy said. Is it very important? Gu Yunjian's eyes turned cold. Yes. I didn't come to Chu to see you on purpose. I was assassinated when I was worshipping my father and mother in the Imperial Mausoleum. I had no choice but to trigger the mausoleum mechanism and came to Chu. After that, I saw the letter my father left for me and came to Qianling Pavilion. He told the story of the assassination, which made Healy furious. He slapped his palm on the table and said bitterly, "That vicious woman and her bastard son dared to murder the prince. They must not be forgiven easily. They have only sat on the throne for a few days. But they don't know how high the sky is, and how deep the earth is. Prince, when do we set off?" Gu Yunjian waved his hand. "Uncle he. Don't get excited first. Let's take a long-term view. It was a pleasant surprise. I found the source of the poison in Chu State. So I want to stay for a few more days to get more evidence." Healy was even more excited. "Why are you poisoned again?" He stood up and took his hand. "I will find the best doctor in Chu State for you. And I will definitely cure your poison." Gu Yunjian patted his hand and smiled. "Uncle he. Qing Shuang will detoxify me. Don't worry." "Qing Shuang? Is it this little girl?" Healy looked at the girl sitting next to him with a smile. She had bright eyes and white teeth. And she was looking at him curiously with her big eyes. She stood up when he asked. He. Call her Uncle he. She can be her grandfather. Call her he Yusher. She has resigned long ago. It's really worrying." Gu Yunjian smiled, "Just like Uncle Wu. Call him Uncle." She nodded. "Uncle he. I am Shen Qing Shuang." "Your last name is Shen?" Healy was delighted. "Who is Shen Nafong to you?" She smiled. "That boy is my father." Healy was even happier, touching his chin and praising, "That boy is so stupid. But he can actually give birth to such a beautiful daughter. And she also knows medicine. Girl, is there a good family?" "Uncle he knows many young and promising young men. And I will definitely introduce you to a good one." Shen Qing Shuang couldn't help laughing, and looked at Gu Yunjian's handsome face that had turned dark from time to time. Healy thought that Gu Yunjian treated her as a sister, and asked him recklessly, "Prince, what do you think of the old minister's grandson? Is he worthy of Miss Qing Shuang?" He Lianchao was originally serving tea with his head down, but he stood up straight after hearing this. Gu Yunjian put down the tea and said calmly, "I think she is not worthy of him." He Lianchao was about to refute, but his father glared at him, and he became honest. Healy was not angry. He said, "She was not worthy of him. Then she was not worthy of him. I know that in the prince's heart. My sister is the best. What kind of husband do you want to choose for her? I will definitely help you find one." Gu Yunjian was really upset. He admitted that people are sentimental when they grow old. But he is not so old that his eyesight is blurry. Right? The indifference turned into indifference. "What do you think of me? The prince's appearance and character are beyond reproach. But his age should be much older than Miss Qing Shuang. Right?" Shen Qing Shuang added at the right time, 5 years older. The old man touched his chin again. 5 years is not less. No matter how well-mannered Gu Yunjian was, he could not bear it. "Healy, are you saying that I am old?" "No. The prince is in his prime." Before he finished speaking, his son and grandson each pulled on one of his sleeves. "Grandpa, the prince likes Miss Shen." "You are kidding." "What?" Healy could not help but re-examine the two of them, but saw that Gu Yunjian's indifferent eyes were already angry, and the little girl was trying hard to hold back her laughter. And then he realized that he was in trouble. He knelt down quickly. "My old eyesight is blurry. Please forgive me. Your Majesty is handsome and elegant. And he and Miss Qing Shuang are a perfect match made in heaven." Gu Yunjian raised his hand perfunctorily. "I am tired. Let's talk about it tomorrow." The order to expel him had been issued, and Healy could not stay any longer. He bowed with his children and grandchildren with great fear and trepidation, and then left with great fear and trepidation. He didn't breathe a sigh of relief until he left Lai Fuan. He scolded his son and grandson, and the people being scolded didn't dare to breathe. The pavilion master and the young pavilion master of Qingling Pavilion have been calling the shots for many years. But this is the first time they have been scolded so badly. Fortunately, He Lianchao changed the subject in time. "Grandpa, the prince will go to the palace to see the king of Chu in the next 2 days. And from my grandson's point of view, Qin Youyu seems to be interested in the prince." Healy was slightly stunned. "You continue to pay attention to Qin Youyu. That girl is thoughtful. Don't let her do anything that is not good for the prince. Also, our identities are not allowed to be revealed to outsiders." "Yes, Grandpa," He Chanwu said. "Lianchao, make a list of the medicinal materials of Qingling Pavilion and send it to Miss Shen tomorrow. And see which one she needs and send them in time." He Lianchao wiped his sweat and replied yes in a low voice. In Lai Fuan, Gu Yunjian's joy of meeting Healy again had long since disappeared. He only remembered the old man's words, 5 years is not less. Chapter 143. Why should I bear all this alone? After pondering for a long time, Gu Yunjian sat in front of the mirror. The young man in the mirror is handsome, elegant, and in his prime. How can he be old? Is it because his eyes are always calm, so he gives people a feeling of being older? I thought of Shen Qingxuang's previous mention that he was 5 years older than her, and even more lonely. Shen Qingxuang saw the door open and came in with a bag of roasted chestnuts. In the past, Gu Yunjian was drinking tea, but this time he was not at the table. Looking again, he was looking in the mirror. She ran over quickly, put her hand on his shoulder, and tilted her head so that her face was also in the mirror. Ah! The little uncle actually likes to look in the mirror. Gu Yunjian was depressed and couldn't laugh, looking at the pretty and lovely girl in the mirror. He sighed. Qingxuang, I have no confidence. No confidence? About your appearance? How can you be so beautiful without confidence? If he has no confidence, will all men in the world live? He pulled her to sit beside him, and sighed again. That night at Shen's house, you were drunk. I asked you what kind of man you like, and you said someone like me. I asked you if you can like me, and you said no, because I am 5 years older than you. Just now, Healy said that 5 years is not a small number. So I have no confidence. You are in a bad mood because of this? He nodded seriously. She couldn't help laughing and said softly, Healy said that because he thinks there is a big gap between 15 and 20 years old. But think about it. Is there a big gap between 80 and 85 years old? Hearing what she said, he smiled. Not much. But why did you mention 5 years old at the beginning? Her face suddenly turned red, and she couldn't say it. Don't you think I'm old? He asked tentatively. Of course not. It's. What is it? As long as you don't dislike him, he can accept anything. Being pushed by him. She whispered something in his ear, which made him stunned. Then he rubbed her long hair, laughing and helpless. My father and mother are both dead, and the things you worry about will never happen. If we get along well, and you are really willing to marry me, you can set the wedding date and the post-marriage plan. Although many people have children at the age of 20, you are still a child who needs my care. How could I urge you to do such a thing? What a stupid girl. If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have to complain about myself for so long, worrying about gains and losses, sleepless nights, and being jealous of Jinhao for so long. It's really aggrieved. She pouted. Isn't it my father who keeps urging my 3 brothers? I get scared just by listening to him. They talk about the mourning period. But my father says that they can be the most filial to their mother if they get married and have children quickly. Gu Yunjian's eyes are full of joy. What about you? Do you want to be filial to your deceased mother? I can't. When the emperor granted me and Gu Jinhao a marriage, I said there would be a 3-year mourning period. If I get married during this period, it would be deceiving the emperor. Deceiving the emperor is a serious crime. She doesn't know whether the 9 clans will be executed, but the Shen family will definitely not be able to breathe. Gu Yunjian took the chestnuts and put the peeled ones in her hands. The ruler has committed an unforgivable crime. So how can he be qualified to deal with others? If I am right, Da Qi has changed. It is possible that the person sitting in the court at this time is Jinhao. He guessed correctly that the situation in Daqi had changed. But the person sitting in the court was not Gu Jinhao. A young eunuch walked quickly to the council hall with a stack of memorials. He opened the door carefully and walked quickly to the desk. So many? Wu Bo took a look from a distance, then retracted his gaze, not wanting to look at it again. The gray beard curled up, pointing at the young life sitting in front of the desk with a dull look and no desire for life. Give it to him. Yes. The young eunuch carefully placed the memorial on the table and said respectfully, 5th prince. This is half, and the other half will be taken by the servant. Gu Bing's lifeless eyes suddenly lit up, and he gritted his teeth and said, tell me again. This is only half? Yes. After saying that, he hurriedly stepped back, fearing that he would vent his anger on him. The door of the council hall closed again. This door separated Gu Binghe from his past. It was separated by a glacier. He began to dislike this name. It was unlucky. Gu Binghe flipped through the thick memorials. His eyes were almost blurred. Are these ministers just eating and drinking all day? They have to write such thick memorials for trivial matters. Being an official is not like taking the imperial examination. You are really sick. He cursed angrily, and with a flick of his hand, a memorial drew a perfect parabola in the air along his hand and fell to the ground. Wu Bo's majestic voice sounded in his ears. Pick it up. Gu Binghe's heart skipped a beat. And he said aggrievedly, Wu Bo, let me rest for a while. Even animals can't be used like this. Pick it up and rest. The tone was unquestionable. Oh! Since Gu Binghe knew that the old man guarding the Lung Garden was the old General Wu Yi who was feared by everyone in the past. He has been honest, and kept his tail between his legs. He said one thing. He would never say two. And he dared not say two. The old man could unite with Shen Nanfang to put the Emperor and the Empress Dowager under house arrest. And the key is that the whole court still believed his account. How could he not be afraid? Reluctantly picking up the memorial, Gu Binghe was desperate and lay on the table. Since the Emperor was under house arrest, he has not had a good sleep. Wake up earlier than chickens and sleep later than dogs. And even have dark circles under his eyes. Thinking about this monotonous and boring life. He didn't know when it would end. And he felt hopeless in life. The originally colorful life suddenly became dark. Completely dark. Wake up in the morning to attend court. Then read memorials. Review memorials. Read memorials. Review memorials. Without stopping. The most hateful thing is that before one pile is finished, another pile comes. He felt that his brother didn't have so much work before. Why did he have to keep writing memorials when it was his turn? He sighed heavily and discussed sincerely, Uncle Wu, can you come and do it for a few days? Uncle Wu glanced at him and snorted. Do you think this is a child's play? Do you want all the civil and military officials in the court to sit on the dragon throne for a day? Nonsense. Gu Binghe pouted and said unwillingly, but this is originally the matter of the fourth brother. Why should I take it all on myself? Uncle Wu stood up and pointed at him and scolded. How dare you mention it? If you hadn't tipped off Gu Jinhao, how could he follow Zhuiyun? If he followed, the love between the prince and MissQingshuang, which had not yet sprouted, would have twists and turns. A brat who is more likely to cause trouble than to accomplish anything, even though he was despised. Gu Binghe could only admit it. Weakly said, fourth brother will go crazy after knowing that the young uncle and Miss Shen were assassinated. How could I hide it from him? If you want to blame someone, blame Zhuiyun for being exposed and being seen by me. Uncle Wu slapped the table with his eyes wide open. So you are suffering from it now. You and Gu Jinhao are the only surviving princes. If he ran away, you must take responsibility. Stop talking nonsense and review the memorials quickly. If you make a mistake again, you will bear the consequences. Gu Binghe wanted to cry, but had no tears. He had never been an emperor. So how could he handle everything properly? His brother, who had been an emperor for so long, was criticized for everything. Wasn't he? The old man was too much. Muttering, there are floods and famines. What should I do? The old man grabbed his ear and said, how to do it? If there is a flood, we should fight against the flood and provide disaster relief. If there is a famine, we should open the warehouse to release grain. Your grandfather was a wise man. How could he have a grandson like you? You are really a scoundrel. Uncle Wu, how can you scold my father? Gu Binghe was not happy and started to confront him directly. The old man was not afraid at all, but became even more stubborn. He deserves to be scolded just because he can give birth to something to assassinate the emperor's uncle. I tell you, if my prince is fine, it's fine. But if something goes wrong, none of you can live in peace. Gu Binghe, why are you bowing your head? Speak to me. State affairs are more important. State affairs are more important. Approving memorials. This prince approves memorials. Chapter 144 I can't eat or sleep well these days. At night, the moon is like a hook. Two tired figures slowly walked out of the council hall. They sighed heavily at the same time. Uncle Wu. Gu Binghe looked at the old man with lifeless eyes. Can we discuss something? Go ahead. The old man yawned, his eyes blurred by tears. I want to take a day off. Even though Gu Binghe had shown great sincerity, the old man was not moved at all. Patting his shoulder, fifth prince, just think about it. Remember? I want to see you here at Yinshe. Yinshe. Yinshe again. Gu Binghe got angry. Uncle Wu. It takes half an hour to get from the palace to my residence. It's already midnight. Don't you think it's too much for me to show up at Yinshe? Is the palace close to Lingyuan? It's not close. But you're an old man, and you don't sleep much. I'm young. This time is not enough for me to sleep. What? Fifth prince is still growing up? I guess that you are a cunning kid. I told concubine Xian that you will live in Shouan Palace these days. Hurry up. Gu Binghe wanted to die. Is the old man a spirit? I want to take a holiday. I feel like I am the moon. I am so thin that I don't look like a human being. Moon? It's a cake. In this way, if you can beat the old man, you can take a holiday. Otherwise you have to behave yourself. As soon as he raised his fist, Gu Binghe left angrily. Where are you going? Shouan Palace. In Shouan Palace, concubine Xian was lying leisurely on the chaise longue, admiring the moon. Has Xiu not come yet? Yuping shook her head, not yet. I guess there are too many political affairs today, so it took a long time. The concubine Xian pinched a hazelnut candy into her mouth. How much political affairs can there be? It's just that Xiaowu is too jumpy. So Wu Yi is watching closely. The emperor and the old woman of Xiangning Palace are under house arrest. And there can be no problems in the government. Pinching another hazelnut candy. Frowning. Candies made by Qingxuang are still delicious. What kind of things are made by the imperial kitchen? Yuping really despises her queen. Miss Shen has disappeared. And the master is thinking about the candy she made? My queen, you are not worried about the candies at all. No. You are not worried about Miss Shen and the 15th prince at all? Hearing this, concubine Xian sighed deeply. How can I not worry? I can't eat or sleep well. Yuping's mouth twitched. This is too shameless. Is it because the cooking in the imperial kitchen is not good enough? As for the sleeplessness, it's just because I can't sleep because I'm so happy to see the Empress Dowager under house arrest. Perhaps sensing the disgust in her eyes, concubine Xian cleared her throat. Yuping, look, you have been with me for so long. How come you haven't learned my ability to see the big picture from the small details? I tell you, Lao Shiwu and Qingxuang will be fine. But they were assassinated. Yuping was puzzled. Assassination is right. But there will be no danger. If Wu Yi was not sure of this, do you think he would waste time in the council hall every day watching Xiao Wu review memorials? He is so free. Changing his posture, he said, Shen Nafang protects his daughter like his life. And which of the 3 boys in the Shen family doesn't love their sister like a pearl? On the day of the assassination at the Imperial Mausoleum, only Shen Qingyan left the Shen family. And he was one after Zhui Yunjifeng. Isn't this a problem? Yu Ping suddenly realized and smiled. It's good. It's good. But madam, what are you worried about? What else? The concubine Xian rolled her eyes at her. This talented man and beautiful woman have been alone for so long. What if Qingxuang becomes my brother's wife when she comes back? What should I do? Old 15's appearance, temperament, and status. Which one doesn't crush my son? Qingxuang is not blind. Isn't it obvious who to choose? Yu Ping was also melancholy. But His Highness is also deeply in love. I feel distressed whenever I think of his collapse after learning that Miss Shen was assassinated. If Miss Shen is really with the 15th prince, then he still has to call her Auntie. The concubine Xian held her chin with her hand and looked at the crescent moon. I have already reminded him to be gentle to the little girl. But he is always mean to her. Who can stand it? Forget it. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. Don't be a slave to them. I can't control it. My lady concubine. What can't I control? Gu Binghe took over the conversation. Pulled a chair and sat down. I am so tired. Mammy, pour me a cup of tea. After drinking tea, Gu Binghe pulled the sleeve of concubine Xian, my lady concubine. I really can't stand it anymore. Can you tell Uncle Wu to let me go? Concubine Xian pulled out her sleeve with disdain. Xiao Wu, do you think I have such a big face? Yes. Concubine Xian snorted. Thank you. To tell you the truth, I can only listen to him in front of him. He is of the same generation as the old emperor. In this world, only your little uncle can control him. Who can he listen to? I don't want to be under house arrest. So you just bear with it and hold on for a few more days. Gu Binghe wailed. No. Concubine Dowager, you don't know that if I make a mistake in approving a memorial, or if there is something wrong, Uncle Wu will beat or scold me. Such a life is too hard to bear. Concubine Dowager, please save me for the sake of my tipping off my 4th brother. Please. Concubine Xian touched his head lovingly and slowly stood up. He's gone. 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 Gu Binghe was stunned and waved his hand weakly. Concubine Dowager. Yuping's eyes were full of sympathy. Sure enough. Happy people are similar. And unfortunate people have their own misfortunes. 5th Prince? Your room is ready. I will take you there. Gu Binghe, lying on the couch, looked at the moon in the sky through the window. It was so desolate. The green mountains share the same clouds and rain. And the bright moon is never in two places. Shen Qingxuang, who was in Chu, was also asleep. She was lying by the window looking at the crescent moon, thinking of her father and brothers. Are they okay? Stretched and sighed. Qingxuang, are you still awake? Gu Yunjian's voice came from the window next to her. No. Why are you not asleep either? She turned her head and looked over. His smile was gentle and cold under the moonlight. Wait for me. Gu Yunjian left after saying that. And then, there was a knock on the door. She ran to open the door. And he came in and handed her something. He gently touched her forehead, said good night, and went back. She opened it, and saw that it was a painting. The ink was not dry yet. Beside a pond, there were flowers blooming. There was a little girl in the flowers, smiling with curved eyebrows. The sun cast a halo on her long hair that was blown up by the wind. Under his wonderful brush, she immediately thought of the valley. He lowered his head and smiled. It turns out that the painting is of me. The next morning, she found him. That painting. He asked her, do you like it? Yes. It's better than mine. Brother Yunjian, please draw a picture of yourself. I want to keep it together. He took a sip of tea and shook his head. No. Why? Because I want to accompany you alone. Chapter 145. Go find another woman to show your affection. Don't mess with her. She is good looking. And her love words touch the heart directly. Shen Qingxuang's heart is moved again. The one who said the love words was full of sincerity. For him, it was just as true as thoughts. What are you thinking about? He lowered his head and asked her. She rubbed her forehead. Did someone teach you to say that? He was confused. What do you mean? She cleared her throat. For a while, Gu Jinhao said to me what Gu Binghe taught him. And he even brought cheat sheets. I was almost moved. Gu Yunjian understood and couldn't help but smile. Opening his arms. Can you check if I have the cheat sheet? She put down his hand. No more checking. Leng Yuan's people are either old men or young men. Even if they are willing, they are powerless. Gu Yunjian nodded and smiled. That makes sense. But if you like to listen to nice things, I will find someone to learn from. Who to learn from? Qin Yan. He is my only friend. So I can only learn from him. Shen Qingxuang stared at him with wide eyes. You learn sweet words from him to chase his sister. Sister? You really can think of that. But I'm not good at speaking. I'm afraid I can't say what you like. You worry too much. Just do your best. After thinking for a while, he said, it's better not to be good at speaking. Gu Yunjian. Although we are just trying to get along now. I hope you can be more responsible and not attract bees and butterflies. If you attract some inexplicable bees and butterflies, we will end it directly. Remember? Gu Yunjian frowned. Don't call me by my full name. It sounds really strange. But I will remember what you said. And I will definitely keep myself clean. Qingxuang. I will also be jealous. So, can you pay more attention to my feelings? Okay. He smiled with satisfaction. Can I make our relationship public? So soon? Aren't we still in the dating stage? Gu Yunjian said seriously, if it is public, there will be many people to help you supervise me. If I do not do my duty, it will definitely spread widely, which will help me to be strict with myself and remain absolutely loyal to you. Moreover, if it is public, no one will dare to embarrass you, and you will not have to pay respects to the younger generation such as Jinhao, Binghe, and Lingyan. Think about it. Right? Hearing what he said, Shen Qingxuang nodded happily. That makes sense. Brother Yunjian, you have really considered it comprehensively. I will listen to you. Gu Yunjian breathed a sigh of relief. He was a little ashamed of the girl's simple mind. But he had no choice. There were too many people coveting her, and none of them were easy to deal with. He had to quickly settle the status. Seeing her tilting her head in thought, he pinched her face. Is there any problem? She sighed. There is no problem. But there is an indescribable feeling. As if I have been cheated. But when I think about it carefully, it is obviously me who took advantage. It was originally for you to take advantage. Don't think about it. It will be troublesome to think too much. It happened that Lianqiao came at this time and brought a booklet. Miss Qingxuang, my father asked me to bring the list of herbs from Qianlin Pavilion. See if you need anything, and I will have someone send it to you. Is it free? Shen Qingxuang asked doubtfully. Lianqiao twitched his lips. Free. Give me one of the two. 1 copy. She didn't even look at the list and gave me 1 copy? Is she so arrogant? Seeing his astonishment, Shin Shuang glanced at him. Can't bear to part with it? No. But where will you put it when it's delivered? This is a good question. Does it guarantee delivery? She smiled and said, I mean, can it be delivered to a designated location? He Lianchao, yes. Where to? Delivered to General Dingen's mansion in Deqi. He Lianchao. I really underestimated her. Is she going to stock up and sell it again? But Grandpa said that the entire Qingling Pavilion belongs to the 15th prince. Not to mention a mere herb? I'll have someone arrange it right away. Thank you. She really robbed. And she was really polite. He Lianchao liked her even more. Miss Qingshuang, are you free? I'd like to invite you to lunch. Shin Qingshuang glanced at the unhappy Gu Yunjian and said with a smile, I am free. But I have been invited by this young master. Young master he. Please find someone else. Gu Yunjian smiled, really caring about his feelings. He Lianchao sighed, what about tonight? To be honest with you, young master he. I have also been invited by him. He Lianchao did not give up. Then when are you free? Gu Yunjian said lightly, I am not free at any time. He Lianchao. Go find another woman to show your courtesy. Don't mess with her. He Lianchao said in a muffled voice, Prince, you are a little too much. You are allowed to mess with her. But I am not allowed to. Shin Qingshuang said embarrassedly, young master he. You misunderstood. I was the one who messed with brother Yunjin first. And I have to be responsible for him. You should mess with other girls. With your carefree and cynical character, you will never have trouble getting one. No worries about not being able to recruit. Is he a playboy? After getting nothing, He Lianchao left angrily. He was foolishly in love with the wrong person. But this little girl is too cute. She actually took the initiative to admit that she provoked Gu Yunjian. She is indeed different. He deserves to be favored by her. Don't give up. Never give up. Just thinking about it. A little girl's smiling voice suddenly came from behind his ear. Mr. He? Don't forget the free herbs. He Lianchao's heart skipped a beat. And he almost fell there. Walking forward and waving. I won't forget. Shin Qingshuang was very happy. She jumped back and bumped into Gu Yunjian's arms. He said softly, You are so protective of me? I provoked you first. I had bad intentions when I gave you the jade bracelet. If I had known earlier, I would not have accepted it. Would it be too late to give it back to you? She said deliberately. Do you really want to pay it back? It's worth 100,000 taels. Really? You're too ruthless. 100,000 taels in one go. I really don't know what to do. Keep it for now. Looking at this little money grubber, Gu Yunjian knew how to please her. After the two finished their meal, Gu Yunjian painted, and Shin Qingshuang made a few more bottles of medicine. Gu Yunjian felt bitter on his tongue when he smelled the smell. And he was in no mood to paint. In the evening, both of them were tired and decided to go out for a walk to change their mood. The moon is on the willow branches, and people make appointments after dusk. Walking, playing, shopping and eating all the way. It's so fun. Qingshuang. Be careful. Shin Qingshuang was choosing a sachet when she was suddenly pulled aside by Gu Yunjian, which scared her. As soon as she stood still, a carriage sped past where she had just stood. Can you drive? What if you hit someone? She cursed angrily, and was glad that Gu Yunjian was quick. Otherwise he would definitely be injured. Just as she was wondering which blind carriage it was, the curtain was lifted. A pretty face poked out from inside, looking in their direction. Why does it look so familiar? Shin Qingshuang recalled carefully, and suddenly looked at Gu Yunjian. Is it Lin Qin? Gu Yunjian listened to her and looked at the woman with pearls and jade on her head. The woman smiled and nodded at him, then lowered the curtain. It was indeed Lin Qin. But why is she here? And she is dressed so luxuriously. Isn't she an orphan? A series of questions puzzled Gu Yunjian. At this time, a resentful voice came from his ear. Gu Yunjian. Can you behave yourself? Please remember your identity. You are a person with a master. Chapter 146. We are so good. Why don't you give me your handsome brother? Although her tone was sweet and innocent, she called him by his full name, and Gu Yunjian could hear the blame. But he was still very happy. At least she was in the mood. He was hers. Smiling, I remember. But Qingshuang, didn't you ask me to look at you? Oh, did I let you stare at me? Did I let you look at me for so long? She started to be sarcastic again, with her eyebrows raised high. And Gu Yunjian just found it funny. He had never been scolded like this since he was a child. Holding back his laughter, "No. Don't do it again. Otherwise I will be angry. It's hard to appease me when I'm angry." She stood on tiptoe and tapped his forehead again and again. Seeing that she was really struggling, he lowered his head to make it easier for her. She said, "Okay. I'll keep it in mind." "Ah. The attitude is good. It's hard to find an excuse to be angry in the future." Originally, she was just teasing him. So the matter was turned over. "I haven't bought the sachet yet. Wait for me." Just now, she was interrupted by Lin Qing's carriage, and she had to choose another one. After choosing for a long time, she still couldn't find one she liked. Either the pattern, the color, or the workmanship. "No. Let's go! Don't you like any of them?" "Well, I don't like them. When I go back, let be you make one for me. She has good craftsmanship and makes exquisite and beautiful ones. What do you think of mine?" A lively voice suddenly sounded in her ears, and then a white hand was placed on her shoulder. Turning around, it was Qin Yuan. "Yuan, why are you so elusive?" After spending a long time together, Xin Qingshuang liked this little girl very much, so she didn't have so many scruples when talking. Qin Yuan stuffed the sachet into her hand. "Is this beautiful?" "My mother embroidered it." Xin Qingshuang looked at it over and over again. It was not only beautiful, but she couldn't bear to use it. "Your mother embroidered it, and you just gave it to me like this?" Qin Yuan raised her eyebrows. "Give it to me. I will give you whatever you like." She was so straightforward that Xin Qingshuang didn't dare to accept it. "Then what?" "What then? Then what do you want from me?" Qin Yuan covered her mouth and laughed. Seeing her blushing cheeks, Xin Qingshuang had guessed it, but she pretended not to know. Just quietly looking at her, she stared at her directly and felt creepy. Okay. I can't be more reserved. Qingshuang, we are so good. Can you give me handsome brother?" As expected, Xin Qingshuang returned the sachet to her. "Sorry. I don't sell people." Qin Yuan gave her a pink fist. "Look at what you said." Put the sachet back into her hand and whispered, "Just praise me more in front of handsome brother. Such as being lively and cute. Kind and beautiful. Reserved?" Seeing that she was staring at her again, she cleared her throat. "Forget about being reserved. We are not comparable." "No. I am reserved. You are okay. You are not reserved. You are forbidden to eat. Just like the birthday banquet of concubine Xian. You secretly ate so many snacks that you thought I didn't see." Xin Qingshuang's face suddenly flushed. "Qin Yuan, you will have no friends if you do this. You'd better say something nice as soon as possible. Otherwise, although I don't know who will be my sister-in-law, you will definitely not be able to do it." Qin Yuan knew the difference between right and wrong, and quickly changed her words. "You are reserved. Always reserved. That's a deal. You have to say good things for me. If you really feel guilty, at least you can't add insult to injury. Deal?" Then she thought it was wrong, and said in embarrassment, "Yuan, you are a princess. Doesn't your father want you to marry? You shouldn't marry my third brother." "Right." Qin Yuan got angry when she thought of this. She didn't want to marry someone she didn't like. "How about I marry handsome brother?" Xin Qingshuang almost laughed to death. "Are you crazy? Third brother has no official position. He is only interested in doing business and making money. What are the benefits of marrying you to the two countries? Trade? That's right." Qin Yuan's eyes lit up. "How about we make it a done deal? Then no one will want me. Then I can marry handsome brother legitimately. Right?" Her little face was flushed. She was imagining her bright future. Xin Qingshuang had never thought that the word justified could be used in such a matter. Suddenly, she remembered that the book mentioned that Qin Youyu slandered Shen Qinyan and destroyed her innocence, which led to his exile. Could it be Qin Yuan here? She broke out in cold sweat on her forehead. "Absolutely not. Yuan, I tell you, girls should pay attention to their reputation. You must not do such an outrageous thing. If you want to marry, marry our family upright. Otherwise, I will be the first to disagree." Qin Yuan saw her serious expression and nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. I know. I will never do such a shameful thing. You too. The 15th prince is so old. You must stick to the bottom line." Gu Yunjian was walking slowly on the side. When he heard this, he immediately lost his favor for this little girl. He said he was old. It would be fine if he was old. But he said this old. But someone was even angrier than her and turned hostile. Qin Yuan. What are you talking about? 20 years old is the best of life. How can he be old? Ignorance. Looking at the whole Chu state. Can you find someone more handsome and more graceful than my brother Yunjian? Only your eldest brother and third brother have pointed chins and catfish mouths. And they don't talk without water. How dare you? Qin Yuan was stunned. Such vulgar words were used. After a while, she said weakly, It's okay. They are very majestic and tall. Xin Qingshuang shook the long hair on her shoulders back in a chic manner. And her eyes were even more disdainful. Mighty and tall? Have you heard that saying? Big people are dumb. Big dogs are stupid. Big buns are sloppy leeks. This made Qin Yuan feel like she was struck by lightning. After a long time, she uttered, Qingshuang, you are too harsh. The 15th prince is also tall. Don't you include him? Xin Qingshuang tapped her forehead and said word by word, How can my brother Yunjian be the same? He has an upright figure and a tall and graceful body. How can your two brothers compare? No more talking. I'm going to play. Seeing that she was about to leave, Qin Yuan hurriedly said, Don't forget the dinner tomorrow. The carriage will pick you up at Lai Fuan. Got it. Gu Yunjian laughed all the way, especially when he thought of what the little girl said about Qin Xiaoyuan and Qin Xiaojun. He couldn't help laughing. Where did she get those words? Xin Qingshuang was uncomfortable with his laughter and pulled his sleeve. It's okay. I'm helping you and you're laughing at me. Gu Yunjian quickly explained, I'm not laughing at you. I just think you're too cute. She smiled with curved eyebrows and was quite proud. Cuteness is not a long-term thing. But I can be cute for a long time. Gu Yunjian's heart moved and he held her hand. I will. You should also try to love me. Try to love me. She turned her head to look at him. Looking at him quietly, with a hint of doubt in her eyes. He was a little nervous. Did I say something wrong? She didn't say anything. Put her hand on his forehead. And then on his wrist. Let's go back. You should rest early. If you feel uncomfortable at night, be sure to call me. Chapter 147 My Little Ancestor. Why did you kiss him again? Xin Qingshuang tossed and turned on the couch. And she couldn't sleep well. She was worried that Gu Yunjian's cold would relapse at night. So she slept for a while, and woke up for a while. When she woke up, she went to the window to lie down for a while, and looked out his window. Until the sky was slightly blue. She didn't hear him calling her. Thinking that there was nothing wrong, she breathed a sigh of relief. Lying on the pillow again, she fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up, it was already bright, and she was awakened by the sound of cicadas. After washing and changing clothes, she opened the door. Zhao Shi too was sitting upright on the chair. Lao Shang asked him to keep watch. And he kept watch honestly, without any ambiguity. Xin Qingshuang thanked him. And he smiled very simply, Miss, you are polite. This is what I should do. I will leave first. Xin Qingshuang nodded and gave him a silver ingot. But he refused to take it and ran away quickly. She stretched herself and saw that Gu Yunjian's door was still closed, which made her suspicious. He usually got up very early. Why was he so abnormal today? Brother Yunjian, are you in there? She knocked on the door gently, calling out. No sound. Brother Yunjian, are you there? Still no sound. Did he go out? Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly heard the sound of porcelain falling to the ground inside. She was shocked. Could there be an assassin? She pushed the door hard, but it didn't open. She panicked. It was terrible. Just as she was about to kick the door, it opened. Gu Yunjian's face was frighteningly pale, and he stood shakily, as if he would fall at any time. She was startled and hurried to help him, but found that his hands were cold. She touched his forehead, and it was the same. The same goes for his face, and his lips, all blue and purple. She quickly helped him lie on the couch and tucked the quilt for him. When did the cold attack? He was weak and tried to force a smile but failed. Not long. Not long. It hasn't been long since it happened? At least 2 hours. She was angry. He had told her so many times, but he still kept it from her. He said, I was afraid of disturbing your rest. She glared at him angrily. You might as well disturb me. I didn't sleep all night. What a waste of feelings. You lie down first and wait for me. He reached out and pulled her sleeve, trying to hold up his eyelids. Qingshuang, don't leave. Stay with me for a while. He didn't dare to ask her to treat his cold before because he was afraid that she would see his fragile appearance At this time, he hoped that she would stay with him. She stuffed his hand into the quilt and said softly, "What's the point of me staying here? You need medicine. Not me. Silly brother. It will be fine in a while." Gu Yunjian's eyes closed again. Although the quilt was covered tightly, he was still shivering with cold. Cold to the bone. In the hot summer, he felt like he was in the coldest days of winter. If it weren't for personal experience, who would believe that there is such a strange disease in the world? Shin Qingshuang first carried a quilt and piled it on him, and then brought a pot of hot water. As soon as the door was closed, the ugly cloth bag came on stage again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 small bottles, each with a pill poured out and put into a bowl. While pouring hot water, I observed Gu Yunjian. He closed his eyes and slept on his side. Even though he was covered with 2 quilts, he could still feel that he was cold. After a while, he woke up. Not because he woke up from sleep, but because he was stimulated by the smell of medicine. You don't need to taste it to know it's bitter. I thought it was not a big amount, and I could drink it with patience. Until I saw Shin Qingshuang carefully holding a large bowl. He was shocked by the strength of moving one step and stopping. He struggled to sit up, and saw the amount of medicine. It was almost level with the mouth of the bowl. He stuttered, Qingshuang. Why is there so much? Is this serving medicine? Is this a toast? Shin Qingshuang ignored him. Not because she didn't want to pay attention to him, but she didn't dare to speak with such a full bowl of medicine. As long as she was distracted, the medicine would spill. As long as it spilled, it would burn her hand. As long as it burned her hand, she would undoubtedly save herself and throw away the bowl of medicine. It's a pity that the medicinal materials are so expensive. For someone who knows how to live, this is intolerable. Finally, she put down the medicine, wiped the sweat from her forehead. It's so hot. She sat next to him and put a pillow behind him. Drink this bowl of medicine. It smells bitter. He frowned, scooped a small spoonful to his mouth, and put it down immediately. No, I can't drink it. Good medicine tastes bitter. You won't feel so cold after drinking it. I'll give you acupuncture when you don't feel cold anymore. Why don't you wait a while? The medicine is too hot. It's really hot. This reason is acceptable. Are you hungry? She asked. No. I'm freezing to death. How can I care about the heat? He pulled the 2 quilts over himself, and it felt better. His hand slowly warmed up. She looked around his room, as if looking for something. He was about to ask, but she pointed to the 2 apples on the plate. Have you washed them? I've washed it. Then she won't be polite. She ran to get one and chewed it slowly. It was quite sweet. She finished one in a short while. He didn't want to eat it anyway, so she took the other one. She noticed his gaze and raised her eyebrows and said, "Why are you looking at me? Drink the medicine. It's not hot now." There was no way to escape, so he had to bite the bullet and drink it. He really didn't feel cold anymore, because his stomach was churning and he couldn't care. He tried to ignore the bitterness, but he couldn't do it at all. As if all the bitterness in the world was gathered in this bowl of medicine. The kind that lasts forever. Gu Yunjian would rather endure the cold than drink it again. Shin Qingshuang said he was hypocritical. He was already 20 years old, and it was so difficult to drink medicine. But when she touched the medicine with the tip of her tongue, she realized that she underestimated the bowl of medicine. She also overestimated herself. She handed him the apple and said jokingly, "How about you take a bite to slow down the pain?" No, it won't slow down the pain. I decided not to treat him. Let's just leave it at that. I'll go back and take a hot spring bath. She finally collected all the medicines, and he didn't want to treat her? This is intolerable. No. Drink it. No. I can't drink it. Coaxing and persuading didn't work, so she used force directly. Putting down the apple, tremblingly scooped a spoonful of medicine and handed it to his mouth. Her face was stern. Her eyebrows were wrinkled. Her mouth was curled. She didn't say a word, but spoke with her eyes. Gu Yunjian didn't dare to make her angry, and he suppressed his discomfort and lowered his head to drink it. She smiled and put the empty spoon into the medicine bowl. "This is so good." Before she finished speaking, she felt a slight chill on her lips, and his waist was also held by her. She was startled and her eyes widened. Yes, he was kissing her. Gu Yunjian's heart was about to jump out. She forced him to drink the medicine, so he wanted to punish her a little. But he didn't want to let go once he touched her. Her lips were so soft and warm. He could even feel her eyelashes trembling because of nervousness. "Close your eyes," he whispered. "Drink the medicine first." At this time, she still didn't forget the bowl of medicine. But this first. Does it mean that she wants him to kiss her? With joy in his heart, he picked up the medicine and drank it without saying a word. Until the bowl was empty. Shen Shuang couldn't believe that he had finished it. "Is it okay now?" He smiled slightly. She handed him a piece of candy and pointed to his lips. "It's so bitter there. You forced me to drink it even though you knew it was bitter?" He was speechless, but still put the candy in his mouth. Shen Shuang quietly moved to the side, trying to get away from him. He pretended to threaten, "Come here." She slowly moved back again. She scratched her head, looked at him, scratched her head again, looked at him again, and felt very nervous. Gu Yunjin thought it was funny. "Don't lie to me," she said, tightly grasped his arm, and slowly moved towards his lips. The lotus fragrance was getting closer and closer, and Gu Yunjin was distracted. She was willing to do this. Did it mean that she liked him? Just when he was excited, she stopped, sighed. "I dare not kiss you when you are sober. Only when I am drunk do I dare?" He laughed, and thought of her drunken words too familiar to do it. Holding her waist with one hand and her head with the other, he gently touched her rosy lips. Feeling her eyelashes tremble briefly, he secretly opened his eyes, but saw that her eyes were closed. He hugged her tighter. Her body was warm, making him feel comfortable. Shen Shuang felt that his body was cool and shady, just to dispel the summer heat. Not only did she not reject his hug, but she liked it very much. Gu Yunjin felt that he was the happiest person in the world at this moment. If that annoying bad friend hadn't rushed in. "Shen Shuang, my little ancestor, why did you kiss him again?" As soon as Shen Qingyan entered the door, he saw a scene that made him want to die. Is his sister crazy again? Shen Shuang heard her brother's voice, and quickly pushed Gu Yunjin away. She blushed and stammered to explain, Third brother. He kissed me this time. I didn't flirt with him. If you don't believe me, ask him." Chapter 148. What did you do to her? Shen Qingyan didn't believe it at all. He knew his sister's character very well. He directly pulled Shen Shuang over and tapped her forehead again and again. "Last time you kissed him, you were drunk." Which was understandable. "This time you were sober. And you flirted with him again. He is devoted to you, and can't stand your teasing again and again." The little girl said weakly, "It's just once. Not 3 times. And the word again is really debatable. Strictly speaking, it's not my problem. Although it was an excuse. I don't know why I felt empty in my heart. And I didn't even dare to look her brother in the face." Shen Qingyan insisted, "If it's not your problem, then whose problem is it? Do you think I'm as easy to fool as the eldest and second brother? Please, be quiet and don't provoke him. Will you be responsible if something happens?" Gu Yunjian couldn't listen any longer and frowned. "Qingyan, don't say that about her. This time I really took the initiative. It's none of her business." "Shut up too." Shen Qingyan pulled his sister away, snorted and walked to the bed. "I haven't said anything about you yet. She is young and ignorant. Are you also ignorant? Don't blame me for not reminding you when you get hurt by love." "Third brother." Shen Shuang gently pulled his sleeve. "Don't be so fierce. Brother Yunjin has a cold. And he kissed me because the medicine was too bitter." "Cold?" Shen Qingyan slapped his forehead. He forgot about it. No wonder he looked bad and had 2 quilts on him. He said in a shy voice, I'm sorry. You take a rest." Then he thought, "That's not right. Why are you kissing my sister when the medicine is bitter, and you are eating candy?" "Kissing after eating candy," a little girl said weakly. Shen Qingyan's mouth twitched. Was he afraid that she would suffer? He scratched his hair randomly, and his thoughts were disrupted. But what happened to the little girl? He used to be a matchmaker. But she didn't believe him and scolded him. Why did she change her nature after coming out? Not only did she speak for Gu Yunjian, she even tolerated him kissing her. She realized something was wrong and pulled a chair to the couch. "Tell me, what did you do to her?" Gu Yunjian smiled slightly. With joy in his eyes, "I confessed to her. And she agreed to try to get along with me." "Why?" Shen Qingyan didn't understand. No one paid attention to him. "Hey, sister, why did you agree?" Being pressed by him like a life-threatening question. Shen Shuang threw out a sentence. "Is it okay if I like it?" Before he could speak, she continued like a machine gun, "Third brother. You didn't ask me what happened. And didn't ask me if I was doing well. You just scolded me. Did you come here to find fault? You have changed. You don't care about me anymore. You are far worse than the eldest and second brothers. This is angry. What else can the third son say? He can only coax her. How can I not care about you? I came here to find you as soon as I learned that your imperial mausoleum was assassinated. I traveled all the way under the stars and the moon. And you still say this to me. Where is your conscience? Little girl?" She looked up at him. And sure enough, her eyes were bloodshot and a little swollen. She felt uncomfortable in her heart. "We will be fine. Didn't Uncle Wu tell you?" Shen Qingyan sighed, hugged her in his arms, and kissed her forehead. "Uncle Wu told you. Otherwise I wouldn't know you were in Chu. But how can I feel relieved if I don't see that you are really safe?" Letting her go, he rubbed her long hair and smiled again. But his eyes were wet. "It's good that you are okay. It's good that you are okay." This kind of brother-sister love is something Gu Yunjian has never felt before. He has felt intrigues and schemes since he was a child. This warmth makes him envious. "Qingyan, did you see Jueyun along the way?" Shen Qingyan nodded. "Yes. He is with Jifeng. But they want to get rid of the fourth prince. So they are slower than me." Gu Yunjian was stunned. "Jin Hao is here too?" "Yes. I think Jueyun's whereabouts have been leaked. But it doesn't matter." "Qing Shuang, will Yunjian be fine after drinking the medicine?" Qing Shuang shook her head. "No. When he is no longer cold, I will give him acupuncture again. And this time will be over after the acupuncture. Next time, the same treatment method will be used as this time. And the symptoms will be lighter each time, until there is no feeling, and he is cured." Shen Qingyan said. "Then we can return tonight?" "Not yet. There will be a banquet in the Chu Palace tonight, and we have to attend. And I have to treat a child's cold in a few days. And I can leave after that." Shen Qingyan shook his head helplessly. "Why did you take on another job?" Shen Shuang's eyes were not without pride. "This job is worth it." And the black hand that poisoned brother Yunjian was found. Gu Yunjian told Shen Qingyan in detail the cause and effect of meeting Wang Gua. And Shen Qingyan was stunned. It turned out that there was such an adventure. It was really worth it. An hour later, Gu Yunjian was no longer cold. "Take off your clothes and give me acupuncture," the little girl ordered. "Oh!" Although they were already very close, he was still a little embarrassed to take off his clothes in front of her. Shen Qingyan looked at him sideways for a while, and was almost driven crazy by his slow movements. As soon as the cup was put down, he pulled off his shirt in a few seconds. "Sister, pierce." Shen Shuang took out the needle, looked at the couch, and said unhappily, "Take off your pants too." "Ah?" Both men were embarrassed. How could this be possible? "A what?" "I'm not asking you to take off all your clothes. You're being pretentious." Seeing that both of them were stunned and hesitated to move. Thinking again, could it be that men in this era don't have underwear? She didn't want to go into it. "If it doesn't work, roll up your trouser legs. Roll them up a little higher. Above your knees." Gu Yunjian's expression eased a little, and he breathed a sigh of relief. In comparison, it was easier to accept. Shen Shuang smiled. "Learning from the best. Only getting the middle. The ancients are not deceiving me." "Qingyan, you close the door. Don't let anyone in. Who wants to see you?" Having said that, she still did it as required. He was not doing it for Gu Yunjian, but for his sister. Shen Shuang looked at Gu Yunjian dimly. He had eaten a peach, but he was still not well. He was so procrastinating. "Excuse me. How long will it take?" Okay. If you don't carve jade, it will become useless. If you don't urge it, it will get angry. It's just a needle. Do you think I want to do something to you?" She raised her eyebrows, pouted her lips, and muttered, "If it really damages your reputation, I will be responsible for you." Gu Yunjian regretted it when he heard it. He should have done what she asked. It's a pity that there is no regret medicine to sell. Shen Qingyan saw his annoyed micro-expression and laughed secretly. Is this his calm and composed little uncle of the great Qi? This is obviously a silly boy who has just tasted the taste of love. His attention was quickly attracted by the silver needles that were piercing Gu Yunjian's body, making him look like a hedgehog. But Gu Yunjian said it didn't hurt. I don't know if it really didn't hurt, or if the budding love made him numb. Sure enough, Only those who are used to the bitterness of life deserve to enjoy the sweetness of love. Shen Qingyan talked to Gu Yunjian from time to time, but he didn't dare to talk to his sister, for fear that she would be distracted and pierce the wrong way. If he couldn't pierce it back, he would be a sinner. Fortunately, Shen Qingxuang was not interested in his topic and only focused on the work at hand. Third brother. Get a bowl. Shen Qingyan did as she was told, and she pierced Gu Yunjian's index finger with a needle, and black blood flowed out after a while. Really poisoned. Shen Qingxuang wiped the sweat from her forehead. Do you think I'm lying to you? She got a roll of the eyes, and the world was quiet. When the blood turned red, she pulled out the needle. You can put on your clothes. Shen Qingyan helped Gu Yunjian sit up, and just as he took the clothes, he saw that his eyes were looking straight out the window. What's wrong? He asked suspiciously. The door was suddenly kicked open. Gu Jinhao rushed in, no slower than Shen Qingyan before, but his eyes were more shocked, angry, unwilling, and painful, as if he had been betrayed. Two more people rushed in, Jueyun and Jifeng. They were also stunned by the scene in front of them. The prince's clothes were disheveled. Miss Shen's face was red, and the third son of Shen was confused. A story that makes people imagine came into being. The prince and Miss Shen were bumped into by the third son of Shen, and then bumped into by the fourth prince, and finally bumped into by them. Gu Yunjian had guessed what they were thinking from their eyes, and said coldly, I'll retreat. Chapter 149. I have someone here. Jueyun and Jifeng obeyed the order, but Gu Jinhao stood still, his face stern, as if he would freeze into ice in this hot summer. Jinhao, you go out too. Gu Yunjian had never felt so bad before. It was just acupuncture, but there was an indescribable ambiguity. It seemed more serious than ambiguity. Gu Jinhao did not go out, but stood there, staring straight at Gu Yunjian. Little uncle, what were you doing just now? Gu Yunjian calmly put on his clothes and faced him. Calmly, what do you think you are doing? Shen Qingyan felt that the atmosphere was too awkward and a little dangerous, and explained, Fourth prince? Qingxuang was giving acupuncture to the 15th prince to treat his cold. Acupuncture? Cold? Gu Jinhao was a little confused, and his stern expression relaxed a lot. And then he frowned again. You lied to me? Shen Qingyan glanced at him and said unhappily, What do you think they can do when I am there? Shen Qingxuang brought the bowl of black blood and placed it in front of him. Brought the bowl with some medicine residue and placed it in front of him. Thinking about it, he also brought a few small porcelain bottles and lined them up neatly in front of him. Gu Jinhao's black face turned red instantly, and the angry eyes just now immediately turned into regret and guilt. Shen Qingxuang interrupted. Is this door useless to you? 1 kicks the door. 2 kicks the door. 3 or 4 break in without knocking. Are you bandits? Shen Qingyan counted the 1, 2, 3, and 4. Could it be that he was also included? But he didn't plan to argue, in case he got into trouble. Gu Jinhao hesitated. I didn't know that the little uncle was sick, and I didn't know that you treated him. I thought you. It's broad daylight. Is it necessary? She pushed him away and left first. Shen Qingyan felt the atmosphere was awkward and went after his sister. Gu Jinhao wanted to leave, but was stopped by Gu Yunjian. Why are you here too? He scratched his head and sat aside. I'm worried about you. Gu Yunjian glanced at him. Including me? Gu Jinhao looked embarrassed and said in a muffled voice, I have to worry about you. By the way, when did you get a cold? A long time ago. It's not important. You came over. Who was sitting in the council hall? It should be Binghe. There was no one else besides him. By the way, little uncle, what's going on? Weren't you and Qingxuang assassinated in the Imperial Mausoleum? How did you end up in Chu? It's a long story, and it's hard to explain it in a short way. Anyway, it's what you saw. Asking is like asking in vain. Answering is like answering in vain. Let's go back later. I'm afraid something happened in the palace. Gu Jinhao was really worried. It's the first time in the history of Deqi that the Emperor and Empress Dowager were placed under house arrest. Gu Yunjian said, Nothing will happen in the palace. And I haven't finished my work here yet. By the way, there will be a banquet in the Chu Palace tonight. Are you going? Gu Jinhao subconsciously asked. Is Qingxuang going? Gu Yunjian wanted to tell him that Shen Qingxuang was already with him, but seeing his dusty face, he felt reluctant. The journey from Daqi to Chu was long and steep, and he had to spend time looking for Jueyun Jifeng along the way, which was tiring enough. Gu Jinhao saw that he was hesitant to speak, and always felt that he was hiding something from him. But he also knew his temper. Unless he said it, no one could ask, "Little uncle, why don't you take a rest? I'll go find Shuang." He stood up and went to the door. Gu Yunjian didn't stop him and nodded slightly. At this time, Shen Shuang, Shen Qingyan, Jueyun, and Jifeng were sitting on both sides of a table, each holding a cup of tea and drinking slowly, waiting for others to speak. It was really embarrassing. And Jueyun spoke first. "Mr. Shensan, why are you so much faster than us?" Shen Qingyan said, "I have someone here." 5 words. Simple and domineering. Jueyun was more interested. His eyes lit up. Who? Who else could it be? Isn't it Lao Shang? But Shen Qingyan didn't have time to say it, because a voice like a corpse sounded, "Handsome brother. Is it really you? Are you here to find me?" Qin Yulan. Qin Yulan was everywhere. She ran over excitedly with her skirt lifted, and Shen Qingxuan quickly gave up her seat to her. Qin Yulan was not polite. She thanked him sweetly and sat down. The light in her eyes blinded Jueyun Jifeng's dog eyes. "This girl looks very familiar." Shen Qingyan smiled slightly. "Qingxuan's friend?" Qin Yulan's surprise disappeared in a second. "Handsome brother. I am Yulan. How could you forget me again?" Qin Yulan. "The Qin Yulan you fished out of the river in Daki." "In the river? Oh, I seem to remember." Qin Yulan pouted. "It seems." Shen Qingxuan couldn't stand it anymore, and pushed her brother's arm, a pair of earrings, asking for 300 taels. She offered 10,000 taels. "Remember? Princess of Chu." Qin Yulan. Shen Qingyan tapped the table with his fan. "I remember. 4th princess. It's you? What a coincidence." Anyway, he finally remembered. And Qin Yulan was happy again. "Yes. Yes. It's me. It's me. It's me. Handsome brother. The 15th prince and Qingxuang will go to the palace tonight. Will you come with them?" "No. No. I have no official position. It's too abrupt to go to the palace rashly. I appreciate the princess's kindness. He won't go to a place of trouble." Qin Yulan was unhappy, and thought for a while. "Then I will accompany you to play outside? We have a lot of fun and delicious food here. You will definitely like it." Shen Qingyan felt that the princess was too enthusiastic, and he felt awkward if he agreed. If she doesn't agree, she will always have other options waiting. It's really difficult. At this time, Jueyun and Jifeng looked at him with gossip, so the 3rd young master said that there is someone here, referring to the princess. "You can shut up. As a guard, it's better to be steady." Hearing steady, the two were discouraged. If he had reminded them earlier, it would be fine. But unfortunately, they saw everything they shouldn't have seen. Although they were just chasing Gu Jinhao, they finally annoyed the prince, and they didn't know how they would be punished. Jueyun pushed Jifeng and winked at him. Jifeng pouted and shook his head. "I won't." "You go. What are you talking about? Hurry up." Although Jifeng is now under Shen Qingxuang's control, he is still instinctively afraid of the boss. "Miss, come out for a while." Seeing that he was mysterious, Shen Qingxuang went out with Jifeng. "What are you doing?" Jifeng said with a sad face. "Miss Jueyun and I didn't mean to break in. The prince is angry, and he will definitely punish us." "He punished us? And uncle will definitely not forgive us. Can you help to plead for mercy? I thought it was a big deal." Shen Qingxuang smiled cunningly. "Yes, I can. But you have to do me a favor." Jifeng patted his chest. "You gave the order directly, and used the word help, which is so polite." Shen Qingxuang glanced at Shen Qingyan, who was sitting at the window, and turned back and said, "Jifeng, in the past few days in Chu, you helped me keep an eye on Qin Youyu, and don't let her get close to the 3rd brother." Jifeng was confused. "Who is Qin Youyu?" "Yolan's sister. The 2nd princess. Why don't you let her get close to the 3rd master? I suspect she has ulterior motives." "What's your intention?" "If I knew, it wouldn't be called an ulterior motive. Do you agree?" Jifeng patted his chest again. "Leave it to me. If it fails, Jueyun's life will be yours." Hearing such domineering words, Shen Qingxuang was very satisfied. "But why is it Jueyun's life?" "Hey, Jifeng, wait a minute." Just when he was chasing him, he ran into someone head-on. Gu Jinhao. Chapter 150. Maybe I will become your aunt. She quickly stood up, took a step back, and called out, "Fourth prince. Call me by my name." Gu Jinhao's surprise at seeing her was diluted by her impeccable name. Shen Qingxuan said, and changed her words. Gu Jinhao. This is worse than before. Remove the surname. Shen Qingxuan looked at him in disbelief. Did the dog prince have a seizure again? He said in a muffled voice. I can't call it out. Gu Jinhao snorted in dissatisfaction. Didn't you call it smoothly in the palace? That emotion and tone were so well controlled. Shen Qingxuan also snorted. He still had the nerve to mention it. He asked her to help him act out revenge on Bai Lianhua, and then threatened her to continue the act. Seeing that she didn't move or say anything, Gu Jinhao sighed. He had been worried about her for so long. But she didn't even give him a more intimate name. After I learned about the Imperial Mausoleum, I was worried about you. He stared at her steadily, got a surprised look, and then lost. What do you mean by this expression? Is it incredible? Shen Qingxuan said him, then felt a little hurt, and changed her words. No. Thank you. Actually, you don't have to worry about me. I have a strong life. I always turn danger into safety. Those who survive a disaster will have good fortune in the future. Thank you? Who wants her to thank? He took a step closer and put his hand on her shoulder. But she pushed it away as if she had been electrocuted, and took a step back as if she had seen a ghost. Fourth prince? Men and women should not touch each other. Respect yourself. Respect yourself. She blushed and felt very uncomfortable. If it was not so serious before. But now she has established a relationship with Gu Yunjian. He is introverted and restrained. If he saw it, he would not say it, but he would definitely be unhappy. Gu Jinhao was puzzled by her big reaction. Maybe he was too abrupt. Qingxuan, have you been doing well these days? She nodded and answered seriously. Good. Everything is fine. Gu Jinhao smiled. That's good. But why don't you ask me if I'm okay? Oh. Then how are you? Gu Jinhao regretted saying that. Should he be good or not? There is no sincerity at all. She is so cold. How can he be good? In fact, after this assassination, I figured out one thing. Do you want to know? Shen Qingxuan looked at him. His expression was very serious. It must be a big deal. After thinking for a while, he said, Do you want to say it? If you are willing to say it, I will listen. If you don't want to say it, I don't have the problem of prying into other people's thoughts. Gu Jinhao sighed deeply. Deeply? The moment I heard you were in danger, I was going crazy. I was afraid that something would happen to you, and that I would never see you again. I know exactly how I feel about you. I like you and you are the only one I can have. So, Shen Qingxuan interrupted quickly, Fourth prince. If you say so, I have something to tell you. Gu Jinhao said, Listen to me. Shen Qingxuan shook her head. It will be embarrassing to listen to it. You listen to me first. Shen Qingxuan. I want to marry you. I want to be your husband. Gu Yunjin began to feel uneasy after Gu Jinhao left, worried that this nephew with a restless mind might say something to shake the little girl. Sure enough, as soon as he reached the door, he heard Gu Jinhao confessing his love. He stopped there, his hands trembling slightly, and his heart trembling slightly. He actually said he wanted to be her husband. Gu Yunjin subconsciously moved aside. As for why he moved aside, it was because he was not confident. He didn't want to embarrass the three of them. After waiting for a while, he didn't hear Shen Qingxuan's answer. Was she thinking? Or was she hesitating? He, who was always calm and composed, began to complain about why Gu Jinhao showed up at this time. If it was a few days later, and he had a few more days to spend with her, he would have more confidence. Gu Jinhao was also anxious. Was she willing or not? Qingxuan, speak up. The question was like a life-threatening question. And with people coming and going around, Shen Qingxuan was extremely embarrassed. She wanted to find a chance to slip away. But Gu Jinhao stood in front of her, and she couldn't get around him at all. Being urged to hurry, she said tactfully, Fourth prince, thank you for your love. But I think we may have family affection in the future. Family affection? What does that mean? Gu Jinhao didn't understand this confusing word. After a little thought, his eyes lit up. Are you saying that we have changed from love to family affection? Gu Yunjian's heart seemed to be tightly grasped by someone, and he was very lost. From the clouds to the mud, there is only one Gu Jinhao. His eyes were dim, and he turned around in a daze. At this moment, Nothing meant anything to him. At this moment, his little girl spoke again. Fourth prince? You misunderstood. What I meant was that maybe I would become your aunt. Gu Yunjin stopped abruptly and couldn't help looking out the door. Gu Jinhao was like being struck by lightning and couldn't speak for a long time. Shen Qingshuang scratched her head. A little embarrassed. Is it a little hard to accept? I also found it hard to accept a few days ago. I didn't expect Brother Yunjian to like me, but I am very happy with him. So that's it. Seeing that he remained silent and his eyes were a little scary, Shen Qingshuang shuddered and said, Let's go quickly. But he grabbed her arm. Suppressing her anger, she asked, What do you like about the little uncle? Ah? What is better than me about the little uncle? His voice became louder. Shen Qingshuang carefully broke away from him and counted on her fingers. Handsome, gentle, loyal, wise, elegant. Seeing that she started to count the other hand, Gu Jinhao felt that his dignity was being trampled under his feet, and he could not bear it any longer. Shen Qingshuang, can you give me some face? If you do this again, I will not be polite. Shen Qingshuang was frightened by him. He threatened her? She was even more unconvinced. He is older than you. Brother Yunjian said that if I am with him, you are the junior. Shen Qingshuang, what did you say? You dead girl. Stop right there. Gu Jinhao could not suppress his anger. A little girl, who was still wet behind the ears, actually said that he was the junior. Jinhao, pay attention to your attitude. Did she say it wrong? Gu Yunjian walked out slowly with a smile in his eyes. He waved to Shen Qingshuang, and she ran over quickly. You wouldn't have been hiding and listening all the time, right? He showed up so timely. She definitely had reason to suspect him. He didn't deny it, and was glad that he was here. Otherwise, how could she know that he had so many advantages in her heart? She returned his previous words to him. I trust you more than you trust me. You really hold a grudge. He smiled dotingly, took her hand and left. Before leaving, he said, Jinhao, don't threaten her in the future. If I hear it again, no one's plea will be of any use. Gu Jinhao wanted to cry, but had no tears. They were all acting like elders. Why did he come all the way here? Just to bury his love and consolidate their happiness? Just to see his aunt? This world is too crazy. The little uncle actually robbed his nephew's sweetheart with a smug face. No, he couldn't just give up like that. They were just together, not married. He chased them in, pulled a chair and sat with them angrily. Qin Yolan's eyes lit up when she saw him, and she was very enthusiastic. Fourth prince? You are here too? You don't know yet. Qing Shuang is with the 15th prince. Gu Jinhao's broken heart was hit hard again. He put the cup on the table with a bang and stared at Qin Yuan coldly. She was frightened and quickly changed the subject. Let's go to the palace for a banquet tonight. Why? Are you going to assassinate me again? Qin Yuan was speechless. That was a conspiracy by her two brothers to fight for power. What did it have to do with her? Chapter 151. Can you give me a copy of the cheat sheet you gave to the fourth prince? It's no use talking to each other. Anyway, this is Chu, her territory. She doesn't have to be afraid. Qin Yuan has excellent self-regulation ability. And soon, she was immersed in introducing the customs and practices of Chu to Shen Qingyan. Her excited explanation made Gu Jinhao feel even more upset. And he couldn't suppress it even after drinking 3 cups of tea. How could a little girl, a princess, be so noisy? Like a sparrow. Glancing sideways, Shen Qingshuang was eating snacks one by one. And her concentration seemed as if there were only heaven, earth and snacks in the world. But it's not her fault. She has only eaten 2 apples from early morning to now. What's the point? Is it so delicious? He couldn't help asking. Jueyan nodded repeatedly. Delicious. Gu Jinhao. Did I ask you? Oh, not asking me? Jueyan didn't care and lowered his head again. Seeing that there was not much left on the plate, he asked the waiter to bring some more. Ji Feng poked his arm. Boss, can you eat with some manners? You are embarrassing our Lun garden. Jueyan snorted. Are you stupid? It's already this hour. How can you last tonight if you don't eat more? Ji Feng was surprised. Didn't you say that we would have a good meal tonight? Jueyan looked at him like a fool. You are really stupid. Haven't you ever been to a palace banquet? You are a guard, standing, and you still want to eat? Ji Feng suddenly realized that. Yes, he not only had to stand, he also had a mission. He had to keep an eye on Qin Yoyu. He stopped talking and rushed to stuff food into his mouth with Jue Yun as if they were competing. Shin Qingxuang was embarrassed by the whirlwind. The child must be hungry after traveling so far. She pushed the plate in front of them and silently poured 2 cups of tea, which made the 2 boys smile. The prince should marry Miss Shin as soon as possible. It would be great if she could be their princess. Gu Jinhao silently handed over his cup. I want one too. Shin Qingxuang glanced at him sideways. Her emotions were normal. Her eyes were normal. And her tone was normal. It's just pouring tea. It's not a difficult thing. As long as he doesn't get sick. She calmly refilled his cup of tea. And then refilled Gu Yunjian's cup as well. Naturally. She didn't leave Shen Qingyan and Qin Yuan behind. In order not to make him feel special. She refilled everyone's tea. Gu Jinhao was in a better mood. And he immediately understood what she meant when he saw her later actions. It is undeniable that he felt sour in his heart. He obviously knew her first. And she obviously liked him to the point of being unable to extricate herself before. But why did she drift away from him when he liked her? Even if she was not the former Shin Qingxuang. Didn't he have any merits that made her happy? Gu Jinhao was very depressed. If he had known this, he would not have come, which added to his sadness. But if he hadn't come, how could he let go? What is love in the world? 2 people are committed to each other for life and death, while one person just wants to die. He was unhappy. But Gu Yunjian was very happy, smiling without saying a word. Luckily he confessed early. Otherwise he would be the one who was sad and distressed at this time. He even began to appreciate the 2 assassinations arranged by his cruel nephew the Emperor and the Empress Dowager's sister-in-law, both of which were related to Shin Qingxuang. One time she saved him without hesitation. Once she accompanied him without hesitation. She was amazed and fell in love with him the first time. She promised to spend her life with him the second time. What are you thinking about? Sensing his absent-mindedness, Shin Qingxuang gently pushed him. His eyes were clear and his smile was like the bright moon in the mountains. I was thinking about some things in the past. People only think about the past when they are not doing well now. He shook his head. No. I am fine now. Every moment with you is good. Very good. Very good. She blushed. Who taught you these words? It is undeniable that she likes him very much. He always touches her heartstrings inadvertently without knowing it. Gu Jinhao said faintly, I must have asked someone else. The little uncle definitely can't remember it. Gu Yunjin glanced at him lightly. Do you think everyone is like you? Chasing girls with cheat sheets. You have disgraced the royal family of Daki. Hearing this familiar words, Gu Jinhao almost choked to death on his tea and said to Shin Qingxuang, You don't have to say this too? Say. I let it slip. The little girl lowered her head, as if she had made a mistake. Not daring to look at him. Qin Yuan's eyes lit up. It turned out that there was such a trick. Qingxuang. Where did the 4th prince's cheat sheet come from? Qin Yuan. You still mentioned it. The black-faced god was angry. Even if it was his own territory. Qin Yuan was a little scared. And didn't say anything at the moment. But she was still muttering in her heart. Shin Qingxuang felt embarrassed. So she looked away while drinking tea. Suddenly a familiar figure came into view. It was a young man, who was asking the shopkeeper something. And it looked like he was looking for someone. Hey. Good man. Good man. Qin Yun suddenly heard the word good man, and immediately thought of Shin Qingxuang. Turning his head. It was indeed. He looked again. And all of them were people he knew. Including his own prince. Who was also there. It was really easy to get what he wanted. He ran over excitedly. Your Highness. The 15th prince? Miss Shin. Gu Jinhao said him. Why are you so slow? Qin Yun said. The mark left by your highness was disrupted. And I found the wrong way. Which delayed me for some time. Qin Yuan didn't understand. Why was there a mark? But she didn't dare to ask Gu Jinhao. So she had to swallow her curiosity. In the evening, the carriage of the Chu Palace stopped in front of Lai Fuan. Qin Xiaoyuan came to greet them in person. Which was beyond everyone's expectation. I heard from Yuan that the 4th prince and the 3rd Master Shen are also here. I am so happy that I came to greet them. Gu Jinhao nodded. The eldest prince came to greet me personally. I am flattered. Shin Qingyan also expressed his gratitude. He originally did not intend to go. But Qin Xiaoyuan insisted. So he had to go with him. Shin Qingxuang felt that Qin Xiaoyuan was too fake. So she was in the same carriage with Qin Yuan, Jifeng, and Qin Yun. Jue Yun was in another carriage to protect Gu Yun. Qin Yuan was a little puzzled and whispered, Qing Shuang. Isn't Qin Yun the fourth prince's guard? Why don't you protect him? Isn't it for you? For me? What do you mean? Qing Shuang whispered something in Qin Yuan's ear. And Qin Yuan let out a long oh. With gratitude in her big eyes. She looked at Qin Yun happily. Qin Yun felt uneasy at the look and could not help but move aside. Princess. What do you want to do? Nothing. Qin Yun. I want to ask you for help. Help? Qin Yun did not think he had the ability to help her. So he asked her to talk for the time being. Qin Yuan covered her red face and giggled. This shy look made Ji Feng guess. When he looked at Qin Yun with gossip, Qin Yun's heart trembled. Could it be? Could it be? Qing Shuang felt that things were going wrong and pushed Qin Yuan. You ask. I'm a little embarrassed. If you're embarrassed, don't ask. No. This is related to my life's happiness. This is related to my whole life. It's not easy. Ji Feng pointed at Qin Yun with a smirk. The boy didn't look good, and his martial arts were not good. But he could capture the heart of the princess. Qin Yun's heart skipped a beat. It can't be true. Right? While he was uneasy, Qin Yuan finally raised her head. Her eyes were gentle, and her tone was gentle. Qin Yun. Can you give me a copy of the cheat sheet you gave to the fourth prince? She blinked her eyes, and tried to be more cute. Qin Yun was like being struck by lightning. She made such a big fuss about such a small matter. Compared to Ji Feng's disappointment, Qin Yun felt like he was reborn after a disaster. It turns out that the best thing in the world is a false alarm. Chapter 152. The Chu Palace attends the banquet. It's just a cheat sheet. Not silver. Nothing precious. But he felt it was unnecessary. After all, if it was useful, how could mission be with the 15th prince? He had planned to go to the palace to find paper and pen to write down the remaining strategies in his memory. But Qin Yuan felt that time was running out. So Qin Yun had to dictate. Qing Shuang listened and recalled Gu Jinhao's practice at that time, and sighed deeply. Fortunately, he found the cheat sheet at the beginning. Otherwise he would have been tricked. Princess. That's all. Finally finished. Qin Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Yuan praised him again and again, which gave him a sense of accomplishment. After reviewing the game, Qin Yuan thought of an important question. Qin Yun. Have you married? Ah? Married? No. Qin Yuan was a little disappointed and hesitated. You haven't married yet with so many strategies? Is this really useful? Qin Yun scratched his head. This is a good question. Honestly, princess, I don't have a girl I like. So this strategy is useless. It is really arbitrary to judge whether it is useful based on my marriage situation. Makes sense. Qin Yuan nodded. And then was surprised. Then where did this strategy come from? Princess. To be honest, this is the 5th prince's many years of experience. 5th prince? Qin Yuan remembered Gu Binghe, who had been an envoy to the state of Chu a few months ago. But I remember that the 5th prince doesn't have a princess either. She looked blank. Qin Yun awkwardly said No. Then, is this useful? The strategy is a good strategy. And the analysis is very thorough. But the person who formulated this strategy, with so many years of experience, is still a bachelor. So she has to doubt its effectiveness. Ji Feng couldn't stop laughing. After talking for a long time, it was still just talk on paper. Qing Shuang didn't know how to comment. So she had to pretend to close her eyes and rest. As long as she doesn't go off the mark, let her do whatever she wants. Chu Palace. Gu Yunjian and his party followed Qin Shaoyuan into the banquet hall. Except for the king and queen of Chu. The rest had almost arrived. The courtiers and royal relatives of Chu had already known the news. When they saw them, they all looked at them. All their eyes fell on Gu Yunjian. They only heard that the little uncle of Daqi had lived in Lingyuan for many years and rarely went out. How could they not be surprised that he actually went to Chu this time? What was even more surprising was that he was said to be handsome and elegant. But today, he was even more handsome and elegant than the rumors. A white dress was whiter than snow. And the ice and snow melted when he smiled. This appearance and this demeanor made the 2 princes of our country pale in comparison. Qin Shaojun listened to the discussions and whispers around him, watching coldly and drinking a glass of wine. He shot himself in the foot with the Tangxi incident. Not only did he lose 2 cities, he also lost the support of the people. And Qin Shaoyuan took advantage of him. He has always been brooding over it. When he met his old friend again this time, The unpleasant memories came back, making him angry. But he was a guest from afar, and as the third prince, he should be a good host. He put down the wine glass and stood up to greet him. But seeing that Qin Shaoyuan and Gu Yunjian seemed to be talking happily, he had a bad feeling. Could it be that they reached some agreement? He waved his hand, and Qin Yuan ran over. Third brother, did my eldest brother go to pick you up? Or did he pick you up at the palace gate? I went to Lai Fuan to pick you up. Qin Shaojun nodded. If someone is being nice to you, he must be a traitor or a thief. He felt that Gu Yunjian had something he wanted. 15th prince? 4th prince? How are you? Gu Yunjian and Gu Jinhao returned the greetings, exchanged greetings, and sat down. Shin Qingxuang's seat was originally arranged with Gu Yunjian. But when Shin Qingyan and Gu Jinhao came, she was arranged after Gu Jinhao and sat with Shin Qingyan. Qingxuang, we are really destined to be together. Gu Jinhao smiled shamelessly, with his eyebrows raised, showing that he was very satisfied with the seat arrangement. With just these few people, how much fate can we have? Shin Qingxuang checked a small medicine bottle in her purse while speaking. Such a deep place must not be taken lightly. Gu Jinhao saw that she was always fiddling with her purse, and sat closer to her. What's here? Medicine. Do you want to take it? Gu Jinhao's mouth twitched. Why would he take medicine? He is not sick. It's still early, so it's good to chat and communicate feelings. Qingxuang, don't you miss me at all? Shin Qingxuang was surprised. Why should I miss you? Don't you know what kind of personality you have? You get angry and yell at me when you don't agree with me. I don't have a masochistic tendency, and I don't think so hard. Feeling too close, she moved aside again. Like a thief. Gu Jinhao rolled his eyes at her. Can't he say a few nice words? Don't I have anything worth your concern? Gu Jinhao didn't give up. He must get the answer he wanted, even if it was artificial. Being urged anxiously, Shin Qingxuang scratched her head and gave a word. Yes. Really? What is it? Humph. Your Highness, when will you pay me back the 120,000 taels of silver you owe me? Shin Qingyan was originally tasting wine leisurely, and had no interest in the mutterings between his sister and Gu Jinhao. Anyway, he couldn't suffer any loss with him around. But when she heard about 120,000 taels of silver, she lost her composure. She leaned over and asked, Who owes whom? Shin Qingxuang said, The 4th prince owes me. Really? So much? How did you owe it? It doesn't matter how you owe it. What matters is that we have so much foreign debt to collect. 4th prince? Settle it quickly so that everyone can feel at ease. Gu Jinhao really looked down on her money-grubbing look, and took out a jade pendant from his body. This one is worth at least 50,000 taels. I'll give it to you. I'll give you a few more things after returning to Daki, and they will definitely be more than your mere 120,000 taels. I don't want it. As soon as she pushed it to him, it was snatched away by Shin Qingyan. He stroked it in his hands and exclaimed, Sister, this piece is more than 80,000 taels. If you make money, keep it. Shin Qingxuang snatched it and returned it to Gu Jinhao. No. I want silver. Shin Qingyan knocked on her forehead. Silly. Why not sell it? Gu Jinhao. He finally understood how money lovers are raised. It's not surprising to have such a brother. He gave her the jade pendant so that she would have something of his and give herself a thought. She actually wanted to sell it. What kind of person is this? He drank a glass of wine in a daze and sighed heavily. The emperor is here. The queen is here. The emperor and the queen of Chu arrived, and everyone in the hall stood up and saluted. Everyone, please stand up. The emperor of Chu raised his hand. Thank you, Your Majesty. Shin Qingxuang looked at the emperor. He was about the same age as her father, but not as upright as her father. The look in his eyes was shrewd and thoughtful, similar to the one who was under house arrest in Dachi. I wonder what it's like to be the emperor. When she thought of this, she glanced at him subconsciously, and coincidentally, he was looking at her. When they smiled at each other, they were interrupted by someone who spoiled the fun. She withdrew her gaze in dissatisfaction and sat up straight. The king of Chu admired Gu Yunjian's appearance and demeanor, and said with a smile, 15th prince, I heard Yuan say that you have arrived in the territory of Chu. I couldn't believe it at first and thought she was joking. Gu Yunjian nodded and smiled. I brought the little girl here for a trip on a whim. I didn't want to disturb the emperor. Unexpectedly, I met the two princesses, so I had to bother you. The king of Chu said, Your Highness, You are too polite. Why would I bother you? I am happy that you are willing to come. By the way, my niece heard that the prince and the fourth prince have arrived, and she wants to dance for you too. What do you think? Chapter 153. The little uncle really knew her. Niece? Dancing? Seeing their confusion, the king of Chu explained, she is the daughter of my late brother, named Yanxue. Gu Yunjian thanked him politely, but he didn't know the reason. He subconsciously looked at Gu Jinhao and whispered, You know her? Gu Jinhao hurriedly distanced himself from the relationship. How is it possible? I have always been strict with myself and kept myself clean. How could I mess with his niece? Little uncle, you are more likely. Nonsense. This is my first time in Chu. How could I know her? Since none of them recognize her. Let's wait and see. The sound of stringed instruments and orchestras rose, and a group of women dressed in bright clothes filed in. The skirts swayed lightly, and the dancing was graceful. The dance of the woman in yellow in the middle was the best, as dazzling as the moon surrounded by stars. That was Qin Yanxue, the second daughter of King Dingbei. Her face was covered with a veil, revealing only a pair of gentle eyes. Her waist was so slender that it was not too big to hold, and her steps were like lotus flowers. She was obviously a beauty. Xin Shuang looked at her with envy. If the original owner could dance, it would be great. Unfortunately, seeing that Xin Qingyan was just tasting wine and had no interest at all, she pushed him. Third brother, don't you like watching dancing? It's not that I don't like it. It's just that there's nothing good to see. Xin Qingyan lowered his voice and said, There are people in the brothels and taverns of Daki who dance better than her. Xin Shuang was very upset. The emperor said that she was his niece. After all, she was a princess, not a full-time dancer. How could they be compared? You are so mean. Xin Qingyan smiled and moved to her side. I am mean? That woman has mean eyes. Don't say that brother didn't remind you. She always stares at Yunjian intentionally or unintentionally. What? Really? Why didn't I see it? Xin Shuang was shocked. She really didn't care. She was patted on the forehead. Xin Qingyan said angrily, My silly sister. Are you missing a bone? Her eyes were so soft that they were about to drip with water. But you didn't notice it. Rubbing her forehead, Xin Shuang focused more. It seemed to be just as her brother said. She turned her eyes slowly to Gu Yunjian. He was looking at her. There was still some grievance in her eyes. He had been looking at her for so long. But she couldn't bear to look at him. She only winked at him. But she didn't understand what she meant at all. Gu Jinhao understood and said with a smile, Little uncle, Qing Shuang means Qin Yanxue has been looking at you and seems to be interested in you. Gu Yunjian rolled his eyes at him, knowing that he was fanning the flames. But the little girl nodded. That's what he meant. Before he could explain, he heard Gu Jinhao say, Qing Shuang, the reputation of the little uncle is well known, and it's normal for some women to admire him. In my opinion, not only Qin Yanxue, but also the woman next to Qin Yuan seems to have this intention. Would you like to consider me? This was a blatant poaching, and Gu Yunjian was unhappy. Jinhao, stop now. Gu Jinhao was in the middle of talking. How could he stop? Little uncle, I just told Qing Shuang the truth so that she can have a clear understanding. Otherwise, the longer the time, the greater the harm. How did it hurt? Gu Yunjian was more and more speechless about this nephew. He used to think that he was deep and irritable, but he didn't expect that he was also verbally aroused. This is undoubtedly inherited from concubine Xian. Gu Jinhao was relentless. With so many women around you, it is of course hurtful to Qing Shuang. I am different. I am clean around me, and I have absolutely no troubles with beautiful women. Qing Shuang felt that he was talking non-stop and was just too noisy. Gu Yunjian's poor expression made her laugh again. You have to distinguish right from wrong. Fourth prince? Did you borrow that mouth and are you in a hurry to return it? Don't always slander brother Yunjian. It's not his fault that others like him, as long as he doesn't fall in love with him. Isn't it okay? You also boast that you are clean around you, but you are not clean. That's called no grass growing. Who doesn't avoid you when they see you? Who dares to get close to you? Of course, except Fang Mingzhu, who always sticks to you when she wants to eat the grass back. Qin Yun added in a low voice, and Fang Ninger offered herself to you. Gu Jinhao really wanted to chop off this guard, who was more trouble than help. He was already annoyed by others mentioning Fang Mingzhu, but that guy even dragged Fang Ninger into it. Qin Yun, do you want to die? Qin Yan shook his head like a rattle. No, Your Highness. I am here to speak up for you. Miss Shen said that there is no grass growing around you. I want to clear your name. Thank you. My king. From now on. Shut up. If you say a word, you will get 50 strokes. Yes. Ji Feng came forward and said, Your Highness. He said a word, and he got 50 strokes. Qin Yan wanted to strangle him to death. But this was the Chu Palace. He couldn't do it. Besides, he couldn't beat him. He was so angry that his face turned red. Gu Yunjian also found that Qin Yanxue always looked at him, which made him uncomfortable. Qin Yan, I will change seats with you. Shen Qingyan refused. Isn't this a joke? Can he sit in that seat just by saying so? Seeing that he was really sad, he thought of a compromise. Qing Shuang, you go sit with Yunjian. Is this appropriate? Not appropriate. This is what Gu Jinhao said. As for why it is not appropriate, he could not think of a plausible reason for a while. Gu Yunjian thought it was good, and he walked over holding her hand. Feeling at ease, it was this action that made Qin Yanshua's eyes darken, and she never looked at him with those affectionate eyes again. After the dance, Qin Yanshua took off her veil and said to the Emperor of Chu, Your Majesty, Yanshua is showing off. The Emperor of Chu smiled and said, Meet the distinguished guest. Qin Yanshua replied yes, and turned to Gu Yunjian, Meet the 15th prince. Gu Yunjian stood up and raised his hand, Princess, please stand up. When she looked up, Gu Yunjian was slightly startled. Shen Qingxuang was the same. It turned out to be Lin Qing. Isn't she an orphan? How did she become the daughter of King Dingbei? Gu Yunjian's eyes became indifferent. Qin Yanshua saluted Gu Jinhao again, and he nodded in return. After she left, Gu Jinhao said, The young uncle really knows her. Don't you know her too? Gu Jinhao. That's not what he meant. To welcome the distinguished guest, the Chu Palace prepared many programs such as singing, dancing, and swordplay. The banquet was full of toasts, singing and dancing, and it was very lively. During the banquet, Qin Yanshua came again, toasted Gu Yunjian. Gu Yunjian refused on the grounds that he was not feeling well and was not suitable for drinking. Qin Yanshua looked embarrassed, but did not give up, and proposed to replace the wine with tea. This king will not drink with dishonest people. At this time, Gu Jinhao was invited by Qin Shaoyuan to chat, so there was no one else here except Shen Qingxuang and Jueyan. Qin Yanshua lowered her head and bit her lip, as if she was wronged. After a long while, he said, I didn't mean to deceive the prince. It was just a coincidence that I found out a few years ago that I was the daughter of the Dingbei prince who was lost outside. Gu Yunjian's eyes were calm, and he smiled faintly. You knew it a few years ago, but you couldn't tell me the truth a few days ago? The princess is still willing to humble herself and become a slave to follow me to Daki. I have to doubt your intentions. Chapter 154 He is my man. Qin Yanshua didn't know how to defend herself when she heard what he said. Whether the prince believes it or not, Yanshua sincerely wanted to serve the prince that day, and she definitely had no ill intentions towards Dachi. Gu Yunjian said seriously, It doesn't matter whether it's true or false. I am not interested in knowing. But princess, I have only met you once. Please don't call yourself that. Yes. Qin Yanshua's face flushed, thinking that he would give her some face. But he didn't show any mercy. Her eyes fell on Shen Qingxuang, but she didn't look at her at all, just eating grapes one by one, as if she didn't exist. She already knew her identity, and she felt very uncomfortable when she saw that Gu Yunjian treated them differently. He said sarcastically, I heard that Miss Shen was entangled with the 4th prince. Why is she sitting with the 15th prince? Gu Yunjian was originally indifferent to Qin Yanshua, but now he had developed to disgust. Just as he was about to speak, Shen Qingxuang didn't give him a chance. She usually never asked others to do it when she could do it herself. Not only does the princess have bad eyesight, but her ears also seem to be in trouble. Do you want me to treat you? Qin Yanshua didn't expect her to be so aggressive, and said angrily, What do you mean? Shen Qingxuang pinched another grape into her mouth and spit out the skin. Everyone can see that we don't welcome you, but you don't know it. Isn't this because of bad eyesight? Besides, this girl and the 4th prince have never had any entanglement, but you can hear it. Isn't this because of bad ears? Qin Yanshua was embarrassed and angry. Shen Qingxuang, why do you talk to me like this? This is Chu State, and I am the princess. The little girl raised her eyebrows and smiled, Qin Yanxue. The princess is so great? Yulan is a princess, but she is not as arrogant as you. If Wu Bo knew that he saved a person like you who doesn't know what he is doing, he would regret it to death. By the way, you ask me why I talk to you like this? Just because I have a father who protects his shortcomings and 3 brothers who protect his shortcomings. Qin Yanxue was short of breath when she heard this. She did have enough confidence to say this. At the beginning, because of Tang Xu's matter, Did Qi asked for 2 cities. The reason why Chu did not dare to refuse was that the country had no good generals, and could not compete with Ding'an General's mansion. But she was really angry. Just as she stretched out her hand to point, she heard Jueyun's cold voice, "Put your hand down." Although she was unwilling, she still took her hand back. Then Shenqing Shuang said, speaking of entanglement, "I want to remind you. Don't entangle Gu Yunjian. He is mine." "What slave? Maid? Wife? Concubine? Put away your dirty little thoughts." Gu Yunjian wanted to laugh, but the little girl lectured him seriously, so he could only hold it. Qin Yanshue's face was red with shame. She was young, but how could she say such harsh words? "Miss Shen, you misunderstood. I said slave, just to repay Uncle Wu for saving my life." Shenqing Shuang interrupted quickly, "Don't. Your ingratitude will make Uncle Wu have a shadow on saving people. If you really want to repay the favor, go and be Uncle Wu's slave." "Jueyun, is Ling Yuan's small kitchen in need of a fish butcher? Uncle Wu's way of killing fish is scary for fish alive and dead." Jueyun was very considerate and said crisply, "Yes, princess. Why do you have to kill fish?" Qin Yanxue was stunned, and when she met her smiling eyes, she became even more angry and glared at her hatefully. Suddenly she smiled and said, "Miss Shen, you haven't married the prince yet, so you are too nosy. Even if you marry, it is reasonable for the prince to have a concubine." Shenqing Shuang really argued with her. She smiled slightly, "Whether I am nosy or not, you have no say." Turning to Gu Yunjian, "Am I nosy?" Gu Yunjian smiled and shook his head, "No." "Do you want a concubine?" He smiled and shook his head again, "No. You are enough." She smiled at him, really giving him face. With the smile still on her face, he kissed her forehead. "It's just a show. Do you have to be so serious?" Her face turned red. "What if someone saw it in public?" Gu Yunjian said seriously, "I am not acting." She was startled and quickly retracted her gaze to avoid drowning in his gentle eyes. Qin Yanxue looked at Gu Yunjian's smiling eyes, and felt even worse. "Your Highness, I came here to remind you to be careful of a woman. Since Miss Shen is so powerful, I won't say much." She left angrily, but no one cared. Jueyun pondered her words, and his eyes swept over the women in the palace one by one. After a round of sweeping, he felt that none of them had any problems, and yet all of them were suspicious. "Your Highness, can her words be trusted?" Gu Yunjian said indifferently, "Half of the words are the same as not saying anything. This kind of reminder is meaningless, so don't pay attention to it." Shenqing Shuang smiled and said, "I think she said something that is extremely credible." Jueyun asked hurriedly, "Which one?" "Miss Shen is so powerful." "Jueyun." Gu Yunjian was amused by her, and rubbed her long hair. "I agree. May I ask, Miss Shen, what is your best opinion?" "No best opinion, but one humble opinion. I'd like to hear more about it. Don't drink the wine Qin Youyu offers, and don't meet her alone." Shenqing Shuang's confident look reminded Gu Yunjian of the night of concubine Xian's birthday. She had this expression at that time. And as she expected, Gu Jinhao was assassinated. "Is she going to deal with me?" Shenqing Shuang was uncertain, looking at Shen Qingyan, who was chatting with Ji Feng not far away. "It could also be my third brother." Gu Yunjian fell into deep thought. He believed her for no reason. How will he frame her? This made Shenqing Shuang embarrassed, because she couldn't remember the time in the book. It could be this time, or it could be later. And because of her intervention, many people's life trajectories have changed. So many plots in the book can only be used as reference and prevention. Perhaps she will bet on her innocence. If the target is you, she should want to marry you. If the target is my third brother, then the Ding'an General's mansion will face a catastrophe. She whispered in his ear. Gu Yunjian was shocked. What catastrophe? Her heart trembled when she thought of the ending in the book. Shen Nanfang fell ill. Shen Qingyan was exiled. Shen Qinglang died on the battlefield, and Shen Qingshu was left struggling to support him. In the end, the emperor found an excuse to kill him. Qing Shuang, Speak up. The more she didn't speak, the more anxious he became. And the more anxious he became, the more worried he became. Shen Qingxuang's eyes turned red. And she held his hand. Do you believe what I say? Of course I do. If her target is my third brother, will you help me stop that catastrophe? Yes. Is it okay to be an enemy of the Emperor? He held her hand tightly and whispered, we are already enemies. Aren't we? After hearing the catastrophe she was talking about, Gu Yunjian was stunned and couldn't calm down for a long time. If Shen Qingyan was really framed by Qin Youyu, the series of tragedies that followed would be logical. Looking at his absent-minded eyes, she shook him. Brother Yunjian, say something. Gu Yunjian held her hand in his palm. Qingxuang, don't be afraid. Let's not talk about whether she will succeed or not. Even if she succeeds, Qingyan will at most take a concubine. Concubine? Shen Qingxuang sat up straight. Why? At the bottom of the valley. You asked me a question. I will answer you now. So, you don't have to be afraid of anything. The Shen family will be fine. And the people you care about will be fine. Chapter 155, I will definitely fulfill my mission. Qin Youyu looked at the pot thoughtfully. And there was tea in the pot. A pot of clear tea. If you calm down, you can still smell the fragrance. But there was a drug in it. A drug that makes people emotional. Qin Shaoyuan prepared it for her. For Shen Qingyan. He had planned to find an opportunity to send Qin Youyu to Daqi to confuse Shen Qinglang. But he didn't expect Shen Qingyan to come. It's not too early or too late. Just right. As long as she tempted Shen Qingyan to drink the tea, she would take the opportunity to overturn the teapot and die without evidence, and then induce him to be unruly to her. She is a princess of a country, and he flirted with her in public, and her innocence was damaged. He could only marry her back, and then she would have more room to play. Collect military intelligence, sabotage secretly, make the emperor suspicious of General Dingen's mansion, and finally destroy the Shen family. Once the strong enemy is eliminated, they will have no rivals on the battlefield. With this great achievement, Qin Shaojun will never be able to compete with him again. The position of the crown prince is in his pocket. Of course, if Shen Qingyan does not marry her, he is not afraid. As long as he writes a letter to the emperor of Daqi, Shen Qingyan will not be able to escape severe punishment, and the Wen general's mansion will be unable to recover, which is also a great achievement. Qin Shaoyuan was socializing with Gu Jinhao while observing Qin Youyu. She sat there in a daze without taking any action, which made her angry. He casually called a palace maid. The second princess is not feeling well. Let her drink less. The palace maid respectfully performed his salute and conveyed his meaning to Qin Youyu. Qin Youyu snorted in her heart. What is drinking less? Isn't it just a reminder that she should take action? She stood up slowly and picked up the pot she had been looking at for a long time. Sister, where are you going? Hearing this sweet voice, Qin Youyu was furious. A concubine who was living outside was worthy of calling her sister? Especially. She rushed to show her goodwill to Gu Yunjian before her, dancing and toasting, which made her extremely disgusted. I am a princess. You should change your name as soon as possible. Qin Yanxue looked embarrassed and called princess reluctantly. Qin Youyu snorted and glanced at her with contempt. Don't think about other people's things. Don't bring trouble to yourself. Qin Yanxue replied yes again. And when she lowered her head, a trace of resentment and ridicule flashed in her eyes. She thought she was different, but she was just humiliating herself. Qin Yuan felt that singing and dancing were boring, and she couldn't sit still. So she stood up. Seeing her pouting, her mother, concubine Chen, smiled and said, Yulan, why are you so depressed? Qin Yulan shook her arm and said coquettishly, Mother, I'm tired of watching these songs and dances. I want to go find Qingxuang to play. Qingxuang? Qin Yuan pointed at Shen Qingxuang, who was concentrating on eating, and said, She is the lady of General Dingen's mansion. She is a very nice person. I was very grateful for her care when I was in Daqi. Concubine Shen looked at Shen Qingxuang from a distance. She looked beautiful and had a sweet smile, just like her daughter. No wonder the two girls could play together. Yulan, Mother advises you not to go. Why? Qin Yulan was unhappy. Does Mother not like her? Concubine Shen shook her head. How could it be? Mother is afraid that you will disturb her and the 15th prince. Didn't you see Yanxue went there excitedly just now and came back in a dusty face? Qin Yulan sneered. Mother, I am not her. It must be that Qin Yanxue relied on her beauty to have some thoughts that she shouldn't have. And then she said something that angered Qingxuang. How could the 15th prince be interested in her? She deserved it. Concubine Shen frowned and looked to the side. Fortunately, the emperor didn't hear it. She lowered her voice and said, Yulan, how can you, a little girl, speak so harshly? Qin Yulan raised her eyebrows. I am not harsh. The 15th prince and the 4th prince came to our palace as guests. And she, a princess, went to dance. What's the big deal? She heard that the 15th prince was handsome and wanted to attract his attention. It's a pity that she already had someone in her heart. And she was foolishly giving her heart to the wrong person. Concubine Shen tapped her forehead. But the rumors about the 15th prince are indeed true. He is handsome and unparalleled. So many noble ladies in the palace were staring at him. Qin Yuan lowered her head and smiled. Mr. Shen-san is not bad. Mother, you have never seen him in white clothes. That is so handsome and elegant. Glancing at her mother's playful eyes, Qin Yuan blushed. No more. I'm going to play. Seeing her running away, Concubine Shen smiled and shook her head. My daughter has grown up. And I think she has fallen in love with Shen Qingyan. But after a closer look, that Mr. Shen is really good. With bright eyes and sparse eyebrows. And elegant and romantic. Xiaojun, mother has something to ask you. Qin Xiaojun had heard their conversation. And before she asked, he said, Mother, you guessed right. The little girl likes Shen Qingyan. And she is already obsessed with him. Qin Yuan ran to Shen Qingxuang and sat down directly, holding her chin, blinking her big eyes and gazing at her affectionately. This look made Shen Qingxuang feel like she was admired. I'm offering you a gift. Your grapes are quite sweet. She gave her a bunch and picked one to put in her mouth. But Gu Yunjian ate it from her hand. When his lips touched her fingertips, her face turned red. His heart was moved. Like spring water blown by the wind. Ripples appeared one after another. Jueyun almost lost his balance. His prince was too self-indulgent. He actually showed his affection in public. It was too much to watch. But he still wanted to watch. Brother Yunjian, you are a little too ostentatious. Can you be more low-key? Shen Qingxuang felt her heart beating fast and retracted her hand. Gu Yunjian smiled slightly. Distinctive? If you don't like it, I won't do this again in the future. Don't. As soon as she said that, she covered her face and smiled. Not really. It's just too sudden. I'll get used to it. She pinched another one and handed it to him. He was stunned and lowered his head to eat it. She tilted her head and said with a smile, You must always remember that you are mine. And you are not allowed to do this with others. Okay. Jueyun had already pulled Jifeng over. And the two of them stared at this beautiful scene infatuatedly. If Wu Bo was here, who knows how happy he would be. Qin Yuan looked at it with envy. And said leisurely, I also want handsome brother to feed me grapes. Shen Qingxuang then thought of her brother, and looked over quickly. Her eyes were straight. Why did Qin Youyu go over? Yulan, your sister wants to snatch your handsome brother. She dares. Qin Yulan's eyes were about to burst out. And she was about to rush over. But was stopped by Shen Qingxuang. Don't let your sister get close to my brother. No matter what it is. As long as she brings it. Don't let my brother touch it. If you can do it, I will recognize you as my sister-in-law. Qin Yulan was moved to tears. Don't worry. I will not fail my mission. Qin Youyu has arrived in front of Shen Qingyan. Feeling a little uneasy. Shen Qingyan was confused. Excuse me. Who are you? Qin Youyu. Oh. It turns out to be the second princess. I wonder what you want to see me for. Qin Youyu took a deep breath and smiled. I saw that the young master was drinking alone. Which was boring. So I came to offer you a cup of tea. Tea. Thank you very much. Princess. Just as she picked up the cup, it was snatched away by the angry Qin Yulan. Qin Youyu blushed. Yulan. What are you doing? Qin Yulan snorted. Sister. What are you doing? I'm just pouring a cup of tea for the third young master Shen. My handsome brother doesn't like to drink tea. You should give it to others. Really. I don't see you being so attentive to my father and mother on weekdays. Shen Qingyan was a little confused. What was going on? Seeing Qin Youyu's cheeks flushed, she was very embarrassed and tried to smooth things over. It's just a cup of tea. Qin Yulan insisted. Not even a drop of tea. If she drank her sister's tea, she would lose the support of her future sister-in-law. Absolutely not. At this time, Jifeng brought a cup of tea, Third master. The lady asked me to give it to you. So use it to toast the second princess. Qin Yoyu was stunned there. But fortunately her tea was ready. Just as she was about to drink it, Jueyun picked up a grape and hit the palace maid next to Qin Yoyu on the leg. The palace maid was in pain and grabbed her sleeve subconsciously. The tea in the cup spilled. Second princess, please forgive me. I didn't mean it. Qin Yoyu couldn't get angry, so she had to give up. But the tea was spilled. What should she do next? Just as she was worried, Ji Feng poured a cup of tea from her pot. Second princess, please. Chapter 156. Can I drink the tea I poured? Qin Yoyu's originally rosy face suddenly turned pale. Her hands trembled, and she stared at the cup of tea. No. She can't drink it. If she drinks it, she will become the biggest joke in the Chu Palace. Qin Yuan really couldn't stand her dithering appearance, and put the cup in her hand. Sister, didn't you insist on toasting handsome brother just now? He has been holding the cup for so long. Why don't you drink it? Qin Yoyu hesitated. Yulan, I suddenly feel a little uncomfortable. This cup of tea, I won't drink it for now. Shen Qingyan noticed the problem no matter how slow he was, and subconsciously looked at his sister. Why did she let Jifeng bring him another cup of tea? And why did Qin Yuan stop her sister from pouring the tea in the pot for him? Shen Qingshuang just shook his head at him. He understood and smiled at Qin Yoyu, who looked flustered. Second princess, is there something wrong with this tea? Ah? No problem. How could there be a problem? That's what she said. But Qin Yoyu's hands trembled uncontrollably. She broke the cup and then covered her chest. I feel dizzy and uncomfortable. Shen Qingyan stood aside and did not move. It was Qin Yuan who supported her sister. Qin Yoyu closed her eyes tightly and pretended to be in pain. She opened her eyes slightly, but met Shen Qingyan's playful eyes and immediately retracted her gaze. The palace was still lively. The sound of stringed instruments and dancing. The moon in the heart of the willow tower danced low, and the wind under the peach blossom fence sang. In comparison, the movement here was not worth mentioning. Ji Feng snorted coldly and shouted at the top of his voice. The second princess fainted. When Jueyun heard it, he also shouted, and then stood behind Gu Yunjian as if nothing had happened, as if it was not him who had just spoken. The noisy hall suddenly became silent. The king of Chu was full of worry, and immediately said to his left and right, why don't you call the imperial physician? The queen of Chu came over with the help of the maid, and asked with concern, Yoyu, how are you? Qin Yoyu covered her forehead, and said with a weak breath, Mother, I feel a little dizzy. There is no need to call the imperial physician. I will be fine after a rest. I am disrespectful. Please forgive me. Mother. Qin Shaoyuan cursed in his heart. He couldn't do anything well. He was afraid that the imperial physician would come and expose her pretending to be sick. So he quickly pretended to be concerned. Yulan, help Yoyu go back to rest. Qin Yulan didn't want to, and she had to come to serve tea for no reason. She didn't drink the tea, but she was not well. I don't know if she pretended to be sick to attract the attention of her handsome brother. Brother, wait for the imperial physician first. If it is really a serious illness, resting is useless. Mother, what do you think? Qin Yoyu was the daughter of King Dingbei and was raised in the palace. Queen Chu naturally cared more about her in front of others, so she agreed with Qin Yuan's statement. Yoyu, sit down for a while, and let the imperial physician treat you. Gu Jinhao watched coldly for a while, and always felt that Qin Yoyu's mind was not simple. Seeing her lips trembling slightly, she was obviously afraid. Smiled immediately, Empress. Qingshuang knows some medical skills. Why not let her see the second princess first? Qin Yoyu instinctively refused when she heard it, regardless of whether she knew medical skills or not. Her eccentric personality alone made her feel uneasy. What's more, she was Shen Qingyan's sister. She must have discovered something. Otherwise Jifeng would not have suddenly appeared and made so many strange moves. Don't bother, Miss Shen. No. I'm happy to help. Shen Qingshuang came up to her with a smile while she spoke. Yulan, hold her up. I'll take her pulse. Qin Yulan did it immediately, but her sister refused to lend a hand. Second princess, it's just a pulse, not an acupuncture. Don't be so nervous. Shen Qingshuang blinked and smiled, and she already had an idea in her mind. Qin Yuan also advised, that's right. Sister, it will be fine in a while. How can Miss Shen know medical skills at such a young age? Yoyu is a princess of a country. A valuable body. What if she is misdiagnosed? Let's wait for the imperial physician. The speaker was Qin Shaoyuan, who had to stop the situation when he saw that the situation was getting out of control. Qin Shaojun came over and patted his shoulder with a smile. Brother, what you said is wrong. I also heard that Miss Shen is a skilled doctor, and can even cure diseases that the imperial doctors can't. If the rumors are true, it was she who cured concubine Xian's chronic illness. Your Highness. Right? Gu Jinhao smiled and nodded. That's right. So I suggest Qing Shuang try it. Concubine Shen thought for a moment, and said to the Emperor, Your Majesty. If that's the case, let Miss Shen try it. You see how sad Yoyu is, and I feel distressed when I see it. Emperor Chu nodded and made the final decision. In this case, I will trouble Miss Shen. Qin Yoyu had to reach out, and Shen Qingxuang put her hand on her wrist. After a while, she stood up. Miss Shen, how is Yoyu? The queen asked impatiently. Shen Qingxuang glanced at Qin Yoyu and smiled. Your Majesty, the second princess is just dizzy because of shock and excessive tension. She will be fine after taking some tranquilizers later. Queen Chu was relieved. She was fine. But why was she frightened? Shen Qingxuang calmly poured a cup of tea and handed it to Qin Yuan, signaling her to feed Qin Yoyu. When Qin Yoyu came to her senses, the tea in the cup was gone. An unspeakable panic struck her heart. That tea. The clear tea in your pot. Qin Yoyu was shocked. What did you say? Qin Yuan rolled her eyes at her. Sister, why are you so surprised? Handsome brother only has wine here. I can't feed you wine. But that tea. Qin Yoyu felt like she had something stuck in her throat. No. She couldn't stay here. She didn't care about her weak legs. She just took 2 steps, but was stopped by Shen Qingxuang. Second princess, you can't leave now. You have to wait a while. What if you get dizzy again? There was 3 parts of anger, 3 parts of ridicule, 3 parts of gloating, and 1 part of hypocritical concern in her eyes. Get out of the way. Qin Yoyu was so angry that she pushed her away. The force was so strong that Shen Qingxuang staggered. Gu Jinhao hurried to help her, but he was a step behind Gu Yunjian and reluctantly retracted his hand. Second princess, Qingxuan was kind to you, but you didn't appreciate it. But you pushed her. Is this the way of hospitality in Chu? Gu Yunjian's eyes were filled with anger. He was talking about Qin Yoyu, but he was facing the Emperor of Chu. The Emperor of Chu glared at Qin Yoyu. She was so presumptuous in such an occasion. Your Majesty, calm down. It's Yoyu who is ignorant. Yoyu, why don't you apologize to Miss Shen? Qin Yoyu apologized reluctantly. Before Shen Qingxuang could speak, Shen Qingyan spoke. Sister, there's no need to worry about such a small matter. Why don't you just drink a cup with the second princess and forget about it? This was exactly what Shen Qingxuang wanted. She smiled and said, Third brother, the second princess is not feeling well, so let's drink tea instead of wine. Even the Emperor and the Empress thought she was considerate and nodded frequently. But Qin Yoyu could already feel the heat all over her body and her heart be quickened. And she couldn't hear the word tea at all. But Gu Yunjian actually poured the tea himself. It was from the same pot. She wanted to die. No, I don't drink it. Qin Shaoyuan was also very scared. The medicinal effect of a cup of tea was already terrible. What would happen if he had another cup? He quickly ran to pour another cup of tea. Yoyu, drink this cup. Gu Yunjian frowned slightly. Already unhappy. Why? Can't I drink the tea I poured? Qin Shaoyuan's heart skipped a beat, and he smiled apologetically. Your Majesty is joking. I just considered that Yoyu was not feeling well, so I gave her a cup of hot tea. Gu Yunjian nodded and put the teacup in Qin Shaoyuan's hand. Then let the eldest prince drink this cup of tea. Jin Hao, you and the eldest prince hit it off right away, so you should toast him a cup. Yes, little uncle. Gu Jinhao poured a glass of wine, touched Qin Shaoyuan's cup, and smiled meaningfully. Eldest prince, please. Chapter 157, I will definitely give you an explanation for what happened today. At this time, the tea in the cup was like a hot potato. Qin Shaoyuan couldn't drink it or not. Gu Jinhao curled his lips and drank the wine in the cup first, placing the empty cup in front of him. I have already drunk it. And the eldest prince doesn't give me face? Qin Shaojun joked. Could it be that my eldest brother is dizzy due to excessive shock, like my second sister? Otherwise, I would like to trouble Miss Shen to take a look. Qin Shaoyuan wanted to kill him, but seeing that the king of Chu also showed doubt, He gritted his teeth and drank it. As soon as the cup reached his mouth, he suddenly exclaimed, "Sister, what are you doing?" It was Qin Yanshua's voice. She was pulling Qin Yoyu, whose cheeks were flushed, with a panicked look on her face. Qin Shaoyuan put down the cup and pulled Qin Yoyu over. The drug was taking effect. Someone, send the second princess back to the bedroom to rest. 2 maids came over immediately. But Qin Yoyu had already lost her mind, and was so strong that she threw the 2 maids away. She staggered towards Gu Yunjian and reached out to pull his sleeve. 15th Prince. I liked you the first time I saw you. You know, I like your... This remark immediately caused an uproar in the quiet hall. The court officials and family members were talking about it. How could the princess, who was usually dignified and noble, say such shameless words? The Emperor of Chu looked at the Queen of Chu with a dark face. This is the princess you taught. The Queen of Chu knelt down and apologized. It was my poor teaching. Please punish me. Your Majesty. Now was not the time to punish. The Emperor of Chu snorted coldly. Why don't you take her away? It's embarrassing. The Queen of Chu personally tried to pull Qin Yoyu, but she held Gu Yunjian's sleeve tightly and refused to let go. Gu Yunjian was already angry, but if he pushed her away, there would be physical contact, which he hated. Looking at Shen Shuang, she just stood aside and smiled, which made him even more uncomfortable. Did she believe him or didn't care at all? He simply took off his coat to avoid getting entangled with this inexplicable woman. Yoyu, stop making trouble. And leave quickly. Queen Chu's dissuasion was ineffective, and she slapped her directly. Even though she was in pain, Qin Yoyu still walked towards Gu Yunjian foolishly, taking off her coat while walking. This scene really scared everyone, and they all widened their eyes. Queen Chu was stunned and didn't know how to react for a while. Qin Yoyu just felt uncomfortable all over, but she couldn't tell where she was uncomfortable. She took off her clothes one by one, and no one could stop her. Summer clothes are thin and light, and she was left with only one middle coat while everyone was distracted. 15th Prince, I like you. Listening to her mumbling confession, Gu Yunjin felt like something stuck in his throat, even though he had already turned his head away. The sound was incessant and really irritated him. Just as he was about to explode, he was pulled over by someone, and then a pair of small hands covered his eyes. Don't look. His mood improved instantly. She still cared. I didn't look. Gu Jinhao looked at their intimacy, and a sour feeling surged in his heart. Why didn't she cover his eyes? Qin Yun looked at his master with sympathy. So pitiful. Fortunately, his master knew right from wrong and quickly adjusted his mood, saying seriously, Your Majesty, your princess is so disrespectful to my little uncle. Shouldn't your Majesty give an explanation? Emperor Chu looked at Qin Yoyu, who had lost her mind, and was furious. Come on. Take her away. 4 or 5 palace maids rushed forward, but Qin Yoyu was still struggling, trying to take off the remaining clothes. Qin Shaoyuan had to knock her unconscious with a palm, and then took off his outer coat and covered her with it. With a wave of his hand, the palace maids dragged her away. At this time, the hall was full of sighs. A good banquet was ruined. Your Majesty, the princess is so out of control. Please punish her severely. How can such behavior be worthy of being the princess of our Chu kingdom? Please deprive Qin Yoyu of her title of princess. The Chu emperor frowned and said nothing. He was grateful for his brother's contribution, so he took his legitimate daughter into the palace and gave her the title of princess. Who would have thought that she would do such a shameful thing, which brought shame to the Chu kingdom? Looking coldly at the Queen of Chu, her face flushed, and she hesitated. Your Majesty, Yoyu, she is not like this on weekdays. She is not like this on weekdays, but she is like this when the distinguished guests arrive. How to explain? The Chu emperor said angrily. Qin Shaojun stepped forward and said, Father, please forgive me for speaking frankly. My second sister is indeed different today than before, which is really strange. The facts are in front of us. What's so strange? The King of Chu no longer wanted to discuss this issue. The more he talked about it, the angrier he got. This humiliation was like a replay every time he talked about it. Confessing to a man in public and taking off clothes in public, not to mention the dignity of a princess. Even a brothel girl would not be so calm. Gu Jinhao said. Perhaps the eldest prince can explain this matter. Qin Shaoyuan just wanted to remain silent until the end of the banquet, but Gu Jinhao turned his spearhead towards him, and he said unhappily, What do you mean by this? Fourth prince? Gu Jinhao smiled and said, nothing special. But I wonder why the eldest prince didn't let the second princess drink the cup of tea. And he didn't drink it himself. This prince suspects that there is something wrong with that tea. Turning to Shen Qingyan, Mr. Shen-san, where did the tea on your table come from? Shen Qingyan said, the second princess brought it. She poured me the tea from the pot. But hers was not. After her tea was spilled, Ji Feng poured her a cup of tea from the pot. And she fainted from shock. Later, she learned that the tea that the fourth princess fed her was also from the pot. And her face changed immediately. And she was extremely panicked. Qin Yuan also recalled it carefully after hearing it. Father, it is indeed as Mr. Shen-san said. Later, my sister apologized to Qing Shuang. And the 15th prince poured her the tea from the pot. But she refused to drink it. The strange thing is that my eldest brother didn't drink that cup of tea either. Father, he seemed to know that there was something wrong with the tea. Qin Yuan, what nonsense are you talking about? Qin Xiaoyuan was furious and pointed at her viciously. Qin Yuan was frightened and cried. Hiding behind Qin Xiaojun, brother. Big brother yelled at me. Qin Xiaojun patted her shoulder and said to the king of Chu, Father, this matter is complicated and confusing. I think it is better to ask the imperial physician to test the pot of tea. Gu Yunjin, who had been watching, spoke up, Your Majesty. I also think that this matter should be thoroughly investigated. The imperial physician came soon. I thought he was going to treat the second princess. But it suddenly turned into testing the tea. Test it. Poured out a cup. Put it to the tip of his nose and smelled it. With hesitation in his eyes. Dipped some with his fingertips. And carefully checked it again. And was shocked. Knelt down and said, Your Majesty. This tea is filled with a strong love potion. As soon as this was said, the palace exploded. The princess actually used a love potion and reaped the consequences. It's really ridiculous. Qin Xiaoyuan almost collapsed to the ground. The only solution now was to sacrifice Qin Youyu. The face of the king of Chu was as dark as it could be. And he could no longer suppress his anger. 15th Prince, I am really sorry for what happened today. Gu Yunjin said lightly, Your Majesty. I am afraid that it cannot be solved with just one word I am sorry. Qin Youyu's disrespect to me will be put aside for the time being. But she tried to confuse Qin Yan. And I will not tolerate this matter. Shen Qingyan was still in shock at this time. If Qin Youyu succeeded, he dared not imagine what kind of disaster would be brought to the Shen family. He has always been obsessed with making money and playing games, and has never been involved in political affairs. This time, he was framed by a woman. How could he bear it? Your Majesty, Qin Youyu used such a dirty method to frame me. Was it her intention alone, or the intention of the state of Chu? When the king of Chu heard him ask this, he felt like he was slapped in the face in public. Don't misunderstand. Third young Master Shen. I just learned about this. And this is definitely not the intention of the state of Chu. I think she admires you. So she has to do this. Shen Qingyan sneered. From the mumbling just now, it can be seen that she does not admire me. It is not my mean heart. I suspect that she intends to use me to frame General Dingan's mansion. The Shen family is destroyed. And there will be no rivals on the battlefield of the state of Chu. Your Majesty, do you agree? The Chu Emperor's expression was stern. And he glanced at Qin Xiaoyuan, who looked uneasy. Don't worry. Third young Master Shen. I will definitely give you an explanation for what happened today. Shen Qingyan put his hands behind his back. His eyes were firm. Okay. With the words of the Emperor, I feel relieved. It's just that there is no one in General Dingan's mansion who is afraid of trouble. No matter who the other party is. There is no reason to tolerate it. Chapter 158 If her plan succeeds. Will the kingdom of Chu let me go? The banquet continued. The sound of stringed instruments sounded again. And there was another scene of singing and dancing. But everyone had their own concerns. So how could they enjoy the feast? Especially the king of Chu, who drank one cup after another in silence. Even if he killed Qin Youyu, he couldn't save his face. Shen Qingshuang was in a particularly good mood. A catastrophe was turned into nothingness. And the instigator suffered the consequences. It was so satisfying. Shen Qingyan came over and squatted beside her. Qingshuang, did you guess that there was something wrong with the tea? Give me your grapes and I'll tell you. She pointed at the fruit on his table, and said with a smile. Shen Qingyan smiled dotingly, and brought the plate over. When you go back, third brother will put all the most delicious grapes in daki in front of you. Okay. She smiled with curved eyebrows. I just thought Qin Youyu's behavior was strange. So I kept a watchful eye. But who would have thought that there was really a problem? But third brother. Yuan helped a lot this time. You should thank her well. Shen Qingyan nodded. If she hadn't fed the drug tea to Qin Youyu's mouth, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. I'll buy her a gift tomorrow. Shen Qingxuang nodded repeatedly and whispered, third brother. Do you think Yuan is actually very cute? I think if she were my sister-in-law. She was hit on the forehead and scolded. Did she do you any good to sell her own brother? She smiled embarrassedly, lowered her head and ate the grapes, pretending not to hear. A dissatisfied voice in my ear, Qingyan. Don't hit her anymore. Huh? What? Shen Qingyan was also dissatisfied. Gu Yunjian. This is my sister. Are you being too nosy? I have loved and protected my sister since she was a child. What's wrong with hitting her? Gu Yunjian glanced at him and said leisurely, I don't want to. If you don't want to, don't look at me. Really? You are destroying the bridge after crossing the river. Whether you can become my brother-in-law is still uncertain. Watch your attitude. Gu Jinhao came over with a smile. Mr. Shensan. The little uncle always relies on his status and seniority to boss people around. I think this is very bad and has no grace. Regarding the candidate for your brother-in-law, please consider me. I will definitely have a good attitude. Gu Yunjian was even more displeased when he saw this shameless nephew coming again. Gu Jinhao. What do you want? Of course, little uncle. Everything should be based on first come first served. As an elder, you are disrespectful. He is not old. What? Shen Qingxuang raised her head and said to Gu Jinhao seriously, Fourth Prince. Brother Yunjian is not old. He is only 20 years old and in the prime of his life. Shen Qingyan was amused and rubbed her long hair. What kind of magic potion did he give you? You didn't want to die before. But now you protect him. Compared to Gu Yunjian's spring breeze smile, Gu Jinhao's brows were twisted like a rope. And he grabbed the wine and drank it all. Shen Qingxuang. I am crazy about you. She lowered her head, stuffed a grape into her mouth, and spit out the skin. If it's really infatuation, then I can only say that I'm infatuated with the wrong person. Gu Jinhao drank another glass of wine. I meant you first. There is no first come first served in love. Gu Jinhao. Qin Yun had already poured him a glass of wine and handed it to him. Your Highness. After it was handed to him, Gu Jinhao took it and drank it. Why don't you give me a chance? There is a cause and an effect. And your beloved is not me. Gu Jinhao couldn't stand it anymore. Why was she so stubborn? After drinking 2 glasses of wine, she wanted to talk more. She silently took the grapes and left, sitting in Shen Qingyan's seat. Shen Qingyan wanted to accompany her, and Qin Shaoyuan came over. He said with a stiff face, Mr. Shensan, I want to ask you for a favor. About what? About Youyu. Shen Qingyan looked at him with interest and smiled. The eldest prince doesn't want to say that the second princess didn't know about it. She doesn't act like that. After saying this, Qin Shaoyuan had to swallow the words on his lips. Smiled awkwardly. Youyu is a woman after all. And a princess. If she really made a mistake, can Mr. Shensan let her go this time? If her plan succeeds, will you let me go? This? Qin Shaoyuan was angry. And he would naturally not let her go. Shen Qingyan added, the second princess not only framed me, but also disrespected the 15th prince. How to deal with her? Let's listen to the emperor's wishes. Qin Shaoyuan hit a snag and left in anger. Qin Shaojun saw him from a distance and laughed out loud. He was glared at by concubine Qin and quickly stopped. Mother! The second sister's matter must be related to the eldest brother. In my opinion, he will definitely regard the second sister as an abandoned child. Concubine Qin snorted. Why are you so sure? The eldest brother has always been keen on power. Not to mention that the second sister is just the daughter of my uncle. And she has the title of an elder sister. On one side is the father's anger and disappointment. And on the other side is the insignificant sister. You don't even have to think about it to know what he will choose. Concubine Qin stared at him straight. And although her eyes were soft, they gave Qin Shaojun a sense of oppression. Mother! What's wrong with you? Concubine Qin had a bitter look on her face. What if it was you? Would you abandon Yuan? Qin Shaojun's face changed. And he quickly came to his senses. Mother! You are joking. How could I? Yuan is my biological sister. And I have taken care of her since I was a child. Concubine Shin interrupted him and asked, "Then why did you match her with the second son of Marquis Chani during the last trip to Daki?" Qin Xiaojun was speechless, drank a glass of wine, and smiled. "Yulan will get married eventually. At that time, I saw that Jiang Bieli was handsome and talented, and he was a perfect match for Yulan. So I let them get along. Xiaojun, you are mother's son. Don't try to deceive mother. If Jiang Bieli was not the nephew of the queen mother of Daki, would you still match them?" Qin Xiaojun was embarrassed and wanted to explain, but he met his mother's sharp eyes and couldn't say a word. After a long time, "I know I'm wrong." Concubine Shin stopped looking at him and turned her eyes to Queen Chu. She was elegant and expressionless, but she was already full of anger. "Tonight, I'm afraid it will be a sleepless night." "Mother!" Qin Yulan's cheerful voice interrupted Concubine Shin's thoughts, and she smiled and turned to her daughter. "What's wrong? It's so beautiful outside with fireworks." "Really? Let's go and see it together." Qin Yulan supported her and was about to go out when she heard her mother say, "Go and call father and the 15th prince to come together." Qin Yulan understood and ran to the king of Chu. "Father, let's go and watch the fireworks. The trees are bright and colorful." The king of Chu was just about to change his mood and agreed happily. Seeing that his daughter invited Gu Yunjian as well, he was even more relieved. The two went side by side. Shen Qingxuang knew that she wanted to be with Shen Qingyan, so she dragged her brother along. When they reached the door, she quietly walked away. Qin Yulan understood what she meant and rubbed her face excitedly. Feeling that it was not enough to express her gratitude, she kissed her again. Shen Qingxuang was stunned as if struck by lightning. How could she kiss him just like that? Gu Yunjian told Ji Feng to stay with Shen Qingxuang, and he really stayed with her. Naturally, he saw the scene of Qin Yulan kissing her, and he was blinded at that time. She is hospitable. Shen Qingxuang racked her brains to come up with such a reason, although she also felt it was far-fetched. The fireworks were beautiful and romantic, but she had a bad feeling. It seemed. She suddenly thought of something and panicked. She had poured a cup of tea because she was thirsty before. The tea on Shen Qingyan's table. The pot that Qin Youyu brought. The damned imperial physician did not take the teapot away after testing the tea, but left it there. God wants to kill me. Chapter 159. I drank the wrong tea. Fortunately, she prepared a lot of medicine, including one for this. Thinking of this, she relaxed a little, and after a long time, there was a ray of hope. She subconsciously turned to the sachet. But, where is the sachet? The sachet was gone. At this time, the gorgeous fireworks in the sky were undoubtedly a bolt from the blue in Shen Qingxuang's eyes. Seeing her panic, Ji Feng ran over. "Miss, what happened?" "Ji Feng, my sachet is gone." She was about to cry in anxiety. Such an important thing was lost. This was killing her. Ji Feng asked about the color and style of the sachet and went into the hall with her to look for it. But she had searched the places she had just been to several times. Where was the sachet? Shen Qingxuang didn't dare to stay any longer. In a while, she would become the second Qin Youyu. "Where's my third brother?" She wanted to leave here quickly. Ji Feng said, "Mr. Shen was watching fireworks with the fourth princess just now, and then she dragged him to somewhere." At this time, Qin Yanxue came over. With a concerned face, "Miss Shen, why is your face red? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" If she didn't look into her eyes, Shen Qingxuang would think she was concerned about her. But her fleeting gloating was caught by her. "Don't worry about it. Ji Feng, take me back to the inn." Although he didn't know what happened, Ji Feng felt that the situation was a bit serious. Bringing her to Jueyuan, he ran to find Gu Yunjian. "Your Majesty, the young lady seems to be feeling uncomfortable. She wants to go back." Uncomfortable? She was fine just now. Why did she suddenly feel uncomfortable? King Chu knew that he cared about her, and suggested, "Why don't you call the imperial doctor to take a look?" Gu Yunjian thanked him for his kindness first, and walked quickly to Shen Qingxuang's side. "Where do you feel uncomfortable?" She patted her face, trying to sober up. "I didn't pay attention just now. I drank the wrong tea. The pot of Qin Youyu." Gu Yunjian's calm eyes immediately became nervous, thinking of her always carrying strange medicines. He whispered to her, "Do you have an antidote?" "Yes, but the sachet is lost and can't be found. The inn should have it." "Take me away." Gu Yunjian asked Jueyun to stay and wait for Gu Jinhao and Shen Qingyan, and said that he was too drunk to leave the palace first. He simply said goodbye to the king of Chu and pulled her into the carriage back to the inn. Even though Jifeng's carriage was already driving very fast, Gu Yunjian was still urging him to die, which made him sweat. Your Highness, it's almost there. We'll be there soon. Gu Yunjian got angry at him for the first time. How long has it been? If you don't get to the inn within an instant stick of time, you don't have to go back to Lingyuan anymore. Ji Feng was shocked and whipped his whip more frequently. If the horse could talk, he would scold him to death. If it wasn't harnessed, he would kick him to death. Although it's an animal, it can't be abused like this. It's too cruel. It's no wonder that Gu Yunjian was anxious. He was almost driven crazy by Xin Shuang. Her consciousness was already blurred, and her hands kept pulling at him, wanting to hug and kiss him. Reason told him that he couldn't let her get close now. But emotionally, he couldn't refuse at all. He comforted and persuaded her softly, but she didn't listen at all. As soon as the hand around his neck was taken away, she hugged his waist again and kept rubbing against his arms. Shuang, stop making trouble. We'll be at the inn soon. She took his hand and put it on her face. Her eyes were blurred. Brother Yunjian, I feel uncomfortable. My face is so hot. He reluctantly took his hand back, helped her sit up straighter, and said softly, I know it feels uncomfortable. You will be fine after taking the medicine. Just for a while. Just bear with it for a while. She fell on him again, holding his hand tightly. Suddenly she raised her head and held his face, and kissed him on the lips. Gu Yunjian was at a loss for a moment. The soft and beautiful feeling on his lips made him sink. But he didn't dare to let her go. Otherwise the consequences might be irreparable. After all, she only said that she would try to get along with him, and didn't agree to marry him. They touched each other like a dragonfly touching the water, and then separated. But she glared at him dissatisfiedly, and shook his sleeves vigorously until he kissed her again, and she calmed down a little. But after a short period of silence, she actually tried to pull his clothes, and Gu Yunjian sat up immediately. He didn't dare to indulge her, holding her hand and pressing her in his arms, absolutely not letting her move again. Jifeng, when will we arrive? Jifeng finally got a moment of peace and quiet. When he heard his roar, his body trembled. He whipped the horse hard, and the horse ran away in pain. Jifeng finally saw the lovely inn. Prince, we're here. He didn't even have time to wipe the cold sweat on his forehead, and hurriedly lifted the curtain. When he lifted it, he was stunned. Xin Shuang was nestling in the arms of his prince. Her face flushed, as if she was drunk. She was still mumbling something, but it was unclear what she said. Gu Yunjian felt relieved. Finally, we arrived. He pulled Xin Shuang up, but she held him tightly. Jifeng was very upset. How could the lady be so close to the prince? Seeing that his prince was in a difficult situation, he tentatively asked, Prince, how about I help the young lady? Gu Yunjian gave him a cold look, which made Ji Feng shudder. This was the second time he had seen such a look. The first time was when the Imperial Mausoleum was attacked. He said that there were too many assassins, and not many could be left alive. The prince replied, just kill them. Just leave one or two. With lingering fear. His heart was thumping. As it was thumping, Gu Yunjian picked up the girl hanging on him, and strode to the room. Stay outside. No one is allowed to come in. He turned to Ji Feng. Yes. Gu Yunjian added. Stay away. Ji Feng said yes again, and jumped to the roof opposite. Gu Yunjian put Xin Shuang on the couch, rummaged through the boxes, and found her ugly cloth bag, and poured out all the bottles and jars inside. Shuang, which bottle contains the antidote? He handed some over, and she shook her head. He handed some more over, and she still shook her head. This made him anxious, sweating all over. Just as he was about to take more, she pulled him back, and he lost his balance and fell on her. Brother Yunjian? Her sweet voice melted his heart, and he couldn't help but touch her face. She was very obedient and patted her forehead, uncomfortable. He said, tell me which bottle of medicine. I'll give it to you. She shook her head and murmured, no more. All taken away. Lost. Gu Yunjian was stunned. She clearly said that the inn had it when she was in the palace. So how could it be gone just like that? What should he do now? She told him with her actual actions. She kissed him again, but she would only touch his lips. And if she felt that he didn't respond, she would bite him. The little bit of rationality that Gu Yunjian had left made him sit up quickly, his heart beating fast. She also sat up and took his hand to untie her clothes. Gu Yunjian's hands were shaking. Did the little girl know what she was doing? She was playing with fire. Chapter 160. If I say I want to get married, will my father agree? The person who plays with fire doesn't know that she is playing with fire. She only knows that she feels uncomfortable all over, and she has to follow her inner thoughts. She took off her coat, revealing her fair shoulders. She leaned on his shoulders and rubbed his face. Her breath was full of desire, giving Gu Yunjian a strong sense of unreality. He was in a trance. His beloved girl was in his arms. If he said he had no thoughts, he was deceiving himself. He wanted to sink with her. He kissed her cheek and held her hand uncontrollably. Suddenly he touched the jade bracelet on her wrist, which he had given her. The coolness of the jade bracelet made him sober up a little. If she regained her sanity, would she blame him for taking advantage of her? Would she hate him? He was afraid. If this time he got it, he absolutely couldn't. He put her clothes back on with difficulty. But she didn't want to, and patted his face to protest. He took her hand and asked her seriously, "Qingxuang, do you like me?" She raised her heavy eyelids and uttered 2 words. "Yes." "Who am I?" he asked her again. "Brother Yunjian." He was relieved to get her affirmative answer. He had to think of a way that would not make her sad or hurt her. His indifference made her irritated, and she got closer to him. He scratched his head, sighed, brushed her long hair behind her ears, took a piece of cloth to cover her eyes, and hugged her and lay down. "I can't see." She reached out to pull the cloth, but he stopped her, glancing at the cinnabar on her arm. He was helpless. "You are my nemesis." Gently reaching out to her small clothes, she explained and hugged him tighter, searching for his lips in the dark. She wanted to kiss him. He had to bow his head and nod, but she didn't let him leave, whispering his name, still with grievance and begging. How could he refuse again? He followed her wishes, and also followed his own wishes, and kissed her. She was lost in the kiss, but he was in agony, until she trembled in his arms, until she softened in his arms. Panting slightly, he withdrew his hand and pulled off the cloth on her eyes. "Are you feeling better?" His voice was a little hoarse. At this moment, her cheeks were flushed and she had no strength at all. But she regained consciousness and knew what he had just done. She buried her head in his arms. "The medicine is gone. This is the only solution I can think of. Don't drink anything randomly in the future." She didn't move. He didn't know what she was thinking. He comforted her. "Don't be afraid. You are still you. Things are like spring dreams without traces." Only then did she understand why he covered her eyes with a piece of cloth. If you can't see, you can pretend that it didn't happen. Besides, he has a good sense of propriety. She raised her head and asked him in a low voice, "You obviously have the simplest way. Why didn't you?" His face was redder than hers. He turned his head away and whispered, "I can't bear it." "I can't bear you to be criticized." He still remembered that Fang Mingzhu had falsely accused her of losing her virginity to Gu Jinhao. He would not allow it to happen again. She lowered her head and smiled, turning his face to her. "What if I am willing?" "Yes?" Gu Yunjian looked at her in astonishment. After a while, he reacted and tapped her forehead gently. "Bad girl. Now you have learned to test me." He didn't dare to stay any longer. But she held him and begged, "Stay with me for a while." If it were normal days, he would agree without hesitation. But now? No. She thought it was fun to tease him, holding his hand tightly and kissing him. This made Gu Yunjian unbearable. She was too much. He pulled her over and half threatened, "If you are presumptuous again, I will not be a gentleman." "Are you sure you want to do that?" She was scared and covered her head with the quilt. And he fled. The slippery feeling of her lower body reminded Qingxuang of the absurdity just now. No wonder he always wanted to escape from her. His face suddenly turned red. This time it was going to kill him. The cold water covered his whole body, and after the stimulation of the cold, the fire in Gu Yunjian's heart gradually faded. He washed his face with ice water twice before daring to go out. But her shyness, her anxiety, and her emotions still haunted him. Although there were reasons, he had to take responsibility. Moreover, he knew clearly that he could not lose her, and he wanted to possess all of her, even for the throne. He had never been so persistent. He was very glad that he was the one who accompanied her back today. If it was Gu Jinhao, he would regret it to death. He turned back, spread out a piece of paper, and wrote a letter. The whole letter was just one sentence. Uncle Wu. Get ready. The king is going to get married. He went out and called Ji Feng, asking him to find someone to deliver the letter to Ling Yuan. It happened that Shen Qingyan and Gu Jinhao came back, and when they heard the letter was delivered, they took it. I'll ask Lao Shan to arrange someone to deliver it. This is the best. Gu Yunjian added, the sooner the better. Shen Qingyan became interested. Shaking the letter and jokingly said, what important letter? Can I take a look? Gu Yunjian smiled but said nothing. Shen Qingyan frowned, which meant he couldn't read it. By the way, how come you can't handle the alcohol when you didn't drink much? I've never been able to handle alcohol. Maybe I drank too fast, he perfunctorily said, trying to act calm. Where's my sister? In the room. Shen Qingyan pushed the door open and went in. Shen Qingshuang had changed into a white dress, the same as the bright moon outside the house. She was wiping her wet hair. At first glance, it looked like she was playing the qin. Then he burst into laughter. His sister was not good at any of the arts, but she was also good at playing the guzheng. It was possible that she was fluffing cotton. When Shen Qingshuang saw him, she felt guilty for no reason and called out, third brother. Shen Qingyan approached her. Qin Yanxue said you were not feeling well. Did you have a fever? She took his hand off her forehead. No. Maybe it was too hot. I felt a little stuffy at that time. But now it's fine. But she was angry when she thought of Qin Yanxue. She always felt that the woman was a scheming bitch. Especially the gloating in her eyes. She must have done something bad. Brother. Did Qin Yanxue say anything else? Shen Qingyan thought for a while and said, it's nothing. Let me and the fourth prince come back to see you quickly. I find it strange. She was being weird to you in the palace before. Why did she suddenly care about you? Shen Qingshuang snorted. It was not that she cared about her. Maybe she had guessed that she drank the wrong tea so that they could see her embarrassment with their own eyes. Fortunately, it was Gu Yunjian who accompanied her back. If it was someone else, she would not know how it would end. It was so embarrassing. Shen Qingyan saw that she looked different and smiled. Why are you so worried? Little girl, if you have anything, tell me, and I will definitely help you solve it. It's okay. Impossible. I can see through you at a glance. Shen Qingshuang wiped her hair randomly and said carefully, third brother. If I say I want to get married, will Dad agree? Get married? Shen Qingyan's eyes widened. So soon? With whom? Yunjian? When did you decide? Why is it so sudden? What happened?